Randedly looked out over the ruined suburbs surrounding Franksburg, the corners of his mouth quirking up. Unfortunately, the leaders of Franksburg had been rather loose with their class allowances. It looked like 700-ish people had been given classes. That was about as much as Donaton had. Of course, the difference in quality of the classers was obvious, but still. It made it a little hard to imagine Donaton becoming the superpower that he wanted it to be, so he could use the superior political power for leveraging information. Their higher skill in crafting and potion making would hopefully be enough to maintain their trading partnerships, with Donaton likely coming out ahead with its higher-end products. In terms of fighting strength, though, in the long run. But if Franksburg wanted to threaten Donaton's position of dominance in the region, they needed to survive this night. Based on the information he had gotten from Alana, the town had 42,000 people. The monster horde was about 3x what Randedly had ever seen attack Donaton, which would put it just below 20,000 monsters coming. If 700 people had classes, that meant that the NCCs would count for a little less than half a monster to push them up to the 20,000 total. It seemed that NCCs only counted for about 1/3 a monster in terms of the horde. Randedly was relieved in a way. Not that he wanted the horde to be big enough to threaten the city, but he certainly wanted Franksburg to feel fear and rely upon the goodwill of Donaton. In addition, Randedly wanted to be out among the horde, leveling his skills, especially Circle of Fire and Pollen of Rafflesia, the high area skills. With this huge amount of monsters, although he could slow their advance, he wouldn't do enough damage to the horde as a whole to make it too easy for Franksburg, basically. Randedly could run wild. Humming delightedly to himself, Randedly sat down, brewing potions while he watched the monsters mass in the darkness. Alana gripped her spear shaft so tightly that her knuckles cracked. The monsters came in a thundering wave. She had only had a brief chance to look at Franksburg's defenses, but in some places it was barely more than a chain-link fence reinforced with metal siding. The perimeter would undoubtedly be breached. The question was where, and yet Alana could not deny the bubbling excitement within her chest, the changes in her skills. She wanted to see how far they would carry her, even as she remained classless, and once she returned to Donaton and obtained a class. Alana understood the arguments that certain NCCs put stock into. Sam and Regina both chose to focus on raising skill levels, rather than receiving a class. Alana had thus far taken the same path, and focused on polishing her spear mastery and gaining various other skills for PP. But now that she had a class waiting for her, and a powerful one at that, it was hard to resist the allure of the strength that it could give her. Above all else, the possible bonuses to health, mana, and stamina changed the entire dynamic. Where NCCs have to rely on endurance and vitality for their stamina pool, a classer has a naturally high stamina pool just due to leveling. This led to increased battle proficiency and increased length of training sessions, which in turn lead to higher PP hauls. Then Alana shook her head, focusing back on the situation at hand. The squad from Donaton was being used as the plug to fill up any holes in the defenses, so for now, that sat silently in the back, waiting. Alana knew they wouldn't have to wait for long. Randedly stepped calmly forward, appearing in the middle of the flailing horde. This clump of enemies was mostly composed of skeletons, grimy rags hanging from their bones, but they would do for the initial test. Circle of Flame, Randedly whispered. Abruptly, he felt a bright heat in his chest that exploded outward away from him in a wave of flame, smashing the nearby skeletons backwards. Most of the ones within a few meters shattered to pieces instantly, the concussive force too much. The layer of skeletons beyond that howled as their bones charred and weakened, slowly falling to pieces. Beyond that, the skeletons were simply sent stumbling. The flame circle dissipated into nothing, leaving Randedly frowning. Although it was hot and dangerous near him, that power swiftly dropped off after the spell was used. It currently was nowhere near the level he wanted it. With a dissatisfied expression, Randedly focused on another monster, a good distance away, and stepped again, using Phantom half-step. As soon as he appeared, another circle of flame exploded outwards, ending around 20 skeletons. Randedly stepped again and then used Circle of Flame. Over and over, he continued, taking small breaks every 4 or 5 circle of flames to down a mana potion. He left a trail of craters in his wake, like the footsteps of a flaming giant, even as his own form was quite small. After what must have been his 30th circle of flame, Randedly casually turned, looking back behind him. He had reached the back of the monster horde after cutting his way through it with flame, but all marks of his passage were already erased, as the flood of monsters trudged on towards Franksburg. It looked like the front lines had reached the outer Franksburg perimeter, and that fighting would begin in earnest soon. Tonight they would learn of how unforgiving this world is. Even Randedly's presence could only do so much. Given enough time, sure, he could make a noticeable difference. Given a lot of time, sure, and a lot of potions. After drinking a mana potion and a stamina potion, Randomly removed his spear from his satchel and admired the oppressive height and size. Looking at the thick shaft, he could still imagine that fearfully powerful sphinx, if it hadn't toyed with him for so long. Well, it had, and now it was simply a tall pole weapon. There was a lesson in that, Randomly supposed, but it was not one worth dwelling on now. Now he wanted to try his spear skills. He had practiced a little and found a few enemies, but the last 4 weeks had been an exercise in patience. Although the spear worked fine against small groups of enemies, the fearsome size meant it was made for something different, something like this. The huge construct of bone swept outward as Randomly began walking back through the horde, cleaving 6 monsters in half in one blow, Randomly's strength making their bodies seem like paper. The skeletons spun around, clattering their jaws angrily, but the next stroke of Randomly's spear silenced them forever. Randomly pressed forward, faster and faster, cutting through the army, heading towards the section that was composed mostly of goblins. Skeletons were fine, but Randomly wanted to grind other things. He burst into the small bodies of the goblins in an explosion of mangled flesh, his spear sweeping back and forth. Finding a rather thick clump, he leapt over and unleashed a spear phantom's onslaught, reducing most of the goblins in the area to paste. His spear was almost too big to use in delicate spearwork. The blade of the spear ripped the torso of a goblin totally in half. Still, Randomly threw his attacks forward with wild abandon, barely trying for delicacy as the goblins leaped at his back. The corner of his mouth quirked upward. Twisting, his spear swept across, smashing them out of the air and into the ground. Humming a soft tune to himself, Randomly activated pollen of the Rafflesia and began ripping quickly through the goblins, as those nearby the already dead began to notice his presence and started to scream at him. He continued, moving rapidly, striking and moving on towards the deeper area of the horde. The ones in front of him were cut to pieces. The ones behind him became drowsy or ill or confused. A walking catastrophe, Randomly strolled forward, focusing on his form. Still, there was no need to rush. It would be quite the long night. Alana was annoyed. She had lost herself in the vicious cycle of pushing back enemies and then being called away to another side of the perimeter to reinforce another struggling area. The first 1 hour was slow, as the monsters stalled out on the fences, but as they caved, their work swiftly became cut out for them. It was only 10 minutes ago, after they beat back the ice-spewing bats, heavily relying on Clarissa's superior magic, they received a new order. They were to retreat to the headquarters. Why? Alana demanded, furious that Anthony was being so tight-lipped about the information. Then, after biting his lip, he leaned forward and whispered something that caused Alana's eyes to narrow. The headquarters had gone radio silent 10 minutes ago. At first, they had assumed that the short-wave radio that they used had just malfunctioned, but as the time stretched onwards, and as signs of a fire from Franksburg proper became apparent, while the rest of the team remained to maintain the walls, Alana rushed back, hoping to find that it was an annoying but harmless mistake. Unfortunately, as she moved farther away from the perimeter and back towards the city, the sounds of chaos greeted her. The positives were that it didn't appear to be monsters, but only looting in this section of the city. She also took profound pleasure in breaking the nose of a man who looked her up and down and leered at her. But the outlook became more grim the farther in she went. Although there weren't any definitive signs of monsters, people were fleeing away from the center of the city, panicked. They kept smashing into Alana and rebounding, surprised to find that her thin frame was so sturdy. Other people stared at her, apparently noticing the soft glow that filled the air around her. It was still light as her skill level was low, but it was definitely visible. Then, almost on accident, Alana realized what had happened. A grinding noise caught her attention, and she turned to find the manhole cover to the sewer was slowly rising up. With a ringing noise, it popped off all the way, and several goblins scrambled out of the sewer, chittering in their strange language. The people around froze and then began to scream and claw their way in any direction but that one. This wasn't helpful for the traffic flow, but it did give Alana space. She tore those shocked goblins to pieces so fast that their faces hadn't even registered her presence. Frowning, Alana considered what to do. It didn't appear that there were all that many enemies that had come in here, but they were sending people into a panic, But her train of thought was interrupted by a strange clicking noise, and then a soft voice sounded out throughout the town, done through loudspeakers. "People of Franksburg, don't panic, we can fight our way through this," the voice said, and Alana saw the people around her stop and look up at the speakers in wonder. "If you have the will to fight, come to the stadium. If we stand as one, we will push through this challenge." Even Alana felt the draw of that charismatic voice, and knew there could only be one source: Raina, the siren of Franksburg. Raina peeked out around the curtain, looking at the swiftly filling concert venue. That was a good sign for their ability to survive. Much more chilling were the intermittent pops of gunfire and shouts of anger from around the doors to the stadium. Her security detail was manning the doors, keeping monsters away, but it was difficult as more and more people pressed in. desperate for a port in this bloody storm. Her main bodyguard and friend, Matilda, and her manager and costume designer, Cassie, stood next to her. "What do you plan on doing?" Matilda asked in a low voice, turning and looking at the frantically scrambling men backstage. Normally, they got their power from the small power plant the government of Franksburg still ran. However, that had become quite fickle in the last few hours, so her production team were scavenging the nearby area for generators. Raina had even brought the one that powered her home when she came. I don't really know, but in truly, Raina didn't. These past few weeks, she had become increasingly reliant on the senator. He essentially told her what she would be doing every day. It was nice in a way. Her life was simple and filled with music, and yet she couldn't get the voice of that strange, stoic man out of her head. She could still picture his face as he told her that he couldn't tell what was the skill and what was not. Sighing inwardly, Raina plastered a bright smile on her face and continued to speak. "But we couldn't do nothing. Once word gets to the military, they will send." "No, they won't," a cold female voice interrupted Raina, and she was shocked to find a blood-soaked woman holding a spear standing near their group. Snorting, the woman pulled a towel out of nowhere and began to wipe her face. "The perimeter is full of holes already. There is no one they dare spare to come assist you." Then the woman hesitated, her face scrunching up. "Except perhaps me. I have come to investigate the state of the city. I am Alana." Matilda tilted her head to the side. "You are from that other village to the north. The people who came down with classes. Did you know this would happen when they found a village?" Alana grimaced. "I did warn them, they simply didn't." "Enough, it's fine," Raina said coolly, giving the woman Alana a short glance before turning back to the stage. "For now, let's focus on surviving. My song can help calm people." A scream distracted her, and Raina twisted to see that several large toads were hopping in from a side hallway. They spat poison around. The walls and floor that got covered in it were slowly warping and melting. Alana blurred, racing towards the toads, and several turned and spat towards the approaching threat. Spinning her spear, she knocked the strange liquid to the side, except for one fat glob. It arced slowly through the air, and Raina watched it with wide eyes. It was inevitable, she thought. "My body won't even move." Matilda seemed to realize what was happening right after it was too late. Her face flickered between expressions, from calm to shock of the frog's appearance, to relief as Alana moved, finally settling on mounting horror. The acid took her in the face. She barely managed to close her mouth and eyes in time. First, there was nothing. Then there was pain. Her entire world was on fire, focused on her face. Every concentrated nerve ending lit up like a candle. Collapsing, Raina heard people swearing and rushing around her, dumping water on her face. But the pain persisted, ripping deeper. Her mind stuttered and began to slow. "Damn, open your mouth." Raina drifted off into darkness, her only regret being. Someone punched her in the gut, and she reflexively opened her mouth, gasping. A strange, warm liquid was poured down her throat, mixed by the ghost hound himself, not that you will appreciate it. The woman, Alana, said waspishly. Raina shivered as her once weakening body was once more filled with vitality. More water was poured on her face, and the pain had dropped a lot as well, down to manageable levels, even as she felt tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Slightly woozy, she managed to stand, gripping tightly onto Matilda. Slowly at first, but then committing, Raina opened her eyes. It appeared that Alana had swiftly killed the frogs and no one else other than her had been harmed, which was a blessing, but Matilda and Cassie were looking at her like someone had died. "Is something wrong?" Raina asked, wincing as she moved her face. Her skin still felt tight and raw. Cassie winced. "Oh, it's nothing, just a little scarring." Alana snorted. "Girl, that acid sorta messed your face up. It's not something makeup can fix." After fumbling for a second, Alana produced a small mirror. For several long seconds, Raina looked at herself. Then she began to laugh. It was a low chuckle at first, but then it twisted and grew dark. "Plain he said I was," she muttered to herself, which set off another fit of giggles. What she wouldn't do to be plain right now. "Cassie, do you still have that embroidered mask that he made?" Raina asked. Cassie nodded quickly, then ran, grabbing it and bringing it back. "So now," Alana said, her eyes narrowed. "Now we fight," Raina said, a small, smoldering coal of hatred burning in her heart. Although that man had hated thinking that a skill had affected him, drawing him to her, he was very clear on one fact. When she had smiled at him, he had liked it, and now that was gone. Raina wondered whether he would accept her now, but set that aside. First, she needed to survive, and she only had one path for that: her music. She took the mic offered to her by a trembling crew member, his gaze on the ground. Ignoring the looks and the not looks by the crew who had seen her disfigurement, Raina put the mask on and walked out onto the stage. The crowd cheered, raggedly and filled with desperation. She could see from the stage quite a few couples having intimacy, right there in public, driven by their fear and panic. She pitied them, but she pitied them more for what was about to happen. Raina raised the mic and spoke, a single word, singing it softly, crooning it to fill it with as much of her skill as she could. Fight. She did not bother with lyrics or any of her songs or any tune. She didn't wait for the band to come out. She just felt the hot rage inside of her and used her persuasive skill to give it a vicious and desperate voice. Fight, she sang, for every friend or acquaintance that was probably now dead, killed by monsters, for every hollow-eyed fan who now crowded her concerts, starving themselves in this city in order to afford the ticket, for her dream of being a successful singer finally coming true, but everything about it all feeling so wrong. Fight. She raised her voice, stressing the word now, dragging it out, adding more musical flair to her imperative. People in the crowd were stilling as she sang, a glassy look appearing in some of their eyes. They breathed and moved as one, slowly aligning with her. Fight. She heard them mouth the word, but knew it was not enough. Stepping forward, she moved to the edge of the stage, standing right above them, her arms raised to the sky. Fight, fight, fight. Slowly they joined, their chant following hers, their eyes slowly narrowing and turning red. Fight, fight, fight. She was shouting now, clutching the mic with white fingers, hating the monsters but loving them too. They had crushed her old life, but gave her this brief month of being on top of the social circle, even if she was nothing more than a glorified mouthpiece. No matter how twisted it was, at least she was loved. The system had given her a skill that made even that stoic boy struggle to resist her smile. And just as quickly, the system had taken it away, leaving her with scar tissue. For that, at the moment, she wanted to bring it all crashing down, and so she sang, howling her dissatisfaction. Fight. Reina continued to shout, yelling her call to action, her skill-imbued voice echoing over most of the town, but some people were already insensible at this point. Vicious, their vision tinged red, they turned and stumbled outward, picking up trash and furniture, gathering weapons. When they found monsters, they threw themselves at them with wild abandon, not caring for their lives, because they heard a beautiful voice and it told them one thing: fight. Men and women attacked each other in their haste to find and kill a monster. They surged outward, the weaker among them losing their feet and being swiftly trampled. But the crowd cared not. They were scared, weak people, and Reina had given them something to cling to. In her strange magic, they found strength. Not their own strength, but the strength of a vicious, hungry, mindless mob. Randidly stretched, cracking his neck as the moon rose over the city. Unlike Donaton, this monster horde had come quite soon after sundown. So around 6 hours later, when the monsters were too thinly spread to be considered anything more than the usual amount, the survivors collapsed, ready to rest for the rest of their lives. As he returned to the city, he couldn't help but laugh at his own joke. But then he looked around at the piles of bodies, and he sobered up somewhat. It had been bloody. More so than Randidly expected, but he supposed that the machine guns had been barely used. The ammo stores were running low before the horde. How could they be expected to handle 20,000 monsters? Even if they kept the number of classers low for tomorrow, the sheer number of people here meant the hordes would be large. Surviving would be tough. Briefly, Randidly considered remaining here, trying to assist for a while longer. But then he shook his head. He could not help every village grow. He was here to create an advantage for Donaton, and the advantages in recruiting they would gain would be more than enough. In addition, Devan had told him about some of the dangerous-seeming notifications that he had received a few days prior, as Donaton apparently advanced to a trainee village. Hopefully, this also meant that Null would relent and allow Randidly to learn more skills from his skill challenges, and just interact with him in general. At any rate, it was time to head home. Or at least it would be tomorrow. Over the course of the night, Randidly had gained 3 levels in Spear Mastery, 2 in Phantom Thrust and Spear Phantom's Footwork, 1 in Eyes of the Spear Phantom, 4 in Phantom Half Step, 2 in Heavy Blow and Fighting Proficiency, 3 in Phantom Onslaught, Sweep and Edge of Decay, 4 in Pollen of the Rafflesia, 1 in Agony, 6 in Circle of Flame, and finally 1 in Physical Fitness. But for the moment, Randidly did not yet distribute his PP. Instead, he walked through the depressed city, heading towards the location of his cooking job. This would likely be the last time he would be here, so he wanted to join in the work, especially when they were offering free food to the survivors in an attempt to keep up morale. Randidly was not really interested in charity, but he supposed building up goodwill and grinding his cooking skill just a little longer with the superior cooking equipment wasn't such a bad thing. Luckily for Franksburg, the senator had survived, even while the headquarters was largely ransacked by skeletons, by locking himself in the closet and crying himself to sleep. Most of the previously intimidating military presence had fled, leaving him alone to man the communications room. The freedom fighters as a group searched for him, found him, and then satisfied, everyone wandered to find the nearest bed. Even Anthony, who had only commanded the battle, had red rims around his eyes and was starting to slur his speech. Alana supposed it was only natural. This was their first beast horde. They had fought monsters before, but they didn't know what it was like to be afraid for their lives, and to think they had nowhere to return to. Internally, Alana admitted to herself that it was slightly cruel, what they were doing. Without their assistance, they wouldn't have acquired a newbie town for a few more weeks. At that time, their average level of strength would have risen another level. Admittedly, not to the point where they could have survived what came for them last night, but still. Shaking her head, Alana turned around to talk to Devan and his squad, only to find another group of 3 had crept up on them. Still awake, Alana said with false casualness, but inwardly she was slightly afraid of the masked woman in front of her. She had felt the pull on her will too, as Reina had chanted fight, but had resisted it. Once the conscious choice was made, it was rather easy to push its influence aside, but she then had to watch as people had their arms cut off and stuffed their bloody stump down the throat of a monster to kill it, their eyes gleeful. It was a dangerous power when you allowed it to consume yourself. Yes, Reina said simply, and I know a place that is giving out free food to survivors. I know a chef there. I'm sure you all are famished. Won't you join me? I have something to discuss. Reina explained slowly, cautiously, but she could still see Alana hesitate. Are you sure, Alana asked carefully, that you really want to abandon what you have here? Yes, Reina said simply, for the first time realizing what a boon the mask was. The other woman could not see the change in her expression. Things are fine now, but I expect there to be backlash for what I did to all those people. Alana remained silent, but her gaunt eyes meant that she had seen it too. Most of the lives lost at the end were not due to people being overwhelmed by monsters, but rather due to people fighting without any care for their lives, throwing themselves into danger in order to inflict wounds on the monsters. The rest of the walk continued in silence, and Reina admired the professionalism of the people who came down from this village to the north. The head of the squad, who Reina had heard was a knight, marched with his squad members following behind in formation, even now prepared. Their equipment looked well cared for and practical. She wondered idly what they had gone through to get to this level of skill. Reina saw Randidly as she walked up, working the front of a stand, one hand blurring as he cut food, then moving it to the pan, all the while speaking with a customer. His movements were liquid and smooth, even as everyone around him hurried back and forth, struggling to keep up with the mass of people willing to stay awake for food. Of course, 10 feet away from the stand, piles of people were laying, snoring next to their half-eaten plates. It's here, Reina said, stepping into line. To her surprise, all of the people from Donaton had extremely strange expressions on their faces as they gazed up at the food. Reina ignored that and tried not to worry overmuch over how Randidly reacted to her face. Would he even recognize her with the mask? Of course he would. He had made it for her, but... After what felt like an eternity, their group reached the front of the line. Randidly's stoic eyes slid up to them, appraising them. Reina froze, unsure of what to say, but what she didn't expect was for Randidly to largely ignore her, turning to the others. Fatigue level, moderate but no injuries, Devan said smartly, saluting towards Randidly. Rubbing his hands on his apron, Randidly nodded. Good, this level of enemy shouldn't give you pause. Also, this is convenient. All of you come back here. Devan, you take orders. I'd rather just cook. And you, how are you at cutting vegetables? Reina's jaw, hidden by her mask, remained dropped as these stalwart warriors, who even the toughest of the freedom fighters treated with awe and respect, dutifully trotted behind the counter of the stand and began to help Randidly cook and clean. Alana, tell me about the soul skill you received, Randidly said, rapidly stirring a sauce in a pot, smelling it, and then adding a pinch of something. It was a slight comfort to Reina that Alana seemed to think this whole situation was strange. There are 4 things that rotate. I get 1 every 5 PP spent. 5 health and stamina, and then 1 endurance, followed by 1 strength, and finally 1 willpower. Randidly grunted and turned to Reina finally. All right, Miss, Devan will take your order. What will it be? Devan said, his face serious as he stepped forward. Randidly began to turn away, but Reina ripped off her max, trembling. Randidly stopped, slowly turning to look at her. He gazed at her for several seconds without comment, a curious sadness in his gaze. How do I look now? Reina asked, desperate to end this strange silence, smiling as well as she could with her stiff facial skin. To her surprise, Randidly chuckled. Still plain, but more genuine than before, for sure. Are you feeling better? Reina frowned, feeling oddly jubilant in her heart. Why had everyone else acted like her face was ruined earlier if Randidly was just going to ignore it? Now she felt slightly hysterical for inciting a mob over the incident. The only reason I was feeling down before was because you called me plain. Randidly just smiled awkward and shrugged. I really didn't like your skill. It seems whatever happened has let you control its activation. It's nice. I have a question. Alana interrupted, finally unwilling to remain silent any longer. When the hell did you have time to learn to cook like this? This is freaking delicious. Shaking his head, Randidly turned away and walked out towards where the shopkeeper was keeping supplies. How do you know him? Reina asked, turning to Alana. Alana blushed. He's our town's, something like a guardian angel. One of the squad members supplied, tying an apron around his waist and moving to skin potatoes. He is the ghost hound, Devan said, his face completely still and disinterested. I would love to chat, but there are more people to take orders from. If you don't mind, please step aside until you make your decision so we can service other customers. One of the other squad members hesitated and then said, some people really revere him, worship him almost. Reina blinked, but it was the absolute surety in Devan's tone that left her speechless. That is true. He is, after all, the ghost hound. As Randidly sent Devan's squad away, he had gained 3 more LVLS in cooking and 2 in grace. He saw the strange glances from Reyna, but ignored them. Without the added danger of her looks, there was definitely some appeal in trying to recruit her to come back to Donaton, although that sorta depended on what she could accomplish with her voice. Shaking his head, Randidly focused on his pee-pee. Even though he didn't want to stay and help the town too much, it couldn't be denied that nights like this were certainly well springs of pee-pee. He supposed that was half the reason monsters' hordes were sent against newbie villages, to encourage skill growth. He had 42 pp, 29 of which were used to finish of the potion making II path. He earned 12 focus getting there, as a notification. Congratulations. You have completed the potion making II path. Battle is not the only path to strength. Understanding the world's mysteries and using them to your own advantage will greatly increase your chance of surviving. For ahead of you, the path stretches ever onward. Effectiveness of bonuses from potion-making skill LVL have increased. You have learned the skill Extract LVL1. Extract, separate the composite parts of a substance or mixture. Speed and thoroughness of extraction depend on skill level. Purity will increase as skill level rises. As Randidly had expected, he had received a skill for the completion. He couldn't currently think of any uses for it, but he supposed as he encountered more materials, he would find something. The remaining 13 pp sat there, as Randidly frowned down at his path options. Watcher 0, Heretic IV 0. Oathbreaker 025, Initiate of Ash I075, Spear Mastery II075, Path of Carnage I0. The obvious choice was to now go for Spear Mastery II. It was still the bread and butter of his close combat techniques, and this would probably provide a new skill he could use. But at the same time, he was oddly drawn to the Path of Carnage path. Both the surety of Spear Mastery II's usefulness and the question marks in the amount of Path of Carnage made Randidly hesitate and ultimately decide the safe option was best. At least Spear Mastery would likely result in a positive outcome, even if it took a while. So Randidly poured his PP into that path, earning himself a point in Perception at 5 and Reaction at 10. That, combined with the bonuses that Randidly received from his soul skill, added up to a significant amount. After allocating everything, Randidly looked at his status screen. Equipment, average leather tunic LVL 5, plus 2 vit, gloves of quickness vit plus 1, Augie plus 3, necklace of the shadow cat LVL 20, vitality plus 1, strength plus 2, agility plus 7. Skills soul skill, spear of rot mastery LVL 437. Combat spear mastery LVL 52, phantom thrust LVL 49, spear phantom's footwork LVL 38. Eyes of the Spear Phantom LVL 24, Phantom Half Step LVL 15, Heavy Blow LVL 26, Dagger Mastery LVL 10, Iron Skin LVL 27, Dodge LVL 31, Fighting Proficiency LVL 38, Block LVL 32, Haste LVL 24, Phantom Onslaught LVL 14. Sweep LVL 26, Spear Deflect LVL 10, Empower LVL 28, Calculated Blow LVL 19, Roundhouse Kick LVL 18, Edge of Decay LVL 16. Spells Spearing Roots LVL 13, Mana Bolt LVL 28, Mana Shield LVL 24, Root Manipulation LVL 28, Arcane Orb LVL 22, Fireball LVL 30, Magic Missile LVL 4, Healing Palm LVL 9, Pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 15, Summon Pestilence LVL 17, Mana Strengthening LVL 14, Wall of Thorns LVL 5, Soul Seed LVL, Agony LVL 12, Inspiration. Incinerating Bolt LVL 5, Circle of Flame LVL 7. Crafting Potion Making LVL 30, Farming LVL 20, Plant Breeding LVL 9, Map Maker LVL 7, Analyze LVL 24, Refine LVL 12. Auxiliary Physical Fitness LVL 33, Meditation LVL 35, Running LVL 23, Sprinting LVL 19, Sneak LVL 23, Acid Resistance LVL 22, Poison Resistance LVL 16, Pain Resistance LVL 14, First Aid LVL 13, Equip LVL 25, Pathfinding LVL 18, Mental Strength LVL 15, Curse Resistance LVL 3, Fire Resistance LVL 14. Blessing of the North U, Blessing of the East U, Blessing of the West U, Sowing LVL 11, Cutting Vegetables LVL 2, Manual Labor LVL 3, Digging LVL 5, Cooking LVL 16, Grace LVL 5, Extract LVL 1. Looking at his stats, Randidly had some decisions to make. For now, both survivability and spell damage weren't an issue. In addition, his mana and stamina were increasing to the point that he could use his high-cost skills and spells multiple times in a row. Not many without potions, but enough for an extended fight. So now Randidly was torn whether to drive his agility up even higher, increase his strength for more power, work on the supporting stats of perception and reaction, or to finally address the glaring weakness that was his resistance. Randedly supposed it wasn't so glaring. For this time period, where everyone was putting points into the physical defense skills, he probably had a relatively higher amount in that stat compared to most non-knight people. But still. If there was a way to beat him in a fight, it was to hit him hard with spells. He was getting by in his spars with Clarissa due to his high agility, but that wouldn't always be useful. After rubbing his forehead, Randedly climbed up to the top of a building. Although he certainly was gaining a lot of PP, they did not translate into distributable stats as much as they used to. It was usually to a stat that was relevant to the path. And Randedly hadn't yet encountered a path that was specifically related to resistance. The annoying part of it all was that he couldn't know what kind of threats would be coming. There were obviously enemies that resistance were necessary against, but if those enemies didn't come, it would essentially be useless stats. But something occurred to Randedly and his face fell. He did know of one enemy they hadn't yet accounted for, and who would likely know magic. Donatan's tribulation. If anyone were to prepare and use his weakness to magic to defeat him, it would be that creature. Shivering, Randedly resolved himself to raise his resistance and looked north, toward Donatan. Yea, he had played around down here for long enough. It was time to head back. What are they doing? Annie asked distastefully. Dozer shrugged. The trees come from the ghost town, so people think they are special, and that aura they give off is pretty good, so every day when the trees dance. The tree wiggled its branches back and forth. A few dozen people, standing nearby, mirrored it. Declan yawned exaggeratedly. At least the tree is at the guard station anyway. Might as well be useful while you make yourself look like an idiot. Then Declan froze and smiled. Finally, Glendale found that Tier II raid boss. Are you two ready? Dozer and Annie nodded, their individual squads standing and stretching, preparing for what was to come. It was likely overkill, but in the wake of Dozer clearing the dungeon, the pressure on Donatan was largely decreased. There was still a large, constant flow of monsters from the other dungeon, but from what Dozer said, he should have bought a solid week of no monsters from the other direction. Annie looked around, frowning. Where's the little kitty, Dozy? Dozer just shrugged. One of his subordinates spoke up in his stead. She's still with Daniel. For whatever reason, she chose him as her personal pin cushion. One woman from Declan's squad chuckled. I heard that he earned scratch resistance, and it's already at LVL 7. Declan clapped. That crafty bastard, keeping all of that fun for himself, while the rest of us are out here risking our lives. Brings a tear to my eye, the unfairness of the world. Dozer rolled his eyes. Let's just go already. I want to try some of that liquor the NCCs have started brewing. Apparently it's fermented from the ghost town's weird strain of corn. Almost instantly, most of the group's eyes began to sparkle and they fell into a practiced formation. Sighing, Annie shook her head. Men, she muttered. They had a problem, although Randedly supposed it was a good problem to have. The amount of people who wanted to come back with them to Donatan was staggering. Almost 700 people showed up, their items packed, and their expressions nervous as someone from Devan's squad walked around, speaking with them, marking down their stat distributions and skills, slowly getting a tally. Instead, Randedly inserted a rather straightforward question. In Donatan, people are generally divided by their jobs. Which of the following jobs would you prefer? Administration, warrior, doctor, farmer, archer, scout, mage, crafting, construction. Randedly knew that people would shy away from things like administration and farmer, but he had hopes that some of the practical women and men who were coming north with them would gravitate towards crafting and construction positions. Of course, some would become actual classers, and among those, a few would insist on becoming mages, but that was acceptable for now. After all, they had witnessed Clarissa's abilities firsthand. After seeing that power, it was hard to accept just swinging a sword around. With those changes, we should finish in about 2 hours, Devan said calmly, his eyes scanning the crowd. Honestly, Randedly had removed 90 of the material Daniel wanted. Now it was basically just stats people focused, their skill level, and the job they were thinking about. Randedly nodded, his eyes scanning the crowds. He even recognized a few faces, the man he had met while chopping vegetables who wanted to learn to move faster. Cassie looking around nervously as she stood next to a hooded woman who was obviously Reyna. That determined man, Cesar, who had been paired with Randedly while digging holes. But there was one face conspicuously absent. I have to take care of something. If the process finishes, no need to wait for me, I'll catch up. Randedly said to Devan and then walked away, disappearing into the crowd. He knew that he was being foolish, that he had no reason to force her to move. He also had no idea why this was such an issue for him. He had, after all, broken up with her quite a while ago. Deep in his heart, he was sure that there were no buried emotions, but what he did have were positive memories of their time together. For that, he wanted to spare her the struggle that Franksburg was going to become. As he ascended to Tessa's floor and exited the stairwell, the men pressed themselves against the wall, standing at attention. The head bouncer, who Tessa had told him was named Ezzy, stepped forward. Mr. Ghosthound, sir, I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding on your last visit. Let me assure you it won't happen again. A thin, hot rod of tension slid down between his shoulders, but Randidly forced himself to relax. He even smiled at Ezzy. It's not an issue, you were doing your job. Then Randidly brushed past him, moving towards Tessa's room, but Ezzy awkwardly coughed. Sir, my boss has a message for you. Randidly stopped. Oh yes, it's from Missy Carp. She owns the establishment that Tessa works at. Oh, Randidly's frown deepened, his voice turning cold. He wondered idly whether spearing roots would reach up from the ground to hear. Probably not without quite a lot of mana expenditure. It was something to be aware of in the future. That distance from the ground would make the use of that skill more difficult. Of course, he had others. Don't misunderstand. As he said hastily, stepping backwards, Missy Carp allows all of her employees to come and go freely. She wishes you luck on your recruitment drive and hopes you enjoyed your time in Franksburg, and that if you would return to the city, she is willing to make her compound and connections at the disposal of the good people of Donaton. Randidly's eyes narrowed, but he relaxed. Rather than a threat, this was a business proposition. God, why had he agreed to come on this thing anyway? This was becoming decidedly political. He supposed he had found a clue about Sydney and Ace, which ended up just demonstrating they weren't here, but still. Still, it surprised Randidly how astute this woman was, to attempt to approach him directly. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but it could also mean that this was a woman who listened very closely to the direction the wind was blowing. Tell her that I appreciate the offer, and I will report it to Donaton's council. Randidly walked away, heading towards Tessa's door. Apparently those words were satisfactory, because no one tried to speak with him again. He knocked on the door and was surprised to find one of Tessa's roommates answering it. She quickly ushered him inside, taking him directly to Tessa's room, where she sat, wrapped in a quilt, staring out the window. Before Randidly could even say anything, Tessa asked, "Was Sydney the reason you broke up with me?" Her voice was oddly even, almost monotone, and her gaze didn't waver from the window. Randidly opened his mouth to respond, then caught himself. Slowly, he closed his mouth. In all honesty, it had been. Yes, Randidly said. When he had broken up with her, he had been brutally succinct before departing, leaving her crying on the floor of her apartment. For that callous treatment, he owed her a bit of honesty. Snorting, Tessa swore bitterly. That freaking idiot. I always knew she was a little idiot. Did Ace know that his best friend was freaking his fiancée? Randidly's eyes narrowed. It wasn't like that, we weren't. What's the point in lying now? They both are already dead anyway. Is a life with me really so bad? I'm here right now. Barely containing his rage, Randidly said, I'm trying to say that we never. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think Ace is an idiot? Both of you kept disappearing together for those few weeks. Did you think once we noticed, we didn't talk? And how when we compared our notes, the schedules fit so nicely together? Just freaking listen for a minute. Randidly growled, but Tessa was too far gone, working up a head of steam for herself. Both of you would give a convenient excuse, then slip away. At least you were smart, you stuck to during the day, during the week. No late nights studying, no moving while the people you two were cheating on were out of town. No, you ook, let me stop you right there. Randidly's voice was cool, but his eyes blazed with rage as he activated agony. As he only had a moment, where his new danger instincts warned him powerfully to run away before a wave of vicious, head-wrenching pain knocked the wind out of him. Whimpering, the other bouncers in the hall collapsed, leaning against the wall and sliding slowly downward. Even Ezzy, who had been undergoing special training to raise his skills and improve his stats, staggered, barely able to withstand the wave of pain that struck him. But what really brought a chill to his heart was that when he checked, his health was decreasing, moving rapidly towards zero. Although his instincts were screaming for him to run far away and hide, Ezzy pushed through them, rushing up to the door that the ghost hound had entered. Grunting, Ezzy raised his leg and made use of his kicking mastery, smashing the cheap wood of the door, ripping through the deadbolt. Once inside, the pain redoubled, and Ezzy bit his lip, struggling to stay conscious. His vision swam as he stuttered slowly forward, heading to the back room with the slightly ajar door, where the powerful aura was emanating. Ezzy wasn't even able to make out the figure, wrapped in air distortions, but in his heart, he knew there was only person who could cause this. Eyelids fluttering, he leaned against the door, barely aware enough to speak, but he worked at his heavy and fat tongue, struggling to say anything. Sir, but that was all that Ezzy was able to complete, because the ghost hound turned and looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time in their interactions. The ghost hound's face was twisted into a scowl, his eyes narrowed, but the emerald pupils burned like a chemical fire, bright and dangerous. In those eyes, Ezzy was forced to confront a truth about himself. He would never be a match for the man standing in front of him. Perhaps a month ago this man had been human, but no longer. Now he was. The ghost hound, kill LL, Ezzy blubbered, his words more slobber than syllable, and all at once the pain stopped, gone as soon as it had came. Gasping, Ezzy fell to his knees. The ghost hound pressed his eyes closed, seeming to struggle inwardly. Then he opened them and his eyes had faded to their usual innocuous forest green. I apologize. I lost my temper. Ezzy watched as the ghost hound walked over to Tessa and put a hand against her neck. A flash of relief crossed the ghost hound's face, but then he turned back to Ezzy, once more a stoic mask. I suppose compensation is in order. Take me to the roof. Randedly felt the hot, hungry buzz of anger still in his chest, but flowing below that, cooling him swiftly, was a sharp sense of fear and a prickling of guilt. The anger itself was exceedingly strange. It was the hottest thing he had ever felt, but it simultaneously was so numbing. It was an animating energy that enraged him and made him heedless. If Ezzy hadn't staggered into the room, distracting Randedly, would he have continued until he killed Tessa? Shaking his head, he forced his mind away from that topic, but was confronted with an equally vicious one. That hatred-fueled, focused episode of agony had increased the skill LVL by 3, and it only took a dozen or so seconds. Randedly had always known that mental state influences the speed at which levels were gained, but still this seemed ridiculous. Was it that it was used on humans then? Or was it just that he truly, desperately wanted to hurt Tessa in that moment, for what she had implied about Sydney? Either answer was disturbing, and it was one that he would need to answer clearly in order to continue to grow stronger. He wanted to make use of the most efficient methods, if fighting against humans was the most effective. If deeply, truly wanting to hurt your enemies was the most effective method, if losing his morality was the most effective method, following a still white-faced Ezzy, the two of them reached the roof. The apartment building wasn't the tallest building in the area, but it was one of the highest, and the higher buildings were generally clustered downtown, which was a mile or so away to the south. Therefore, his current vantage point gave Randedly a very clear view of the surrounding area. From his observations, Randedly could only come to one conclusion. Franksburg, as it was now, was doomed. It was simply too large to defend effectively. It had been fine when they were only dealing with wandering monsters, but the monster horde would change things, and not for the better. Last night's casualties, even with the help of the squad from Donaton, proved that. So Randedly took that violent lava anger, filled with strange pricklings of ice, still alive in his gut, and used it. He reached within himself, felt the source of his mana, the same source that he had so much trouble controlling with the grace of Lyra, and prodded it gently. As he expected, it stoically had no response. Grinning to himself, Randedly lamented this fact. If he could only figure out how to replicate Lyra's skills. But that was not his path, he knew. His path lay elsewhere, and he could only keep his eyes on the ground and move forward, lest he lose his grip on the weapons that he did have. So this time he grabbed his mana source and pulled, dragging every drop of mana he could out. And then, with eyes burning emerald, he raised his hands. Lucifer watched the caravan for Donaton leave, his face serious. Derek Quinn rubbed the stump of his left arm and asked, "Did you also want to go?" After a long time, Lucifer nodded slowly. It was a tempting offer. Luckily, most of the freedom fighters have family here, or else. At least they recruited mostly from the university and other odd jobs. Derek Quinn commented, but Lucifer's reaction of chuckling confused him. What so? But before he could finish the question, the earth beneath their feet rumbled dangerously, the whole area quaking. Before either of them could even respond, the area to their immediate left and right erupted, thorny vines surging upwards, twisting and twining, snaking amongst each other. Shuddering, the earth in some places cracked and fell away, revealing more thorny vines, some as thick as an adult male's torso, with viciously sharp thorns that stuck outward like curved bayonets. As they watched aghast, these thorn walls, which were about 8 feet high, began to spread to the left and right, along the perimeter of their defenses. As it continued on, the height dropped, only reaching around 5.5 feet at its lowest, but the wall of thorns ran immediately adjacent to their previous defenses, bolstering them immensely. And at those locations where the Franksburg government had seen fit to put small gates, the walls split, allowing continued passage. Their view of the departing caravan through the main gate remained unchanged. Barely a ripple of reaction could be seen from them, as if they had been expecting this all along. Even Lucifer, in that moment, felt a sliver of fear. Was this the type of world this was becoming? Congratulations, you have created an inspired Wall of Thorns. Rampart of Thorns has been created. Congratulations, Wall of Thorns has increased to LVL 6. Congratulations, Wall of Thorns has increased to LVL 7. Warning, all mana has been depleted. Mana will not regenerate for 24 hours. Randedly lowered his hands, feeling profoundly drained but satisfied. Almost reflexively, he removed a mana potion from his bag, but then smiled bitterly at it, putting it away. Extraordinary. I had wondered who had wandered into my village, but... Randedly turned towards the voice and found a bland-faced woman standing there, smiling slightly at him, which must be the Franksburg spirit guide. What Randedly didn't expect was that when he met her eyes, the woman would gasp and take several steps towards him. You possess, you've slain a tribulation. But why? You don't yet have a class. The woman's voice transformed from shocked to nonplussed to eager to, almost hungry over the course of several seconds. Her eyes bright, she clasped Randedly's hands, pressing herself closer to him. Allow me to grant you the godly class you deserve. Just join my village, and I can make sure that you will be unrivaled in strength in this zone." "I refuse," Randedly said simply, his eyes narrowing, as several things clicked into place in his head. Comments from Null and the neighboring town's spirit about two halves of a whole, a spirit and a matching tribulation. Null suddenly so eager to converse with Randedly, and then refusing to meet with him after Randedly continued to wait on getting a class. The peculiar inactivity from their neighbor town. The hunger in this town's spirit's eyes as she looked at him. If the spirit and tribulation were somehow connected and meant to become one, the system made a little more sense. Not in terms of the survival rate of newbie villages, but at least in terms of the motivation. The tribulation wanted to continue living and needed something from the village, but a village would also gain something by vanquishing the tribulation, or another village's tribulation, or perhaps even another village. But what exactly were they trying to obtain? Randedly ignored Franksburg's spirit and walked away, but one phrase that she spat at his back once it was clear Randedly was uninterested stuck in his mind. "Fool, you and your kind are doomed to starve. You will come crawling back and think I will help you then, ha." Kimlath, the tribulation of many faces, turned and graced Lyra with a warm smile, still using Randedly's face. Lyra felt a small, warm flutter in her heart from it, even as she knew she was being foolish. "Have you reconsidered the favor I asked for?" Kimlath asked sweetly, delicately cutting off the edge of the wolverine steak and raising it to his its. Lyra reminded herself lips. They had taken to having dinner every other night, chatting about innocuous things, almost like a date. But just like Lyra's languid enjoyment masked a viciously exacting suspicion, so too Kimlath's innocent banter hid a sinister agenda. Not for a moment did Lyra think she wasn't being used. She just couldn't quite figure out how. And honestly, Randedly presenting a smiling face was an amusing diversion. Kimlath had finally tipped its hand slightly at their last dinner, where it had casually, too casually, asked to be shown around the village. Lyra had demurred, going into a long rant about how annoying it was to deal with the people of Donaton, which it increasingly was. First of all, they were entirely too gracious and respectful towards her. She had been amused by how they associated her with Randedly initially, but as they suddenly treated her as nothing more than some freak pet of his that could perform amazing tricks of magic, it had really started to grate on her. Second, all they wanted to do was grow stronger. And yes, that was important, but you needed to take some time and enjoy yourself a little. Twisting yourself too tightly was a fast way of burning out or turning super evil or something. Although Lyra couldn't deny that a look of cruelty in Randedly's eyes, some rough play between them was oddly arousing. Probably a little intimate to have Kimmy act out with her, Lyra lamented. Ultimately, Kimlath had taken Lyra's rejection without comment, receiving it with a smile. But what was surprising was that he had brought it up once more. "I think not," Lyra said, abruptly very tired of this game. If she hadn't been almost 100 sure this was simply a projection, and not the real body, she would have attacked and tried to kill it. But Kimlath's response surprised her. "Then how about the village next door? I simply would like to see how creatures like you live." Lyra thought about it and couldn't really find a reason why she shouldn't. She also was slightly curious how Elaine was doing, even if she simultaneously hoped that Cal and Vivian needed to resort to back alley handjobs to get by. But the frustrating part about the two of them was that they always seemed to land smugly on their feet, smiling and charming. "You know what? Sure," Lyra said, nodding and stretching. She was due for some exercise anyway, not that she really needed it. The system-enhanced world had almost everyone looking fit and toned. Honestly, Lyra wished staying the correct balance of curvy, slender, and toned had been as easy while she had been acting. "Wait here though, I want to check something quickly." Declan danced forward, his eyes bright as the wounded wyvern, the Tier II raid boss, backpedaled as fast as its stubby legs could carry it. The only trouble that Declan's team had ever had was getting close enough to the raid boss to launch their attacks. Once it was alerted, the raid boss's minions would swarm, making the kill almost impossible. Generously, Dozer and his squad had smashed the minions into monster goop, clearing a very wide path to the boss. The two squads had rushed forward, overwhelming the raid boss's monstrous health, hacking its body to pieces. But something about Ivan's attitude resurrected a vicious streak that Declan had slowly let fall asleep in his stay in Donaton. If this jerk tried anything funny, he would regret it. The raid boss spun around, its tail smashing towards them. Declan gracefully leapt over it, earning himself another skill level in jump, leaving long, jagged scratches across the skin of the raid boss as he sliced downwards in a practiced motion, barely missing a beat. Declan had to hold back a grin. There was something about this life with the system. It was just so much fun. Wisely noticing that he didn't need her help, Tara retreated, avoiding the blow. Gritting his teeth, Ivan imitated Declan, his much lower control making itself known as he smashed into the tail and rolled over it in a ball of limbs. Declan smiled slightly, but sprinted off after the raid boss, which had erupted into motion, dashing into a nearby thicket of trees. Right when he was about to pursue, Declan saw a thorny vine rising out of the ground in front of him, wiggling back and forth. Frowning, Declan crossed his arms, but we did all the work. The vine pointed at Declan, shook itself, then spun in a lazy circle, as if to say, "You are the one that brought it here to me. I can't be everywhere now, can I?" Then it flicked the thorny vine, clearly telling him to wait. Declan just sighed, exasperated. He had been aware that the ghost hound's strange plant pet, Thorn, had been following his squad and mopping up a lot of the weaker minions of the raid boss, draining their bodies of blood and delivering them to Sam. Sam was delighted at the intact bone structure of enemies killed this way, and had impressed upon Declan that this was a pet of the ghost hound, and he should allow it free rein, assisting it whenever possible. The way Sam said ghost hound annoyed Declan because it was not an irreverent way of speaking. It was more a distasteful pronunciation, as if Sam would prefer not to say it like that, but was only using it thus as a tool against him. But still, Sam was technically correct. So Declan just sat on his haunches, slowly recovering. Ivan ran up to him, eyes bulging. "What are you doing? It's getting away." Declan made a helpless gesture. "This is no longer just our quarry. We wait here." Ivan snorted and stomped forward. Thorn's little vine turned to Ivan, then back at Declan. Declan just shrugged. Ivan made it 3 steps before several thorny vines burst from the ground, wrapping his body up in a split second, binding his arms to his sides. One vine, covered with particularly jagged thorns, wound its way around Ivan's neck, almost lazy in its motions. The communication vine turned back to Declan, almost in askance. Ivan struggled helplessly, his strength nothing in comparison to the powerful, constricting vines of thorn. Very quickly his face turned red, and then purple, blood dripping out from 100 small cuts on his body. "I would prefer you not kill him. He is a capable subordinate," Declan said, simultaneously amused and intimidated. He had known it was powerful, but this. Even if Declan was prepared, could he dodge all of those vines? Thorn's main vine slid over to Ivan's suspended body, patting him in several places, seeming to consider. Then it unceremoniously dumped Ivan on the ground. He immediately began gasping for breath, scrambling away from the tree line, his eyes wide with fear. Meanwhile, Thorn was now beckoning Declan. Nervously, he followed it deeper into the trees. The path of the raid boss was abundantly clear. The thing had crashed forward with as much delicacy as a tank. About a mile beyond the trees, they came upon the remnants of the Tier 2 raid boss, held bound by dozens of thorny vines. As he approached, Declan saw the vines constrict, digging deeper into the monster's flesh, several long scratches ripping open even more widely as the thorns dragged across it. But what drew Declan's gaze was below the body. As the vines tightened, several drips of blood were squeezed out, as if the raid boss's body was being wrung like a washcloth, and fell into the strange, toothy maw of Thorn. This was the first, and only Declan hoped time he would see Thorn's core. It was a mass of soft flesh, a weird mixture of brown and pink and green, a red, slimy tentacle slithering up through its rot-covered teeth to catch the drops of blood. When he looked at it, all Declan could think of was a strange, twisted turnip that had dozens of saggy, cancerous growths covering it, and from those growths stretched thorny vines, sinking into the ground beneath it. The cancer turnip turned and then twisted its toothy maw into an arc in a strange imitation of a smile. Then, with surprising delicacy, the body of the raid boss was deposited on the ground in front of Declan. He tilted his head to the side, but then froze. The eyelid of the raid boss had fluttered weakly. It was still alive. All Thorn had wanted was to drink its blood. In a flurry of motion, the vines withdrew, ripping into the ground in a spray of dirt, Thorn invisible almost immediately. Then, feeling an odd twinge of pity for the creature, Declan slit the throat of the raid boss. Upon hearing Declan's report, the council was silent, each of its members keeping their thoughts to themselves. So Sam spoke first, his brow furrowed. "How strong do you think this Thorn really is?" Declan shrugged wearily. Killing the Tier II raid boss had given him a nice boost to his endurance and agility, but the joy he usually felt from those kills was muted by the sight of Thorn squeezing the body dry for blood. "It's hard to compare. Against someone like me or a mage, Thorn could bind us and rip us to pieces. Against Dozer or Donnie it might be more fair. The trick would be to avoid getting wrapped up, because once that happens. In addition, while it's underground, it's almost impossible to detect. By the time you realize it's there, it's too late. But I mean, do we really have to worry? It's the ghost hound's plant, right?" Daniel said nervously. The rest of the table seemed inclined to agree, but everyone was slightly intimidated by this show of power by the creature, even if it had been weakened by their squads beforehand. Even Sam couldn't find his usual cheer at such an intact, high-level corpse. As a general rule, humans were more powerful than they had ever been, in terms of physical abilities. There was even the beginning of documented proof that intelligence and wisdom actually increased your mental capabilities, although it was starting to appear that control and focus had a more direct impact on the non-system aspects of life. The monsters that had once driven humanity screaming into their cellars was now casually dealt with. but stronger and stronger monsters kept appearing. And although this plant was currently friendly, it still made them slightly uneasy to have it within the bounds of their village. Ultimately, though, Regina said slowly, gazing at each other person sitting at the table, "What can we do?" No one had an answer, so the meeting moved on to other matters. "I'd like to make some suggestions in regards to the SB expenditures," Daniel said, his expression nervous. Mrs. Hamilton steepled her fingers, her expression neutral. Regina leaned back in her chair. Glendale covered his hand with his mouth and sighed. In his heart, Glendale knew that Daniel had the best interests of the town as his focus, and was deeply regretful that his rash action had caused them to go through a stressful few days. But with that mistake fresh in the minds of everyone else, this would not be a receptive audience. Before he began, the door to the council chamber swung smoothly open. The dying light of the setting sun illuminated Lyra, who for the first time Glendale had seen was wearing a serious expression. "I'm heading over to visit Turtle Town," she announced. "If I have the chance, is there anything I should ask of their king?" There was a long, stunned moment of silence. "Absolutely not," Sam said, slamming his fist on the table. "That crazed man." "I'm going to try again," Lyra said, her smile calm, her voice low, but for some reason Sam couldn't yell over it. Even Glendale's ghosts, which swirled around him constantly, slowed down, their focus narrowing on the figure framed in the doorway. "Listen this time, all right." Her whole body began to glow, waves of chaotic mana rolling off her to fill the air. Her pupils faded, replaced by a glowing blue, her irises then too, until it seemed her whole soul was burning bright, shining out through her eyes, glowing azure. She was just a veneer of humanity, lit from the inside by a vicious, tightly controlled power. That was really what animated her. "I am heading to Turtle Town. As a courtesy, I came here first. Is there anything you want me to say?" In Lyra's deserted home, nothing moved, but then inexplicably a voice spoke, filling the dimly lit room. "This is a chance, we must hurry. I always detested games, but she forced us into this game of chicken. Will you find me, or will I become strong enough that your interference won't matter?" If someone had been there to look, they would have perhaps seen a dirty skull floating just below the ceiling, its gaze fixated on something far to the south. The ghost hound must die. Divan and Alana had enough able-bodied people to protect the convoy, even though they were extremely numerous, at least until they left the newbie zone around Franksburg, so Randidly turned back towards the horde of monsters that was gathering for another monster horde in Franksburg. His hands itched, his eyes were red. Ever since he had lost his control with Tessa, he had felt different, more volatile, less calm. Suddenly, it was abundantly clear how much he was wasting his time. Why had he even come here? Sure, finding Ace and Sydney would be nice, but what would it really accomplish? It was pointless. All of it was pointless. They were likely dead, and he was chasing ghosts. How well could they really have survived if half of their building was ripped off in the middle of the night? If they were teleported hundreds of miles away, how could they not have? A notification popped up, distracting him from his train of thought. "Congratulations, your Thorn LVL5 is ready to level up." After slurping many similar enemies, Thorn wonders if it should be one of many or the one. Frowning, Randidly selected the one. There was only one path to a good life in this world now, and it was through power. With it, you could take the things you crave. Without it. Thorn is now LVL6. Survivability has increased by 5. Physicality has increased by 2. Particularity has increased by 3. Thorn has learned the skill Piercing Thorns. Randidly didn't know what he was expecting, but it was oddly disappointing. Everything felt that way right now, all of it, he wished. Randidly's spear flicked out, smashing apart a skeleton that had wandered too close to where he was fuming. And like a keg of gunpowder, that spark set Randidly off. Roaring, he charged among the skeletons, his huge bone spear sweeping back and forth, reaping them cleanly. In addition, he activated Agony, the grating, vicious pain oddly soothing. It narrowed his focus, drove away the incessant, negative thoughts that had sprung up for the first time today. The guilt, the helplessness, the confusion, the lack of direction. They were wiped clean, leaving only a growing rage and a constant pain. Maybe it was because he had for so long struggled to survive, and then he came back on Earth, much more powerful than the local monsters. Lost and unsure of what he should be doing, he had latched onto the survivors, slowly teaching them to become strong, in the same way that he had learned to become strong by throwing them into the fire. At the very least, Randidly informing them that they were about to be cast into the fire helped them, and increased their survival chances far above what they would have been. For a while he had gone with that, slowly establishing a base, teaching them what he had known, defeating any enemies too strong for them to handle. And then what? And now what? What was he freaking doing? Randidly's eyes glowed pale green in the darkness, his spear smashing agonized monsters to pieces. Although he couldn't use mana for 24 hours, due to the use of inspiration, that didn't make him any less a death sentence for monsters of this level, regardless of their number. Unless he was deliberately trying to do so, he would not run out of stamina. He was just a constant blur of death. Even as a notification popped up, indicating that his health had reached 20, Randedly's smile didn't waver. He downed 2 health potions and continued, barely slowly, his vicious assault, refusing to shut off agony. Although it slowly wore his own health down, it did worse things to those enemies around him, especially now where a growing corner of his heart trembled with fear, guilt, anger, confusion, and frustration. And that part of him wanted to hurt something. Heeding his will, agony rolled out in malicious waves, larger and more powerful than it had ever been before. Green eyes glowing, Randedly continued, ripping the enemies around him to pieces. The system was responding to his desire, not just with levels but with effectiveness. Agony even seemed stronger, but Randedly supposed that it wasn't really the system that had changed, but himself. Where before he wore agony like a blanket, dragging it around behind him, now he actively reached out with it, smothering those enemies unfortunate enough to surround him. But even the pain was only doing so much. He couldn't cover up the question that drove him insane. What was he supposed to be doing? Grinding his teeth, Randedly threw himself into the violence, drowning out his helpless doubts. The sky darkened, and a low drizzle began to fall. Randedly ignored it, as it made no difference to him where he once fought in puddles of blood. Now it was slightly watered-down blood. What did it matter? Tirelessly his spear swept back and forth, bodies falling to pieces around him. But as he did so, Randedly noticed something extremely strange. Rather than having a goal, he was now just killing for the sake of killing. He was protecting the town, he supposed, but that had fallen away, lost in the revelry of blood. He simply cut and slashed, feeling through the huge spear of bone the small tremors of a body breaking. With an undivided attention, Randedly experimented with where and how he could strike, how he could cut, how he could slaughter. Slowly, all of his disparate spear moves began to flow, moving cleanly from one to the other. Previously, he used each when he needed them. Phantom thrust for speed and accuracy, sweep for a large group, phantom onslaught to overwhelm a single target. But now Randedly slowly started to see the use of swinging the butt of the spear around for a staggering blow, intermixing roundhouse kicks to throw the opponent off. Slowly at first, but with greater surety, footwork of the spear phantom guided him easily from one enemy to the other, the deaths continuing unabated. It was likely aided by grace, which almost inexplicably streamlined his movements, just a hair, but enough to notice during particularly complicated portions of his fighting style. That was Randedly realized what he was doing. He was discovering his fighting style. Almost immediately, he stopped using agony, although it was incredibly effective. It left the monsters around him almost helpless, barely a challenge at all. But as he let the spell fall around him, the monsters staggered, then peered at him with hateful eyes. As rapidly as their low-level bodies could manage, they threw themselves at him, hissing and spitting and clacking. Randedly grinned, his spear moving to meet them. It was, Randedly realized, a great weapon. Before it, the monsters were nothing. He had never really gotten into Shao's fanatical pursuit of the godhood that was becoming a true spearman, but Randedly couldn't help but marvel at the utility a spear provided to him. Thus far he had relied on Shao's moves, but in his moment, Randedly was starting to see. The spear was designed perfectly as a killing tool, oppressively powerful, quick and graceful, vicious and deadly. The question was never whether the spear was enough, but only whether the person wielding it could bring to bear its true, oppressive power. Seeking that goal of becoming an individual who could wield even but a fraction of the spear's power, Shao dedicated his life. Inexplicably, a month after Shao had parted, Randedly was beginning to see it, that path. As his spear blurred and gore-coated him, he saw it, the point, the motivation, the path to strength, the goal, the spearman. Slowly, but with increasing confidence, Randedly began to use his skills more rapidly and efficiently, becoming an absolute storm of deadly bone swirling around a man dancing in his hand. Heedless to the skill levels he gained, his eyes slowly unfocused, until there was only action and reaction, the spear and himself. The enemies fell away, lost in the backdrop of other. Into the spear, Randedly's focus turned, towards the spear, if he could wield it perfectly. Unbeknownst to him, as he lost himself in the killing, glowing lines began to form on his throat, drawing out esoteric runes. His eyes, always brightly, began to glow faintly, lending a green cast to the slaughter. But all Randedly did was grin, his spear splitting open the skull of a nearby skeleton and then ripping his spear out and spinning, slashing several of its compatriots to pieces. This, Randedly thought, is fun. Lyra sourly gazed at their surroundings. The area around Turtle Town was still deserted, a silent, rotting graveyard. The piles and piles of bodies were a testament to the town's continued ability to defend itself, but it didn't make it any more cheery. Walking quickly, Lyra led the way to one of the partially destroyed buildings that marked the edge of the inhabited zone of Turtle Town, by blinking forward, teleporting short distances. Kimlath, still wearing the appearance of Randedly, flowed behind her, its body turning into a liquid and running up the wall, only to reform next to Lyra up above. So, it asked, smiling a wide smile at Lyra, the kind of bland, empty thing that Randedly would never actually bother with, the kind of smile that hid cruel intentions. Ignoring it, Lyra moved forward, running across rooftops, avoiding the subdued people that walked around the interior, ignoring the patrols of guards decked out in police riot gear. Instead, she ran towards a gaudy hotel that rose above the nearby buildings. If she were a dumb king, she would probably choose that spot for his hideout. Still, Lyra thought, looking dubiously up at the buildings in front of her, I won't be able to manage this with normal methods. Now what? The fake randidly real tribulation asked, still smiling. Lyra stopped and turned and looked at his face, even warned by another. Inwardly, she felt something give. She had sworn she would stop doing this, but there it was within her, the elusive violet mercury energy that she held within her chest. That everyone held. Ice cold and Earth's core hot, it pulsed in time with her heart. She touched it, and her whole existence burned, lighting up like a visual representation of computer's orgasm, all bright lights and sizzling plastic. Then she moved. Within the next second, she was standing atop the large, gaudy hotel, having teleported 100 meters upwards. She swayed unsteadily, wincing. It would take days for her to replace the energy she had lost there, and even then, Lyra worried that her levels had been reduced too much, past the point where it was harmless to use. Still, Lyra thought, her mouth quirking up, it was worth it if just for the rush. Her careful senses caught the mana fluctuation as the Randidly illusion appeared next to her, a long, thin tendril running from this spot off into the distance. That was powerful. You certainly are an extraordinary mage, the projection said, its tone humble. But Lyra ignored it, staring off into the distance as if she was lost in thought. After a few seconds, her eyes snapped back into focus, her gaze amused. The trail had gone cold. She needed a few more data points. Now we break in and say hello. The fake Randidly was perhaps just as willing to break things as the real one was, quickly locating a likely-looking skylight and shattering it, the two of them employing their individual magic means to descend to the ground. They stood in a grand ballroom, with high crimson pillars with gold trimming, looking oddly cheap in the twilight. By unspoken agreement, they strode together to the door. Luckily, the ballroom only took up the eastern half of the uppermost floor. The west was the penthouse. Two guards in riot gear stood outside the door. Fake Randidly raised his hand and wiggled his fingers, and those two slumped to the side, asleep. Lyra glanced at Kim Lath. She knew she was playing with fire, but she was almost there, following that thin thread a little farther, feeling it worn to almost nothing by her senses, just a bit more. No matter how powerful Randidly was, if he could see his foe, he could not fight it. To track down the tribulation, perhaps they had enough bodies now in Donaton to do it eventually, but if it escalated to the point that the whole of Donaton knew the exact danger it represented, it would be much more difficult to find. Lyra knew this was a gamble, but she also knew that no one would know anything about it except the result, so as long as she succeeded, they opened the door and stepped into a well-lit room. Two figures sprung to their feet from the spots they had been lounging within. Lyra put her hands on her hips. Well, don't bother getting dressed on my account, she said, frankly scanning the two individuals in front of her, but then she frowned. You both have classes, but your level is so low. Cal and Vivian, both dressed in barely anything more than underwear, looked at Lyra, stunned. If it was Lyra from a month ago, she would be delighted to find the leads of the movie she was working on looking so bedraggled and gaunt. Now she just felt pity covered in a thin film of disgust. You what? How? Cal spluttered. Lyra just waved her hand. They forgot to lock the door, I guess. Are you two princesses then, trapped in a tower? And where's Elaine? If there is going to be an orgy, I'd want to sample all of the forbidden fruits. Vivian's face instantly twisted into a scowl. You foolish idiot. You've doomed yourself by coming here, and likely us too. I thought this was the bastion of civilization, the last holdout of humanity. Lyra said dryly, her frank gaze moving from one to the other. Was the king not the saint that everyone said he was? It's not Constance, it's Cal hurried to explain, but a noise interrupted him, the soft ding of the elevator. Fake Randidly stepped up to Lyra and touched her shoulder, and she felt a strange skill activate. Her initial reaction was stifled, as she struggled to maintain her cool demeanor. A thin film of mana settled over her, but it didn't appear to be geared towards affecting her. Cal and Vivian blinked uncomprehendingly, and Lyra realized that they had become invisible. Although this was an incredibly useful skill, and study of its structure could let her try and imitate it, Lyra's focus spread outwards, rushing after that thin thread of mana, tracing it all the way back. The thread slowly faded like all the others, but Lyra's eyes glowed a vicious blue. Gotcha, she thought, her mouth curving slowly upward. Lyra's gaze focused, and she saw how Cal had sprinted to the door and shut it, and then came back to the couches, forcing himself to casually lay, even as he awkwardly twisted, gazing at the door with dread. With trembling hands, Vivian sat at a desk across the room, slowly brushing her hair in front of the mirror. There was some commotion outside, and the door was kicked in. Several more guards covered in riot gear, bursting at their seams with muscles, walked in waving guns. After a brief search, where both Cal and Vivian were dragged to the front, the guards retreated to the door and stood at attention. The The sound of wood on marble filled the room as a small, stooped woman walked forward. Her long hair had faded to gray and her face was a maze of wrinkles. "Bobby Taka WW, what are you doing here?" "Personally," Cal whispered, his eyes wide. The old woman shrugged casually, her eyes slowly, methodically sliding over every inch of the room. Lyra leaned forward, curiously. Who would win, the tribulation's hiding spell or the mean old lady gaze? Seemingly satisfied, the old lady turned back towards Cal. "I had a strange feeling, and then I come to find my guards sleeping on the job. My instincts must be getting pretty sharp in my old age, kekek." Lyra rolled her eyes and held up a finger gun, pointed at Bobby Taka. "Bang," she mouthed. With a sharp snap, a crack appeared in the wall behind Bobby Taka. The old woman jumped, spinning around with a speed that should be impossible for someone her age. The two guards sprinted to put themselves between their mistress and the wall, guns raised. For several seconds, everyone stood there, waiting. Fake Randidly looked at Lyra reproachfully, his hand still on her shoulder. She rolled her eyes at him. "What's the point in having magical powers if you don't have fun with them every once in a while?" Nonplussed and scowling, the old woman whispered to her guards and hurried away, leaving the room. Right before they left, one of the guards that was standing outside tossed a figure into the room. Bound hand and foot, the figure flailed and fell to the ground. Making a low, concerned noise, Vivian hurried forward, helping the figure up, fumbling at the bindings. Lyra frowned. It appears that this bruised and tied-up prisoner was Constance, the king, the previously fearsome. His breathing was even, his movements sure, this huge spear of bone continuing to cut a wide path through the monsters. Randidly's addition of the Thorn Rampart had done one thing for sure, and that was bunch up the monsters, who could either impale themselves or only approach Franksburg from certain directions. As such, a huge number of monsters were milling around, ready for slaughter. However, Randidly slowed his slaughter and distanced himself from the horde proper, moving like a ghost back out and to the fringes. He stopped for two reasons. The first was simple. He wanted a chance to check in on his notifications. The second, he felt strange. Randidly's lessons with Lyra had given him an intimate familiarity with the feel of activating skills, the warm rush of stamina, the cool flow of mana. What Randidly currently felt was neither of those. It was a stranger, more foreign feeling within himself, an icy seizing within his chest, slowly spreading out. But the longer he felt it, the more he doubted his own body, because the chill began to burn with a fiery heat. Although it didn't exactly hurt, it wasn't comfortable either. So despite the fact he could continue, Randidly returned to a spot to give himself a respite and check his notifications. And what Randidly saw made his scalp tingle. He skipped over all the skill level notifications and just examined the strange ones. "Congratulations. Due to your actions, you are developing your own personal skill. Skill is 10 complete. Due to synchronicity with merging power, time until full absorption of the blessing of Ash decreased. 100 minutes until full absorption. Warning, you have long walked upon the path of the heretic, but you are rapidly approaching a crossroads. That path lies through a judgment. Due to synchronicity with merging power, time until full absorption of the blessing of Ash decreased. 200 minutes until full absorption. Due to synchronicity with merging power, time until full absorption of the blessing of Ash decreased. 100 minutes until full absorption. Congratulations. Due to your actions, you are developing your own personal skill. Skill is 25 complete. Congratulations. Due to a moment of heightened synchronicity with merging power, time until full absorption of the blessing of Ash decreased. 500 minutes until full absorption. Due to synchronicity with merging power, time until full absorption of the blessing of Ash decreased. 200 minutes until full absorption. Due to synchronicity with merging power, time until full absorption of the blessing of Ash decreased. 100 minutes until full absorption. Congratulations. Due to your actions, you are developing your own personal skill. Skill is 50 complete. Randidly regarded the notifications curiously. There were 3 types, ranging from great to good to foreboding. The great was the creation of the skill, that was currently sitting at it somewhere over 50. That strange, focused state that Randidly had been in had apparently been tapping into something within the system, allowing him to create his own skill. Based on the situation, it was likely a fighting skill rather than a spell. Randidly frowned, struck by a sudden thought. Could that be the source of the deathly cold, followed by the burning heat? Was that what it was, the feeling of his body changing as he developed this skill? If so, then he would suffer through it in silence. A skill that he developed in this manner couldn't be simple. The good notifications were the minutes falling away from the absorption of the blessing of Ash he had obtained stolen. After a quick check of his menu, he realized that he had only 1,200 more minutes before he absorbed it. That would be something like 20 hours. So still some time, but if he continued to display enough synchronicity, it would continue to rise. The final type of notification was the one about the path of the heretic. He had noticed the heretic path, slowly growing, despite the fact he had never put any PP into it. It seemed that it was growing in response to some of his actions, but what could it be? He had never heard of anyone else with access to this path, but randomly supposed he had never really asked. The most likely, if disturbing, explanation that Randomly could think of was that it was related to his lack of class. As he grew stronger without a class, his heretic path would grow higher, and eventually he would encounter a judgment. It seemed like the system itself seemed to take personal offense to his continued independence. Was this perhaps how everyone was slowly pushed into a class? But this line of thought still left Randomly confused. What then would the path itself provide? What rewards would he receive for taking it? And would he lose his ability to use the heretic paths the future? Would the path itself address whatever was so heretical about the situation? If he could survive the judgment, would it be better to drive the heretic path higher before using it? Was it worth the risk? Shaking his head, Randomly made a mental note to ask Alana whether she had access to the heretic path. She was relatively strong and hadn't yet chosen a class, so if his suspicions were correct, she should have also earned the system's ire. Setting aside his concerns about the notifications for now, Randomly allowed himself a small smile as he tallied the skill level gains. Truly, fighting under the pressure of the agony skill provided some bonus to the speed with which he leveled. There was no other explanation for why he had gained so much, although perhaps it was also the strange, vicious fighting trance Randomly had fallen into for a time. Randomly had gained 2 LVLS of Spear Mastery, 1 in Phantom Thrust, 3 in Spear Phantom's Footwork and Eyes of the Spear Phantom, 2 in Phantom Half Step, 3 in Heavy Blow, 5 in Dodge, 2 in Fighting Proficiency, 3 in Haste, 6 in Sweep, 1 in Phantom Onslaught, 2 in Empower, 3 in Calculated Blow and Roundhouse Kick, 4 in Edge of Decay, 2 in Physical Fitness, 3 in Pain Resistance, 5 in Grace, and finally 9 in Agony. A pretty good haul for however long he had been fighting. It all started to blur together into a giant block of blood and bone. Still, it couldn't have been any shorter than 2 hours, and definitely no longer than 5. Randomly looked dubiously at the still numerous horde of monsters, slowly pressing up against the thorn ramparts, although the bodies were piling up in some places, allowing the monsters to slowly trickle in non-standard entrances. This much should still be possible to handle. Hopefully there was also enough for Randomly to rejoin the fray without any of the defenders from taking note of him, too. Randomly poured his PP into the Spear Mastery II path, using 57 PP to finish it off. Congratulations, you have completed the Spear Mastery II path. Walk long on the battlefield and strength will naturally develop. For before absolute martial strength, what are tactics, preparation, and knowledge? But this cannot be the place you come to rest, for ahead of you the path stretches ever onward. You have learned the skill Fearsome Cut LVL1. You have learned the skill Pierce the Skies, Shatter the Earth LVL1. All physical stats +3, plus 20 health, plus 30 stamina. Congratulations, due to the influence of your other skills, Fearsome Cut has become Ghastly Slash LVL1. Ghastly slash out with such oppressive speed and strength that the very air wails as you cut through it. Effectiveness of the skill increases with skill level. Pierce the skies, shatter the earth, such is the mastery of the spear that it allows you to bend the laws of reality with its fearsome power. 2-part move, first leaping up into the air, piercing the skies, then fall to the ground, creating a large shockwave that spreads outward from the point of impact. Effectiveness of the skill increases with skill level. After he had finished allocating the points, he was quite pleased with himself, and randomly even had 5 more PP remaining. But a notification popped up, making his eyes narrow. Warning, you have long walked upon the path of the heretic, but now the cusp of the crossroads lay before you. Proceed directly to the nearest newbie village for assistance. Should you proceed, you shall face judgment. Randomly examined his status page. Randomly wondered whether heretic was determined by his soul skill, which was currently sitting at 499. But that, too, didn't really make sense, because why was this skill different from the previous one? Didn't the levels he had gained in Green Spear Mastery matter? There wasn't any way of knowing. But what Randomly had to do now was decide how he would handle this. But in his heart, he had already made the decision. After all, he was tired of dealing with the stress of the days with no release. Donaton's cowardly tribulation had driven him crazy for 3.5 weeks, refusing to reveal itself. Although it was hasty, although it was stubborn, although it was short-sighted, Randomly was tired of being told what to do. In that moment, Randomly removed his spear, made for him by Sam, and looked at it for a long time, admiring the smoothly flowing vertebrae that constituted its body. It truly was a beautiful, and Randomly made a mental note to express his appreciation towards Sam for making it. It couldn't have been an easy process. Then he examined it, once more reading its simple description. The spine spear of Eptal LVL 30, agility +2, strength +10. If you crave something, take it. Randomly bared his teeth in something akin to a smile. If you crave something, take it, huh? With glowing eyes, Randomly examined his available paths. Watcher 0. Heretic IV0, Oathbreaker 025, Initiate of Ash I075, Phantom Thrust II075, Empower 060, Path of Carnage I0. This time, Randedly took some extra time to look at the paths available to him. Watcher he had had for a long time, but Randedly was rather nonplussed over what he should expect from it, had he had access before he left the dungeon. And he already had access to Eyes of the Spear Phantom, so it wasn't clear what he was hoping to came from it. Not that he doubted that there would be a worthwhile reward, but at his core, Randedly couldn't resist efficiency. Watcher at this point didn't seem very efficient. Heretic, which was the subject of the previous notifications, was intriguing, but he didn't want to mess with it lightly, especially not when he was feeling slightly forced into the situation. If there was something that he hated, it was being pressured by others. Perhaps that's why he was so infuriated by both Constance and Reyna, even when Reyna's smile was such a slight touch on his will. As soon as he became aware of it, it was intolerable. Oathbreaker was similar to Watcher, in that he had access to it for a while, but also that Randedly wasn't sure what to expect. What sort of skill would an Oathbreaker receive? The only advantage it had over Watcher was that the quantity of PP it would require was clear, giving him a little bit more of an idea about when to use it. But that moment wasn't now. Initiate of Ash picturing that floating face of molten stone, that irredeemable cheater that Clear possessed much more power than he currently had, Randedly felt somewhat helpless. In his heart, this was the path that he most wanted to take. It would definitely lead to power if it was traversed successfully. But if he had to deal with another, more difficult challenge like the first one before he could pass it. Path of Carnage was intriguing, but again, the lack of an end amount of PP was off-putting. It would be annoying if it ended up being too high. Not the worst outcome, because it would likely have a correspondingly high reward, but this didn't seem too likely, however, because of the numbering. All of the other ones like this, such as Monster Slayer and Pathless, started off small, but his disposition still urged him away from Path of Carnage, because once he started it, he would want to finish it, and there were two options that he valued very highly available right now. The second Phantom Thrust Path and Empower, and between them, Phantom Thrust was his first real skill, learned from Shao. To this day, the strength displayed by it never failed to impress. Randedly hesitated for a split second. He had calmed down a lot since losing himself in the violence early. It truly wasn't that he was angry at Tessa, and he was inwardly quite horrified what he had done, hurting her in the heat of the moment. But it was one thing after another with the system. His lack of direction had been driving him crazy because he should have a goal. Originally, he had latched onto finding Sydney and Ace, but now he finally faced the fact that they might already be dead. He would of course continue to try and gather information, but they hadn't yet seen any other pillars of light that would indicate that other people in the zone had founded a newbie village. No, Ace and Sydney, although an important part of his past, was simply the past. Sydney was just. Then Randedly shook his head. There were no answer there. It wasn't worth dwelling on. Survival also became almost an afterthought, as his strength was so high above the level of the common monsters. Other than that, Randedly didn't have any grand dreams of punishing the instigators of the system's implementation on Earth. He didn't want to rule humanity's survivors. Perhaps he wanted to find relationships and to treasure the new ones he had, allowing them to grow, but all he really wanted to walk these paths to the end, to see what he was, what he could become. For now, walking forward was all he could do, all he wanted to do, all he knew how to do anymore, thinking beyond that. Narrowing his eyes, Randedly opened the menus back up. The one thing he didn't want to do was allow a notification to rule his life, to allow a system to rule his life. He would explore it, but he would never compromise on his terms to placate it. He did not negotiate with terrorists. Randedly put 5 PP into the Phantom Thrust II path, receiving 1 strength and a slew of notifications for his troubles. Randedly's eyes quickly scanned through the notifications. Congratulations, your Soul Skill Spear of Rot Mastery has reached LVL 500. Your path is long and winding, but you find yourself wandering deeper into the darker corners of the forest, where the incestuous growth and cannibalization of bacteria and fungus reigns supreme. Your feet desire direction. You look at the dank rot. What do you see? What is rot? Warning, you have tread too long on the path of the heretic. Heretic V is now open to you. For this, you must face judgment. Due to your affiliation with the Patron of Ash, the judgment of the Patron of Frostbite descends. Know that even if you endure through the judgment, more will follow. Proceed directly to the nearest village and speak with the spirit to repent. Warning, in a nearby area, a judgment of Frostbite descends. If you are not the one who caused this judgment to descend, your life can be preserved by staying out of the way of the judgment and by not interfering with its quest. Godspeed. Randedly was standing in a grove of trees on a slope, and in the small area below him, between where he was and the monster horde, a large glowing circle of sigils appeared in the air. They cast a strange blue light on the area that even attracted the attention of the monsters. As soon as they saw it, they fled, running into the hills. The The light condensed into a glowing figure, standing tall on the small hill. After a few seconds, the light faded away, revealing a tall creature covered in white hair. To Randedly's eyes, it looked like a 3-meter-tall yeti, its chest probably as wide across as the hood of a car. Judgment of Frostbite, LVL-37 hung over its head, but in the same way that Eptal had, this one's name was glowing yellow, and its aura reeked of danger. Randedly leveled his spear with a grin, a manic light in his eyes, but before he could advance, another notification popped up, a repeat. You look at the dank rot. What do you see? What is rot? Was it waiting for him to actually answer? Randedly looked at the strange yeti, which pounded the ground with its fists. Several small, pudgy versions of itself crawled up out of the ground, only about half as tall as a man, but the little ones began to point, spraying cones of frost that froze the nearby earth. As the slowly spreading ring of frost began to take form, Randedly looked directly into the cold blue gaze of the yeti. It raised its huge, furred hand and beckoned. It was, Randedly knew from the yeti's haughty expression, an invitation to die. This rot, Randedly whispered, is fertilizer. It is the means by which I will grow. If you crave something, take it. I will devour it. Your feet begin to move, taking you on the path of consumption and growth. You have learned the skill Bacterial Regeneration LVL1. Bacterial Regeneration, passive skill, adds an additional 1 point of regeneration per hour of health and mana, and 1 point of regeneration per minute of stamina per skill level. Effect doubles for 1 hour after eating. Grinning, Randedly removed a small roll from his satchel and began to eat. No point in wasting the extra value, even if it would amount to very little right now. Seeing that Randedly didn't appear to be moving, the yeti roared, another 24 or so little yetis popping up out of the ground. Randedly wondered where they were coming from, and as he chewed his roll, he dearly wished he had mana right now. Putting an incendiary bolt through the smug face of the yeti would give him a very profound sense of satisfaction. Still, he would work with the tools he had. His grip on the spine spear tightened. Lyra gazed from Cal to Constance, who was currently being given first aid by Vivian. After the ghost hound ripped out his tongue and sent his insects in to eat his vocal cords, Cal said, glaring at Lyra, that's when Babitaka struck. She already controlled a pretty large political faction due to her skill, and so without Constance's skill, Craig couldn't handle them all alone. He's been beaten and squirreled off somewhere too. And every day they lock us up here and come to cut out his tongue again before the system can heal it, without his voice to activate the skills. What skill does Babitaka have? Lyra asked, a kernel of wariness rising in her chest. Cal shrugged. It's some sort of replication skill. Lets her create a copy of any item. The smaller and less enhanced by the system it is, the easier it is. She's been keeping the police force supplied with ammo, which is why they are behind her. And also. Cal glanced at Constance, who sat stoically with his eyes closed, and Lyra snorted. And because Constance wasn't exactly a popular ruler while he could speak, why does she even leave him alive anyway, if something happened and his tongue grew back? Constance finally reacted, opening his eyes and gazing at Lyra with a reproachful look. She winked in response. No need to flash the bedroom eyes at me, honey, you aren't my type, and I'm sure you've learned a few dozen lessons from having your tongue cut out every day and wouldn't dream of abusing your powers ever again. Yada yada. Vivian, still frowning, turned from her ministrations. Constance is kept alive because he's the village chieftain. There are consequences for the village chieftain dying, it is said. But the threat of it keeps the town's spirit in line, and allows Babitaka to control the SB2, so it's a calculated risk leaving him alive. Ah, Lyra thought, that explains where Fake Randedly dashed off to. She could still distantly sense the projected illusion of Kim Lath moving through the city. See how people live, If it wasn't after the village chieftain, then it was moving after the village spirit. Clapping her hands, Lyra rewarded everyone around her with a sunny smile. Well, since it looks like tonight is going to be a roller coaster ride, we might as well be the first group to set off a firework. Walking casually while Cal and Vivian watched with mounting horror, Lyra walked up to the door, raised her hand, and casually pointed a finger gun at the lock. Bang! The wood splintered and shattered, the hinges ripped from the wall. The doors collapsed in a pile of dust, and Lyra stepped through, finding 2 shocked guards, both at least well trained enough to reach for their sidearms. Lyra wasn't a philosopher, but she had watched Randedly move through the monster horde on that first night, blood blooming around him like crimson lilies, wilting in the next second, leaving nothing but death. And although the ground stunk for hours afterward, she had never forgotten how beautiful it was. Bang! Both heads of the police split like sledge-hammered melons, destroyed by her mana bullet skill. She even received a skill level. She looked over her shoulder at the wide-eyed trio behind her, smiling slightly. Ready for your daring rescue, princesses. After a short silence and several exclamations, they followed, almost unwillingly. They proceeded down the tower, Lyra skipping and hopping and killing every guard they came across except one. It was the skinniest person they had seen in police riot gear, and Lyra was tired of wandering around without a purpose, so she cut off his hands to ensure he wouldn't try anything funny, and spent a very satisfying 15 minutes alone in a room with him, while Lyra's 3 princesses waited outside. Lyra had a cruel upbringing, and she professionally had learned to act like the person the viewer wanted to see. She could be anything. Due to her admitted fixation on Randidly, she had kept to herself in Donaton, keeping people away from the very sharp edges of her personality. But now in this other town, after Randidly had fled south to get away from her attention, based on how quickly the man broke into tears, begging for mercy, Lyra admitted to herself she might be bottling up some emotions related to Randidly, and they weren't positive ones. But she left the room with the location of Craig, the black man who had been police lieutenant before the system came, which mellowed out her princess's grumbles considerably. Once they knew he was located on the 10th floor, Lyra balsily just took the elevator down, not bothering with anything else. Just as she expected, they were greeted by a face of absolute surprise when they came off the elevator and walked around the corner, finding the guard station. As they scrambled to their feet, Lyra waved her hand, and birds formed of mana swooped forward, ripping through their necks. Their eyes dimming, they fell to the ground. Vivian vomited in the corner of the hallway as Lyra bent over and rummaged through the body's pockets. When they opened the door, they found Craig chained to a chair, barely conscious. Even Constance moved to his side, his face concerned. Lyra removed a mana potion and a health potion from her pocket, drinking the former and passing the latter to Vivian, who began dripping it into Craig's lips. "Princess number 4, get," Lyra said in a pleased tone. Randidly stepped gracefully forward, weaving in between 2 of the mini yetis. Their faces contorted in fury, they shaped their mouths into an O and blew, producing a cone of frost. Grimacing, Randidly used Phantom Half-Step on a distant mini yeti to dodge the skills aimed at him, and then used Ghastly Slash, whipping the head of his spear downward toward the back of one of the offending mini yetis. Truly, as he slashed, the air howled with the passage of his spear, and when the skill struck it, the monster was split in half. Randidly gained a skill level in Ghastly Slash and continued turning, slashing again, taking another mini yeti in the waist, cutting it in half. But unfortunately, before Randidly's slaughter of the mini yetis continued, their yeti leader arrived, furious. Roaring, it smashed its fist downward towards Randidly, aiming to crush him. Which, considering that the yeti's arm was the size of Randidly's entire body, was possible if he were hit. The yeti produced a frost aura as well that slowed enemies when it neared, making it very difficult to battle. But Randidly still had few tricks up his sleeve. Randidly activated Pierce the Heavens, Shatter the Earth, leaping upward in a blur, led by the sharp tip of his spear. Somehow the yeti had the perception to see the attack coming and leaned its head backwards out of the way. As opposed to ripping a large gash in its throat, Randidly's spear only traced a thin line of blood up its hairy cheek. Chiding himself on failing to use haste and empower prior to the move, Randidly began to fall, spear pointing at the ground. He smashed into the earth with a huge crack between several mini yetis. The ground cracked and buckled, and a shockwave exploded outward, knocking the mini yetis away like they were made of paper. As the shockwave dispersed, Randidly dismissed the notification for gaining a level in the skill and downed a stamina potion, preparing for an extended battle. But instead of an attack from the yeti, he only found it kneeling next to its fallen little children, keening in a soft voice. Then its eyes narrowed, it looked up at him with naked hatred. "Don't go soft on me now. You came here to kill me, did you not? If you weren't willing to risk being devoured, why have you come?" Vibrating with barely controlled fury, the yeti stood. Then it raised its hands, and a vortex of ice formed, swirling downwards. After several seconds of this, a giant blue hammer made entirely of ice was formed, and the yeti snatched it out of the air. After spinning it expertly as if it was made of nothing, the yeti bellowed a challenge and rushed towards Randidly. The hammer of ice swept sideways towards Randidly, but he did not retreat. No, with the increase in stats gained from equipping the spine spear, Randidly wanted to know just what the limit of his strength was. He hasted himself and empowered himself and used Sweep, the huge bone spear and ice hammer swinging towards one another. They met was a loud boom, both weapons vibrating uncontrollable. Unfortunately, Randidly stumbled back, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger torn by the impact. "Just a little short, huh?" he mumbled, his eyes burning. The yeti seemed slightly shocked by this too, and changed his stance, preparing to attack more seriously. Grinning wildly, Randidly beckoned the yeti, imitating its haughty air from earlier. They hurried through the darkened streets, heading for the edge of town. Lyra's powerful mana sense could detect anyone with even a thread of mana, so they easily avoided all the patrols. It wasn't until an explosion occurred to the south, where Lyra sensed the Randidly projection had gone, before the alarm was really raised, and it didn't seem like it was related to them escaping. Large booms continued to echo outward from the area, and their group used this cover to escape. After downing one of Randidly's signature health potion, Craig had recovered most of his usual vigor and was able to jog along with the rest of them. However, after a particularly loud boom, the party was forced to stop as Constance fell to his knees. A low groan escaped from his mouth, unable to be shaped by a tongue and soundly oddly animalistic. Lyra frowned down at him. What? But just then she heard a gasp and tuned. Craig was staggering, holding his chest. Both Cal and Vivian looked decidedly uncomfortable. What's wrong? It feels, Craig gasped, his lungs heaving. Like something is being ripped out of me. Vivian winced. Mine's not so bad as that, just a weird grinding. Like I can feel myself developing high blood pressure. Her frown deepening, Lyra activated her skill, Eyes of Wonder, the skill that had led to everything else. The skill she had gained from looking at Randidly. She could now see the utmost details in the flow of energy in their bodies. The swirl of mana, the pulse of stamina. But beyond that, she saw the thin veins of that insidious, addicting violet energy that people gathered ambiently. Based on its significant presence in all of their bodies, they all had obtained classes. Lyra had noticed that obtaining classes gave people another source for this violet energy, which had both simultaneously made her want to get one immediately and never get one ever. Her use of it already felt dangerous if she had access to more. As her attention sharpened on these veins of violet energy, thin and weak in Cal and Vivian, much thicker and more prevalent in Craig, Lyra could make out several small, rough-looking black particles flowing along from whatever source the violet energy came from, depositing themselves in the people's bodies. But when Lyra turned to Constance, the blood drained from her face. He had two veins, one so thick it had blossomed into a whirlpool in his chest. In his body, those small black particles flowed outward, more and more and more. At this point, those violet veins were only half energy and the other half this strange substance. Lyra turned back to Cal and Vivian. You two have classes. Vivian blushed, looking at the ground. Yes. What are they? Vivian's blush deepened, her gaze still on the ground. Mine's consort. Lyra snorted and turned to Cal. And you? Mine's also consort, he said, all the while meeting her gaze defiantly. Lyra burst out laughing. Then she shook herself, refocusing. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to mock these two arrogant individuals, although the idea of the two of them engaging in activities with Constance. She spared Constance a glance. He was, without a doubt, the most vanilla person she had ever seen in terms of appearance. If this were the world prior to the system, Hollywood would have given him work as a background extra as long as he wanted it. Sighing, Lyra reached out with her perception towards the true body of Kim Lath. When she felt its rising energies, her worst fears were confirmed. I think, Lyra said, hesitating, I think your village spirit got eaten. She didn't feel guilt, per se, even though this was her fault. No, what she felt was responsibility. Because although Turtletown had lost its spirit, Donaton had gained the location of their tribulation, and with that. Lyra's eyes blazed azure and violet, the energies within her twining together. With that, she would exact swift revenge. Null gasped and stood, knocking over the table that he and Daniel had been playing chess on. Prepare for battle, he whispered, looking wide-eyed at Daniel. As Daniel opened his mouth to reply, Glendale rushed in, looking flustered. Daniel, there are monsters everywhere, call the council. Daniel said grimly, his voice only trembling slightly with fear. Had it been Daniel from a month ago, he would have panicked. But now he had grown accustomed to such emergencies. Is anyone out on patrol? Declan is. Glendale whispered, and his squad was right where the monsters appeared. His squad has already suffered 2 casualties. I've guided him towards an area to escape, but... Nuff, Daniel's frown deepened. If it was enemies at the level that it was threatening Declan's squad, wait until the council gets here, then explain. Then Daniel's gaze turned to Null. What do you know? Just that Donaton's tribulation has come and it is strong. Null said simply, I would like to remind you that the victory and loss is determined only by 2 lives, my own and the tribulation. Whichever of us survives gains the village. Either it continues as a village, or... Null closed his mouth, his face taken on that pained expression he had when he said too much. Daniel frowned. This was new information. So what Null was essentially saying was everyone was essentially expendable but him. Well, freak that. So what's happening? Donnie asked, scanning around the table, his eyes landing on Glendale. Only 6 minutes had passed, but the ghostly whispers in their ears had drawn the entire council to the main building of the trainee village, except Declan, who from Glendale's sweaty brow was still encountering quite a bit of trouble. I don't know how I missed them, it's like they just sprang into existence. But all of a sudden the area to the north was filled with monsters. From what I can see, there are 2 Tier I raid bosses, and a Tier II as well. It's like someone was hiding them this entire time. The tribulation, Daniel said, his eyes glittering. It's not directly powerful, but seems to be skilled at subterfuge. It apparently knew enough about us to avoid your ghosts, which is disturbing. What sort of numbers are we talking? I mean, only about half the amount of a normal monster horde, but their levels are all at least 24, because the raid bosses have had time to spawn. Rough sledding, Dozer rumbled, his face peaceful. And Declan, Donnie asked, still being chased by one of the raid boss forces. But Glendale said, but Regina interrupted. Tell him to distract and engage. At that level, we can't take them all on at once. Better to lure those we can to the village too so we can make use of the Aura of Arbor. No need, they will come, Null said, seeking my life, your utmost priority. Defense for now, gather ourselves for a strike. The Mage Corps can probably blow a pretty large hole in their lines. It's a bit more awkward without Clarissa, but it should still work, Sam said, rubbing his chin. Regina nodded, my thoughts exactly. Donnie, will you take your squad and rendezvous with Declan? Dozer, you are on mop duty. Take the numerals with you, it's time to see if all their swagger is worth anything. Save your strength as much as possible. Then she turned to Null. Do you know where the tribulation is? He hesitated, then shook his head. Regina glanced at Glendale, who simply shrugged. Sighing, Regina said, well then, we will hold until we get a lead. In the meantime, the important targets are the raid bosses. They will be coming through the quarry, yes, ETA 10 minutes, Glendale reported. Donnie, Dozer, and Ptolemy got up and left, heading to reinforce their lines. Glendale closed his eyes, commanding his ghosts. Sam glanced grimly at Regina and Mrs. Hamilton. If we don't find where it is. Damn, it's really rough missing both the Ghost Hound and Clarissa. Their firepower would alleviate a lot of pressure, Mrs. Hamilton muttered. But what can we do? Regina asked, her voice frustrated. Actually, I have a solution. All four of them looking up to find Lyra, followed by four limping individuals. When they made it into the room, the four collapsed. Lyra wiggled her fingers at the group. Just buy me some time, okay? I'll have everything fixed up in a jiffy. Declan raced forward, his expression locked into a scowl. The ambush had been unexpected, but nothing they couldn't handle. But then they had harried and disengaged, seeking to gain some space, and had backed up into another enemy. The first group of monsters were Cyclops, tall, physically powerful beasts who were deadly in close proximity, but slow. The second group was skeletal horses, who had more than enough speed to chase down their group. Luckily, they weren't controlled by one leader, so there was some friction between the groups when they encountered one another. By sticking in the space between the two groups, Declan and his squad were able to keep enough distance not to get crushed by the Cyclops, and keep far enough away from open stretches to not get run down by the skeleton horses. And they would have done it perfectly, without any casualties, if Ivan hadn't madly tried to finish off a Cyclops for the stat gains, and hadn't done enough damage to kill it. In a fit of fury, the Cyclops struck. His body was splattered against the Cyclops' skull by a palm, a sight Declan wouldn't soon forget. It was a good, if costly, reminder that this wasn't a game. They were running in a long arc, meaning to bring them eventually around and towards Donaton, but a strange thing sticking out of the ground caught his attention. It pointed. Declan immediately shifted, following its direction, hands signaling to Tara and the rest of the crew to follow. They flowed smoothly behind him, nervous, but they had their faith in their squad leader. If they hadn't, they would have broken when Ivan died. Their path cut them sideways through a few Cyclops, but they followed without complaint. Daggers and throwing hatchets and other projectile weapons hitting the vulnerable eyes of the nearby enemies. Once they got wind of it, their eyes snapped shut, but it bought them the few seconds the group needed to dash through. Declan signaled again, and the whole group increased in speed, rushing towards a copse of trees 400 meters away. They would burn through their stamina reserves to get there, but if Declan's suspicions were correct. As they neared the trees, he saw they were thick with low-hanging vines. He ducked under and led the group in, not stopping even as the Cyclops chased after them. Declan, if we stay here, we are going to get trapped. Tara said nervously, glancing around, something about these trees. Then she froze as the vines moved, revealing a suspended, floating mass of rot and flesh. Thorn had grown since Declan had seen it last, and grown a lot. The mass of flesh was probably just as large as he would be if he curled up into a ball. The air below it was thick with thorny vines, sinking into the ground and spreading around, covering the entire group of trees. Let them come, Declan said, turning to the group with a manic glint in his eyes. We are going to make our stand here, and we are going to bleed every last jerk that tries to come for us. As if understanding Declan's words, the whole copse began to rumble, Thorn vibrating in pleasure at the thought. Randedly breathed heavily, staggering forward to meet the Yeti. Time and time again they had rushed together and crashed against each other, Randedly's sweep meeting the mighty swing of the Yeti's ice hammer. Randedly had lost out just slightly, especially at the beginning, but he quickly mastered the art of recovering from that and using ghastly slash to inflict debilitating wounds on the Yeti's shoulders, easing some of the burden on himself. Unfortunately, the Yeti was intelligent enough to see through Randedly's plan, and had made him pay for it. A glancing blow with the shaft of the hammer had cracked a few ribs, and the Yeti had taken to swinging great, overhand blows that almost completely killed Randedly's legs. Even now he could barely keep standing. Still, to fall meant death. With glowing eyes, Randedly tightened his grip on his spear and followed it forward, meeting the hammer. Boom. The force of the blow reverberated in the clearing. It seemed like the monster horde had finally been hunted to extinction, and now Franksburg was noticing the battle happening between Randedly and the Yeti. However, they didn't dare approach, both because of the level and speed of the fighting, and due to the notification that warned them about interfering with the judgment, which suited Randedly just fine. More people would just get in the way. Randedly grinned at the Yeti, his smile all teeth. To his surprise, the Yeti smiled back, its eyes still bright with hatred, and then said something in a low, rumbling tone. In a very distantly familiar manner, the strange sound swirled and snapped into focus. Shy killer, you are very strong, but even suppressed to classlessness, I am stronger. There are always those such as you who struggle, and yet every time the system crushes them. You cannot fight against Etha, it is life. As pleasurable as banter is, I'm just going to kill you. Randedly remarked, raising a potion to his lips, taking advantage of the space to regain some health and stamina. The Yeti just chuckled and removed a vivid pink potion, downing it quickly. Its body shuddered, then the flesh knit itself back together, its shoulders once more whole. Then it took its ice hammer in its right hand and raised its left. Another vortex formed, ice falling to condense into a second hammer. Dual-wielding hammers, the Yeti strolled forward. This is the day you die, heretic. Commented, Randedly frowned. Not only did the Yeti have potions, it seemed as though its potions were an even higher quality than his. How was that fair? Inwardly, Randedly admitted his potion abuse was most of why he could gain victory over these individuals with levels, but it definitely didn't feel good to be on the receiving end of it. Actually, Randedly won't be dying today. Humans aren't the type to abandon each other. The female voice surprised Randedly because he hadn't heard anyone coming. He turned to find Lyra standing next to him with a bright expression, smiling at him. Something inside Randedly melted slightly, looking at that smile, as lovely as the morning's first ray of sun, heralding the coming warmth of the day. His phantom thrust took her in the chest, where a heart would be on a human. Lyra doesn't talk like that, Randedly commented. Lyra blinked and then vomited out a mouthful of blood. Randedly, why? Randedly frowned in annoyance, and she wouldn't be so dumb as to let me attack her. What are you? Seeing that the Yeti had stopped and was regarding the situation with curiosity, Randedly's arms blurred as he unleashed a ghastly slash, bisecting Lyra's body entirely. A spray of blood covered Randedly, wet and warm. Then it all evaporated into mist. Then the mist recondensed several feet away, still Lyra, still smiling prettily, but a name hung above her head. Kim Lath, the tribulation of many faces, LVL 38. I've waited a long time for this, Randedly commented, leveling his spear. But the creature just laughed. This is just an illusion. Fight me here all you want. The only reason I bothered to appear now is that soon Donaton will fall and then I'll be able to fight you directly. Plus, if I can kill you while you don't have access to mana, the illusion morphed and shifted, turning into another 3-meter-tall Yeti with 2 large ice hammers. Your interference is unnecessary, the first Yeti said, frowning. The other Yeti laughed, still talking with Lyra's voice. You are bound by the will of your patron. You are judgment. Descend upon the heretic and end his transgressions. The first Yeti frowned but said nothing as it began approaching Randedly once more. Unable to resist it any longer, Randedly began to laugh. It was long and loud and came from his gut. Double the difficulty, perhaps more with the addition that each had 2 hammers. Interesting, too interesting. This is exactly what he needed. Good, Randedly said, settling into his stance with hungry eyes. The more fertilizer, the better. The faster he would grow. The faster he could acquire the power he needed to survive. If you crave something, take it. In that moment, there was nothing Randedly craved more than power. He activated agony and threw himself at the 2 shocked Yeti, his spear howling through the air towards them. The troop of Cyclops crashed forward, ripping the trees up by their roots. Thick thorny vines snaked under their feet, sliding up their feet and knocking them off balance. Declan flashed forward, arriving at the Cyclops' neck in a second. He slashed twice, once on the jugular, once on the eye, and then took a spike as long as his forearm from his ring and drove it into the Cyclops' heart. The thing staggered, shocked and weakened by its lifeblood pouring away. Thorn picked up its feebly struggling body and threw it at 2 other approaching Cyclops, knocking them to the ground. Terra and another member of his squad leapt forward, making several deep cuts into the fallen duo, and then retreated. Thorn then picked up those bodies and threw them around, knocking even more to the ground. With a roar, another wave of Cyclops arrived, ripping away the ever-dwindling trees that hid Declan's squad. Again and again they struck, and more Cyclopses fell, but there were still a huge number of them. Their high level meant dealing a killing blow was difficult, even with them distracted by Thorn. Blood pumped out of their wounds, but still they staggered to their feet, their single eye burning with hatred. But Declan just tightened his grip on the knife given to him by the ghost hound and rushed forward. That dagger was hot and seemed to be hungry for flesh. Declan planned to feed it. After all, nothing was ever accomplished by complaining about a problem. You had to stand straight and face it, or in this case, kill it. Paolo, the individual who obtained the class brawler, current leader of Squad I, cracked his knuckles. After removing the bone equipment made by Sam to signify his position from his ring and putting it on, Paolo turned and grinned over his shoulder at the rest of the squad. Let's show him why we are the best. Kale, the individual who obtained the class ranger, current leader of Squad II, snorted. Kale turned to his squad and said, "Everyone be ready to provide relief when they crack under the pressure." "Belay that order, Squad II," Paolo commented. "I outrank your squad leader and therefore you need to obey me." "Ignore that belay, Squad II," Kale said haughtily, drawing his long knives. Squad I has gone senile with fear. It seems it falls to us to lead the charge. To their surprise, they were beaten to their location by the enemy. Already a dozen or so skeletal horses had streamed through the shattered gates, rushing towards them. Paolo snapped the clasp on his bone gauntlets into place. "Squad I, how do we treat insubordinate, inferior squads, just like enemies?" Then men shouted, breaking into a jog. "And what do we do to enemies? Kill him good." Kale rolled his eyes, his squad beginning to sprint, weapons drawn. "Squad I, what do we do to enemies? Kill them first," Paolo glowered. "Squad I, kill them better." Kale spat on the ground. "Squad I, kill them now." Their lines met the charge of the skeletal horses. Paolo's fist smashed into the leading horse, shattering its skull to powder. Kale moved like quicksilver in the night, cutting his horse at the knees, where it collapsed weakly, with another long knife buried in its skull. Regina frowned down at Constance, long, violet lines spreading from his heart to cover his body. Craig, Cal, and Vivian had them too, but they were nowhere near as bad as Constance's. "What's happening to them?" Daniel asked nervously. He had liked the fact that Lyra had just dropped off these strangely afflicted individuals and left. "I don't quite know, but I don't believe it is medical," Regina commented, frowning. "It was just the two of them in the room with the people from Turtle Town." And of course Null, when he chose to show himself. "The neighboring village has fallen to a tribulation. Soon it shall become a dungeon, and its people will become the monsters that populate it if they do not shed their bond with that village." Vivian blinked. "We will become monsters." Null nodded. "The changes have already begun. You are switching from the traveler system to the monster system. That is the pain you feel, but you can be saved if you agree to switch to this village. Fine, do what you have to," grunted Cal, holding his abdomen. Null moved forward with a small smile and offered his hand to Cal. "Take my hand and forsake your previous village. You will lose your class and all stats gained therein, but you will retain your life." Cal took that hand. His smile deepening, Null pressed his hand against Cal's chest. Before, Cal was in pain, but it was bearable. Now Cal began to scream. Within a few seconds, Cal was foaming at the mouth. Then his eye rolled up into the back of his head and he collapsed. Null pulled, and a strange something of energy was ripped out of Cal's body, which shuddered, then stilled. Null ate whatever it was he pulled from Cal, then turned to Vivian and Craig, still with a bland smile in place on his face. "Take my hand, and I shall save you." Dozer advanced, using his large club to batter and crack the shells of the flood of beetles that rushed towards the village. His squad was barely holding together, but they couldn't switch out the usual Legion-style tactics didn't work on these enemies. Their shells were too tough, they just shrugged off most attacks. These were the spawn of the Tier II raid boss, and they were just as tough as their level of 28 would indicate. At the back, Dozer had even seen some LVL-30s directing the beetles. With Donnie's squad out to reinforce Declan, and Squad's I through VI blocking the skeletal horses from the north. There was only Dozer to hold this front. Two more beetles jumped forward, aiming for his exposed side. Dozer let go of the club with one arm, reaching and grabbing the jaw of the first beetle to leap, brutally snapping off its lower jaw. The second he ignored, and at the last moment an arrow slid forward, through the space under his arm and hit the attacking beetle through the head. This didn't kill it, but it caused the beetle to falter in confusion, and Dozer brought his huge club to bear, smashing the beetles to pieces. His squad surged forward with him, sharing Dozer's fury that one of their own had been wounded. They crashed forward, smashing a dozen beetles with their wild blows. Dozer felt light taps on his shoulders, but ignored it. "Dozer, baby, you should really be more careful." Annie rebuked, standing on his shoulders and smoothly firing arrows into the crowd of beetles, buying time for Dozer's squad to fall back and regroup. Making a girl work so hard, even while she's wearing a skirt. Almost instinctually, Dozer glanced up while drinking a stamina potion, and sure enough, he could see right up his woman's skirt to her lacy red panties. She lightly hopped off him and patted Dozer's back, winking, "Make sure you come back alive." Then she sauntered off, a definite swing to her hips, heading to reinforce another area. Feeling a heat unrelated to the battle rising within him, Dozer unwillingly turned back to the beetles. Randidly staggered backwards, wounds covering his body. He let agony drop and downed a health potion, weaving between wild swings of the fake Yeti. It was just as large and fast as the real thing, just less powerful with its blows. Also, any wounds he inflicted on it instantly healed, the illusion reforming around the attacks. Meanwhile, the real Yeti rushed forward, swinging both hammers to meet Randidly's spear. A shockwave sent Randidly stumbling again, his face twisted into a scowl. In addition, a small crack had emerged in his spear. It was small now, but the longer this fight went on, You cannot win, the fake Yeti sang with Lyra's voice, smashing sideways with its hammer, forcing Randedly to block awkwardly with the shaft of the spear. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth to right himself, his eyes flicking sideways to the real Yeti. But once more it stopped, giving him a small breath to regain his feet before it rushed forward. Randedly's eyes narrowed, taking me lightly. He used pierce the skies, shatter the earth to leap upwards, and then land some distance away with a crash, throwing up a cloud of dust. With that small barrier obscuring the Yeti's vision, Randedly finally addressed his notifications. There were several about the synchronicity, and minutes decreased, and there were also several for skill levels, but Randedly focused on 3 in particular. Congratulations. Due to your actions, you are developing your own personal skill. Skill is 75 complete. Congratulations. Due to your actions, you are developing your own personal skill. Skill is 100 complete. Please return to a village to obtain your new skill. Immediate skill creation is possible. Would you like to proceed, YN? Randedly frowned at these seemingly conflicting messages, but he had no time to hesitate, clicking yes. Warning, creation of a skill with insufficient fuel will lead to death. Do you wish to proceed, YN? This did give him some pause, but that strange, freezing, burning energy in his chest had been growing as he fought, and now he could feel it pulsing, especially in his throat. Randedly wasn't even sure that he could speak currently due to the burning numbness radiating from his throat and chest. But that strange energy began to pulse faster as he looked at the notification, as if assuring him there was sufficient fuel. Randedly clicked yes. Congratulations, your own personal skill has been created. You have created the skill set 7 kata of the Ashen Spear Rue. You have learned the first kata, the Spear Advances, Ash Trails LVL1. Congratulations, you are the second person to create a skill set on your planet, plus 50 to health, mana, stamina. Congratulations, you are the first person to create something of the runic rarity in your Nexus class. You have gained the skill Superiority LVL1. Superiority LVL1, passive skill. Some individuals are blessed. Although all other factors indicate you should lose, you manage to succeed. Stats and skill levels are worth an infinitely small amount more than normal. Effect increases with skill level. This skill set seemed to be something worth investigating, but Randedly didn't have time. He downed health and stamina potions as quickly as he could, but to his surprise, the 2 Yetis hadn't approached. They simply stood there, waiting for him to finish. The real Yeti finished drinking its potion and tilted its head at him. Do you really think you can win? I have stayed my hand time and time again, but no longer. You shall now die. The fake Yeti just smiled as the real Yeti raised its arm, another vortex of snow appearing, eventually condensing into a suit of crystal armor on the real Yeti's body. Randedly looked down at his spear, at the growing crack, and then sighed. Sam was going to be so annoyed with him. Are you prepared? Randedly asked, surprising himself. The Yeti seemed surprised too, but then something that it saw in Randedly's expression made him grow serious. It nodded, lowering itself into a fighting stance. The fake Yeti circled around, trying to get Randedly stuck between them, but Randedly ignored it. Instead, he raised his spear, bent his knees, and spoke in a clear voice. The Spear Advances, Ash Trails. As the skill kicked in, Randedly also activated Haste and Empower, basically using all of his stamina for this one move. His knees exploded with force, and Randedly thought he felt something tear, but already he was ripping forward through the air, an explosion of flame propelling him forward. The Yeti's eyes widened, but Randedly had already arrived right in front of him, his spine spear piercing forward towards the crystal armor. All the Yeti had time to do was cross his hammers in front of him in a defensive posture. BOOM. Lyra walked slowly forward, grinning around. I know you are here, Kimmy. Why don't you come out and play? Strolling calmly forward into the dank cave, Lyra didn't bat an eye as dozens of pairs of yellow eyes opened in the dark, revealing themselves to be oversized bats hanging from the ceiling. You have another raid boss squirreled away. Certainly have been industrious, Kimmy. But did you really think that would stop me? With a wave of her hand, Lyra produced several glowing bats of mana, normal-sized ones. But as the 2 sides met, it was the giant bats that fell lifeless to the floor. You are certainly dangerous. Randedly's voice spoke, but it is useless. You have already lost. Your village spirit will die. Val and Craig had both consented to the procedure of nulls, and had now passed out on the small beds, resting. Overall, Daniel thought that Null seemed very pleased. His bland smile had widened considerably as he had eaten whatever it was that he had taken from the people to save them. Regina seemed initially dubious of the effectiveness of whatever it was that Null did, but the violet-black lines rapidly faded from their bodies. But at that moment, something very surprising happened. Constance sat up. With a vicious grin and pure black eyes, he straightened and stood, an exceedingly strange aura spreading out from him. And as Regina watched, words formed over his head, fading into existence. The writing blazed purple. The Mad King Constance LVL. The level flickered for a while and Constance stumbled, but it was rapidly shifting and the strange letters soon merged to become 0. Quickly, we must, Null said hastily, backing away, but he was interrupted. Silence. Stand still. The commands rumbled out, imperious. Null, Regina, and Daniel froze. A strange, blob-like creature flickered into existence in the tent. Constance's level increased to 1. Interesting. Who would have thought that foolish girl would deliver my boss monster directly to you? This certainly is a nice surprise. The level above Constance's head increased to 2 and then 3. I'm not one to monologue, but the blob started, but then was interrupted by a bang. Constance staggered forward, a blood stain appearing in his chest. He turned slowly, his pitch-black eyes falling to rest on Craig, who was sitting up, pointing a pistol towards his chest. You, Constance said wonderingly. A bang sounded again, and this bullet took Constance in his left eye socket. Constance's level increased to 4, but now Craig stood, albeit unsteadily, leveling his gun at him. How can you move? The blob hissed. Your class was taken. You have no stats or skills. That's not true, Craig said tonelessly, striding forward, firing bullet after bullet into Constance's skull. I have nothing gained from a class, but all that I gained training on my own, all I gained from paths, all those points I put into willpower, so Constance could never again dominate the town. I'm sorry, my one-time friend. Craig reloaded as Constance's level increased to 5 and then walked right up to him. Constance opened his mouth, but only 2 words came out. Thank you. Then Craig used 8 bullets to spread the contents of Constance's brain on the ground. His levels ceased increasing, and the glowing name slowly faded into nothing. The blob backed away, but Null pounced forward. You aren't getting away this time. I shall devour you. Fool, the blob spat. You are weak. Even this projection can crush your will and absorb you. Only if you're willing to let go of control of your raid bosses, Null countered wickedly. And if you do that, we will find you and kill you. Panting, Lyra arrived at a crystal barrier, only the gory bodies of the bats remaining behind her. She had been forced to rely on that freezing, wonderful, addicting violet energy inside of her in order to make it this far, but it wasn't as bad as she had worried. This amount should be recoverable over a few weeks, but now she stood in front of a strange hexagonal barrier made of energy. In the middle of the small barrier, not 5 feet away, the tribulation crouched, a sad, fat blob that looked more like a deflated rubber ball than anything else. Kimmy, you locked the door. That seems rude. There was no answer. Kim Lath seemed to be concentrating very hard on something very far away, leaving Lyra alone with the body and the shield. Lyra created a bird of mana, which bounced harmlessly off the shield. Then she created a giant bear that smashed its paw against the barrier. The barrier trembled, but showed no visible signs of weakness. Lyra frowned. This was a first for her, encountering something she couldn't defeat. She raised her hand, made a finger gun, and said, bang. The barrier didn't even tremble. Her frown deepened. Her magic was based on image. The stronger the image, the stronger the attack, but at the same time, the higher the cost. And if she wanted to create something powerful enough to pierce this barrier, she shivered and considered the violet energy inside of her. More seeped in every moment, but it was far from enough. What she was planning would consume almost all of the energy she had. This wasn't even the extra energy, this was literally all of the energy. Based on her observations, this energy was what let people live in the system-enhanced world. In small doses, it enhances the body, altering it to provide stats and skills. Without it, but Lyra felt the connection Kim Lath still maintained, far to the south, down where Randedly was. She couldn't know for sure that he was in danger, but if the cautious Kim Lath was willing to move. Lyra sat, removing several potions from her bag and drinking them. Then she began to prepare to do something very, very dangerous. It was illogical, she knew, but still. For him, she was compelled. For Randedly, she would do anything. Randedly and the Yeti looked at each other. Randedly glanced down at the broken shaft of his spear and then shrugged. Almost disappointed, the Yeti nodded slowly. It was as good of a match as could be expected in a place like this. Fighting is fun, Randedly said, almost to himself, causing the Yeti to burst into a fit of low chuckles, blood dripping from his mouth. Yes, it really is. If you insist on walking down this path, we will meet again. I look forward to it. The Yeti muttered, slowly falling backwards, the top half of Randedly's spear buried into its chest. The shattered armor fell to pieces, slowly melting. His broken hammers of ice dropped to the ground with a dull thump. Randedly regretfully turned away and looked towards the fake Yeti, which had split into 4 human-sized Yetis, which waved their hammers at him. Randedly simply raised a stamina potion to his lips, considering, perhaps it's best to just hurry back, Randedly muttered. As if I'd let you, the Yetis spat, rushing towards him. Randedly shrugged, leaning down and removing the top half of the spear from the Yeti's chest, placing it into his satchel. Then he used Phantom Half-Step to move past the Yetis towards a random scout sent by Franksburg and immediately began sprinting north. Lyra was always beautiful, and her parents always complimented her on it. Her father was a screenwriter turned amateur director, and her mother was just pretty enough to be arm candy in B-rank flicks. But from the day Lyra was born, the pair of them both were seized by a shared delusion that their daughter would be the what they never could be, a star. Perhaps God had felt sorry for them for a life of mediocrity because they turned out to be right. Acting lessons, singing lessons, dancing lessons. Lyra's life was a merry-go-round of lessons, preparing her to be an actress. And at every lesson, Lyra excelled. It was when she was 7 that this finally paid off, and Lyra was recommended by her acting teacher. It was only a role as an understudy, but her parents were ecstatic. And then, when on the first day the original girl for the part was sick, Lyra stepped forward and performed the scenes with her own unique twist. The director, slightly nonplussed, had looked at Lyra and said, "That was really good, but I'm not sure if this is what the producers had in mind." Lyra simply shrugged. That's how the character would have done it. For several minutes the two just stared at each other, the director struggling with how he should view this tiny actress, Lyra profoundly sure she was right. Helpless, the director showed the producers the first day's footage. They fell in love with Lyra's Jen, and needless to say, even after she had recovered, the original girl was told very politely that her services were no longer required, because when you looked at Lyra, it was very hard to look away. Later that year, late at night, when the resounding success of Lyra's movie became public, and her having no small role in that success, Lyra found herself staring at her reflection in the mirror. She reached out and dragged her fingers across the smooth surface of the mirror, not admiringly, but wonderingly. "Is this what it means to be beautiful?" the 7-year-old asked the hard mirror with a soft voice. Donnie looked on at the blood-soaked ground, shock clear on his face. Even the raid boss lay dead and groaning on the ground. Like hollow-eyed ghosts, Declan's squad walked among the bodies, slicing larger gashes in some cyclopses, removing projectile weapons from others. All the while, the seemingly infinite vines of thorn moved, picking up and squeezing bodies dry. Declan, Donnie said, unsure of how to proceed. He had come to reinforce them, but when he'd arrived, the cyclopses had already been practically bled to death. Declan looked up, blinking. Then he raised a hand to his mouth and shouted, "No rest for the wicked boys, looks like there are more monsters to kill." Donnie took several steps backwards, because not 3 seconds later he was surrounded by Declan's squad, all of them covered in blood, most cradling broken arms, drinking health or stamina potions. "Another day in the life," Tara muttered, producing an apple and biting into it. "The next order of business is moving to reinforce Dozer's division against the Tier II raid boss," Donnie said, recovering from the shock. He grinned at the tired-looking squad and turned and walked away. "We'll head over now, but just show up after you shower, all right? We have standards in Donaton." Annie had worked frantically the past hour keeping Dozer and his little friends alive, not even bothering to tease Dozer. She just darted from rampart to rampart, using her height and archery to control the number of beetle things that could come towards the squad at once. Even so, they seemed endless, but Dozer showed no signs of slowing, even getting himself worked into a fever-pitch green ichor covering his club and part of his body. Annie wrinkled her nose. She would definitely make him shower before giving him his reward tonight. Well, probably. Annie allowed herself to admire his shoulders and arms for a second. Normally, she would carefully control herself about such things. It would do no good if he knew how strongly he could influence her. But now was a safe time for 2 reasons. 1, Dozer seemed quite distracted, and 2, it appeared the cavalry had arrived. Aegis. Donnie's familiar shout sounded out, and a group began ripping into the back of the beetle formation, cutting swiftly forward to alleviate some of the pressure from Dozer's squad. Declan's squad moved like hungry ghosts, stabbing their sharp weapons around the hard shells, aiming for the soft, fleshy joints. A roar sounded out, and a huge beetle with huge chittering legs reared up, revealing itself in the middle of the horde. Annie sighed, watching Dozer's eyes begin to glow as he cut his way forward. Of course he would challenge it. Dozer added weight to his challenge by crushing several nearby beetles, clearing out a small area. Incensed, the beetle charged, heading directly towards Dozer's wild swing. Annie breathed in, then breathed out, her focus narrowing as she activated her snipe ability. The 2 forms, Dozer a quarter the size of the beetle, rushed towards each other, positively crackling with force. Annie loosed her arrow. The arrow slid through the air, whistling so fast at such a high frequency that it was practically silent. You would only know it was coming from the prickling on the back of your neck. The arrow struck the beetle in the eye, but it didn't even seem to care, crashing into the full-strength swing of Dozer. Grunting, Dozer was immediately forced backwards as his swing didn't even slow the beetle. It crashed forward, lashing out with its legs. Dozer managed to get his club up in time to block the leg that swung towards him, but his club splintered slightly, a long crack appearing at in. The other nearby classers weren't as lucky, and their armor was simply smashed apart before the fearsome power of the Tier II raid boss. Bringing its body around, the beetle prepared to strike, but as it launched itself forward, Donnie was suddenly there, his shield smashing it backwards. Although he wasn't nearly as strong as Dozer in terms of stats, and especially in ability to deal damage, at the 6-inch distance, Donnie was king. His shield bash knocked it off balance, stunning it for a short moment. The beetle hissed in annoyance, but as it struggled to regroup, the heavy mage core unleashed a barrage of fire and ice that smashed against the raid boss's shell. It screamed in pain as the shell shattered, struck by spell after spell. Although they were strong against physical attacks, magic ripped right through them. The magic core launched another barrage, this one less focused, ripping through all of the beetles in the surrounding area. They died in a series of hisses and screams. Then the mages parted, and to Annie's surprise, the gangly, slightly creepy Glendale walked forward. But unlike his normal bobbing self, now his posture was very straight, his eyes stern and serious. With an imperious gesture, Glendale raised his hand, and in the sky above the raid boss, a ghastly wooden door wrapped in chains appeared. Glowing eerily green, the door rattled and then sprung open, long green arms rushing down to grip the body of the beetle. But instead of its physical form, the arms simply seemed to sink into the beetle, rummaging around. Then they began to retract, dragging with them the strange, ghostly soul of the beetle, glowing that same strange green color. The beetle ghost, for its part, began to panic, gripping tightly onto its body, but more and more hands rushed downward from the door, grabbing and pulling away all of the legs of the beetle, one by one. Finally, completely bound by those spectral hands, the beetle ghost was dragged upwards, into the door, which swung silently closed. As Annie watched Glendale, he closed his eyes, seemingly concentrating very hard on something. And then behind him, floating in the air, the beetle condensed, its eyes glowing white. Smiling, Glendale opened his eyes, revealing eyes glowing with the same white color. So this was the sovereign of ghosts, Annie thought wonderingly. But then she was distracted by Daniel's arrival, who hurried up to the panting Donnie and Dozer, a worried look on his face. Annie just rolled her eyes. "What now?" she muttered, annoyed. Paolo and Kale stood opposite each other, a chalkboard in between them. Behind them were their individual squads, and behind the squads were neat piles of bones. If one were to look closely, one would notice that these bones were neatly sorted and would have formed the skeleton of a horse before they were smashed to pieces. Behind the piles of bones were the other squads, which were shaking their heads at the actions of squads I and II. Kale grinned, pointing to the carefully made tally marks on the chalkboard. "The recount is in, and the result is still the same. Your squad killed 91 and mine killed 117. I think it is clear who is superior. But we killed the raid boss," Paolo said, crossing his arms. Kale shrugged. "So what, it had 2 heads and breathed fire. Whoopity-doo. Could it fly? Use magic. Do anything but charge in a straight line. You can have 25 points for it, but that still only puts you at 116. That raid boss is worth at least 50. One of the women from the other squads leaned over to the woman next to her and whispered, "Why doesn't breathing fire count as magic?" and was quickly shushed by her fellow squadmate as Paolo continued to speak. "And we arrived first, softening them up. If you want to be the second best squad forever, feel free to keep mopping up after." But then Paolo stopped speaking, his hand going to his chest. He winced, then shook his head. Heartburn at his age. Paolo supposed he needed to lay off the rich cream sauces with his Wolverine meat, but to his surprise, Kale also had a similarly unpleasant expression on his face. So did all the members of both squads. What is this? It feels terrible." One of Squad II muttered, but Kale quickly shushed him. Then Kale turned to Paolo, and the two leaders shared a glance, all traces of banter gone. This feeling did not feel like an isolated thing. It was likely related to the village, to the fate of Donaton. Sam frowned down at Null, whose skin was slowly turning gray. "What's wrong?" he asked the village spirit, shaking him slightly. He had never touched Null before and was surprised at how light his body was, and how cold his skin was. How Null muttered, "How is it so strong?" Far away, a creature isolated by a powerful barrier slowly opened its eyes. After her first movie success, Lyra's career exploded. Although she didn't always duplicate the rave reviews she received for her first performance, and there were duds mixed in with her work as an actress, she never seemed to lose that spark that drew the eye, that it factor. When she was 15, a famous tabloid named her the hottest rising young actress. Due to that, she was invited out to a photo shoot that provided hair and makeup arts that completely changed up her look. Consummate professional, Lyra took it in stride and said nothing even as she paid attention to the ways that they sexualized her. She noted the outfits they picked and the poses they had her in for the pictures. Later, alone in her room, she did her best to duplicate that hair and makeup and did a rather excellent job. Then she looked at herself again, slowly turning back and forth, examining her from every angle. Both her parents had sent her congratulatory texts but didn't call. After all, they understood how busy she was. They would be thrilled to see her at the Hollywood premiere of her next new movie. "I am beautiful," Lyra said, and she knew it was true. She heard it from every source. Even her own eye couldn't help but notice her smooth skin, her symmetrical features. But hearing the words aloud made her incredibly tired. The next day, Lyra had her agent cancel all of her appointments and talked to a middle school friend with the right sort of connections. Lyra had her friend buy cocaine and bring it over to Lyra's loft. After they had snorted the drug, Lyra moved to sit in front of her mirror, while her friend did cartwheels over Lyra's soft carpet, laughing endlessly. "I am beautiful," Lyra whispered to her reflection, the whole room vibrating with her words. Then she smiled because there was no sadness this time. There was only joy and up and up and up. Her body was soft and curved, and Lyra allowed herself to wiggle in her chair, appreciating the amazing way her body could move. Even as her friend began to frantically cook food, Lyra stayed in front of that mirror. For hours she sat there, watching for herself, hoping for a change. The change came, of course, and it was exactly as she feared. The high faded. Her heavy-lidded eyes looked back at her, dull and unfocused. She was not beautiful. She never was. Lyra disposed of the rest of the cocaine, sold her loft, and never spoke to that friend again. She threw herself into acting, search for an answer. Maybe she had been wrong. Maybe it wasn't her, but the roles. Maybe she was just a conduit for the beauty. But that, too, seemed wrong. It was definitely her and others like her. But she couldn't seem to see it, that factor that took her facial symmetry and made it irresistible. She was just a bag of skin holding in blood, just like everyone else. 6 months before the system would come to the world, on her 17th birthday, Lyra received a call to star in an action movie that had a budget that doubled the most expensive movie she had ever starred in. And Lyra said yes, not for the money, because also starring in the movie would be Vivian Plath, who, the world agreed, was the most beautiful woman in the world. Randidly rushed onwards, dodging around the Yeti illusions that continued to form around him. They sought to distract them and slow them and would continually form on his path, but they weren't strong or fast enough to be able to box him in and restrain him. Still, they were annoying, and they kept trying different tricks to lead him astray. But luckily, Randidley's Pathfinder skill guided him due north, keeping him from any false paths. It would get a little bit more hairy as he neared Donaton, because he would no longer be able to rush straight north. But hopefully, he would recognize the area he was in at that time. What complicated things was that slowly but surely, it seemed like Kim Lath was able to create more and more Lyra illusions, along with the Yeti illusions. It seemed like its strength was growing, but perhaps it was more that Randidley was nearing its locations, so it had more influence here. But then something occurred that caused Randidley to slow, and then stop. Raising a stamina potion to his lips, the illusions were gone. He was alone. Randidley drank the potion, then began running again. He had been traveling for about an hour and was about halfway back to Donaton. His speed on a flat sprint was something that only a car could have replicated in the days before the system. Feeling disturbed by the sudden lack of illusions, Randidley picked up speed, rushing north. He wasn't sure why, but he knew that if the village faced a problem, Lyra would find it. In all their interactions, even while she was flippant and teasing, she was also eminently competent. She only traveled with him after she had developed the teleport skill. Then, when she had been useless against the centipede, Randidley bet that she had trained furiously until her birds of mana could cut through just about anything. And then she had started making larger objects as conduits for her power. Lyra had always seemed to Randidley to be the type that was dishonest about it, but was an obsessively hard worker. And examining his own memories, he couldn't really pinpoint when he got that impression. Maybe it's the way she looked into your eyes, direct and challenging, as if daring you to underestimate her. Maybe there was just a connection between them, which was why, even though she seemed so young. But Randidley shook his head, banishing those thoughts. That was for later. Activating haste and empower, not bothering to keep a stamina reserve now that the illusions were non-existent, Randidley began to blur, racing forward, hoping he arrived in time. "You have lost," Kim Lath whispered, using its own hollow-sounding voice. "It was cute of you to do this, forcing me to move before I had all the preparations I wanted, but the village spirit is almost dead, and once he becomes a part of me, I will evolve once more. With an entire dungeon's worth of warriors trained by your precious ghost hound, who can stop me so early in this zone, I will rule and prepare for the next step." Lyra just stood there, her eyes closed, a wistful expression on her face. This seemed to displease Kim Lath, who spoke again, this time using Randidley's voice. "Are you afraid? Are you ready to die?" "Yes and yes," Lyra whispered, her eyes still closed, only half listening, because in her mind she was still racing forward in her memories, dragged along by time. Vivian was beautiful, sure, but she was small-minded and petty, constantly taking the opportunity to thrust herself into the limelight and making snide comments about Lyra to the filming staff. It all just seemed so dull. There was no beauty in the posturing, in the jockeying for influence. There was simply strange compulsion, as if this was the only thing that kept Vivian going. She was good at it too, Lyra couldn't deny, but her competence in such a useless activity did very little to calm Lyra's sinking mood. There was no answer here. Her love interest seemed very interested in her, and not in a professional way. His hands always would linger just slightly longer than they needed during the scenes, and he would very obviously check her ass out when she walked away from him. In a clinical way, she derived a small satisfaction from this and was able to distract herself from Vivian's exhausting games. After all, she worked very hard daily to cultivate the physique she had, diet and exercise and more exercise and supplements. But it did not feel glamorous or beautiful, it just felt like she was coming down from a high, a very long one, fed to her by her star-struck parents, who were constantly out at parties, talking about how proud they were of Lyra, enjoying their imagined piece of the pie. Strangely, Lyra found herself spending more time with one of the men who worked as a sound grip, drawn by his even-keeled temperament and relative lack interest in fawning over her because she was in movies, a grizzled man named Mr. Haas, and was able to stomach the bloated special effects and the over-the-top script. But Lyra wondered if she would ever act in a movie again. They started to seem so empty from the inside. Not that she could get acting out of her system, not now, not after so long. Her relationships were a series of masks which only had one thing in common, that she was beautiful seen, but she didn't know what existed under the masks. Although perversely, Lyra had begun to hope that what was deep down wasn't so beautiful after all. Then the system came. In a detached manner, she watched her male love interest, who had stared so longingly at her ass, get his intestines ripped out by 3 wolverines. Sam Haas had dragged her and the nearby Cal, Vivian, and Elaine away and managed to get them all into the truck. Then they drove out of there, hoping for a piece of sanity. Lyra carefully read the notifications. She had never played games, but she recognized some of their qualities in these, which was exceedingly strange. The next day, still on the run, they had crashed and had been subsequently saved by the man who would change her life, although Lyra didn't notice anything in particular about him at the time. Only later, at Randedly's suggestion, did Sam drive to that small valley, with the squabbling teens and the deserted hut. Then one night, against Sam's suggestion that they stay hidden, because their identities might cause trouble, Lyra wandered away and saw a figure standing alone on a stump in the dark. She had crept forward to get a better look at the weirdo, who was raising his hands above his head. Then, equally slowly, he lowered them, pointing at a tree across the clearing. A bolt of blue energy shot forward, smashing into the tree, burning away some bark. The dazzling bolt of energy remained burned into her wide eyes, forever etched on her retinas. A notification popped up. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Path of Wonder 010. Although it is a strange path, your feet itch, and in your heart you know there lies your destiny. Of course, that figure was Randedly. Over the course of the next day, Sam had taught them what little they had learned about skills from Randedly, and Lyra had gone off in the woods and practiced endlessly, getting the physical fitness, dancing, singing, and acting skills high enough that she could finish off the path with her pee-pee. Then she received another notification. Congratulations. You have completed the Path of Wonder. Although your eyes see, more than that, your heart yearns. As you continue to climb higher, following your path, you only find more wonders that lure you deeper. You walk quickly into the deepening night, unafraid of its mysteries. You have learned the skill Eyes of Wonder LVL1, Mana plus 50, Mana Regeneration plus 5, Wisdom plus 10. Eyes of Wonder LVL1, see the truth and beauty in all things. As skill level rises, your gaze shall grow more discerning. Lyra went back to the camp and noticed that she could now see auras around people, soft colors about them. Sam's was a deep purple, Vivian was a mustard yellow, Cal pink, Elaine a mauve. Then she sought out Randedly once more, and as she watched him produce large orbs that exploded with force, she opened her eyes of wonder. For a long time she had hesitated, afraid of what she would see, but she shouldn't have. He burned emerald in her vision, a deep green of the forest. The aura around him pulsed, shrinking visibly as he used his magic, but seemed to grow more intense at its core all the while. It was forest green, with flashes of light green, the color of warm grass in summer, and golden too, like the gaze of a wild beast. It pulsed evenly like a heartbeat, and it seemed to come alive under her vision. As she looked more directly at him, she saw the dozens of strange formations within the aura, strange shapes that the energy flowed. They were mesmerizing and complex, but Lyra couldn't get enough of them. For whatever reason, she felt very strongly that these shapes were him, told in dozens of simple truths about himself. They flowed together, continuous and multifarious and endless, smoothly transitioning into the next. It was beautiful. It took her breath away. Although the youth was rather plain by Hollywood standards, his gaze was direct and strong, and he blazed with an aura that kept Lyra enthralled all night. The next day, when he had surprised her by coming to their camp to speak to Sam, she had dumbly blurted out the first thing that had come to her mind. It looked like fireworks, huh? The man who would be Ghost Hound glanced at her, seemingly shocked to find her there. Lyra gestured awkwardly, for the first time in her life, tongue-tied. After all, she wasn't sure at all what sort of mask she should wear around this strange man who burned emerald in her vision. Fireworks. You were doing magic earlier, right? Lyra said, pictured the way his aura would gather and burst to produce the spells he made. Then she looked down at her own hands. She had worn herself ragged finishing the newbie path and earned the skill Mana Bolt, but her own aura was colorless to her eyes. and exceedingly small. Mine don't look like that at all. To demonstrate, Lyra shot her own pathetic mana bolt, hitting a nearby tree. Your skill level is just low. As you raise it in your intelligence, it will get stronger and brighter. Randidly responded, his voice brusque. Lyra nodded, doing her best to hide her embarrassed blush in the shadow of her hood. This asshole. In the present, Lyra opened her eyes. Gathering her energy, she began to condense her strongest move, using the volatile, violent energy in her chest, scraping the well of her body clean. Their relationship continued like that, Lyra struggling every waking hour to impress this beautiful emerald man, randidly gazing at her with mild eyes, like everything she managed, every spell and trick she learned to practice incessantly with, was only just enough for him to acknowledge her. Even after she realized those shapes she saw were the skills he could use, and she began to try and imitate them, creating her own, resulting in some fascinating results, she didn't know how to bring it up with him. His gaze stopped her dead, filling her with anxiety. She quickly learned that mild gaze was just how he dealt with people, but that only drove Lyra more insane, and she made up snide nicknames and poked at him and mocked him, wishing for something. Some change in that mild look, some proof that she wasn't working so tirelessly, every day, every night for nothing. Wishing for some indication he viewed her differently than everyone else, for some indication that she was. Shaking her head with an uncharacteristically sad smile, Lyra pictured randidly the day he had left. As he grew stronger, so did the dominance of his aura, growing larger and more multifarious, taking aspects of all of his choices, paths, and skills. And also, randidly had obtained the beautiful, pulsing heart of violet energy from his battle with the Sphinx. It was similar to the strange veins of energy that others would get when obtaining a class, but his was different in a way that Lyra couldn't quite discern. Whereas others had small tributaries flowing through them, polluted somehow, randidly had a pure spring. Opening her eyes, Lyra looked at her strongest skill. A man, 7 inches taller than her, made of mana, stood there, holding a spear. The mana construct was gazing at her. Lyra, who barely able to stand, simply nodded. The figure turned and thrust forward with his spear. The world seemed to explode in a wave of concussive force, but standing behind the figure, Lyra felt nothing. The barrier around Kim Lath shattered, the spear barely slowed. It rushed forward, Kim Lath's eyes widening with shock, and the spear sank into the flesh of its body, blowing a huge hole in the tribulation. Before her very eyes, it seemed to deflate, energy seeping out of it. The spearman raised his spear once more, but then dissipated, the power inside of Lyra all spent. She raised a mana potion to her lips, but she couldn't maintain her strength, and the bottle fell to the ground, shattering. She allowed herself a small smile. Randidly would be so pissy. For a man, he was oddly protective of his glassware. Then she too fell, no strength remaining in her body. It's not like the potion would have done anything. The resource Lyra had expended was much more vital than mana. It was that violet energy that Randidly seemed to be swimming in. But unlike him, Lyra did not have a spring within her chest. She only had the small amount she could slowly gather over time. As she collapsed, she wished deeply that she would have the chance to see Randidly again. She had told the truth to Kim Lath. She was ready to die, to protect the village nurtured by Randidly. And she was afraid that even then she would never know what face he would make when he found out. Would that mild, if intense, gaze finally waver? Yearning, Lyra opened her eyes of wonder, gazing forward. Then her gaze sharpened, her eyes glittering. Then she began to crawl forward, her body slowly dying. Null sat up, some of his color returning. She really did it. The tribulation is dying, now I can. But that Null squawked and rolled over on his side, writhing back and forth as if in the midst of a seizure. Sam just looked down, his mouth wide open. What the hell was going on? Randidly arrived at Donaton 40 minutes later, the distance completely eaten by his mobility with all of his skills active. Most everyone was gathered in a huge clump, whispering. All of the classers had worried looks on their faces. Randidly used his eyes of the spear phantom to pick out someone in the far side of the crowd, and then used phantom half-step to teleport right in the middle of the group, appearing next to Sam and Daniel. Daniel paled even further, which seemed impossible, given how bloodless his face was right now, and Sam directly collapsed, his limbs trembling. Immediately, the surrounding people turned silent, eyes wide at Randidly's sudden appearance. But Randidly ignored them and asked what was going on. Sam quickly explained about the tribulation somehow corrupting Turtletown, then releasing the raid bosses it had been hiding to attack Donaton. Lyra had arrived and then left to fight the tribulation. Then he explained how Null attacked it spiritually somehow and disappeared in the process. At that point, the strange corruption seemed to affect Donaton's classers briefly, then stopped. Randidly glanced at Sam. What's your excuse then? Immediately, Randidly was shocked at his rough tone, but honestly it had been a long night. And his aggressiveness, which he usually just bottled up, had finally found an outlet in violence and had been acknowledged. Randidly knew deep down that he was starting to change, but he couldn't work up the effort to care. Changing was better than dying. Sam just grimaced, taking it in stride. I'm not sure, I've just felt strangely weak lately. Shrugging, Randidly leapt, leaving the group of people. Time to find Lyra. The search didn't take as long as he expected. There was an area to the northwest where trees in a large area had been leveled, as if with a razor, the cuts clean and sharp. Randedly moved quickly into the cave, where he found a very strange scene. Lyra was sprawled out on the ground, reaching forward to another Lyra who was sitting in a sitting cross-legged, her face scrunched, her eyes closed. Randedly raised his spear. I swear to God, I am so not in the mood right now. Lyra muttered out through gritted teeth. Randedly sighed and lowered his spear. If I really wanted to kill you, I'd use a spell anyway, which I would see coming, you idiot. Better stick with the spear before I murder you. They were silent for a long while as Randedly looked to the reaching Lyra. She was still, her limbs stiff, her lips blue clearly dead. His eyes slid to the living Lyra. Have something to say? Lyra said waspishly. Nope, Randedly said, grinning slightly. Well, I do. Bring all the fat cats from Donaton. I have something to say, I need you all here. Randedly nodded, but as he turned away, Lyra's voice stopped him. And Randedly, what I'm going to say doesn't apply to you. It seemed like speaking took a great toll on Lyra because she spat out a fat glob of black blood that began to sizzle on the ground. Randedly nodded slowly, uncomprehending but acknowledging the words. He spoke quietly. Lyra, it's really good to see you again. I missed you. Her pinched face broke into a small smile. In that moment, Randedly activated Haste and Empower, his spear ripping across in a line, beheading the sitting Lyra. Bloodlessly, her head toppled to the ground and then dissolved into a gray goo. Inwardly, Randedly set himself into a fighting stance, struggling to avoid the strange sense of loss in his heart. If Lyra was dead. I said I am not in the freaking mood. Lyra spat, her head reforming before his very eyes. The beheaded version began to sizzle away into nothing on the ground. Randedly blinked. Sam winced, still feeling weak after Randedly's arrival earlier caused him to collapse. It had been happening intermittently of late, but today was the worst it had ever been. It wasn't as bad as the pain the classers had briefly experienced, but it was infuriating in a different way. He hadn't felt the trappings of age since the system had hit, and to feel them again now reminded him of his own mortality. But Randedly had come, gathered the council, taking them to an area 3 miles away from Donaton through a deep cave. He warned them to not jump to any conclusions based on what they saw and also to be ready to fight. Then he had fallen silent, a brooding expression on his face, and that had been most disturbing of all. When they arrived, they all looked, eyes wide, at Lyra's corpse and then her sitting form. The ghost hound walked right up to her, so the rest followed. As they approached, the ghost hound drew a wooden training spear and held the point to the throat of the sitting Lyra. Her mouth quirked up in a small smile, but she otherwise remained still. They stood like that as the council arrayed itself near, but far enough away to react, with Donnie standing, confused, with his shield raised. When they had all settled in, the ghost hound coughed and then said, Before Lyra starts, I want to say, no questions until she finishes. Especially you, Daniel. This seems straining on her. Then they all turned to the sitting Lyra. She opened her eyes, which burned a vivid violet. The ghost hound narrowed his eyes, but otherwise showed no reaction. Sam gasped, taking a step backwards. These weren't Lyra's eyes. Welcome, welcome. Ah yes, finally my chance to monologue. As some of you suspect, yes, Lyra the human has passed. Of course, as a personality, I am unending, oh ho ho. So now you see before you the glorious Lyra, the village spirit. Praise me. Everyone just looked at her. The ghost hound's fingers tightened on the spear. Lyra just sighed. Sam was torn. Her eyes were different, but the confrontational and rambling way she talked. I have a secret, and I also have a truth. Null might not have been such a bad guy after all. You really are stuck in some ways as village spirit, but I should be able to persevere. Well, it's complicated. Anyway, classes are important, but not just for skills and level up gains. It's the true reason why staying in NCC forever isn't feasible. That is. Lyra's face seized, her violet eyes burning even brighter, and she had to spit out the final words. It's due to Etha. Her body began to shake, and Sam noticed all the classer blinked and their eyes unfocused in the way they did when they got a notification. But Lyra began speaking rapidly, drawing their attention back. You will notice too when a village is overstrained. The crops will die, the land will be barren, and then the weak will fall ill. You must not let that happen to Donaton. To avoid that, there are 3 methods. The first is clearing bosses, which will provide a rather substantial pool to draw from. It's only a temporary fix, but an effective one. Bosses either from dungeons or the tier III raid bosses, which will spawn in danger zones. The second method is, as I said, upgrading the village tier. That will increase the size of the Etha Spring, giving the village a higher population cap. This is a more permanent solution. The final way is to invade other villages and raise for their Etha Spring. This is another permanent solution. You effectively steal their source of Etha. Lyra coughed, mouthfuls of black blood tumbling out. She tusked almost in annoyance. A tribulation's life is only worth that much time. Well, anyway, it's not an immediate concern for most. Just be careful, especially you, Sam. Crafting provides its own complications that make Etha consumption more serious. And know that when you meet the village from other worlds, they might not have the best intentions. Earth was a low seed in terms of its expected outcomes with the system, but others, violet eyes bulging, Lyra continued to speak, her chest heaving. Others were warned of the system's coming long before. They have been preparing for decades. They hit the ground running, be very careful. And with that, Lyra collapsed, dissolving into a puddle of gray goop. They had gathered Lyra up into a pitcher and returned to the village, everyone quiet. Randedly carried the human body delicately, although Lyra was very clearly dead. Then Donnie spoke. Well, I suppose there's nothing else to do but keep doing the same thing. Ghost Hound, have you felt this weakness? Randedly's face was clouded, but then he glanced meaningfully at Sam. I believe it varies from individual to individual. Also, you received a notification. Donnie nodded slowly. Yes. But basically just that the tribulation for Donaton was vanquished. We all gained 2 levels, and that there would be more buildings available for purchase from the village spirit, but everyone looked at the pitcher and the gray goop that may or may not be Lyra. The rest of the walk was silent. When they reached the village, Randedly pulled Sam to the side. I might have a solution to your weakness, he said, his words halting. But you must promise there will be no hard feelings and that you will do me a favor. Sam frowned deeply. Well, let's hear it out first. What are you acting so serious for? To Sam's surprise, Randedly simply put his hand on Sam, and a notification appeared in front of him. Warning, Randedly Ghost Hound has initiated the skill blessing of the East U on you. This will create a permanent bond between you two. Should Randedly Ghost Hound perish, all benefits gained from this bond will be retained, but the growth of the bond will cease. Do you still wish to accept his blessing? YN. Shrugging, Sam selected yes. Then, his frown once more appearing, he selected yes 2 more times, clicking through the warnings. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the East. Calculating blessing. From Randedly Ghost Hound, you have received the soul skill blessing of the auspicious Dawn. You have gained access to the class. Dawn Smith, as you do not possess a class, speak with a town spirit to obtain this class. Congratulations, you have gained the skill Lumimancy LVL1. You have gained the skill Mana Engraving LVL1. You have gained the skill Blessing of the Dawn LVL1. Lumimancy, create and shape light. Mediums may affect the brightness and longevity of the crafted light. Brightness, longevity, and possibilities increase with skill level. Mana Engraving, carve powerful runes onto weapons and armor, increasing their effectiveness. Requires mana and knowledge of the runic language. Success rate and effect increase with skill level. Blessing of the Dawn, passive skill. Finishing a crafting product under the light of dawn will have a chance of increasing the stats of an item. Chance and effect increases with skill level. Sam blinked slowly. This. A soul skill which you can only have one of. Randedly remarked, his face haggard. That should also provide some relief for you for the weakness. I hope it's satisfactory. Sam only frowned in response. Well, let's not rush to judgment. Oh, what was that favor? Randedly paled and then dumped something on the ground. Ah, please repair this whenever you have the chance. In a flash, he disappeared. Sam chuckled, almost awestruck by his speed. But why was he in such a rush? Curious, Sam crouched down, relishing the return of his strength. He clenched his hand into a fist, then examined what Randedly had dropped. He froze. His eyes began to bulge, rage filling up every inch of him. The spear which he considered his greatest work, the pinnacle of craftsmanship and dedications, lay in the dirt, covered in scratches and cracks, snapped completely in half. Most insultingly, there was dried blood splashed all over it, as if Randedly hadn't even had the time to stop and clean it. Eyes burning, Sam glared after Randedly, swearing that he would have his revenge. But then he remembered the deal and forcefully suppressed that feeling. But when Sam picked up the heavy spear, he did not place it into a spatial ring, but physically carried it, cradling it the entire while. Daniel sat very still as he examined the report in front of him. Casualties for the night sat at 78 classers and 112 NCCs. The raid boss assault simply came too quickly. The 78 classers hurt far worse than the NCCs, although Daniel would never say so, especially to Mrs. Hamilton or Regina. That amounted to 10 to their fighting force. Most of the casualties were from the mid-tiered squads, 1525, and Declan's unit, which lost several people. The numerals, even I and II, who apparently had single-handedly defended the northern approach, hadn't lost a single person. Likewise, the Magic Corps suffered no casualties, and apparently made great gains in destructive power over the course of the night. Blasting into ranks of higher-leveled monsters apparently had its benefits. Mrs. Hamilton was busy gathering information in regards to new paths and skills, but the initial reports were very promising. This world was a cruel place, but in its way it was fair. Surviving the tribulation had brought gains to the village, even aside from the levels that all of the classers had gained. The steep price they paid was not worth it, but perhaps if they took the long view, it was a close thing. There was a knock at the door, and without waiting for an answer, the door slid silently open. Daniel started to frown, but then froze as he recognized the figure at the door, the Ghost Hound. Randidly stepped forward, his powerful emerald gaze seeming to pin Daniel to the spot he was sitting. Walking forward very slowly, the ghost hound gazed at each of the tables and reports in front of Daniel in turn. Although Daniel couldn't know for sure, he would swear that the ghost hound was reading them and storing them away with his brief gaze. Then the ghost hound coughed. I think this event proves that there needs to be some changes in the village. Of everyone, I suspect you are the best with schedules and timeframes. Help me whip this place into shape. Regina looked up at Mrs. Hamilton and nodded, then followed the other woman into Daniel's small cabin. To her surprise, she saw the ghost hound standing against the far wall, his eyes closed. What do you require? Mrs. Hamilton asked serenely, speaking to Daniel, but her gaze locked onto the ghost hound. Even now, as he stood still, there was something chilling about his bearing, a coldness that Regina hadn't noticed before. Whether it was the tribulations coming or his journey to Franksburg, something had changed within him. It did not seem to be a positive change. We are working out more intensive training schedules and trying to determine skill level goals for inclusion in squads. I was hoping Daniel began, but the ghost hound interrupted him. There is something else. His eyes opened and they burned in the dimly lit room. HI's focus shifted to Mrs. Hamilton and then further onto Regina. Almost instinctively, Regina sucked in a breath when he looked at her. There was something different, a coldness and viciousness that hadn't been there before. It was calm now, lurking in the backdrop, but if it came out. Neither of you have classes, correct? The ghost hound spoke slowly. Both nodded. I have a gift for one of you. It will give you access to a powerful class, he continued. I figured I would consult you both, see which you believe would be more suitable. Regina. Mrs. Hamilton said immediately, a small smile on her face. Her healing magic is an asset to the village, and if the class could be related to healing, I don't think you need me to explain how useful that would be. The ghost hound nodded slowly. The class is based on the individual, so it is possible. I agree, Daniel said. After a moment of thought, Ptolemy is sufficient for most things, but his healing magic, even with a class, is only more useful than Regina's due to having a higher-tiered skill, even though the skill levels are in Regina's favor. People simply have too much health for a healing palm to be sufficient in most cases. Not even two sometimes suffice. Obtaining a dedicated healer class. I disagree, Regina said coolly, surprising herself. Not that this didn't desire this gift, but at the same time there was something that disturbed her about the current Randidly. She assumed it was related to the strange situation with Lyra, but it made her hesitate. And to be honest, Regina really didn't believe she was the best choice. In terms of effect on the village or importance to Donaton's smooth running, I can't compare to Mrs. Hamilton. In addition, Regina added, looking at Mrs. Hamilton, in terms of seniority, she trumps me. I believe that she is better suited for the gift. The ghost hound's smile was wolfish, his gaze seeming to dig into Regina, searching for something. I agree. Then he walked forward and placed his hand on Mrs. Hamilton's shoulder. The woman frowned for a while and then her eyes widened. Then she shared her notification with the group. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the West. Calculating blessing. From Randidly Ghost Hound, you have received the soul skill Silk of Entrapment and Manipulation. You have gained access to the class, Spider of the Lengthening Shadows. As you do not possess a class, speak with a town spirit to obtain this class. You have gained the skill Patience LVL1. You have gained the skill Intuition LVL1. You have gained the skill Sense Intrusion LVL1. Well, this certainly seems unexpected, Mrs. Hamilton said, the corners of her mouth slowly curling up. Kirsty explained as best she could what Arbor could do and how he had helped save the village. And Nathan added hastily, Kirsty tired herself out casting blessings on everyone to keep them alive. She's the real reason the village is safe. The ghost hound's gaze moved to Nathan, his eyes currently a pale green. Nathan helplessly fell silent, feeling slightly awestruck. After several long seconds, the ghost hound grunted and rubbed both of their heads. Good job. Then he walked past them to Arbor's main trunk, slightly taller but still covered in ash. Currently only a single burning leaf remained on its branches, the rest used during the defense of Donaton. With careful hands, the Ghost-hound reached out and touched the ashy surface, rubbing across Arbor. The tree shyly wiggled back and forth, seemingly unsure of how to behave next to its maker. But after a while, it timidly reached forward, brushing a twig across the ghost-hound's face, leaving a long line of gray ash on his cheek. The ghost-hound didn't seem to mind. After a long moment, he opened his eyes with a sigh. So we are connected still by this ether, huh? Interesting. But good job for you too. Protecting this village is a good thing. But did you really need to give the little girl a soul skill? Explaining this to her mother is a bit. Arbor twisted dismissively, expressing its feelings about Kirsty's mother. Kirsty opened her mouth to explain, but the ghost hound replied as if he had heard, I suppose so, but it's... I'm not good at this stuff at all. You inherited some of my bad qualities, it seems. I can't tell whether I should be happy or sad. Kirsty blushed. Of course he could hear Arbor's voice too. He was the ghost hound. Arbor swelled, pleased to have been compared to the ghost hound. The ground erupted, and dozens of huge vines, as thick as a man's thigh, rushed forward to grip the ghost hound. Nathan backpedaled wildly and Kirsty frowned, but the ghost hound just laughed. "Ah, it's good to see you too. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you, Thorn?" The vines vibrated, pleased, and began rubbing the ghost hound, ripping through his clothes. Arbor wiggled back and forth, and the ghost hound looked at the tree, then frowned down at the vines around him. "Zorn, have you been bullying Arbor to have its priestess bless you?" The vines wiggled helplessly. The ghost hound sighed. "Okay, whatever, just ask next time, okay? And try not to destroy any of the ground inside Donaton. You are really, really big." With a grunt, Dozer collapsed atop her, spent. Annie pushed him playfully and then wiggled out from under him. Taking some water from the basin by the door, Annie began to clean herself as best she could. A soft knocking came at the door, and Dozer just rolled over, already snoring. Frowning, Annie opened the door a crack only to find Randedly standing there. Not bothering to dress herself, Annie stepped out into the cool night air, naked as the day she was born. "Your previous boo is dead or a pile of goop, and you so quickly make a move on me, not that I didn't expect it, but—" Annie batted her eyelashes at Randedly. He simply snorted and reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Accept the gift." The statement was more command than anything else, and Annie considered refusing. But then she pictured Dozer's disapproving gaze if he heard she refused the ghost hound and accepted with a sigh. Then again with a frown, then again gritting her teeth. Why was this so difficult? Then the notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the North." Calculating blessing. From Randedly Ghost Hound, you have received the soul skill blessing of the Frozen Expanse. You have gained access to the class, the White Whistling Death. As you do not possess a class, speak with a town spirit to obtain this class. Your skill Hawkeye has changed to Eyes of the Grey Eagle LVL1. All benefits have been retained. Your skill Aiming has changed to Still Air Aiming LVL1. All benefits have been retained. You have gained the skill White Haste LVL1. You have gained the skill Chilling Grace LVL1. Annie blinked very slowly. Then finally she said, "Why, because you deserved it," and then Randedly left, never even glancing at her naked body, which left Annie feeling slightly insulted and also slightly disappointed, but most of all relieved. Daniel and Regina sat in silence, working out the schedule. They had considered the different skills they thought were necessary, and were now devising schedules and methods to cause those skills to be learned. They were also now on the lookout for information when this ether deprivation might occur. Sam indicated that it had started around when he reached skill level 450 and grew increasingly more prevalent as he approached 500. But before they could ask him more, he refused to speak and locked himself away, intent on testing the limits of his new skills. In addition, that was just a general guideline. From what Lyra was able to spit out before the rules of her new station bound her to silence, stats also were related. It was possible that some people who took more stats-heavy paths would be affected more quickly, so that project would have to wait, but it was something to monitor in the future. For now, they continued making schedules for, as the Ghost Hound insisted, the day after tomorrow, because, according to the Ghost Hound, tomorrow would be dedicated to motivating the classers of Donaton by reminding them an important truth, that they were very weak. Randedly breathed in and then breathed out. He was already dreading tomorrow, not for the part where he would beat the squads as much as he could, urging them towards strength. In fact, that part would likely be slightly cathartic. It would give outlet for the burning aggression that had been lit earlier during the fighting, and still burning quite hot. After all, he had not been pleased to come back to the village to find that Lyra was well, whatever it was that had happened to her. Punishing the village in a small way seemed like a forgivable outlet. Truly, he had obtained a taste for violence. No, it was for the words he would have to say after that. Randedly still didn't want to be involved in any of the daily activity of Donaton, but he did want to spur them on towards growth. To that end, he had created the schedules with Daniel and Regina, given the new potion methods to Mrs. Hamilton, and used his remaining 2 blessings. The choices were relatively easy. He needed people who would protect and strengthen Donaton, individuals who were active, and people without classes. That Regina wouldn't obtain a blessing was unfortunate, but the power that Randedly felt from both Annie's and Mrs. Hamilton's classes seemed very promising. Best of all, the 4 blessings had been used on different types of individuals, so their classes had different uses. But Randedly knew that these actions were only a small part of what he needed to do for the village. So after crushing the squad's concept of strength, Randedly would then speak to them, hopefully in a motivating manner. This was what he was dreading the most. The sun peeked over the horizon, and Randedly raised his hand to shade his eyes. It had been a long night, but it looked like it was finally over. It would probably take the group from Franksburg another day or 2 to arrive, slowed as they were by the large number of people traveling with them and the necessity of sticking to the roads on their journey. After they arrived, Randedly wanted to speak with Alana and Reyna, and then he believed he would take his leave of Donaton for a while, finding a deserted area to train in. At least he thought he would do so, depending on what happened with Lyra. They had placed her dead body in a bed and put her goop on the bedside table, but they were complete unsure what to expect from her. No one could tell when she would recover, but there had been no changes in the goop over the last several hours. Sighing, Randedly rubbed the bridge of his nose, a spark of irritation flashing across. This was exactly why he wanted someone else to be in charge, only one thing at a time. Randedly reminded himself, taking a deep breath. Then he examined a particularly notification that he had received earlier in the night. Congratulations, you have fully absorbed the blessing from the Patron of Ash. The soul skill blessing of the Patron of Ash LVL1 is available to you. You may either retain your current and forget this new soul skill, retain the new and forget the old, or attempt to combine the two. All previously obtained benefits will be retained. Warning, if the two soul skills are combined, an inferior skill may be obtained based upon compatibility. This action cannot be undone. There was no real choice here. Always forward, holding tightly to the spear as best he could, Randedly chose to combine the skills. Soul skills combining. Warning, compatibility is at 41. Do you still wish to proceed? That spark of irritation had erupted, filling Randedly with hot flames of rage. His grin wide, Randedly clicked yes, daring the system to try and screw him over. He felt the two soul skills, almost could see them, the warm power of the blessing from Ash, the cool rot and deadly accuracy of Spear of Rot Mastery. They began to circle each other in his chest, coming closer. As they approached, slowly spinning around each other, Randedly's heart began to beat more quickly, a strange excitement filling his body. And within him, another beating emerged, a pulsing of that strange icy hot energy. As they neared, the heat of the blessing burned away the spore-Y remnants of the rot, and the rot settled neatly into the area left cleansed by the heat. Faster and faster they swirled, and as they neared each other, the energies turned increasingly unstable, rushing towards an explosive collision. Instinctively, Randedly sensed that this couldn't happen, so he pressed, using all his will to keep them apart. The approach stabilized somewhat, but the two soul skills rotated faster and faster, perversely creating greater and greater pressure for them to meet. Gritting his teeth, Randedly refused. Not like this. Randedly's eyes burned emerald in the dark. This would not end in an inferior product. Randedly was very aware of how much of his strength he owed to his soul skill. It had given him several unique skills and gave him extra benefits from leveling skills. With it, he had risen farther and faster than even a classer hoped to match. And that would only grow more pronounced if he succeeded here, Randedly knew. Although Randedly didn't know how to accomplish what he wanted, he knew that the system responded to want and need. And every ounce of him craved this. Every inch of him needed that strength so he could live, so he could protect the people who relied on him, so he could find the people from his past and lay to rest any lingering ghosts. The pulsing in his chest grew more insistent. If you crave something, take it. For a brief second, Randedly's green eyes flickered and then burned a sickly violet. A cold, numbing kernel, simultaneously the concentrated core of heat from his rage, flowed out of him, moving to settle between the two swirling energies. It gathered itself into a small ball, creating an oppressive pressure of its own, its energies pressing outward and counteracting the strange gravity that was drawing the two soul skills together. They orbit stabilized, slowing slightly, but still swirling around each other in an endless cycle, rot, followed by a cleansing fire, followed by creeping rot. Panting, Randedly fell to his knees. Congratulations. You have obtained the soul skill cycle of Rot and Ash LVL1. All previous benefits have been retained. There were no skills or other bonuses associated with this soul skill, apparently, which made Randedly hesitate. But in the end, he would soon find out whether he succeeded or failed, so for now, he simply shrugged. Then he looked at his skill level notifications. Spear Mastery had increased by 2, Phantom Thrust and Spear Phantom's Footwork by 3, Eyes of the Spear Phantom and Phantom Half-Step by 1, Heavy Blow by 1, Dodge by 2, Fighting Proficiency by 3, Block by 1, Haste by 3, Sweep and Empower by 2, Calculated Blow by 1, Edge of Decay by 3, Ghastly Slash by 5, Pierce the Skies, Shatter the Earth and the Spear Advances, Ash Trails by 1 each, Agony by 3, Physical Fitness by 1, Pain Resistance by 3, Grace by 3. And Bacterial Regeneration by 2, altogether including leftover from previously, exactly 50 pp. Randedly chuckled to himself. Not enough to finish off the Phantom Thrust path, but more than enough to see the usefulness of this soul skill. Randedly put the first 5 pp into Phantom Thrust path, earning him +1 agility from the path. He obtained nothing from the soul skill. Frowning, Randedly put 5 more pp into it, earning +1 strength. But this time, Randedly also received a bonus from the soul skill, Cycle of Rot and Ash, +15 health and +2 vit. Randedly made a pleased noise. It took 10 instead of 5, but the benefits were still decent. Randedly dumped the rest of his PP into the path, seeing what he obtained. The remaining 40 earned him +4 Agi and +4 strength, but also results from the soul skill that made his eyes widen. Each took 10, but each was slightly different, but each giving powerful gains. Randomly wasn't sure if the rotation continued, but even this much was quite a bit. First was the health and vit, and then came +3 control and +2 distributable stats. Then third was +15 stamina and +1 Augie and strength, then +3 focus and +2 distributable. Finally, the fifth rotation was +15 mana and +1 to all types of regeneration. The distributable stats randomly put into resistance, and then he looked at his status. Randomly Ghost Hound. Class level NA. Health R per hour, 556, 548, +8, 234, +12. Mana R per hour, 12, 874, 90, 1.75. Stam R per min, 601, 678, 85, +4. Vit 70 +4. End 42. SDR 60 +12. Augie 79 +12. Perception 46. Reaction 62. Resistance 29. Willpower 70. Intelligence 96. Wisdom 46. Control 85. Focus 53. Equipment average leather tunic LVL 5, +2 vit, gloves of quickness vit +1. Augie +3, necklace of the shadow cat LVL 20, vitality +1, strength +2, agility +7. Skills soul skill, cycle of rot and ash LVL 51. Combat spear mastery LVL 56, phantom thrust LVL 53, spear phantom's footwork LVL 44, eyes of the spear phantom LVL 28, phantom half step LVL 18, heavy blow LVL 30, dagger mastery LVL 10, iron skin LVL 27, dodge LVL 38, fighting proficiency LVL 43, block LVL 33, haste LVL 30, phantom onslaught LVL 15, sweep LVL 34. Spear deflect LVL 10, empower LVL 32, calculated blow LVL 21, roundhouse kick LVL 21, edge of decay LVL 23, ghastly slash LVL 7, pierce the skies, shatter the earth LVL 3. The 7 kata of the ashen spear, the spear advances, ash trails LVL 2. Spells spearing roots LVL 13, mana bolt LVL 28, mana shield LVL 24, root manipulation LVL 28, arcane orb LVL 22, fireball LVL 30, magic missile LVL 4, healing palm LVL 9, pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 15, summon pestilence. LVL 17, mana strengthening LVL 14, wall of thorns LVL 7, soul seed LVL, agony LVL 27, inspiration, incinerating bolt LVL 5, circle of flame LVL 7. Crafting potion making LVL 30, farming LVL 20, plant breeding LVL 9, mapmaker LVL 7, analyze LVL 24, refine LVL 12. Auxiliary physical fitness LVL 36, meditation LVL 35, running LVL 23, sprinting LVL 19, sneak LVL 23, acid resistance LVL 22, poison resistance LVL 16, pain resistance LVL 20, first aid LVL 13, equip LVL 25, pathfinding LVL 18, mental strength LVL 15, curse resistance LVL 3, fire resistance LVL 14. Sewing LVL 11, cutting vegetables LVL 2, manual labor LVL 3, digging LVL 5, cooking LVL 16, grace LVL 14, extract LVL 1, bacterial regeneration LVL 3, superiority LVL 2. His skill list was truly expansive, as he began picking up more and more passive skills that gave him small bonuses. Most promising for the future were the superiority and bacterial regeneration skills, which would probably give him an edge in battle that no one else would have. In addition, Randidley wasn't sure how, but he believed that he would be able to expand his skill set. He recalled that the notification had stated he was only the second person on Earth to create a skill set, so there were others out there who were strong. But it was the only runic rarity item currently made, which gave him some confidence moving forward. But this wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. After resting for a short time, Randidley stood slowly. Mana began to once more flow through his body, enabling him to use spells, which was a welcome feeling. He caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned, seeing a graceful young woman wearing a sundress, looking at him with violet eyes. "Did you age yourself?" Randidley asked, torn between confusion, weariness, and amused exasperation. The young woman stuck her tongue out at him, and her dirty blonde hair, which currently fell in a cascade down her lower back, shrank upwards to her shoulders. Her wide cheekbones narrowed somewhat, sharpening, looking younger. Her body turned from slender to skinny, regressing to that of a teenage girl. Lyra shrugged, seeming sheepish. I don't know, I thought I looked pretty good. You did. Randidly said softly, meaning it. They stared at each other for a long second. To his surprise, Randidly found himself breaking the silence. You make me feel strange, positive but strange, but we really don't know anything about each other. And now, are you even you? Lyra snorted. Tell me then, oh wise Randidly, with all those skills and stats and those energies inside of you, are you still you? Randidly stilled and then thought about it. Then he shrugged, helpless. I suppose it doesn't matter. But you are probably right. Obviously, so I want to say this. Lyra hesitated, giving him a sidelong glance. If you think I'm beautiful and enjoy being around me, don't be weird and overthink it. Just let it happen, okay? Grinning, Randidly shook his head. Just don't overthink it, huh? This was no longer a world where you could survive without thinking carefully. There was too much they didn't know. Too quickly was the world becoming strange and foreign around them. They stood in what Randidly thought was a companionable silence for several minutes, watching the sun rise over Donaton, people rising to go about their chores. Although they had weathered one storm, more would come. That was the price you paid in this world. But then Lyra stamped her foot. Really, you have nothing to say, Randidly blinked. But Lyra was already ranting, pointing her finger towards him. I can't even get a compliment on my looks. Did you know what sort of day I had yesterday? I tracked down the tribulation. I broke its defenses. I sacrificed my human life. I even interrupted it, right when the tribulation was going to devour Null, absorbing them both, becoming a complete village spirit. And you have nothing to say. Randidly scratched his head. Well, I didn't really know all that. She gave him a withering look. Did you think the problems just solved themselves when you came back to the village? I don't know why I bother with you. Lyra stomped away. Randidly hid his grin, knowing that it was only partially true anger. She was only doing it to make him relax, and it had worked. Randidly breathed deeply, readying himself for the day, his gaze sharpening. There really were some things that didn't need to be thought about too deeply, he supposed. Although it was a hassle, Randidly would start the villagers on the path of strength. They needed it, or else they would soon die, devoured by what was coming from the Nexus. Lyra's existence was strange. She had obtained Null's access to the village spirit controls, but she had also gotten Kimmy's ability to shift her form. She had some very amusing ideas of how to abuse this skill, but something more pressing was holding her current attention. After she had cheered Randidly up and gone looking for Daniel, so the village could spend the significant SP they had gained by defeating the tribulation and her raid bosses. But she received a strange notification that was not a notification. Sorting through the memories of the rules inherited from Null, she realized it was a missive from the powers that be, that arranged for village spirits. Dear Sir or Madam, 2 individuals, Null and Kim Lath, have filed formal complaints against you for usurping control of the village in which they had vested interests. This situation falls outside of the purview of the normal code, so the matter has been submitted to conduit review for final judgment. Your presence is required at the hearing. Please prepare to testify as to the truth and to swear on the very ether that gives you life. The hearing will be in 24 hours. Please make preparations for your affairs to be handled during your brief absence. Sincerely. Octavius Shrike, overseer of the 7th cohort to the Nexus. Lyra wanted to vomit. What a hassle. Not only was she forced to interact with Daniel out of necessity to spend the SB, but she had to attend a hearing tomorrow. Couldn't she send a representative? Then she hesitated, calculating. No, that wouldn't do. What if they were providing a meal? Alien food sounded pretty good right now. Declan sat with his arms folded, tapping his toes on the ground. Tara looked at him anxiously. Don't you want to go see? She asked. Declan shrugged. The battles he has against the lower squads will be over quickly. What would be the point? They had been informed earlier today, as had all of the individuals who were part of a squad, that the ghost town would be sparring against every squad in turn from lowest rank to highest and giving them pointers. The average squad member was incredibly nervous but excited. After all, it wasn't often that the ghost town interacted with most of Donaton's population, even the classers. Well, yes, Tara said uncertainly, but they were both distracted by the hurrying form of Ptolemy, who was followed by 2 individuals carrying a large cooler. What's the hurry? Declan asked, yawning. Ptolemy made an uncertain face. I'm not sure. Apparently they needed more mana potions down at the quarry for the ghost town's trials. Chuckling, Declan asked. He ran out of mana already. He's certainly bringing out the big guns. No, it's Ptolemy hesitated. It's apparently for the healers. Then the trio was past them, hurrying north towards the quarry. Tara and Declan exchanged a glance. Even though their appointment wasn't until much later, Declan sighed and began to follow, heading towards the trials area. When they arrived, they found Paolo and Kale standing next to each other, uncharacteristically silent. Declan and Tara pushed through the surrounding crowd, moving to stand next to them with a good view of the trial ground. The entire area was silent. The ghost town stood alone, holding a long pole of wood, surrounded by a dozen or so moaning bodies. Methodically, the ghost town began pointing with the pole and commenting, "Too timid when you see an opening, take it. You have too much fear of pain. Either get used to it or quit the squads. Do you really think you can consider yourself a leader when you freeze up in the face of the unexpected?" The ghost town shook his head. Also, why is there not a single one among you that has started to train Mana Bolt? Are you incapable of handling an opponent at range? Even throwing knives would be better than just waiting for me to walk up to you. Several healers were moving among the knocked-down squad members, healing their injuries. They were helped off the arena to an area where a small number of grim-faced men and women waited, the previous victims of the ghost hound. In an imperious way, the ghost hound banged his pole against the ground twice. The 25th squad of Donaton has fallen. Who dares step forward to fill the gap? After a few seconds of silence, a voice answered, "We, the 24th squad of Donaton, dare." It was almost ritualistic, Declan thought, fascinated as he watched the next squad walk out onto the arena with serious faces. They whispered to each other, arranging themselves on the ground, forming into a square. 11 individuals, 10 members and the squad leader, drew their weapons and stared at the ghost hound, waiting. He did not keep them waiting long. To Declan's surprise, he simply dropped the pole and started walking towards the squad, just strolling forward. Next to him, Paolo and Kale narrowed their eyes. Tara asked wonderingly. This is the ghost hound that moves to crush resistance. He has been cycling through 4 modes rather randomly. Overwhelming strength, crushing the opposition with the pole. Unstoppable magic, simply blowing his opponents away. Impossible speed, moving like a ghost in this, the final method. Paolo spoke slowly. Kale finished his thought. This is a lesson in futility. Unlike the previous squad, the 24th squad shot several mana balls at the ghost hound, and the squad leader threw several hatchets towards the approaching form. He did not dodge. He simply allowed the projectiles to hit him, unfazed. His speed remained constant. The squad leader barked a sharp order, and 2 individuals with long spears moved forward, prodding at the ghost hound. With a slow, casual movement, the ghost hound grabbed the shaft of one of the spears, yanked, pulling its wielder close, and punched the man directly in the face. The crack of bone was audible, and the man collapsed immediately, senseless. With another order, the squad rushed forward, weapons raised, trying to push the ghost hound back and bring the wounded comrade to safety. But the first man was smashed backwards by a kick, the second had his shield pulled away and was thrown 5 meters in the air. Then the squad leader was before the ghost hound, whipping 3 hatchets at him, lightning fast. The first 2 simply bounced off his skin. The third slashed a shallow gash in his shoulder and a thin trickle of blood running downwards. The ghost hound's hand stretched out, grabbing the lip of the squad leader's armor, picking him up like he was a misbehaving dog. Then he whipped the squad leader sideways, hitting the squad's healer from behind, who was still bending over the first man. The rest of the squad kept rushing forward, but the ghost hound simply waved his hand, knocking away their attacks, and delivered several short punches and kicks, incapacitating the rest of them. As he surveyed the fallen bodies and more healers rushed out, treating the defeated squad, the ghost hound said, "You made the right decisions. You were simply too weak. Coordination cannot overcome weakness, only true skill can. Without raising your skill levels, this will forever be your limit." "Why is he doing this?" Tara asked wonderingly. Declan grinned in response. "The town treats him like a guardian angel. Looks like he's fed up with it. It's a good experience, too, for the squads to get reminded of their limits." And finally, "It's a challenge," Paolo whispered. "To us, to Donnie, to Dozer, to Annie, asking us if we are enough to beat the monster that is the ghost hound." The ghost hound returned to his pole and knocked it twice against the ground once more. The 24th squad of Donaton has fallen. Who dares fill the gap? Dozer sat cross-legged in darkness, his eyes closed. To her surprise, when Annie located him, Donnie was there too, also in a meditative state. "Is it fine to just sit like this?" Annie asked. To her surprise, Dozer was the one who answered, opening his eyes and frowning at her. "Yes, those detail obsessors Kale and Declan will watch. There is nothing there that we don't already know, and we need time to prepare." Annie shrugged. "Prepare for what? It's just a spar, right?" Donnie snorted, finally opening his eyes. "Not exactly." Randidley came back from Franksburg a lot colder than he was previously. It seems like his search for his friends was fruitless, and when he came back he found that in his absence, Lyra had to sacrifice some part of herself in order to save the town. They might not actually be involved with each other, but there is some connection between them. "This," Dozer said, closing his eyes once more, "is the ghost hound angry, coming to collect his pound of flesh for letting her be forced to this. The earlier trials will be a warm-up. The I and II squads, as well as our personal squads, will be fighting him all at once. At that time he will stop pulling punches, and we will finally see the ghost hound bare his teeth." Donnie shivered. "I can't even wait." Dozer gave him a sly smile. "Me too." Annie sighed, wondering why men were sometimes fascinated by the thought of violence. The kids talked excitedly, watching as the men Mrs. Hamilton sent over dug up the area surrounding Arbor, leveling and flattening it. They created a stone path that led towards it and a small wooden stand surrounding it, an area to approach the tree and touch its ashy trunk. Several women came over, planting rare herbs and spices around it, after they had learned that its presence provided its strange energy even to plants nearby. Kirsty nodded, satisfied. Arbor too wiggled with glee, as this action on Mrs. Hamilton's part was a tacit admission of Arbor's use for the village. The NCCs already were beginning to treat it with a strange reverence due to its positive influence on the nearby flora. They even wanted to surround Arbor with farms, but Kirsty knew that would upset Arbor, just being surrounded by plants all the time. Although the farmers were disappointed, they knew that this small girl had some strange connection with the tree and deferred to her. For now at least, Nathan walked up to Kirsty looking nervous. "Mom wants to talk to you." Kirsty paled. Lana raised her hand, looking at the sky. They were making better time than they had anticipated, mostly due to their clearing the roads on the way down to Franksburg. If they went through and did a little more thorough job, they would basically have a personal highway that went straight between their two cities. Opening her menu, Alana looked at the map of the area given to her by the ghost hound. The area that constituted their zone was a rectangle, slightly taller than it was wide. It ended up being 189 miles wide, 223 miles tall. If you were to plot their locations on an X and Y axis, Donaton would be about 150, 83, being in the southeastern quarter. Franksburg was southeast of Donaton, quite near the absolute southeastern corner of the zone. Although it wasn't an issue now, Franksburg would be an incredible asset as an ally. They were sequestered in the corner and had a lot of space and a burgeoning population. Once they found their feet, able to survive through the monster hordes, they could begin to establish themselves and prepare for the tribulation to come for them. Still, Alana had a feeling they would be fine. They had struggled for a month without classes, and their initial growth, especially that Lucifer's would likely be explosive, quickly reaching the point that he could single-handedly contend with a tribulation. Lucifer was not, after all, the ghost hound. Alana checked their spot on the map once more. It seemed as though they could make it by nightfall. After several seconds of internal debate, she moved through the trotting crowd, eventually tracking down a brooding woman wearing 2 pistols and another woman hooded and masked even though the day was hot. "Hello, Raina." The masked woman inclined her head. "I suppose if you've come, you want the speed of the convoy to increase." "Yes," Alana said simply. She did not mind using Raina like this, and ever since the acid had melted the skin on her face and incited a fanatical mob to sacrifice their lives to kill monsters, Raina had been very sparing in the use of her powers. Now, she spent most of her time simply drawing, creating pretty accurate renditions of the world under the influence of the system. Setting her drawing pad aside, Raina stood, but then she began to hum. It was a small tune, relatively short and simple, but Alana instantly felt rejuvenated after hearing it. Then when the tune began to repeat for a 3rd time, Alana hummed along with Raina. When they started for a 4th time, some nearby people began humming along with the tune as well, almost instinctively. By the 6th, the tune spread further, and almost everyone was humming along, picking up their pace. By the 10th, Raina stopped humming and nodded respectfully to Alana and then picked up her pad once more, simply continuing to draw as the convoy hummed around her, rushing forward. "The 4th squad of Donaton has fallen. Who dare step forward to fill the gap?" It was a heavy sentence full pregnant meaning. It would be, everyone knew, the last challenge made before the ghost hound fought against the full war party. It was also a battle that seemed hopeless to win. "The 3rd squad dares." The 9 men and 2 women that made up the 3rd squad walked forward, heads held high. The previous challenges had gone rather predictably. This especially became obvious as the ghost hound began to not alternate between his 4 modes, but do 2 of them at once. Then 3. For the 4th squad, he used all 4, blasting with magic, moving like a ghost, crushing their defenses, and ignoring all damage that came his way. It was monstrous. Donnie and Dozer arrived, already dressed fully in their armor, their weapons gripped tightly at their sides. Paolo was stretching lightly to the side, while Daniel and Kale were engaged in a heated discussion, their eyes on the ghost hound. Declan just stood still, a nervous Tara beside him, his eyes burning. Yes, this was how it had to be. The ghost hound must be at least this strong. Otherwise, how else could this all be possible? How else could this town be held together by the force of will of only one individual? Slaying the ghost hound needed to be difficult, or what was the point? "Alec," Donnie said, speaking to the leader of the 3rd squad. Alec turned and tilted his head to the side. "Make him take the numerals seriously." Alec grinned and then turned to the ghost hound. The ghost hound stood, pole spinning slowly in his hands, his eyes a mild green like mint. "Are you ready?" His voice was still calm, as it had been the entire trials thus far, as he had completely brutalized all of Donaton's squads, but there was more of an edge now, an eagerness. An eagerness to finally experience the tension of a tough battle. Alec nodded, and the squad raised their weapons, vigilant, which was for the best, because when the ghost hound moved, he came to kill. It wasn't that the ghost hound was impossibly fast, it was just that he always seemed to be a hair faster than your eyes told you he would be. But this was Squad III, and when they knew what was coming, they could prepare for it. Their main tank threw himself forward to meet the rush of the ghost hound, smashing his shield forward. Swaying, the ghost hound dodged the blow and was faced with sharp stabs from two other squadmates at this level. A small chance was enough for the squad to get into position. They weren't the best Donaton had to offer, but they surely knew their business. The ghost hound feinted right, avoiding the stab that bought the feint, and aimed to intercept him. The other stab was avoided simply by brushing the blow slightly to the side, so that it scraped along his ribs rather than pierced into them. Rushing forward, the tank attempted to push the ghost hound back, but was stopped dead by a thrust by the ghost hound. Grunting, he attempted to regain his footing, but the ghost hound had enough time to use his characteristic phantom thrust, aiming for the shoulder of one of the two individuals who had stabbed at him. They had already been familiarized with the fearsome power of the thrust, so by the time the attack came, the woman was throwing herself backwards out of the way. With an impossible amount of force, the blow swerved and caught her in the chest, knocking the wind out of her. The ghost hound turned, aiming to pounce towards the second attacker, but a blast of fire ripped towards him. Spinning his pole, most of the force was dispersed, a cloud of ash and smoke spreading slowly. Alec's pupils dilated instantly. Back. He bellowed, and the squad quickly retreated, gathering at the other end of the arena. Their healer hurriedly used Healing Palm on the woman, and most of the group gulped down stamina potions to replace what they had lost. Most of the squad hadn't actually engaged him, but they knew that if they gave him half a chance, the ghost hound would rip through their mage and healers, leaving them helpless before his superior regeneration. With a calm face, the ghost hound was revealed as the smoke parted, looking completely unruffled. Then he smiled. A wall of thorns sprang into being, ripping upwards, splitting the group in half. Alec blinked, then swore under his breath. Eyes narrowing, he then gave the order. Everyone on this side with me, keep him locked down for them to burn through the thorns. Hold nothing back. They marched forward, rushing towards the waiting ghost hound. His smile widened as he came forward to meet them. With grace and power, the pole swept back and forth, crushing resistance. Alec was the only one who could totally block it, and threw himself in the way time and time again, using his axe to hack away at the pole, cutting chips of wood from it, slowly whittling it down. The rest of the squad spread out to surround him, but he moved with an unnatural grace, always seeming to just dodge or deflect the attack. It was as if there was something inevitable about the ghost hound's victory. As if the entire world was twisting itself to make sure that he won, but Declan knew in his heart that wasn't the case. From below, the smallest edge over time will come to seem an impossible mountain. All it took was a single man to step upon the summit, and then… Almost if Alec had been following that train of thought, he roared, a red light forming around his body as he activated the skill Battle Lust. The ghost hound's eyes narrowed, and a phantom onslaught rumbled forward, dozens of attacks rushing to put Alec down in that few seconds as the Battle Lust took effect. It was undoubtedly a powerful technique that boosted physical capabilities for a short while. But there was a short time of vulnerability, as your body was changing gears, as it were. Most of the warriors chose not to use it for that reason. Alec was probably the one in Donaton with the highest skill level, and his required about 2 seconds to activate. Even though that was more than enough time for the ghost hound to defeat him, he did it anyway, gambling on the boost he would obtain from the skill. After all, in this instance, he was not a man. He was a member of the squad, but those 4 did their best. In the end, only a single attack ripped forward as they fell away, all of them sporting multiple broken bones, and a hand rose to meet it, curled into a fist. The fingers shattered, and then the palm, and then the wrist, but the force at that point was dispersed. Alec's left hand was useless, but his eyes burned red, a fiery energy overtaking him. And behind him, healers rushed forward to help, as 3 fireballs smashed forward as covering fire. Snorting, the ghost hound rushed forward around Alec, but to his surprise, Alec moved more quickly than he had previously, repositioning himself in front of the ghost hound, spinning his axe. Then he began to swing with a wild abandon, smashing around with surprisingly precise strokes with his axe. That moment that the ghost hound was forced to pause was enough to change the course of the fight. Entangling Roots, the dedicated mage bellowed, and Roots curled upward from the ground to grip the ghost hound's legs. This seemed to incense him, and with a single step he ripped the bindings to shreds. But that step put him right in the way of a swing of Alec's where there was no time to deflect. He was forced to block directly, and his pole snapped into 2 pieces, broken by the force. Roaring victoriously, Alec swung again, but he met nothing but air. Blinking, he spun around because the ghost hound was already behind him, the healer and mage incapacitated, their guards knocked to the ground. Alec paused, the vicious redness in his eyes urging him onward, but something in the ghost hound's stance told him that something had changed. The ghost hound turned, gazing at Alec with burning emerald eyes. He is not invulnerable, but he's good at almost everything. Declan turned, surprised to find Lyra standing next to him. She tucked her blonde hair behind her ear in a motion that was so human that Declan was chilled to the bone. She looked at the ghost hound thoughtfully for several seconds and then said, "He's also packing a lot more firepower than he's currently letting on, which is the real trouble with bringing him down. If you push him, he will push back hard." Declan nodded slowly, doing his best to seem casual. Everyone had heard about Lyra's death, but her continued presence took the bite out of that somewhat for most people. Fortunately or unfortunately, Declan was not most people. During the chaos of the previous day, Declan had quietly reached LVL 30 and earned himself another class skill, Instincts of a Killer. And right now, all they were saying was that the thing standing next to him speaking was dead. Using your new status as town spirit to cheat, Declan asked, surprised by how unnerving he found her. Even a Tier II raid boss didn't give him heebie-jeebies like she did. No, her eyes burned violet for a brief moment. This is an old skill. Declan turned back to the arena as the aggression from Alex's skill overpowered his caution and he charged forward, axe raised. All at once, the ghost hound blurred, springing into motion so fast that Declan could barely believe it. Declan had some tricks too, and knew how to fool the eye into losing sight of him, but this was a pure difference in skills. A roundhouse kick struck a confused Alec in the temple, knocking him senseless. The ghost hound slowly stood, turning to the group of watchers. The third squad of Donaton has fallen. Who dares fill the gap? There was a long silence before anyone spoke. Then tension rose as Squad III was dragged off of the arena by the healers and their wounds were repaired. Declan remained still, waiting. All the defeated squads sat, looking at them with serious eyes. Although they had each individually failed against the ghost hound, they had hoped that Donaton's best could grasp victory. They hoped not that their guardian angel would fall, but more that the town would succeed, that they had finally reached the point that they could stand on their own without relying on him. The ghost hound waited, brooding silently. Declan had heard Dozer and Donnie's theories about why this was happening, and perhaps there was merit to it. There could be no doubt that the ghost hound had returned from Franksburg with more of an edge to him, but ultimately this was a battle that was about the fate of the town. On this day, they would decide whether they would live forever in the shadow of the ghost hound, or, almost on cue, Donnie stepped forward, his head raised high. The first raid party of Donaton Dares. He really had come a long way this past month, growing into his role as leader. Only intermittently would the teen that he really was show through, and then it was only in forgivable, slightly comical doses. Gone were the days of bluster and cowardice. Now his shield was always the first thing an enemy would see before battle was joined. With an even stride, he led the 50 individuals who would be taking part in this final battle out onto the arena. They had debated heatedly, but at the end, they reduced their squads to only the most necessary, the best of the best, in terms of stats and skill levels. Against the ghost hound, there was nothing else they could do. He would rip through weak links. "Do you truly wish to come with so many?" the ghost hound asked, seemingly bored. Annie, stringing her bow, raised an eyebrow. Scared, everyone shifted uncomfortably as they moved into position as if Annie hadn't spoken. They did feel slightly guilty throwing everything at him, but yes, Donnie answered coolly, drawing his sword. "This is Donaton's full strength." The ghost hound just smiled. Randedly closed his eyes, breathing in and out. Although he would do his best to avoid inflicting anything that would kill any of them, he would hold nothing back. He would crush them as best he could. They had to learn helplessness. Only then could their resolve be firmed and they could reach forward towards strength. Randedly opened his eyes and scanned the crowd. Donnie, Dozer, and Declan were obvious inclusions in the raid party. The leaders of Squad I and II were also there. Ptolemy and another healer stood at the back, surrounded by a thick wall of bodies. Annie stood at the back as well, sticking her tongue out him, which almost made Randedly grin. Looking away, Randedly scanned the crowd. Lyra would of course be watching, but not likely somewhere he could see. But that Randedly blinked when he saw Lyra standing there, slender and sad-looking, with her hair hanging loose down to her shoulders. Ever since becoming aware of the frigid and yet fiery energy that pulsed within him, Randedly had been cognizant that there was something between him and Lyra. He had always been drawn to her, but now he was slowly realizing that it was related to that energy. It was more than a simple human attraction. They were pushed towards one another from the very get-go. That energy was guiding them towards one another. But now that she was well, whatever she was, the connection had grown more tenuous, although it hadn't yet frayed into oblivion. Although slowly, very slowly, it was weakening. The whole situation was disturbing on so many levels. At the very least, once he recognized the connection as something he had been subconsciously feeling for a while, Randedly finally put all doubt to rest about who this new village spirit was. It was, without a doubt, Lyra. But as he looked at her, he wondered if things would continue to change between them as the connection frayed. Their interactions had been violent and mocking, at least for Lyra's part, but it was fun. Randedly had never been one to care for respect from others, and he rather enjoyed the passionate exchanges they had, and now that might be ending. Had she been only drawn to him because of their connection, formed through this strange energy, this ether, and why would the system draw them together? For almost 30 seconds, their gazes locked. Suddenly, they both laughed. Lyra flickered out of existence and randomly turned back to the raid party, smiling. At that moment, he had no doubt that Lyra's thoughts had almost mirrored his own. Even if they were no longer what they had been, they were still similar. As time continued, Randomly removed several rings that he had Sam made earlier in the day and slipped them on his fingers. His talks with the potion makers here had gone well, and they were now hard at work, gathering the materials to create more potions. 10 rings in all, each with around 60 worth of storage, 300 stamina and 300 mana, waiting for the moment where he needed it. High's ace in the hole, although Randomly suspected that this would swiftly become a battle of attrition. Health, mana, and stamina would ultimately be the limiting factors on him, but he made no effort to store health. That was never his game. His top-end performance was undoubtedly what gave him the ability to battle, while the numerosity of his opponents meant that once that ran out, it would be much more difficult to continue. He would either crush them with skill or be worn down by numbers. With a mild gaze, Randomly looked at Donnie. "Are you prepared?" Donnie nodded. Lyra felt the summons coming even as she maintained eye contact with Randomly. Smiling softly to herself, she turned away, allowing her body to slowly disperse, while her core was strangely teleported away, off the planet Earth and to a place deep within the realms of the Nexus. If the connection between Randomly and herself fell to pieces, so be it. Just because the system no longer pushed them together didn't mean it couldn't happen anyway. Her body recondensed, and Lyra found herself standing on a dais. Opposite her, also on a dais, was a gray blob that she recognized as Kimmy and a floating eyeball. She winked at them both and was delighted to see the blob begin to roil, and the eyeball scrunch itself up into a ball of annoyance. A higher dais completed their triangle, and on it sat a creature with the head of a rhinoceros. The area around them was filled with waves of color, like they were inside the aurora borealis, but none of the other three seemed to pay it much attention. Instead, Lyra coolly glanced around, demonstrating how unruffled she was by the whole ordeal. Sitting below them on a lower level were dozens of creatures who appeared to be typing and writing, talking back and forth as if they were simply working in an office. Lyra used her skill eyes of wonder and glanced around again. She was amused to find that the two individuals on the dais opposite her, which were likely Null and Kimmy, barely had a thimble's worth of ether between them. Meanwhile, she had about 2.5 ether springs within her, one for Donaton, one for beating a trainee-level tribulation, and zero point 0.5 from Turtletown being absorbed by Kimmy prior to her own subsequent absorption. But she was chilled to find that the Rhinoman burned with ether in her vision, on another level altogether. Ahem, the Rhino spoke with a surprisingly soft voice. "I, Octavius Shrike, do hereby call this hearing to order. The conduits are below, bearing witness. May the will of ether be served. Mr. Nullmalima, you may begin. Please present your evidence." 10 seconds crept past after the two sides both acknowledged they were ready, with no motion on either side. The tension was almost unbearable for the crowd, who were locked in agonizing stillness, not able to move lest they miss what happened when it happened. Ever the profane, Annie loosed an arrow, which shot through the lines, screaming towards the ghost hound. As it whistled past, several individuals sprang into motion, following it in a low sprint, led by Paolo and Kale. Declan moved like a ghost among them, not ready to attack, but wanting to use this opportunity to close the distance between them. Dozer fell back, setting himself in front of Annie, club raised. Dunny began to march forward with his squad, intent on surrounding the ghost hound. The mages prepped themselves, waiting for the ghost hound's response, ready to bombard him at the slightest sign of space. They did not have to wait long. Pierce the skies, shatter the earth. The ghost hound's form blurred upward, before falling down back behind Donnie's squad, putting himself between the tanks and the healers. His ascent was so rapid that he slipped past the arrow, and the vanguard only had time to turn before he crashed to the ground, leaving large cracks in the carefully constructed arena. The healers and mages were close and stunned by the blast of force and dust, but most of Dozer's squad was around him now, and they were very quick to regain their footing, leaping forward. The ghost hound's eyes landed on the nearest person, a young man with short hair and brown skin, who wielded a heavy iron ball on the end of a chain. Agony, the wave of pain billowed outward, afflicting them all. The closest were the most powerfully affected, and they seemed to be frozen, unable to compute the mental strain they were abruptly placed under. In the ghost hound's mind, it was only an annoying buzzing at the edges of his nerves, but he remembered how the whole world seemed to warp under that wave of pain, the first time he experienced it. Of course, these individuals might not have the stats that the ghost hound did at the time, but they surely had more levels than he had, and the young man in front of him had gritted his teeth and forced his eyes to focus on the enemy in front of him. But of course, this was only the beginning. Circle of flame. Fire crashed outward, knocking most of Dozer's squad on their asses, already barely managing to handle the crushing pain. Donnie's squad was hurrying around, but the ghost hound was much too quick, and he streaked towards the heavy mages with the middle of the formation, his agony crushing their ability to respond intelligently. A few were able to raise their hands to cast icicles and fireballs, but they were easily dodged. However, a whistling caused the ghost hound to still, an arrow whizzing in front of his face. Immediately he raised a hand and pointed. Incendiary bolt. The burning projectile ripped forward, burning Annie's follow-up arrow to a crisp. Dozer stepped forward, raising his club to block the magical attack. To his surprise, the spell bore a hole straight through the enchanted metal of the rare club he had obtained from a dungeon, and ripped a huge hole in his bicep. The defense had saved Annie, but it spelled doom for the heavy mages while Annie was prevented from firing. The ghost hound arrived among them, breaking their legs, knocking them out, and then tossing them out of the arena. The ghost hound turned slowly, his eyes blazing emerald, his message clear. Had this been real, those people would have just died. Donaton would have suffered losses, not 20 seconds into the battle. Their damaging magics were sealed. This was his true strength. This was the monster that could defeat a tribulation before even obtaining a class. This was the one who made Donaton possible, who made sure it thrived. This was the legend named Randedly Ghost Hound. Glendale and Regina stood in area with quite a clear view of the arena, and they saw the ghost hound's explosive initial offensive. Then as the ghost hound turned casually, Glendale's heart went cold. He seemed untouchable. But just as the ghost hound turned, two individuals arrived at him, one with fists raised, one with knives dancing across his fingers. First one to touch him wins, Paolo hissed, his eyes wide, but Glendale could tell the strain he was under. The ghost hound was using a strange technique that made it incredibly painful to be close to him, and right now the two leaders of the squads were struggling under the oppressive weight of that spell. Kale simply narrowed his eyes, slashing forward with his knives. The ghost hound easily deflected both the knives and a punch from Paolo, spinning his spear, knocking away strike after strike. But Donnie had returned and he raised his shield, a golden aura spreading outwards. Aegis. Now insulated somewhat from the effects of agony, Paolo and Kale regained some of their usual competency, striking again as one. But again, the ghost hound moved with an impossible combination of strength and finesse, smashing them both backwards. Still in that moment, three of Declan's squad appeared around the ghost hound, their eyes blazing with bloodlust. An arrow burning with a strange, dark energy shot towards his back. With glittering eyes, the ghost hound smiled, summoned pestilence. Must have taken quite a bit of mana, but a huge cloud of insects sprung into being around the ghost hound, obscuring him and the nearby people. These insects flew angrily outward, finding and biting the nearest flesh. The arrow passed harmlessly through the pestilence and skittered out the other side, missing its target. With a crash, the three members of Declan's squad were thrown out of the pestilence, as if smashed backwards. Glendale could see Donnie's frown as he considered how to approach the situation. Dozer's roar was what drew everyone's attention, and they were shocked to find the ghost hound standing in front of him, unleashing phantom onslaught after phantom onslaught, using pure power to push Dozer back. Kale arrived at almost the same time as everyone else's gaze, demonstrating that he had followed the action much more closely than anyone else. The ghost hound spared him an annoyed glance, but was forced to jerk backward as an arrow shot out from beneath Dozer's armpit, pollen of the Rafflesia. The ghost hound spun quickly, a phantom thrust smashing in Kale's chest faster than he would have believed possible. Wincing, he stumbled back, knives raised. Paolo rushed up to assist him, but the ghost hound had already turned and was rushing around Dozer's side to attack Annie. She danced away and Dozer pivoted, desperately attempting to keep himself in front of the ghost hound. Ptolemy arrived and began healing Kale, and Paolo rushed forward, but before he could arrive, Dozer stumbled uncharacteristically, suddenly seeming very woozy. In that moment, the ghost hound was past him, picking up Annie and throwing her unceremoniously out of the arena. Paolo arrived, throwing haymakers, but the ghost hound seemed to suddenly appear several steps away from him, just outside of his range, and raised his hand. Fireball. The blast knocked Paolo back, more than a little stunned for the instantaneous heat and concussive force. But the ghost hound didn't stop there. Ghastly slash. Glendale marveled at Paolo's reactions as he managed to get his arm up in time to block the vicious blow that arced towards his temple, but there was still the audible snap of bone as Paolo's forearm cracked. Without even pausing, the ghost hound rushed forward to Ptolemy, who was standing over Kale. The surrounding members of the squad closed ranks, weapons raised, but once again the ghost hound simply smiled, spearing Roots. Roots ripped upwards out of the ground, stabbing holes into the legs and thighs of the squad members defending Ptolemy. Then the Roots flexed, throwing the squad members to the side, creating a path. Kale rose to his feet, seemingly completely recovered, and Ptolemy raised his hand, healing circle. But the ghost hound just smiled, surging closer. Donnie burst forward, stepping in front of the two, smashing his shield with his sword. Challenging shout, the ghost hound raised his spear, his shoulder flexing as he threw everything into the attack aiming towards Donnie's shield. But Donnie was a veteran of being attacked. and so he threw a shield bash out at the last possible moment, aiming to completely neutralize the force of that attack by overpowering it at the point of impact. But his shield bash meant nothing. He blinked, looking uncomprehendingly as the ghost hound just walked past him, binding Kale with roots and then cracking Ptolemy over the head. Then, as if this was his plan all along, the ghost hound leapt again with that strange spear technique, crashing to the ground at his original starting place, instantly sitting down and closing his eyes. "What?" Glendale asked, confused. Regina grimaced. "That punk. He's more cruel than he looks." After taking out their long-range damage dealers, he's going to sit there recovering until the group reforms and attacks, which should be soon. Donnie quickly issued several orders, and the group split, a dozen or so of the squad members leaving the arena with guilty faces. The remainder began rushing towards the ghost hound. "What are they doing?" Glendale asked, looking at the departing individuals. If I had to guess, those were the people that Donnie considered to have been killed by the ghost hound's initial assault. He has his pride, that's for sure. So the 6 mages, 14 of the squad members, Ptolemy and Annie, all eliminated. Only one healer remaining for 28 people. Can they even win? Glendale whispered. Sam, who overheard, rolled his eyes. Look, if he could just wipe them, he would have done that immediately. It's a powerful front, but he burned a lot of stamina and mana to do it. The counterattack begins now. My case is simple. I paid the fee to enter into the seeding lottery for guiding spirits. I obtained a result with the top 10, which I used to reserve the first village on a specific planet, the planet judged to have the most potential out of the medium-grade planets, which refers to itself as Earth. As indicated by the rules, another village spirit cannot steal my village from me themselves. They must use forces from their own village. A village can only be taken by another village, or by the tribulation. As she is neither, she has broken the rules. I demand my village be returned and the ether stripped from her. The rhino nodded sagely and turned to Kimmy. And you? I'll wait, the conduits beckon. Yes, oh esteemed conduit, what is your question? Lyra yawned, looking down at the strange robot-looking thing that had its hand raised. It pointed at her. How did she become the village spirit anyway? How was she exposed to holy ether? The eyeball that was null shrunk slightly, seeming embarrassed. Ah, she was my chosen sheath. To Lyra's amusement, the one with the most ridiculous reaction was Kimmy. She ballooned up in size. You designated a blade and sheath without informing them. You imbecile, is that why Randidley was so strong? The eyeball wiggled. I figured they would be drawn to each other, and his eventual weakness would force the issue. They would be assets for the village. How was I supposed to predict that he would show no signs of ether starvation? Mr. Shrike, can you tell me how that's possible? Sighing, the Rhino Man brought up a menu. He does not have a class, yes. Oh, he blinked. He seems to have spawned inside of chaotic space and was moved through direct interference of an overseer, but this signature. After several seconds, Octavius leaned back, still frowning. I do understand now. According to this, he was part of a party that cleared a LVL-35 dungeon about 9 hours after the system arrived in his world. That certainly seems like a record, but... The Rhino shrugged. The reward for that was enough ether for him to swim in it for quite a while. It is no wonder he felt no weakness. The land beneath them lit up in brilliant light as the waves of colors were sucked down into the office worker people beneath them, building to a brilliant intensity. Then the floor seemed to collapse and everything turned dark. A voice spoke in the dark. It is allowed. She will remain as the guiding spirit for this village. The rules govern only what you cannot do. Since her situation is not covered, it is not forbidden. Then the light faded further, and Lyra blinked, finding herself back in the main building of Donaton. What had just happened? Randidley stood, sighing. It would be too much to hope for that they would allow him to recover after brutalizing them so efficiently for a minute. The raid team was surging forward towards him, their faces grim. No helping it then. He absorbed stamina and mana from the rings on his fingers, 150 of the stamina, and all 300 of the mana. It would simply take too long for the mana to regenerate otherwise. Having some stamina as a buffer would be good, but it was pointless to absorb too much. After all, he wanted to be regenerating it constantly. He had taken advantage of the fact that he had a whole list of skills that they hadn't seen or experienced before to knock them on their back foot, and then he was able to knock out some of their more annoying members. Of course, this left the key players, who hadn't yet played all of their cards. Although he had enough health to tank, Dozer wasn't good defending a single person, although he was invaluable at limiting Randidley's movements near him. Donnie didn't have the speed or the guile to handle an opponent who could avoid him, but when he was confronted, he was near impregnable. Declan wasn't willing to commit until he felt there was an opening, but when that strike descended. And all the rest of them hadn't yet learned how to gamble with their lives, because there was simply no other choice. Grinning, Randidley knew that the other side was currently feeling the pressure of having only a single healer. That was the point. The true test would be who could continue on under the weight of that pressure. And of course, the weight of facing him. Standing slowly, Randidley once more activated agony. Because he wasn't using potions, he couldn't use agony too frequently, in case it decreased his health to the point he might actually die. That would certainly be an ironic end to this spar, but it certainly caused the assault to stall somewhat as each individual struggled against the consciousness warping pain, and one by one they stepped forward, gritting their teeth. He could see it in their eyes that they craved victory, that they craved the strength to overcome this. Good. If they didn't, this wouldn't be any fun at all. Deep within his chest, that strange, frosted lava energy began to pulse, burning, freezing, and filling him with excitement. Daniel watched calmly as all of the final battle on the arena unfolded. He carefully noted every skill that the ghost hound used, doing his best to mark down their effects based upon observation. From there, he tried to extrapolate information about stats. Ultimately, he gave up. The ghost hound simply had too many skills and stat boosts from places to keep track of all of their influences. There were simply too many variables to account for them all. Do you think we can really win against him? Daniel asked, setting his notebook to the side. Mrs. Hamilton smiled at him, amused. Don't be so caught up in his pace and past accomplishments. Just look. What is happening? Daniel looked, seeing the rapid march of the squads as they rushed towards the ghost hound's form as he slowly stood. His breathing was even, but his eyes were narrow, scanning the oncoming wave of bodies. As they approached, he simply allowed them to come, making no move to dodge, breathing slowly. When they arrived, they pressed forward, shields raised. The ghost hound's pole dipped low, smashing against the shins of one man who stumbled briefly. That man was immediately met with a roundhouse kick, which knocked him backwards, and the ghost hound was able to step forward into the small gap, lashing out with his pole. The squad parted, flowing around him, and Paolo and Kale rushed forward, both attacking at the same time, with a cooperation that surprised Daniel. The ghost hound simply grimaced, his spear blurring to knock away every attack that came his way. Seeing their chance, the squad members surged closer. Suddenly, it seemed like the flurry of attacks coming from all directions was too much for him, and the ghost hound suddenly let an attack through. The woman's eyes gleamed as she slashed downwards. Unfortunately, the ghost hound twisted, and the blow was shallow. His follow-up was not. His punch took her in the chest, cracking her centipede shell armor. Gasping, she fell to her knees, blood dripping from her lips. The ghost hound hopped lightly over her, then grabbed her and threw her out of the arena. Two other squad members rushed forward, roaring, but the ghost hound's pole cracked them both in the head after they left the safety of their superior numbers to attack him. Those two too were thrown out, and the ghost hound calmly turned to regard the remaining group. He sported several small cuts, and blood slowly ran down from his ribs and shoulder. The ghost hound flexed his bare feet and grinned, as if asking them if this was all they had. Donnie's voice echoed out, and the squad rumbled forward, rushing towards the ghost hound once more. I see Donnie ordering the attack, but neither he, Dozer, nor Declan are participating, Daniel said, frowning. Of the most powerful, only Kale and Paolo are fighting, and they are only doing so passively, harrying him. Why are they letting him defeat the squad members like this? Mrs. Hamilton just smiled, shaking her head. Because they want to win. Randedly can beat the squad members, but it costs him stamina. And without Donnie committing, Randedly cannot strike a blow to eliminate them all at once. So it's going to continue like this. Likely no. The ghost hound is not one you can corner so easily, not even with our highest trained squad members. If we are going to defeat the ghost hound, we need a little more. They both turned their gazes back to the arena, not daring to look away. Randedly frowned. Donnie certainly had gotten callous. He could rip through these fodder all night, but it would deplete his already sorry stores of mana. It would be much easier if the fight with the main force happened while he had stamina to spare, but it appears they were content to wait him out. Fine, he supposed it was time to bring the fight to them. As the front tanks marched forward, Randedly abruptly raced to meet them, pole raised. He really missed his spine spear, both for its size, strength bonus, and blade, but he supposed this pole was a much better weapon for ensuring there were no casualties. He should have at least put a blade on this weapon, but whining about it now would do no good. With just a bare stick of wood, he planted his feet, activated haste, empower, heavy blow, mana strengthening, and sweep, and smashed forward with his pole, striking the front line in a broad blow, aiming to hit as many as possible. 4 people were knocked over, smashed to the side by the force of the blow, knocked off their feet. Although their stats might be much higher, most people hadn't realized that their superior physical strength did nothing to increase their weight. It was quite easy to knock them up and helplessly away if they didn't prepare for it. Randedly planted his feet and was ready to rush forward, but to his surprise, a figure stepped up in front of him, weapon raised. It was the dark-skinned young man with the iron ball for a weapon that had rushed him earlier, at the beginning of the fight. A phantom thrust blurred outward, striking the man in the nose. The cartilage of his nose shattered, blood spurting outward, and Randedly moved to step past him. To Randedly's surprise, a hand settled on his arm, gripping him tightly. Randedly turned, eyes narrowing, to find that the iron ball man had managed to latch onto him as he fell, holding desperately onto him. Another sweep crushed the man into the ground, loosening his grip, but Randedly didn't have the time, nor the stamina for this. Most of the people knocked to the side were being healed, and several other squad members were moving closer. Worst of all, a tingling on Randedly's neck warned him that Declan was finally making his move. Tusking lightly to himself, Randedly spoke. Agony. The pain smashed downwards around him, and most people hesitated slightly, but not Declan. His was a curved smile and blade, and he ripped closer, moving so quickly that Randedly wasn't sure whether he could have kept up with him without a full stamina and mana pool. But in this case, he didn't need to. He sparingly used a pinch of mana, using root manipulation to loop around an unsuspecting Declan's foot. The killer responded well, instantly twisting and pulling away, but Randedly already had a phantom thrust aiming for his chest. Righteous bonds. Donnie yelled and strange golden runes appeared in the air around Declan. Ignoring it, Randedly struck with all the force he could muster, aiming to shatter several ribs. But although Declan grunted and was thrown back, he didn't appear to suffer any lasting damage. A gasp did echo out behind him, and Randedly turned to see Donnie covered in those same golden runes, clutching his chest. Some sort of damage sharing, huh? Randedly wondered idly. Annoying. Abruptly, Randedly decided to try something strange. Dropping Agony, Randedly stood casually, spinning his pole with the raid squad surrounding him. His grin was long and slow. Tyke smashed into the ground, almost stunned into unconsciousness by the force of the ghost hound's blow. But somehow he bit his tongue and stayed awake, managing to keep a hold of his trusty iron ball as well. Groaning, he rolled on his side and then weakly rolled back, and he felt some bones of his ribs shift. Holy freaking shit, but the ghost hound hit like a freaking truck. Feeling slightly foolish, almost as if he was cheating, Tykes removed a health potion from his pocket and downed it. Instantly he felt better, able to breathe again. He hacked out a wad of blood and tried to roll again, only to fall back, too tired. He supposed he was knocked out of the battle anyway, so. As he lay there listening to the clash of weapons, he just looked up at the blue sky hanging over them. Even if they won, if they lost, Tykes was happy. Donnie would scold him for putting himself in such direct danger, but it was worth it. Tykes wanted to win. He wanted to feel like he helped them win. So even though he was the only member of the raid party without a class, Tykes had thrown himself in harm's way. He had been one of the initial volunteers for Daniel's skill program and had been part of the second batch with an indefinite timetable as NCCs. But Tykes didn't mind. He liked Donaton, liked its simple, focused people, liked the endless food, even liked the constant presence of violence. That at least hadn't changed in Tykes' life, but now he was no longer on the receiving end. Until now, that is. Gritting his teeth, Tykes rolled over, looking towards the ghost hound. He had struck Declan, but the rest of the raid team was closing in on his position. All of a sudden, tall, thorny walls sprung up, about 2 meters tall, blocking off vision, isolating most of the squad. Retreat, came Donnie's yell, but it was too late. Circle of flame. The first spell blasted outward, igniting the thorns and smashing them outwards. Propelled by the close blast of fire, these flaming, thorny walls knocked most of the nearby squad members over, crushing them with heat, inflicting dozens of small wounds with the thorns. As the smoke cleared, the ghost hound was standing alone, surrounded by slowly burning piles of thorns. Is that all, Donaton? Tykes was insulated from the blast based on where he was lying, but the heat still burned his face. Pressing his eyes together to force away the bitter tears, Tykes just breathed for a long moment. Then he opened them and saw a beautiful figure, upside down, on the hill overlooking the arena. She was slender and blonde, with her hair twisting around her face. She seemed young, younger even than Tykes, staring intently at the arena. He knew her. She was the girl who had always had such a weird relationship with the ghost hound, the girl who was now somehow a town spirit, the girl they whispered had died. Lyra. To Tykes' immense surprise, she blew him a kiss. Almost unbidden, Tykes blinked again and the girl was gone. But the strange heat from that blown kiss had not. Tykes struggled to his feet, hefting the iron ball. We are not done, congratulations. Due to your actions, you have unlocked the path unyielding will 010. Tykes blinked as the ghost hound slowly turned. In the ghost hound's green eyes, Tykes saw a flicker of recognition, which was oddly pleasing. But when the ghost hound smiled, it was all ice. Then let's finish this. With infinite slowness, the ghost hound began to step towards Tykes, over the burning thorn walls. Unsure of what else to do, Tykes opened up his status screen. Tykes' last name unknown. Class level NA. Health R per hour, 93 355 63. Mana R per hour, 21 7. Stam R per min, 6 190 220. Vet 15. End 24. SDR 24. Augie 22. Perception 22. Reaction 12. Resistance 11. Willpower 14. Intelligence 9. Wisdom 11. Control 3. Voga 6. Skills Perseverance LVL 32. running LVL 19, physical fitness LVL 22, endure LVL 14, farming LVL 7, woodworking LVL 15, leap LVL 23, animal skinning LVL 12, hunting LVL 7, manual labor LVL 19, cooking LVL 6, ball and chain mastery LVL 20, throw LVL 27, cleaning LVL 16, tailoring LVL 9, tough body LVL 13. Crush LVL 25, Heavy Blow LVL 18, Herculean Strength LVL 34, Mana Bolt LVL 9, Flail LVL 15, Battle Sense LVL 3, Heightened Perception LVL 7, Dodge LVL 14. Pipe B 10. Tykes blinked very slowly, then moved as if possessed. 10 pp. He poured it all into his new path. Congratulations, you have completed the unyielding will path. In the face of great adversity, you do not bow. Although your feet blister and rip and your eyes tremble as you tire, you stand and continue forward, for you realize that there is no choice but to continue on this path or die. You have learned the skill Inexhaustible will LVL 1. You have learned the skill Unyielding Sword LVL 1. Due to compatibility, Unyielding Sword has changed to Rebounding Sphere LVL 1. Vit, End, SDR, and Augie +5. Tykes barely had time to take the whole of the notification in before the ghost hound arrived, thrusting with his pole. Scrambling backwards, Tykes threw his iron ball forward, trying to buy some time. But the pole blurred, smashing the ball to the side with pure power, hitting Tykes in the gut. Gasping for air, Tykes felt something strange in his gut that was familiar, and yet strangely new. An unwillingness to concede that caused warmth to flow outward into his limbs. He straightened, slowly recovering, and he saw that he gained a level in unyielding will. With clear eyes, he straightened all the way, only to see the tip of the pole rushing for his face. The body slumped over, lifeless, and Randidly considered the young man briefly. If given the chance, he would definitely become strong. Randidly almost regretted giving out all of his blessings, for this young man would be a powerful choice if untested. But at the moment there were other concerns. He turned slowly to face Donnie, Declan, Dozer, Kale, and Paolo, along with a gasping healer, who was clearly overdrawn. Under Randidly's pointed gaze, the healer paled and raised his hands, then hurried out of the arena. Looking completely healed, Donaton's 5 classer leaders stepped forward. "You can't defeat me like this," Randidly said, quietly taking stock of himself. Around 50 mana, 400 health, and 90 stamina. He surreptitiously absorbed the remaining 150 stamina from the stones on his fingers. Even still, it was hard to keep his breathing under control, to keep his mouth from curling up. This was it, this feeling of having his back against the wall. To his delight, they didn't answer, only crouching into a fighting stance and rushing towards him. Donnie cast his spell Righteous Bonds, and now all 5 were covered in golden light, rushing towards him with grim looks in their eyes. They came to slay a ghost hound. Lyra sighed softly, looking at Tykes, unconscious on the ground. Seeing as a village spirit was different than seeing as a human. Everything was waves and momentum, which is why it was so difficult to answer certain questions. It was flying directly in the face of that momentum. She had managed it once by keeping a faction of the Tribulation's existence captive, burning it to distract those waves briefly, but it had still cost her quite a bit. She had a few ideas how she could do it again, but there wasn't any point in doing it. Currently, there were no monsters lurking around the corner. Just one awkward situation that everyone in the village seemed to have forgotten about for now. After gazing back towards the village center for several minutes, she looked back towards Randidly. The thread connecting them had almost completely dispersed so that there was nothing left. Opening her eyes of wonder, she saw him, perhaps exactly how he was. Tired, and the light he cast was much, much dimmer, but the core of that flame was still a brilliant emerald. He hadn't given up, even though his reserves were almost completely empty. What did it mean now that she had hastened the destruction of their connection by designating Tykes as the new village blade? Would her fascinating with him disappear? Would he continue to treat her so mildly? Turning back to her new village blade, she considered him closely. Although Null had been punished by his choice, Lyra sincerely doubted that a similar thing would happen to her. After all, the momentum and waves around him, especially during this bout with Randidly, had bound him very tightly to Donaton's fate, which had prompted her to make her move. It was easy as breathing, giving him that designation, and he had immediately risen from the ground, keeping Donaton in the fight. Now all that remained to be seen was who his sheath would be. She stopped using eyes of wonder and simply felt the threads of momentum gathering, but it wasn't here. It was to the south. Lyra looked in that direction for several seconds, her eyes glowing violet. Then she turned back to the arena. Regardless of what they were now, Lyra would stand and witness this man who had shown her what true beauty was. Whether or not he won or lost, she would watch every second of it. Randidly bared his teeth in almost a snarl. His opponents were almost at full strength, while he was running on 1/3 of his usual stamina, with no more secret stones to draw on. His mana was almost completely gone, perhaps enough for several smaller spells or one big one, and they weren't giving him enough time for his monstrous regeneration rates and skills to make up the difference. Roaring, Dozer led the charge this time, club raised. Kale and Declan glided swiftly after him, ready to swoop in at the slightest opening. Donnie ran directly behind Dozer, his golden skill spreading to them all. It would make it difficult to deal significant enough damage to put any out of commission, but Randidley wanted to experiment a little with its effects before he committed too heavily. But the wide swing taken by Dozer was not something that Randidley wanted to trifle with, especially now. He stepped forward, activating only Empower, using a tiny amount of stamina to rush into Dozer's range. Still, Dozer's arm swung forward, smashing towards Randidley's chest. With another empowered step, Randidley ducked under that and passed him, eyes narrowing as two glimmering lines of light raced towards him. But Randidley didn't take another step, within the range of those slashes from Kale and Declan. Instead, he turned and slammed his fist into Dozer's side, aiming for the kidneys. The yellow runes absorbed around 25 of the damage, which flowed back toward Donnie, who grunted lightly. The rest pierced through the spell and hit Dozer, who didn't even respond. Randidley had been aware that Dozer, Declan, and Donnie had all reached LVL 30 and gotten a class skill. Dozer's, he recalled, had been called Constitution of the Troll, a passive skill that had vastly increased his defense and regeneration. Combined with Donnie's skill, it let Dozer easily shrug off attacks off this level. As Randidley watched, he simply turned back, reaching out to grab at him. He used this time to punch again, catching Dozer in the stomach. Still, the spell was too effective, it wasn't enough to damage him in the slightest. Kale raced forward, trying to take advantage of the distraction, but Randidley flicked a phantom thrust forward, catching Kale in the sternum, throwing him backwards. Dozer twisted, just bring his arm down in a chopping blow, and Randidley pivoted, raising his pole and deflecting the blow away. The force caused the wood to vibrate dangerously. Donnie stayed back, but Paolo came then, fists swinging. He had apparently been holding back slightly before, because there was a sharpness to his movements that was new, or perhaps he had gained some skill levels over the course of the fight. As it was, without haste and empower, Randidley had a hard time keeping up with them all, and he mostly allowed the glancing blows to land. They would leave bruises, but... As Declan rushed in on the other side and Dozer pulled back for another blow, Randidley saw his chance. He lashed out with a roundhouse kick, aiming for Paolo's side. The man responded quickly, his eyes narrowing, and he made the very ballsy decision to catch the kick, taking the damage to lock Randidley down for a short time. Randidley smiled, exactly as planned. Even before Paolo had completely grabbed the leg, Randidley's other leg was raised. Before Paolo even saw it, he stepped on his face, kicking off and throwing himself backwards. Although the spell absorbed some of the force, the brutal kick's effectiveness could be seen in Paolo's dizzy eyes as he fell back. Flying backwards now from the force of the kick, Randidley twisted around, aiming to catch Declan. But Dozer had recovered and stepped in the way. Declan landed lightly on Dozer's back, watching Randidley shoot towards them. Dozer's eyes glowed as he swung his club at Randidley's midair form. Swearing quietly, Randidley twisted, using some mana to press a root upward, which he used as a stepping stone to leap to the side. Unfortunately, Declan saw this as it was happening and ripped forward, knives raised. Twisting further, Randidley used the pole to deflect the attacks, but felt two long knives sink deeply into his back. One even punctured his lung. Randidley tapped on the ground and then jumped farther away. Grinding his teeth, he considered his opponents. Fighting without enough stamina to use Phantom Half-Step severely limited his mobility. He had become entirely too dependent on potions. He wasn't used to simply fighting among enemies without them. Grunting, he removed the knives from his back while his opponents circled around him. The main problem was Dozer and Donnie. Donnie's skill protected Dozer enough that Randidley's force was reduced to a level he could force his way through it. The rest of the classers Randidley could hurt, Dozer he could not hurt. But getting to Donnie meant going through Dozer. Dozer was the pillar in their midst that kept the formation alive. He interfered with Randidley's strikes and was the one who bore the brunt of the damage. As long as that continued, Randidley would spend his stamina uselessly. Paolo shook his head, regaining some of his clarity. Declan drew two more long knives, one of which was the knife that Randidley had given him all that time ago. Dozer lumbered forward. Previous strikes had rapidly reduced their fighting force, but the classers in front of him had not been swayed. They still held tightly, almost grimly, onto hope. So now was time to gamble, huh? Randidley smiled at Dozer, raising the pole. The spear advances, ash trails. Mrs. Hamilton felt her hands tighten into fist as the ghost hound spoke, so he finally decided to play his last card, huh? The ghost hound ultimately was not able to equal Donatan's forces in an extended confrontation. There was simply too many of them capable of skills, so he had used a series of vicious bursts to reduce their staying power, whittling away their will. That had left this group, who had enough health and stamina to push through his area of effect skills. They needed to be dealt with individually and at great cost. Of them all, of course, the tanks were the real problem. If they weren't there, he could continue to use bursts to attack. As it were, they would just endure it and then crush him, so he was forced to this. With an impossible, powerful explosion of fire and ash, the ghost hound shot forward, pole raised towards Dozer. The speed with which he traveled made reactions impossible. The two figures smashed together and just as quickly parted with a crack. Dozer stumbled and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ghost hound skipped forward, bleeding off some of his speed, and stopped and turned, looking at them with glowing eyes. There was an anger there and an unwillingness. With exaggerated slowness, the ghost hound raised his hand, holding it above his head. A smoldering fire began to form. Inspiration. His words were raw and angry. Dozer turned and raised his club, barely maintaining his stance. Donnie rushed forward to stand by him and activated Aegis. The other three ran behind the tanks. Surprising everyone, even herself, Mrs. Hamilton said. Can you see how much they want this victory? Randidly. Those violent, hungry emerald eyes turned towards her, the fire held above the ghost hound's head slowly glowing brighter. He smiled, but then everything dimmed all at once. The ghost hound let his hand fall. They don't need to want it any longer, they have won. Without another word, the ghost hound dropped the pole and walked away, out of the arena and towards the tree line. People parted, unsure of what just happened. What just happened? Sam gasped. He gave up. Mrs. Hamilton took a very long breath in and out and then shook her head slowly. As the ghost hound slowly walked, he passed the area where the defeated squad stood. There was a strange tension. Then, abruptly, a man stepped forward. It was a dull thunder. Echoing out, filling the silence, these two words were everything that they wanted to say to this man. He started the village, he protected them, he taught them about classes and skills, and then he showed them how weak they were and also how strong they could be. The ghost hound walked, not acknowledging the words, just walking into the forest. He had said everything he had to say already with that pole. He had explained clearly what he had expected from them, what demanded from the squads in the name of Donaton's defense. And to that pole, Mrs. Hamilton pointed. It could be said that the ghost hound lost to the situation more than anything else. Daniel snorted. What, is he going to be a sore loser about the numbers now? Why? No, you idiot, an annoyed Annie, nursing a brutal headache, said. Look at the pole. It broke when it hit Dozer. Daniel blinked. Sure enough, the pole's tip had cracked, a good quarter falling to the ground around the site of the blow. With that much of the force dispersed, it was still enough to blast through Donnie's defensive skill and heavily wound Dozer. But it wasn't enough to put Dozer out of commission. The pillar had not fallen. And for whatever reason, the ghost hound had stayed his hand at the last second, letting them off. Daniel sighed. I hope this isn't one of those situations that he will swear vengeance, go train in the woods for a month, and come back and do it again, only to gloriously succeed. Annie rolled her eyes, leaving to go check on the hobbling Dozer, and Mrs. Hamilton chuckled. I think you read too many fantasy books. Giving her a skeptical look, Daniel said, Do you really want to underestimate the ghost hound? No, I think he will grow more powerful than I can understand. But it's still a numbers game. Mrs. Hamilton spread her hands wide. Sure, he might grow faster than one person, but what about 2 people, 3 people, 10 people, 50? He cannot outlevel an entire village. The population of Donaton will now control the destiny of this town, although there's no doubt that the ghost hound will always play an important role. A dull bang sounded, and the talking ceased as everyone turned to look at the source of the noise, Donnie. He stood tall, and now it was clear how exhausted he was, his youthful face lined with worry. But it was brightened by a joyful smile. Classers of Donaton, do not rejoice. Although we won, there is no reward, only more work. We fought the ghost hound for the dubious honor of being the last line of defense, the ultimate shield that protects everyone who lives in Donaton now and will come to live here. Rejoice, he continued, eyes glittering. We have won more work. We won, the shout came from Tykes, who had just regained consciousness, looking around wildly, his eyes wide. As Donnie looked at him, although Tykes was 2 years older than him, his face softened, as if looking at a promising grandson. Yes, we won. Now, who's prepared to meet with Declan, Dozer, and I to talk about their performance in these trials? Mrs. Hamilton has apparently been taking exceedingly detailed notes. Mrs. Hamilton smiled kindly at them all, as the classers turned to look at her with mounting horror. She coughed lightly. We should start immediately. There is a lot to go over. Randidly looked at his hands, then clenched them, gritting his teeth. It's so bitter, he whispered. His eyes were, to his surprise, wet with tears. Randidly hadn't cried since walking home from his talk from Tessa. But he had been resolved then, just like he was resolved now, although he felt slightly helpless. Not that the loss bothered him so much, which in fact was a lie. It bothered him a lot. These people had none of the head start that he had, of that long 7 months alone with Shao, training against monsters that could kill him as quickly as looking at him. And yet already, as they grouped together after a month, they could defeat him. This was supposed to be his chance to demonstrate his superior strength, to show them how powerful one individual had been. It was a lesson and a small revenge and a stress relief, and 1,000 other small reasons that he wasn't truly aware of. He was simply sure that it was something that he wanted to do, yet they were stronger than him, which he had never expected, or at least strong enough push him so far that he had two choices, either admit defeat or, which was the other reason that Randidley was so upset in that moment, after his pole broke on Dozer, he knew that struggling to fight normally would not work. He was at too much of a numerical disadvantage. If he wanted to win, he had to drop all unwillingness to kill them in order to win. So he had raised his hand, prepared to use an inspired circle of flames to wipe them away and claim victory. When Mrs. Hamilton said, "Can you see how much they want this victory, Randidley?" What Randidley actually heard from her was slightly different. "Can you see how much you want this victory, Randidley?" That raw anger he had gained in Franksburg had almost driven him to kill the fruits of a month of labor, Donaton's finest, wiped out in a wave of fire. Who knows, too, how many other casualties they would have suffered. He was too weak. He had almost made a mistake and let the anger control him. Wiping away his tears, Randidley once more looked at his hands. It had been such an innocuous noise, the small crack that had sounded when he used brute force to knock aside the iron ball wielded by that brown-skinned young man, a crack he had thought nothing of, until his pole split in half, striking Dozer. Closing his eyes, Randidley supposed that he couldn't always be the one fighting against impossible odds and still achieving results. That young man would be worth watching in the future, but he would leave that to the others. Donaton had several capable and responsible people right now. Randidley's job was simple: to eliminate the weaknesses they hadn't discovered and grow strong, to prepare for the unknown. Although they didn't know from what direction it would come, the Nexus was not a peaceful place to be. A spear can only advance, Randidley muttered to himself. Then he looked at his status screen. He had gained 3 skill LVLS in Spear Mastery, 1 in Phantom Thrust, 2 in Eyes of the Spear Phantom, 1 in Spear Phantom's Footwork, 4 in Fighting Proficiency, 1 in Empower, 3 in Calculated Blow, 2 in Roundhouse Kick, 1 in Pierce the Skies, Shatter the Earth, 1 in the Spear Advances, Ash Trails, 1 in Spearing Roots, 2 in Root Manipulation, 2 in Pollen of the Rafflesia and Summon Pestilence, 1 in Wall of Thorns, 4 in Agony. 1 in Incinerating Bolt and Circle of Flame, 2 in Physical Fitness, 1 in Grace, 5 in Bacterial Regeneration, and 1 in Superiority. Chuckling that he gained a point in superiority after a lost battle, Randidley used the PP he gained to finish off the Phantom Thrust II path. Congratulations, you have completed the Phantom Thrust II path. As you continue down familiar paths, you may find that you blindly passed by treasures previously. The world is wide and the path is long, and familiar paths might still hold new surprises. Effectiveness of each skill LVL of Phantom Thrust has increased a very small amount. Agility +3, Stamina +50, Stamina Regen +5, Randidley sighed. No skill but increased the effect of Phantom Thrust would be very powerful. Stamina, especially after that long battle today, seemed especially important as well. Once more, Randidley looked at the paths open to him. Watchers. Heretic V0, Oathbreaker 025, Initiate of Ash I0 75, Empower 060, Path of Carnage I0, Agony I0 100. It looked like one of the paths disappeared, as well as Heretic increasing to V, which Randidley would be hard-pressed to forget about anytime soon. In addition, he now had access to a path related to the skill Agony, although it was quite expensive. For now, Randidley did not feel the need to address Heretic. And based on what he had gathered, it had something to do with him refusing to get a class through the system and growing in power anyway. It was also implied that taking Heretic would solve the problem. If it was some sort of path that would end up giving him a class, Randidley wanted no part of it. Ultimately, Agony was too high, and it was better to go for another skill that would improve a skill he used all the time: Empower. Randidley poured the rest of his PP into it, but was annoyed to discover that he gained no extra bonuses, all the way through 20. He felt an immediate sense of regret in his heart, but put it out of his mind. Best not to dwell on it. In addition, this PP expenditure proved that there were only 5 options in rotation for his new soul skill, which was enough for him. The bonuses were 1 plus 15 health plus 2 vit 2 plus 3 control plus 2 free stat 3 plus 15 stam plus 1 Augie SDR 4 plus 3 focus plus 2 free stat 5 plus 15 mana plus 1 all regeneration. All of the options were attractive in their own way, and Randidley was fine with this. Sighing, he considered the details of his next step. He wanted to experiment a little more with potions, and hopefully Mrs. Hamilton would help with the gathering of materials. Randidley also wanted to push his meditation and bacterial regeneration skills even higher. In terms of spells, Spearing Roots, Root Manipulation, Summon Pestilence, Circle of Flame, and Incinerating Bolt would be where his attention was. If he encountered a large group, it might be worth it to level Pollen of the Rafflesia. Agony Randidley almost didn't count as a spell, but should also be in the rotation. Luckily, it used health and could be used only on himself, which made it only slowly level but perversely helped him focus. But of course, Randedly's main focus would be on his spear combat skills. If he could raise his basic proficiencies with the weapon, the duel against Donatin would have gone very differently. With a plan in mind, Randedly settled down to rest. It had, after all, been quite a long day. Alana stood on top of the mountain, looking down at Donatin. It was surprisingly good to see that the little village still stood there. It somehow felt like home, even though she had only lived there for a few weeks. "What are those lights?" Clarissa, who stood with her, asked curiously. There did seem to be three weird, giant torch things in the village, one on the base of the dirt track they were heading down, another deep in the NCC village, and another to the north by the quarry. Lana just shrugged. She was far too tired for this nonsense. Raina's humming magic had worked wonders for their speed, even the younger children that Alana and Devan had begrudgingly allowed trotting on at an increased pace. This had continued up the highway and onto the mountain road. But right now, as they crested the hill to see Donatin, all the exhaustion they had put off earlier fell on them like a weight. Everyone looked with weary eyes at the town, just a short mile away. Grunting, Alana walked forward, a small glow due to her skill coming from her skill. It was still dim at night, just enough to notice and catch the eye, but in front of these tired people, it was a small impetus they needed to stand once more, trudging down towards the village. The goal was in sight. It was time to move. Clarissa looked behind her at the following crowd. Behind them, the trucks filled with supplies drove slowly over the bumpy road, encouraging the most lazy. "Does Donatin even have room for these people?" Alana shrugged. "The village looks pretty peaceful right now, so it shouldn't be too hard to get a few classers and some of Sam's crafting people to wake up and build some quick houses right. While we were making a cross-country trek, I bet they were enjoying cushy patrol jobs and sipping on coffee. Holy freak, I want some coffee right now." Clarissa lifted her blouse and smelled it, wrinkling her nose. "And all I want is a bath." "You'd think that Franksburg would have better infrastructure, and sure they have working plumbing, but no hot water. What sort of sick joke is that? This is Donatin." The two women turned to find that Raina had come up to them, for the first time since the night the horde broke through Franksburg's defensive lines, mask removed. Her skin was warped and stiff, not exactly making her ugly per se, but giving her a very rough appearance. But there was wonder in her voice and a strange joy. Devan, who had been walking some distance behind them, came forward. "Yes, this is Donatin." Raina laughed, and it was strangely beautiful no matter what she looked like. Her voice was still liquid honey and tinkling bells. "It looks like a commune. Everything is wood. Is any metal or plaster here at all? What was here before?" Scratching her head, Clarissa answered slowly. "A cabin, I think, nothing else." Raina gasped, gesturing at the Classer compound, the NCC village, the farms, the watchtowers, the walls that were slowly becoming easier to see as they approach. "Then all this, we built," Alana said, unable to keep the pride from her voice, "which is why it's nice to call it home." The squads, after a long afternoon and evening of being reamed out by Donatin's leaders for their flaws in terms of stat and skill choices, were not in the mood to help build houses. Some were injured, others were dead tired, and still others were slightly angry now at the whole situation. So when Alana came down with her trail of refugees, the initial response was icy cold. She looked around, somewhat helpless. Based on their moods, it seemed like something had happened today that had depleted their usual enthusiasm and drive. But the refugees were even worse off without the benefit of higher vitality and endurance stats. They were about to collapse. If they couldn't receive any help, it would be a cold and uncomfortable night in Donatin, which is exactly the opposite of what Alana had promised. Then, much to everyone's surprise, Dozer stood, his left arm still in a sling, although his shattered collarbone had been mostly healed. His squad, extremely well-trained, stood with him. Very quickly, Donnie's squad stood too, as well as men from Paolo and Kale's squad, although none of their squad leaders but Dozer was present. "If not us, then who can do this?" Dozer spoke softly, but all the classers hunched their shoulders. They had taken the burden from the ghost hound. The town was now their responsibility. Slowly they all stood, all 35 squads. It took 2 hours, but it was mostly a problem of organization. When the classers of Donatin moved, they moved. Although they weren't pretty or particularly straight, the new arrivals of Franksburg slept in newly made houses that night. As dawn rose over Donatin, Raina walked slowly up the path they had used to arrive at Donatin, once more ascending the location where they crested the mountain and could see Donatin sprawled out below them. There, she sat down on a rock and looked down at the town for a long time as it slowly came to life. Then, when she had a better feel for it, and the light filtered down over the mountains more fully, she began to draw. She took her time because honestly drawing was a skill that she had forgotten about, a remnant of her time in high school. But as she did her best to reproduce the lines of Donatin below her, drawing the long, thin valley, the road, the Classer compound, the spread of tightly packed farms, the arena, the defensive fortifications, the quaint NCC village, the new housing addition for the people from Franksburg, and as she did so notifications flooded her, demonstrating a rapid rise in her drawing skill. She ignored them for now, instead focusing on reproducing the image. After a half hour of drawing, the sun rose higher than she liked, changing the light, and Reina paused, examining the picture critically. There were more details she wanted to fill in, but it would have to wait until tomorrow. As it was, she decided to head back. Her trip down the winding road was much quicker than the trip up, but halfway down the hill she paused, a strange pounding noise coming from a nearby grove of trees. Abruptly, Reina remembered that even if the area around Donaton was surrounded by tight patrols, keeping monsters out, it wasn't completely effective, and the odd monster got through. She supposed it would be poetic justice if she came all the way here, only to be mauled by a wandering monster. Not that she couldn't defend herself, but still, the noise made her curious, so she approached, doing her best to stay quiet. Making her way through the brush and trees, the pounding grew increasingly loud. Then as she pushed a branch out of the way, she saw him. A man was sweating, his chest heaving, holding a large iron ball attached to a chain. He had dark skin and bright eyes, and his face was narrowed into a look of focus. His shoulder muscles bulging, he threw the iron ball, where it ricocheted off one tree, and with a twist of the chain was made to crash into another, obliterating the bark and cracking the wood underneath. The trees around him were clearly showing signs of wear, but still he practiced working tirelessly on his control. There was a strange charisma about the man, Reina realized. Almost without a conscious decision on her part, Reina settled down and began to draw the captivating man. Randidly took a small break, looking down at his spear in frustration. He supposed that he had to consult this problem eventually, but to run into this wall so soon after he resolved himself to train was quite inconvenient. He had spent the night working, and he had received one skill LVL in Phantom Onslaught, and one in Eyes of the Spear Phantom. But as he continued, he realized that ultimately he only had one way of improvement, and that was repetition. He would repeat the movement under various degrees of strain. The higher the strain, the higher the gain from the repetition. He could continue this endlessly, slowly grinding his skills up. Eventually, he would grow stronger. It would even be at a predictable rate, but Randidly suspected that this wouldn't be enough to stay ahead of the threats that would come for Donaton, let alone be enough to stay ahead of the looming threat of judgment. This flaw of Randidly's came back to the same reason that the earlier stages were so simple, because he viewed this system through the lens of being a game. It made things predictable, but it also severely limited Randidly in terms of the way he could learn and gather skills. Speaking of, he made a mental note to check with Lyra whether she still had access to the skill trials. Although he didn't currently want to grind a bunch of skills that he might not use, there would perhaps be some gems among the choices, now that he had access to the apprentice tier. Repetition was all well and good, but Randidly knew of another view of the world, one which he would very much like to move towards. That would be, of course, the concept of martial art epiphanies that would rapidly increase his power. The idea was that application of the skill could be improved rapidly, just by a sudden shift in perspective. Randidly laughed aloud, so what he was looking for in a way was an epiphany that would abruptly change the way he used the system. Shaking his head ruefully, Randidly prepared to switch over towards more active skill and spell-focused grinding, while he pondered how to change the way he thought about the system, but he was interrupted by a voice. "I think I can help." Randidly turned slowly to face Lyra, who stood there solemnly. Although the connection between them was gone, and they hadn't really talked much since he had returned to find her human form dead, he had to chuckle. She was currently dressed just like Null always was, with drab clothes and her face studiously blank, looking exactly like their previously bland village spirit. Then she grinned at him and they both laughed. As the laughter died, they examined each other, both aware that something had changed. And from the slightly sad gleam in Lyra's eyes, it seemed she had more of a clue over what it had been that they lost, but she didn't say anything, and Randidly was more focused on other matters. "You can help?" Lyra frowned at him. "Why the hell do you sound so surprised? I'm basically a shapeshifter now, you know. I'm very useful for." Abruptly, Lyra blushed and looked at the ground. "Well, never mind that. But you are wondering how to get stronger, right? I always thought you were an idiot for looking at the system the way you did, but I couldn't deny it got results. But now look at you." Again, Lyra stopped and she flushed again, less this time from embarrassment and more because it felt different. She wasn't drawn forward into mocking him like she had been before, and the words just came out stale in her mouth. Things really had changed. Slowly, she spoke again. "Well, anyway, I can help, but not for free." Randidly looked at Lyra, really looked at her. The determined look in her eyes conveyed her honesty. Her golden blonde hair hung down around her ears, curling with a natural grace. Her face was skinny and sharp, but he couldn't deny he had always been attracted to her. Perhaps the reason he had refused it before and focused on her age was due to an instinct he had that it was unnatural. And now everything felt strange, but that didn't change the facts. "Yes, I would like your help." Smiling sweetly, Lyra held out a small potion that seemed to be pitch black. There are costs, of course, but I believe this will solve your mental problems. According to my information, a SIP will block your access to notifications. Think that will change your perspective. Randedly was very quiet for several seconds. Blocking access to notifications would do nothing to change his improvement on the surface. But at the same time, if his thinking started to change while he didn't have notifications, the notifications acted as positive reinforcement to his grinding mindset. They validated it. Without them, Randedly wouldn't feel as though he was improving just by grinding. He would need to do some sort of training with quantifiable metrics. Then he would train, pushing his limits, not to get in more reps, but to make those reps count. Just like sprinters wouldn't just run to get stronger, they would do exercises to isolate the different muscles, and then return to sprinting to fine-tune the process. Overall, it would mean that he would have to isolate the different parts of his fighting style, finding training regimes that would work them. Being without the notifications would hopefully focus him more on improving his results, but that would mean that Actually, Lyra interrupted, her normal smug smile returning, and Randedly felt a glimmer of the old frustration with her. You've had Daniel and Mrs. Hamilton working on trying to find ways to improve the base skills for the squad members. They have some ideas, but need someone to test it out before they implement it across the board. Scale up the difficulty, and you will have a doggy portion of exercise. After a long moment, Randedly smiled in spite of himself. Especially after his furious display the previous day, he realized how valuable it was that this girl, whatever they were to each other, just treated him like a person, rather than some protective deity. Dealing with her, it felt as though some of the tension that he now carried with him everywhere was finally dispersing. So I'm a glorified guinea pig, Randedly said wryly. Lyra rolled her eyes but nodded. If it blocked all notifications, there was some danger that it would prevent him from realizing that another judgment was coming, but Randedly believed and hoped that it would take some time for that to happen. He would also miss out on getting a jump on new path availabilities, but as he wouldn't be spending PP because it would be better not to check the skill growth, he could wait until after. Randedly decided that if he was going to do it, it was better to do it all the way no notifications for a week to start. Hopefully that would give him time to lose some of his bad habits and give him some indications of the effectiveness of the strategy. After all, even if it didn't work, he would have only wasted a week. And in terms of possible notifications that he would miss, honestly, what is the worst that could happen? Nodding, Randedly held out his hand. All right, coach, count me in. Coach. Cuckoo, call me Mistress Lyra, if you please. By the end, you will be begging for my mercy. Randedly just winced. Devan casually discussed some of the new training changes with his squad, going over the parts that he believed were most important for their improvement, and then indicating specific areas of focus for each squad member. They studiously marked down what he was saying and then looked up as he stopped speaking. Devan frowned, trying to follow a figure through the crowd, his eyes tracking after very distinctive ears. What is it? One of his squad members asked. Shaking his head, Devan said. I think we brought a furry back with us from Franksburg. I swear I just saw a bunny walking around. Razor Fleetfoot hopped to and fro, feeling quite timid and overwhelmed. The elders had tasked him, one of their brightest young warriors, with a very specific and possibly dangerous mission. He had followed their instructions, but to his surprise, nothing of what he found was what he was told to expect. Everyone here just seemed to be rushing around in every which direction. Seeing a friendly-looking female, Razor hopped over to her. Excuse me. The female looked him up and down, sighed, and then looked down at her clipboard. Are you still looking for housing? No, Well, then I can't help you. The clipboard returned to her side, and she walked away, calling for any people from Franksburg in need of housing. Razor tried the same thing with 3 more people, and every time he was given a conflicting answer. He simply wanted to find someone in charge of this village. First, he was told to find the scary-looking woman with her hair up in a bun, but this was rather useless advice, because Razor didn't rightly know what having hair up in a bun meant. So that was disregarded. Second, he was told to find a classer who would point him in the right direction. Razor assumed a classer was someone with a class, but he had no idea how to tell whether people had classes. Did this village have a way to see that? He filed that information away for later. The third advice was pointing him towards a low, squat building, from which a lot of banging and screeching was emanating. Razor's sensitive ears were already twitching, but he had a mission. So he steadied his resolve and walked towards the strange building, trying his best to ignore the horrible noise. As the light of dawn filtered through the window, Sam smashed downwards with his hammer, finishing the iron breastplate. As he did so, some of the light in the air seemed to stiffen and congeal, then settle onto the armor. For a second it glowed, but then it faded, leaving nothing but the dull sheen of metal. Annoyed at his new sleeping habits, but somewhat mollified by the fact that his need for sleep was drastically decreased, Sam examined the armor. Quality iron breastplate LVL 25, N+3, resistance +2, health +30. Possesses the attribute Dawn Touched Eye, where has regeneration increased by 10 per hour for health and 1 per minute for stamina. Sam's face simply twitched, stuck somewhere between a smile and a frown. Sure, the extra attribute was useful. And if he could manage to mass-produce this, giving almost everyone an extra 3 end, 2 resist, and 30 health, the strength of the average squad member would rise. It was simply made with common ingredients as well, which meant that it was certainly possible to mass-produce. The problem was that the results from most of the other smiths would have only 2 end, no resist, and 20 health. His class conferred on him some definite advantages, so it was irksome that he therefore wanted to make every piece of armor. There simply wasn't enough time, especially because he wanted to focus on bone shaping or his other new skill. Extremely carefully, Sam removed a needle, covered in runes that they had purchased with quite a bit of SB, and a book from their newly acquired library. In it were the basics of engraving. Still moving with the utmost cautious, Sam produced a small hammer and began to etch a rune onto the breastplate. Not only did the shape of the rune have to match almost exactly, but he had to insert mana into the needle, letting it flow into the lines he was carving. The amount wasn't even, but was based on how straight the line was. The straight portions required very little mana to sustain. A small curve would require addition mana, adding depth to the rune. An abrupt twist was like a deep well of mana, as Sam sweated bullets, pushing more and more mana into the line. The needle needed to remain near the breastplate constantly, because it was sewing the mana into the correct shape, and the connection could not be broken, or it would all go to waste. So Sam's hammer hand intermittently needed to set down the hammer and raise a mana potion to his lips. Even the small breaks weakened the connection, lowering the quality of the engraved rune, but Sam simply had no choice. He didn't have a large enough mana pool to do an entire rune yet. Luckily, he finished without a hitch and leaned back. From the book Sam was able to purchase, he had only learned 3 runes, which translated roughly as bear, fish, and dragonfly. Sam's current attempt was on a bear rune, which he now examined. Engraving of bear 19p. When struck, this armor will have a small chance of resisting stunning and knockback effects. Sam spat in the corner, his mood sour. Especially after he clicked on the P. After all, he had never seen the rarity P. It turned out it stood for poor. He had just taken a quality breastplate and practically scratched the word poor onto it. Adding to his foul mood, there was a knock at the door. "What?" Sam spat. One of his assistants poked his head through the door. "Someone is here to see you." "Oh, Mrs. Northwind," Sam said, his expression brightening. They had taken to having a morning walk every day, or at least they had before this most recent trouble in the village, so perhaps she wanted to start that tradition up again. No, the assistant seemed to squirm. "It's a talking rabbit." Ha ha ha, Sam laughed, slapping his knee. Who knew that this guy was such a jokester? Normally he would hit him with a wooden 2x4 for such a flippant comment, but violence in front of Regina was a bit, well, let's not keep her waiting then. "No, I think the rabbit is male," the assistant interjected anxiously. Sam froze and then turned slowly to look at the man. "Setting aside magic for now," Mrs. Hamilton said, glancing at Lyra. "The training will be split into 4 areas: physical fitness, attack accuracy, footwork, and perception. Randedly, you already have skills for all 4 of these, correct?" Randedly nodded. "Then we will begin immediately. You have taken a sip of the potion." Randedly nodded again. "The goal is to always be working 2 of the 4 areas at once. We shall start with physical fitness and footwork. Please put on the jacket." As well as her notes, Mrs. Hamilton had brought over a wagon pulled by a very large and very well-behaved wolverine. Even as she was speaking to Randedly, the wolverine was nosing towards Mrs. Hamilton's pockets, looking for treats. Exasperated, she removed a banana from her spatial ring, which the wolverine lumbered over to and began to eat with gusto. On the wagon was a sizable-looking vest. Randedly picked it up, and his eyebrows rose. This vest was likely around 200 pounds. Although he probably wouldn't notice the extra weight initially, especially after carrying around a spear for so long that was just over 250, it would still begin to drag on him as the exercises dragged on for a while. Putting on the jacket, Randedly turned back to Mrs. Hamilton, who was now looking at Lyra. "Although we eventually plan on setting up a mechanical apparatus, the details are still being hammered out. As it is, Miss Silver will be handling the footwork portion of this activity." With a snap of her fingers, 12 glowing blue birds came into being. They began to fly in lazy circles, crisscrossing one another, the group of them slowly drifting towards Randedly. "I didn't hold back, you know," Lyra added. "With how low your resistance is, I wouldn't recommend letting them touch you. It would be so tragic to have to patch up that nice vest that everyone worked so hard to make for you, now wouldn't it?" Depressed and thoroughly shaken, Razor Fleetfoot stumbled away from the incredibly loud building run by the incredibly loud and angry hairless male. Sighing, Razor ignored the weird looks that everyone kept giving him and walked over to a strange tree with burning leaves next to a watchtower. Feeling profoundly tired, he sat under it and leaned back against it. Why were things so different than what the elders had anticipated? It was all just so. So abruptly, Razor felt like the world was swaying softly around him. He shifted, enjoying the leisurely movements, a smile coming to his face. Perhaps he had just become too obsessed. It might be good to take a small break here. All at once, the stress of being yelled at faded away, and Razor relaxed, falling asleep against the tree that moved evenly, slowly rocking him to sleep. Lyra watched Randedly carefully as he went through the second exercise, this one focused on weapon accuracy and eyesight. It was an extremely large mobile, with dozens of small wooden discs hanging from it. The discs were numbered 1 through 60. Randedly's task was simple: hit them with his spear in order, within a certain amount of time. Complications emerged as Randedly had to hit them while they rotated slowly around him, and also while the discs themselves spun, sometimes hiding their numbers from him, as they were only written on one side. But despite this, his spear blurred, his expression determined, the soft click of wood evidencing his success. Although most of it was due to the fact he appeared to have memorized where the first 30 or so were. They would need to rearrange where they were hanging soon. With his eyes narrowed, his mouth firmed into a line, he seemed extremely capable, and Lyra couldn't help but feel a bit of that old longing for his approval, an acknowledgement from him. Still, it was different now, without the strange magic that the system had worked on them, drawing them closer to one another. Unfortunately, the exercise that Lyra had administered had gone rather poorly. Mrs. Hamilton had insisted that she keep a steady number of birds and keep them at a steady speed to use as a baseline. Therefore, although Randedly was forced to dodge back and forth, and he was clearly out of breath by the end, it wasn't the embarrassing performance that Lyra had assumed would happen in her heart. The weight was obviously having an effect on him, but it wasn't enough. His skills still let him move with an unnatural grace, avoiding her swarming birds. If she had been allowed to make them move just a little faster, but Lyra had learned very early on in her life that playing outside the rules didn't pay off in the end. It was much more satisfying to beat him at the game than cheat. How smart are you? Lyra blinked, turning to look at Mrs. Hamilton, who was regarding her speculatively. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't mean in a bad way. Just I have some thoughts about the dodging exercise, and I just need to know how much complexity you can handle. Frowning, Lyra said, as much as you can give. I can use more birds. No, that's unnecessary, Mrs. Hamilton said, shaking her head. Just like he's training, consider this training for you too. The problem isn't the number of birds, although the problem might solve itself with more birds. Just like Randedly would still be strong just by increasing his stats to the point his skill levels don't matter. Maybe even by getting a class. But do you know why he doesn't do that? Inwardly, Lyra was torn between feeling annoyed and feeling intrigued. She had always known that Mrs. Hamilton had expertly handled the NCC village and basically managed housing, production, potion making, food, and clothing distribution, but that had always struck Lyra as slightly dull. But now, as Mrs. Hamilton coldly looked her in the eye, a small smile on her face, Lyra abruptly remembered that Randedly had given this woman a very sinister-sounding class. So she suppressed her annoyance and, like any good actor, allowed the emotion the audience wanted to see come to the surface. Curious, Lyra said, because our Randedly's normal face hides a perfectionist. He wants every advantage he can have. Yes, in a way, he takes the extremely long view. Based on his actions, he seems to think that an impending crisis is just beyond the horizon. Pausing, Mrs. Hamilton turned and looked back towards the village. She stood still for so long that Lyra thought she would have to speak, but just as she was about to, Mrs. Hamilton turned back, shaking her head. Well, if something bad happens, I'm sure someone else will notice. Anyways, the reason Randedly can dodge is because when you attack with the birds, you are only moving 2 or 3 at the same time. The rest just drift in a direction. I suggest instead of attacking, you work on making several smaller units and just move them around. Namely, 3 rings of 4 birds moving in a circle. Go on, try it. Lyra did, making the 3 circles. She furrowed her brow and was able to swiftly get the hang of it. Honestly, once you had them set, it was relatively easy, and she was able to tie the mana together in such a way that it didn't take much attention. Good. Now I'm going to switch up the discs and have Randedly try this exercise again from the beginning. In the meantime, try and master 3 things: moving the rings, with the birds staying in formation, widening and tightening the rings, and reversing the flow of the birds. Once you can manage those 3 things, we will see how easy it is for Randedly to dodge. Alana sat with her legs folded beneath her, contemplating. It was a simple thing, but it was a question that had tortured her endlessly. Should she get her very rare-sounding class, or should she continue to train? It was now widespread knowledge that a certain amount of skill levels, quite a bit over 400, without getting a class would lead to a strange ethos starvation. But the ghost hound had made some cryptic comments to her the previous night that would seem to indicate that she didn't have to worry about this issue and could continue to train for as long as she wished. Based on what she could tease out of his statements and other explanations of the problem, It seemed that her connection to him provided her with the ether she needed. Of the other three who received the blessing, Annie had continued to train without a class. Sam had obtained his class immediately, delighting in the new skills he received that would boost his crafting efficiency, and Mrs. Hamilton would only smile sweetly when asked, refusing to answer. Those three's answer was very demonstrative of their personalities, but Alana was at a loss. Was seeking the strength of the class now a mistake? She knew that every 10 levels, the classers would receive an extremely powerful class skill. Alana had heard rumors about how Declan's killer's instincts, Donnie's righteous bonds, and Dozer's troll constitution had made all the difference in the fight against the ghost hound. Although two of them were passive skills and Donnie's was defensive, they still were profoundly apparent in battle and likely won the day of the squads of Donaton. They assured her, however, that there was no rush. It was just incredibly frustrating to be weaker than them, and Alana knew it was only because they had access to levels. Alana looked at her stats. Skills: Blessing of the Distant Southern Mountains LVL 49, Ferocity LVL 19, Running LVL 23, Physical Fitness LVL 20, Spear of the Broken Ridge Mastery LVL 6, First Aid LVL 12, Leap LVL 29, Animal Skinning LVL 19, Hunting LVL 17, Sunstrike LVL 9, Fighting Proficiency LVL 20, Hawkeye LVL 14, Block LVL 19, Heavy Blow LVL 32. Herculean Strength LVL 14, Spear Deflect LVL 12, Sweep LVL 20, Mana Bolt LVL 16, Battlecry LVL 16, Dodge LVL 14, Hot-Blooded LVL 8, Child of the Sun LVL 5. Still, she had to acknowledge that it was profoundly frustrating that the real reason that she was having such success against the classers was due to the bonuses of her soul skill and the oppressive power of Sunstrike. Whereas Thrust had been useful for keeping a careless opponent on their toes, Sunstrike had enough raw damage output, especially during the day, to knock an opponent who wasn't ready on their ass. Feeling slightly foolish, Alana decided to consult with Daniel or Mrs. Hamilton before she made her decision. Perhaps there was something she wasn't thinking of. Truthfully, in her heart, she wanted to consult with the ghost hound, but it would be extremely shameful, after he gave her this gift, to run back to him asking how to use it, wouldn't it? As the strange orbiting circles of birds floated towards him, Randidly narrowed his eyes, curious. He, of course, had seen them practicing this, but he wasn't too impressed. Did they think it would be more difficult if it was more predictable? That didn't make sense. But Mrs. Hamilton's easy smile and Lyra's determined expression made him nervous. The weight of the vest was starting to get to him as well. After all these exercises, he was tired. His stamina came back, but he burned through it just as quickly, hastened by the exercise. It was exceedingly strange, too, to spend half the day training like this, and to not receive a single skill level-up notification. He supposed that was proof that he was much too reliant on it, but it was hard not to get discouraged, and wonder whether it was worth it. The bobbing circles of birds approached, snapping him back to attention. Calmly, Randidly activated Spear Phantom's footwork and moved quickly forward into the first circle. But Randidly didn't stop there, and he rushed further forward, moving around the second and towards the third. This was... Suddenly, Randidly scrambled backwards. He had meant to go inside the third one, but it had abruptly shrunk, becoming a rapidly spinning blur of bird. As he twisted, Randidly saw that the two behind him had expanded, and the edges of their circles were approaching. Randidly activated haste and pushed his Spear Phantom's footwork to the limit, avoiding the surprisingly difficult birds as they calmly circled. Weaved together, changing size and elevation, sometimes coming at him high, sometimes coming low. Panting, Randidly found himself in the middle of the three circles surrounding him. They were successively larger, but even the closest one was some distance away. Still, now that he was here, he didn't feel great about his chances of escaping. His eyelid twitched. The outer ring was rapidly shrinking, while the other two maintained a constant velocity and size. Randidly sprang into action, rushing forward. If he could get past the first ring before the third arrived. But as Randidly made to step through the rotation, the first ring stopped, and then reversed, a bird arriving almost immediately at his chest. Hissing, Randidly activated Mana Strengthening, Haste, and Empower, pushing his Spear Phantom's footwork to its limit. He moved like a real phantom, ripping around the dangerous bird with pure speed, emerging from the encirclement in a second. Gasping for breath, Randidly went to check his stamina, but stopped himself. No notifications would be easier if he didn't see anything, so he could only grit his teeth and prepare. As his body informed him, he was running on close to empty. Razor Fleetfoot stretched and yawned, feeling slightly sore in his neck but otherwise profoundly relaxed. It was a good idea to take a nap, he assured himself, opening his eyes. Now that he had shaken his jitters, he could find someone in charge of this village and finish his mission. But the more that he thought about it, the more droopy-eared he became. After all, if it had been easy to do, why hadn't he been able to do it already? And of these strange hairless creatures, most just seemed to ignore him, even though he looked so different from them. What sort of strange village is this? Razor muttered aloud. He was profoundly shocked when someone responded. That's mighty presumptuous talk for a giant bunny rabbit. Presumptuous, Nathan, a little girl with ash smeared on her cheeks, said to the little boy next to her. The boy folded his arms, annoyed. The little girl turned back to Razor and smiled. So, Mr. Rabbit, what are you? It's Fleetfoot, Razor said, extending his paw towards the girl. Then he felt profoundly silly for introducing himself to a little girl, but he was just so pleased that someone finally acknowledged him. But to his further surprise, the girl grasped his paw and shook it firmly. I am Kirsty, priestess of Arbor. Would you like to come see something pretty with us? Razor opened his mouth to say no, but then hesitated. After all, what could it hurt? At the very least, these children probably were raised by someone who could point them in the right direction. So he nodded and then followed the two children. I think that is enough for today, Mrs. Hamilton said lightly, smiling at them both. Randidly collapsed on his knees, sweat dripping off of his face, which was very pleasing to Lyra, but she herself had her hands tightly grasped behind her back, suppressing the trembling in her fingers. She had overdrawn herself by a small amount, keeping control of the circles of birds for long enough to exhaust Randidly. But she would rather tremble for a while than let him win in this contest that wasn't really a contest. With an annoyed motion, Randidly shucked off the weighted vest and collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving. It wasn't until Mrs. Hamilton spoke again that Lyra realized she had been staring at his naked chest, mesmerized, for almost a minute. Why was it easier for her to control the birds than it was for you to dodge them? Randidly was silent for a long time before sitting up, scratching his head, his hair messy and sweaty. It was in moments like these, Lyra felt those old pangs in her heart, struck by how beautiful his green eyes were. I would have said skill level, but she was so bad at it to begin with, I guess that using the circles helped, but I'm not sure how. Lyra's eyelid twitched. Mrs. Hamilton laughed. Yes, it was that plan that gave her an advantage. The reason why a simple part of what she was doing was routine. Whereas your movement technique is the most sophisticated I have ever seen, it's like manually doing simple addition rather than multiplying. You need to think more systematically about the moves you're making with your feet and then figure out how to use them efficiently. Randidly stayed silent, looking at the ground. I will return tomorrow. Lyra, practice the other subroutines I taught you. We will continue with the other two exercises tomorrow. They require a bit more preparation, but I believe with what I saw today, it will be ready promptly tomorrow morning. With that, she left, leaving the two tired individuals to mulling over their own inadequacy. Lyra opened her mouth, ready to speak, but to her surprise, Randidly beat her to it. Lyra could have said that it was trying for her too, but she remained silent. Then slowly she said, Then let's make a deal so it's more fair. I'll help you every day, and you need to answer one question of mine completely honestly. Randidly chuckled, as if he knew that she was deriving benefit from it too, but just nodded. Inwardly, Lyra was just glad that he didn't know she had inherited some of Kimmy's powers and could maintain a projection a short distance away. So what's your question? It's just Lyra hesitated. Randidly was so strange to her. He didn't fit into any of the easy-to-understand types of people she had dealt with her entire life. The fans, the superior folk, that flatterers, he was just profoundly contained within himself. And that made her, even now, curious. What do you want from all this? Leaning back against the ground, Randidly looked at the sky. He was silent so long that Lyra was beginning to believe that he had forgotten her question, but he finally answered, breaking the dusky silence. I don't really know. Since the system came, I've wanted a lot of things. First it was to survive, then it was to find my friends. I've survived, and I've realized there are no clues about my friends. They are probably dead. All of my connections to my past life, he winced just slightly here, but then continued on. Well, they don't mean much anymore now. Almost instinctually, Lyra opened her eyes of wonder. Now I've taken the time to help nurture this village. At the end of the trials, as I stood there, holding that spell I knew in my heart, I could wipe it all away, burn everything clean. Lyra kept her gaze locked on him, agreeing that he had that power if he was willing to sacrifice everything, and I didn't want that. Here he paused, pushing back his drying hair. Then he turned to look at her. So I guess I want this to continue. I want this town to grow, because in a way it was a seed that I planted, and to protect it. His eyes narrowed. I'll push myself into the ground. He stood slowly and slipped back on the vest. Then he began to move slowly, using his strange movement technique in small bursts, looking at his feet. She retreated, reforming her body some distance away, and watched him with her eyes of wonder. That brilliant emerald aura surged around him constantly. She could also see how he was constantly using his skill to control nearby roots, working mana the entire time during the exercises. His steps became increasingly slow, then fast, then back to slow, and she could make out the small frown on his face. As she watched, in the middle of his chest, it was like a door opened, and thin tendrils of violet energy slid outwards, running through him. Lyra leaned back on her heels, so he was using it to accelerate his growth. Not consciously yet, but if he could learn how briefly, she considered telling him about it and doing her best to teach him. But her previous attempts demonstrates pretty clearly that wasn't her role. Her skill set did not include teaching a person like him. Perhaps she consoled herself, it was just that he wasn't teachable in that way. He was stubborn, almost obsessive, and weirdly implacable. There was a growing vicious streak in him. All one could do was set obstacles in his way and watch him struggle to overcome them, learning the hard way. Maybe that was what she liked about him. About how he insisted on doing everything the most difficult way, even when there were simpler answers available. Lyra turned her attention inwards and brought out the complicated diagrams that Mrs. Hamilton had prepared for her earlier. To be a good obstacle herself, it was time to start homework. Razor gaped, looking at the strange scene in front of him. A tall, slender tree stood in the center of a clear, surrounding by a small path, its leaves burning. Around it, dozens of people, mostly children but also quite a few adults, were doing a weird dance. After viewing the scene for several seconds, Razor had to admit that it appeared that the tree itself was dancing, and everyone was imitating it. What? He said aloud, almost instinctually, and the little girl that led him here released a tinkling laugh. This is Arbor. Come on, I'll introduce you. To Razor's shock, he was led up to the tree. He was asked to introduce himself. The tree seemed to listen, then seriously extended its branch towards him as if to shake his hand. Nonplussed, Razor obliged, finding the bark of the tree to be oddly warm and comforting, although he did earn a hand of greasy ash for his troubles. Afterward, the dancing continued for a while, then people began to leave, as if a ritual of some sort was over. Razor was somewhat mystified, but this at least was something the elders had prepared him for. Some foreign cultures had extremely strange or primitive religious beliefs, and the elders had urged him to exercise the utmost respect should he encounter any. Although Razor didn't believe that the elders thought he would have to spend quite so much time over here, experiencing the culture, before he would find someone in charge. He tried to approach a few people during the tree dance thing, but most had just shushed him and continued dancing. Helpless, he remained with the two children. Only when everyone departed, and it was only the three of them before the wiggling tree, did the girl again turn to him, with such poise and grace that Razor was slightly shocked. Her eyes burned brightly, lit by the flaming leaves above her. Perhaps these people appeared younger than they actually were. Razor almost blushed. Was his impatience so obvious? It was slightly disturbing that this little girl saw right through him. I simply wished to talk to the elders of this village, to discuss our future relationship. If possible, I was supposed to bring a group back to our village for a show of goodwill. The girl considered this for a moment, then nodded seriously. I believe I can help. But it must wait until tomorrow. Oh, Razor asked, somewhat disappointed. It's bedtime soon, the boy added. Then he stuck his hand out to Razor. I'm Nathan, this is Kirsty. We really want to help you, Mr. Bunny Rabbit, but our mom will be angry if we aren't in bed soon. Oh, that's okay, I'll just... You're probably tired too, right? The girl, Kirsty, said brightly, her eyes glittering. Why not come and stay with us? Razor wasn't sure how he wanted to answer, either that he had already napped away most of the day, or that wasn't it strange to sleep with strange children, but he was given no chance. The two grabbed his arms and began dragging him forward. Before 15 minutes had passed, he had been whisked into a house, into a dark room and wrapped in a large blanket, sleeping on the floor between Nathan and Kirsty's beds. Honestly, it was surprisingly warm and comfortable. Razor wasn't sure where these creatures found the material for their blankets, but he fervently made a mental note to figure it out. Then, after he was starting to doze in spite of his already sleep-filled day, the door opened slightly. Nathan, Kirsty, both here. Yes, Mom. They chorused and the door started to close, but then Kirsty spoke again. Mom, is it okay for Mr. Bunny Rabbit to sleep over? He's from another world and has no place to stay. The door paused. Mr. Bunny Rabbit, won't his mother worry? I think he was sent here on purpose. Kirsty said, he's an ambassador. Nathan added, oh, indeed. The woman outside the door now spoke with a very amused tone. Well, then make sure he gets his sleep too. Good night, Mr. Bunny Rabbit. Razor opened his mouth to answer, but felt a hand clamp over it. He turned to find Kirsty giving him a disapproving frown. The door closed all the way and the sound of departing footsteps were audible. Only after they had traveled a fair distance away did Kirsty speak. She doesn't know you are actually here. She thinks you are imaginary. Why were you going to speak up? Don't you have mommies where you come from? Razor Fleetfoot could only shrug, feeling embarrassed under Kirsty's withering stare. What sort of place was this village? All night Randidly tirelessly practiced the movements of footwork of the spear phantom, working on what Mrs. Hamilton recommended. First, he just let the moves flow, moving back and forth across the ground however he wanted to, letting the steps spiral endlessly forward. It really was an incredibly profound way of moving, that was focused on small, delicate steps that seemed incredibly light, but contained a large amount of power. An opponent who witnessed the moves would be endlessly surprised by the large steps that did nothing, and the small steps that could instantly cross several meters. Randomly realized that it wasn't exactly an efficient way of moving in terms of distance. His sprinting speed, both real and with just a sideways leap, was much higher than what he could manage with footwork of the spear phantom. Instead, the footwork enabled him to end up in a range of very different, if close to each other, places with the same motions, depending on how he chose to apply the delicate power in the steps. So, with a direction in mind, randomly plotted out the 10 steps that made up the footwork, first without the power, then second with the power, slightly awed by the 1 meter difference in where he ended up. 1 meter might be a rather small distance compared to mountains. Even compared to spears, it was slightly lacking, but in terms of the distance it takes to kill an opponent, it was more than enough. Pausing, randomly considered how to move forward. Previously, he had always done the motions with the power, burning quickly through his stamina pool. With his continued denial of using the system screens, randomly wasn't sure how much stamina he was burning through with his moves, but based on the feeling in his chest, it was decidedly smaller. Only a thin, warm thread of stamina was required to do the steps without the energy, such a small amount that he could practice like this almost endlessly, but this wasn't the goal. It was to intermix his steps, sometimes using the delicate power, other times not, confusing an opponent. A spear phantom did not value distance speed, it valued near infinite mobility in close combat. That then would be Randomly's goal. Systematically, just like Mrs. Hamilton recommended, he practiced, giving himself a deep familiarity with the 10 moves. Although he had practiced them mindlessly before, driven on by Xiao's threat of violence, he hadn't really thought about them. After he left the dungeon, he had practiced them in the order taught to him by Xiao, never really experimenting. But now they were toys, they were puzzle pieces, they formed a base. They were steps leading him up towards a higher level, and in his heart, randomly still wondered what he was doing, what he was looking forward to. But it was fun. This path was his own, and he would walk it to the end. More than anything, he craved the knowledge of what was waiting at the end of his path, and he would work himself into the ground in order to be strong enough to triumph over whatever he found there. Almost against her will, as if she was being driven forward by someone else, Reina woke up once more at the crack of dawn and walked up the mountain path, returning to the outlook over Donaton. It really was a beautiful view and a strategic one. She suspected in the future that they would establish a base of sorts up here, or at least a watchtower. It gave a great view of the different important areas of the town, and also of the different avenues that monsters could attack from. The only blind spot was to the north, near the quarry, due to the curve of the mountain, but it was still enough of a view to warn of something large heading their way. Taking advantage of the rising light, she pulled out her notebook and took up where she left off yesterday, adding detail and contour to the valley. It wasn't big yet, but Reina had a hunch that this town would experience explosive growth soon. This was still the area from which the only visible pillars of light have emerged, and now Franksburg's pillar lay beyond them, acting as a beacon for those too fearful of the changes the system brought to head this way the first time. Now that they understood that the system appeared to be here to stay. Reina slapped her cheeks, banishing these thoughts. Then she began to hum as she drew, losing herself in the soft, slow lines of the valley she now stayed. Perhaps someday it would even be the valley she called home. Tyke stilled a strange noise reaching his ears, but as soon as he heard it, the wind blew, covering up any hint of the noise. But Tykes was a patient man. He had learned to wait quietly all his life. So he waited, standing in the forest clearing, holding his iron ball high, looking like a pitcher standing at a baseball mound. The wind continued to blow. Tyke started to sweat, but his willpower was firm and he refused to give in to weakness. He had learned a valuable lesson 2 days ago, standing before the ghost hound, witnessing the almost unfathomable depths of strength that a human, a man who had been just as normal as him a month ago, could reach. It was sobering, and it set Tyke's world on fire, if he could grasp that strength. The wind continued unabated, the brush and trees rustling incessantly. Tyke's arm was beginning to tremble from the strain of holding the cast iron ball aloft. He really needed to talk to someone about getting a lighter model made. But in his heart, Tykes knew he wouldn't, because that same weight that made it necessary for him to constantly train to hold it, raising his Herculean strength skill, also meant that it would hit the opponent that much harder. Unable to keep up with the strain, Tykes let go of the ball, letting it fall to the ground with a crash. The forest floor would have one more crater, Tykes thought gloomily, but then he stilled. Because the forest had stilled around him too, the pesky wind finally gone. And without the incessant noise, he could hear it just barely. A soft humming, a scrap of a melody. Still, it was more than enough to fill Tykes with a breathtaking longing. It reminded him of an old home, the warm smile of his mother, the hot oatmeal he ate every day as a child. It reminded him of free and easy laughter. Leaving the metal ball in its new hole in the ground, Tykes walked deeper into the forest, creeping through the trees, treading his way slowly up the slope. And as he did so, the humming became louder, In a way, the volume didn't change, but it seemed as if the tune itself pervaded the entire forest, every leaf and branch and bush buzzing with the music. It pulled him forward, almost stumbling up the hill towards the source. As he neared it, it seemed as though it became more quiet, as if the forest stopped carrying the tune across the distance to him. The voice was a little more rough, but the pitch was still impeccable. Tyke stumbled through a large thorn bush, cursing quietly to himself, and then froze as he realized the noise had stopped. Looking up, he saw briefly trees, the rising sun, sloping ground, Donatin lying below. His eyes took in briefly a notebook and a pencil, but then he simply blinked and looked at the humming woman who looked at him with a shocked expression. She was beautiful, Tykes muttered. As Randidly slowly used repetition to memorize the distances each of the 20 different steps covered, 10 powered and 10 unpowered, he did not halt his training in spells. For the first several hours, he had been working on root manipulation and summon pestilence. He chose these two for the specific reason that they required profound control to utilize correctly. So while he stepped, he controlled a tightly packed stream of flies, zooming to and fro, sliding between an obstacle course he made on the spot with roots. It was certainly challenging, both because of his divided attention, but also because Randidly was slowly coming to understand more about the skills. There were some things, keeping the insects he summoned or the roots under control or in a specific shape, that were hard. But if he pushed and focused, he was able to keep them on track, or at least extremely close to what he wanted. There were other things, like keeping the insects in a ball or lifting a boulder with the roots, that were impossible, either because of the skill level or his current stats. Randidly wasn't sure. But it did mean that there were a lot of places that the utilization of his skill was sloppy. If he could succeed on all the hard tasks, pushing himself to the limits of his potential, he didn't doubt that his skill level would rise, giving him even more potential to draw out. It was an endless cycle of intense training for small gains, a path of tiny steps. But for some reason, Randidly couldn't help but grin. This was exactly what he wanted. If there was any benefit of the system, it was that it was infinitely easier to see your own improvement. Of course, by the same token, it was possible to see the vast gap between yourself and someone else, which could be discouraging, but it could also be motivating. Idly, Randidly wondered what the villagers had thought, watching him fight against their squads, but he supposed it was pointless to wonder. From now on, he planned on staying away from the limelight whenever possible. Perhaps given a few months of intensive training on Randidly's part, the village would gradually forget about him, leaving him in peace. He supposed he would always consider this his base. When other newbie villages formed in the zone, he would probably go, just to check for signs of Sydney and Ace, and also to slowly connect their villages into some sort of trade organization. But until then, Randidly closed his eyes and concentrated. He was starting to get a finer sense of mana and stamina as well. It was strange how he could feel their relatively minor influences over the strange pulse of ether in his chest, which had become a constant companion, but he could. And he could feel how he could burn more of the resource to have an extra effect when he cast his spells. It was a small thing, extremely small, but this was, after all, an endless path of small steps. Eyes springing open, Randidly pressed, burning as much mana as possible, a ring of flame exploding outwards around him. The heat scorched the nearby ground, leaving charred parts of the ground. Grinning, Randidly flexed his fingers and began moving back through the 20 steps of the footwork of the spear phantom. Intermittently, he would release rings of flame, blowing damage outward. Dawn was rising above him, but Randidly did not pause, he did not tire. Because he craved to see the end of this path he was on, so he would tirelessly continue forward. "Excuse me," Alana looked down, surprised to find the small, strange girl that was always hanging around Arbor. As always, her cheeks were smeared with ash. Her brother, as he always did, was hanging around with a worried look on his face. What was strange was that in her hands, the girl appeared to be holding a glowing seed of fire, and there was an anthropomorphic rabbit standing next to her, looking at Alana nervously. Alana coughed into her hand so as not to stare. Yes. The girl nodded seriously. "We've been given an important mission by the Ghost Hound. I need to escort this ambassador and this gift back to their village. Will you call one of the squads over to guard me?" Frowning, Alana looked at the ambassador rabbit. He smiled weakly back at her. Alana's eyes returned to the 3 individuals in front of her. An ambassador, where is he from? The Ghost Hound's name gave her some pause, and this strange girl certainly had some connection to him due to her relationship with his plant, but Alana was still slightly suspicious. Why exactly did this person look like a rabbit? Bemused, Alana followed the determined girl. As they walked through Donatin, Alana saw Devan and his squad and flashed him a hand signal. Due to their long hours together during their trip to Franksburg, they had hashed out some basic silent communication. Not that it ended up being necessary, because they were so much stronger than the people there, but it was a good way to pass the time. Instantly, Devan said a quiet word and his squad moved forward to surround Alana. When he arrived at her side, he asked, What is it? Alana ruefully gestured to the girl. Apparently we are on a diplomatic mission, Ayla the ghost hound. Guard the weird rabbit man, bring a gift to his village, something like that. Much to her annoyance, as soon as Devan heard the ghost hound's name, his face eased, and he nodded tranquilly. His whole squad followed suit, and they spread out further, surrounding the two children and rabbit in a protective formation. Abruptly, she regretted bringing up the ghost hound. After all, she had no evidence that this was actually a mission from him, if they ended up going on some wild goose chase. Embarrassed, Alana wasn't sure whether to speak up. While she was struggling inwardly, they marched into the classer compound and headed towards the center. Multiple squads were training, but they parted quickly after seeing the group of them. After all, Devan and Alana both had quite a bit of influence, and the girl's face was known around Donatin as being related to the magical tree. But the second looks they received were because of the floppy-eared man glancing around nervously. Still, although it was an unusual sight, after exposure to the system, people weren't moved enough by the rabbit man to investigate further, and they swiftly refocused on their training. They swiftly arrived at the zone where the entrance to the kept dungeons were, where a line of people waited, but the girl led them past that. As she walked forward, she approached a strange circle of stone on the ground that Alana had never seen before. The girl turned around and smiled. It's right through here. The air shimmered behind her. Then she turned forward and took another step. The air rippled like water, and the girl disappeared. The rabbit followed her a second later. After a small glance between themselves, the two leading members of Devan's team followed, stepping forward and disappearing. Alana began, but after a few seconds, one of those two reappeared, gave the all-clear signal, and then stepped back into nothingness. Devan and his squad quickly marched into the strange void, disappearing before her. As she looked around, no one appeared to have noticed their group had vanished. Donatin was a busy place, with squads constantly coming and going, training and disappearing into dungeons, so their actions would probably not attract much notice. Should she report this to someone? But if the ghost hound really did send them to do this, perhaps everyone already knew. Feeling something was out of place, but unsure of what to do, Alana stepped forward and was teleported to another world. Reina hastily put her mask back on, blushing furiously. She was secretly quite pleased, but underneath that was a thick layer of shame, her face as it was now without this mask. Without saying anything to the man, Reina gathered her stuff and hurried down the hill. At least tell me your name, beautiful. Whereas she was previously slightly overwhelmed by a strange fluttering in her heart by the strange man, now a hard wedge of annoyance drove down, and she straightened her back and strode away. You aren't getting anything with that entitled attitude, that was for sure, Reina thought to herself. Then she spoke aloud, forcing every ounce of her willpower into her words. Stay away from me. Her voice was low, but the air rang with the imperative in her words. Satisfied, she returned to the village. Perhaps she really should get a class at this rate. She had gotten lucky with monsters, by which she meant that she hadn't encountered any. But this man arriving reminded her that although this place was safer, it was not safe. Lower, after she walked almost halfway down the hill, almost against her will, she stopped and turned and looked up, expecting. Well, she wasn't sure what to expect, but she saw a now distant figure standing stock still, looking down towards her. His entire body posture radiated sad puppy dog. For a moment, Reina regretted what she had done, but then she buried that sentiment. After all, she reasoned, if he really wanted to talk to me, what's the harm in making him work a little for it, like I've been working to find out where Randidley is? With her thoughts turning decidedly frustrated, Reina continued back to Donatin, her eyes on her feet. Lana looked around, slightly alarmed. There was an odd tension in the air, and Devan's eyes were narrowed. They were in a strange little clearing next to a small stream. The vegetation around them, the grass, bushes, and tree leaves were various shades of blue, while the trunks of the tree looked like obsidian. But what was most strange was that surrounding them were around 36 mother-freaking human turtle people, aiming crossbows at the new arrivals. Everyone was very still. Lana's hand twitched as she forcefully repressed an urge to draw her spear. This was extremely strange, but there was at least another village. So perhaps this was a diplomatic mission after all, and Kirsty hadn't been blowing smoke out of her ass. But her hope dwindled as one of the turtle people caught sight of the twitch, and a crossbow pivoted slowly to aim at her. Then the rabbit man stepped forward, Razor Fleetfoot reporting. I have brought back the representatives of our sister village, which calls itself Donatin. Silence was the only response from the crossbow sporting group of turtles. Razor's smile faltered. Devan stood quite still, seemingly completely at ease, but Alana knew from experience with him that he could spring into motion at the drop of the hat, activating Aegis to boost the group's defensive arrangements. Alana began to run through some mental math. Assuming they weren't boosted by access to the system, but were simply crossbows, Alana was rather confident that she would be able to withstand the volley of arrows. Their armor, new, improved versions provided by the Forges of Donatin, would be more than enough to weather this storm. but if they were system-improved weapons. Further lowering her spirits, one of the turtles, the one that appeared to be a leader, stepped forward, his green, leathery hands behind his back. Initiate of the first circle, Razor Fleetfoot. It appears that you have successfully returned from your scouting mission to the sister village. Unfortunately. He paused then, his balding green head bobbing a little. Or rather, fortunately, when you didn't return yesterday, your grandmother was inconsolable. She has insisted on the draft. We cannot continue without more individuals with a class. If you were to return, perhaps her resolve would waver. Razor just blinked. Alana felt ice cold on the inside. But I'm here, I came back. The turtle man nodded serenely. With quite grievous injuries, he snapped his fingers. 6 of the crossbows snapped, bolts flying forward to lodge themselves in the chest of a shocked Razor. He tried to open his mouth to say something, but only blood came out, dripping and pooling on the ground in front of him. After a few seconds of struggle, he keeled over sideways, silent the entire time, toppling in front of a serious-eyed Kirsty. Divan took a step forward, and several loaded crossbows swiveled to him. This is an internal matter, the turtle announced. Once he has died, you may return to your village, or if you insist, you may come to ours for discussions. Until then, do not move. Frowning, Divan remained still, but someone else moved. Kirsty bent down, her mouth scrunched up in a tight line. Alana felt a thin thread of pity for the child. Although the world was now like this, it was not an easy thing to get your first taste of death. The girl's head was lowered, and Alana felt a pang as she realized she was probably crying. But when Kirsty's head snapped up, there were no tears in those eyes, only fire. Don't hurt, Mr. Bunny Rabbit. She whispered furiously, her small fists clenched at her sides. Her right fist started to glow, a fiery energy growing slowly larger from her palm, from whatever she had clutched there. It rose and rose, becoming almost blindingly bright. First one and then a rain of arrows came, shooting towards Kirsty, and Divan and his squad lurched forward to block them. They managed to get in front of most of the arrows, but more came. But as those arrows neared her, they burnt up to nothing, dissolving silently to ash, the strange flames around her body producing no heat, but were seemingly utterly impenetrable. The air seemed to thrum with her fury, spreading out in waves. Instead of lashing out with her anger, though, Kirsty kneeled next to Razor and delicately began to remove the arrows from his chest and torso. As she did so, small flames licked at his chest, closing the wounds. Simultaneously, the light around her dimmed, until when she removed the last arrow from his chest, and the light went completely out. Kirsty swayed, then collapsed onto Razor's chest. Razor sat up, blinking, and then looked uncomprehendingly down at Kirsty. Is it bedtime again? Divan's squad slowly drew their weapons and turned to the crossbowmen, whose faces were frozen into masks of fear. But they were not looking at Divan's squad, or Alana's new spear, which glimmered golden in red. They were looking at a female rabbit person, standing with her hands on her hips, in between the turtle people and the group of Donaton. Her fur was a soft brown, like the bark of a young tree. What the rabbit woman said very slowly, delicately hefting a hunk of iron that was about the size of the club that Dozer used with a single hand, happened here. Oh sis, Razor said cheerily from his spot on the ground. He rubbed some of the blood off from around his mouth and continued. I brought the delegation from our sister village back, and then Randedly sat on the ground, waiting for his mana and stamina to regenerate. He had considered using this time to work on another soul seed, but he still hesitated for a few reasons. First, without notifications, it would be hard to keep track of and control the outcome of the soul seed. He also wouldn't be aware of how close to being finished it was. In addition, Randedly wanted to grind a lot of skills, to raise his general battle prowess quickly. Well, practice a lot of skills. The sooner that he got away from the grinding mentality, the better, so he didn't want to carefully limit the exposure the seed would have. As far as he could tell, they had a spiritual connection to him, and it wasn't possible to hide the seed while he was using skills he didn't want to be a part of it. The third reason was he still had so many questions about Etha. When he had asked Lyra yesterday, she had simply smiled, and Randedly was able to intuit it just wasn't something she was able to answer. He would have to figure it out himself. So as Randedly meditated, he turned his perception inward, examining the energies that he could distantly feel. It was like trying to parse apart threads of spider silk with calloused hands. He could see them when they caught the light, but anytime he tried to actually put his hands on them, they all but disappeared under his fingers. It was incredibly frustrating, but that didn't mean that the time he had spent training with Lyra in mana control had been in vain. He had learned how to approach delicately, settling his perception down, so even though he was unsure if he really had a strand of that energy, he had confidence it was there. Etha was special, too. It was hot and cold to a dangerous degree. It was volcano and glacier, sliding through his veins, pulsing with the beat of his heart. Randedly's eyelids twitched, but they did not open. On closer inspection of his inside, he was almost sure that the energy within him had spread very slowly. He had felt it pulsing while he trained yesterday, but wasn't sure what to make of it. If then ether really was the work of the system on his body, if stats and skills all came from ether, then more ether settling in his body meant he had gotten stronger. But that also didn't feel right. Randedly did his best to follow those thin strands of spider silk energy back to his core, because the ether flowed like water from a spring he held inside of himself. As he struggled and followed it back, Randedly could feel fiery runes flare up around his throat and immediately cool to deathly cold. His heart beat a little faster, sure that this was a sign he was heading in the right direction, but that small bit of excitement threw off his concentration, and it all fell to pieces. Sighing, Randedly shook his head. He did not need to rush it, even this much was an improvement. Once he found the source of ether inside of himself, if he could affect it, if it could vastly increase the rate at which he gained strength. Smiling, Randedly stood and walked towards Mrs. Hamilton, who was beckoning him over towards a very strange-looking contraption. There are obviously harder versions of the previous exercises, Mrs. Hamilton began, but today we are going to get the final two that we have currently designed a good test, and then start to address areas that I believe can be improved. The first exercise will be one focusing on weapon accuracy and fitness. Randedly glanced around. Will Lyra not be joining us? Mrs. Hamilton smiled sweetly. She has her own exercises and training, although she is a village spirit. She didn't lose access to her stats and skills. As such, and considering how weak all of the survivors we found from Turtletown have been, it seems prudent that she improve as much as possible, so she can survive. Snorting quietly, Randedly followed Mrs. Hamilton to two strange new additions to the landscape. The first reminded Randedly quite a lot of the mobile they used to train vision and weapon accuracy, but this one had rings of varying sizes hanging down from it, rather than wooden discs. The other training ground was a strange series of wooden pillars, their heights varying. They appeared to be segmented, and small pieces of wood stuck out of the sides of them. It was funny to Randedly that Mrs. Hamilton had considered Lyra to need more help surviving. Out of everyone Randedly had encountered, only when he looked at Lyra's impish face did he feel that she was the only one who wasn't constantly in danger. Even when he first saw her, in that strange moment they first met, there was something eminently practical about her. A lot of people paid too much attention to what she said and never watched what she did or how she did it. She had taught herself how to control mana. She had grinded up alone until she could control birds of mana that could rip through the hardened flesh of monsters like it was paper. She had learned to teleport. She had enough knowledge to attempt to teach others what she did, although it hadn't gone very well in Randedly's case. And more than anything else, Lyra had tracked down Kim Lath and struck when it was weakest, usurping the spot as village spirit from both it and Null. Randedly was about as powerful as he could be, but these were not feats that he could have accomplished. They were on very different paths, hers esoteric and strange, and his. He smiled sardonically. Well, he was discovering his own path every day, but he couldn't help but wish he possessed a bit of her strange genius so he could master the use of ether. We will start with fitness and weapon accuracy. To start, simply stand in the center and thrust your spear through the hanging hoops in order. Use this spear, she pointed to an ugly black stick of metal on the ground that Randedly knew Shao would barely consider worth of such a designation before continuing. Once forward, once backwards, then switch arms. Speed doesn't matter as long as it is consistent. This is meant to be a marathon. You must finish without any breaks or you need to start again. Start whenever you are comfortable. We aren't waiting for Mrs. Hamilton or Sam, Regina asked, frowning. Only Regina, Daniel, Donnie, Glendale, and Clarissa sat around. Declan and Dozer were out working, and Ptolemy had allowed Clarissa to take over his spot on the council with relief. The immigrants from Franksburg didn't yet have a representative, although Regina was of the opinion that they would swiftly integrate into the already established groups and be represented in that way. Which was why Mrs. Hamilton's absence was a problem. Without her, the NCCs didn't have representation, if they protested. But then Regina shook her head ruefully. No need to get ahead of herself. It would just be better for Mrs. Hamilton to appoint a second in command, who could handle stuff in her absences. Glendale blinked and then spoke. Mrs. Hamilton is still off with the Ghost Hound and Lyra, helping get the training started. Sam is currently testing or torturing the production-focused individuals from Franksburg. It's hard to tell. Regina waved her hand, surrendering, and Daniel straightened his papers and spoke. As per the recommendations of the council, to this point, SB has primarily been used to upgrade our shops and build defensive structures. We have also expanded Donaton's influence sphere, which prevents monsters from spawning inside of the city perimeter. In addition, Mrs. Hamilton's suggestion of the increased energy density zones we could use was a good one. It was used on the farming areas, and crop yields have increased by 20, as well as some of the crops showing signs of interesting mutations. Now that all of these goals have been accomplished, we have less of a pressing short-term need and still a sizable pool of SB. Clarissa yawned. Regina's eye twitched. The former librarian was really playing up her lazy witch persona. Not that it was harmful, but still, if she could have a little bit more respect. Seeing that no one interrupted, Daniel puffed up his chest and finally got to the point. Since that is the case, I believe this is a good opportunity to invest in two new buildings, the Adventurers Guild and the Communications Array. Oh, didn't you really want to save up for the cathedral? Donnie asked curiously. Daniel hesitated and then nodded. Yes, I did, but the cathedral's cost keeps increasing. It is currently at around 15,000 SB. It seems to be tied to the number of classers a village has. Not only is that a lot of SB, it's more than we've ever had at one time. I think it's better to buy these two other buildings right now, even though we don't know what they do, Regina said coolly. Daniel stiffened but nodded. Regina knew that Glendale would vote with her, and Clarissa supported the building of both of these buildings, so it all came down to what Donnie wanted. Once more, Regina regretted the process by which the council was run. They needed a more sophisticated system. Everyone else at the table appeared to know this too, so everyone remained silent while Donnie looked at his hands. On his chest, a fresh new breastplate sparkled, made by Sam with a strange rune carved into it. Sam had thrown it away, claiming it was trash and scrap, but it was better than anything else they had, so Donnie had claimed it. It was honestly quite intimidating too. There was a strange ferocity about the rune on the breastplate, and the longer you stared at it, the more it seemed to vibrate with ferocity. Shaking her head, Regina looked away. Donnie coughed lightly. For now, let's just get one of the buildings. I think we should raise the difficulty of both of our kept dungeons. The weaker to 8, the stronger to LVL 23. I also want a third dungeon, which we can keep at 5, so the NCCs can train somewhere against real monsters, especially if the city limits keep expanding. Daniel, which should we get? After a brief hesitation, where he considered pointing out that it was impossible for NCCs to go into the dungeon, but it wasn't a good idea to attract annoyance at this juncture. Daniel said Adventurers Guild. Clarissa nodded, her eyes bright and excited. Sighing, Regina gestured helplessly. Then she went to stand, the meeting basically over. After all, her corps of doctors and nurses needed to be honed into more physically fit individuals. A lot of the medicine they would do now was healing, and that required that they be near the injured person, able to go to the front line, which is why she begrudgingly accepted Mrs. Hamilton's absence, if she could figure out efficient ways to train. But to her surprise, Glendale raised his voice. Wait, before you go, there's one more thing. The group turned and looked at him. Shrugging, he said, I know not when it happened, but sometime last night, Craig left the medical area. He's disappeared from Donaton. Randidly dragged himself forward towards the barrel of water that Mrs. Hamilton had prepared, dipping his head entirely into it and sucking it down like a vacuum. He probably had chugged 10 of it before he was satisfied, and straightened, wiping his mouth. Mrs. Hamilton was a devil, he thought to himself, sparing her a sharp glance and only receiving a sunny smile in return. Spear she had provided for the first exercise had been just as heavy as that godforsaken vest, and swiftly caused his arms to burn. But he knew that she really would demand he do it again if he paused, so he finished her exercise, his chest heaving. She had only shook her head and said words that made a vein in his forehead throb. Aren't you a little too weak? And the whole point was to stab the spear through the hoop without touching it. Working on your control, well, I suppose it's fine for your first try. So they moved on to the next exercise, which required Randidly to move around, between those strange spinny wooden pillars, hitting the pegs in a certain order at a certain angle. See, the pegs were covered with 6 letters, spaced equally apart on the peg. At most points, Randidly was surrounded by 3 or 4 pillars, each with 9 pegs, 3 for each segment, pointing out in different directions. So usually 3 pegs per pillar were within reach, which meant he had access to 54 letters that could be touched at any one point. The whole idea was that Mrs. Hamilton would say a word, and Randidly would spell it out by hitting the letters in the right order. Unfortunately, there was a lot of letter overlap, and uncommon letters were only located on 1 or 2 of the pegs, in the 20 or so pillars, and the 180 or so pegs. It was allowed to press a letter and take a single step, moving so he would be close enough to the letter he needed. This sometimes pushed his footwork to the limits, making him use his imagination to move to where he needed to be with a single step. Another problem was that everything was spinning constantly, moved by the wind from his steps or from the touches of his hand. So not only did he have to look around and try to memorize where the letters were, but he had to keep track of them all while they moved. This was still at the limit of possible. Then Mrs. Hamilton started giving him words that would have him touch the first 3 letters, then freeze, because it was impossible to make it across the pillar group to the W on the other side. This is impossible, Randidly said flatly. Mrs. Hamilton chuckled. You just don't think. Why did you pick that first E just because it was in front of you? If you had thought about it, you would have realized that if you moved that direction, the W coming up would be impossible. Randidly just gave her a long glance. He had noticed something different about her since she obtained the soul skill, but this was insane. Truthfully, no one had ever really understood how much work Mrs. Hamilton did, handling all the logistics of the NCCs. But it certainly required a mind like a steel trap and an uncommon eye for detail, and now with the bonuses provided by her soul's skill. Her level of insight and planning was slightly intimidating. Randedly broke off the glance and tried again and again and again. It was late afternoon before he finished, performing at a level that Mrs. Hamilton found barely acceptable. After he had sated himself, Randedly turned to Mrs. Hamilton and asked what's next, quiet reflection or spell training. I need to think a little about how I want to proceed and check in on Lyra. I'll come back around dinner with your training menu for the next week. Good luck. Nonplussed, Randedly watched her go, then wandered a bit away from the training equipment. While he calmly brewed potions, he created swarms of pestilence, he created walls of thorns and waves of spearing roots, he shot incendiary bolts and made rings of fire. He could still feel the small boost he could give his spells by burning a little bit more mana, but Randedly didn't force it now. Instead, he just felt the mana expenditure, feeling the small differences in the ways it flowed out of him, depending on what spell he used. They were currently just vague impressions, but Randedly had the feeling that as his sensitivity increased, he would grow nearer to having the same strange power as Lyra had, able to freely manipulate and control mana. After he had repeated the cycle of spells several times, he sat down to meditate, activating agony. The vicious, digging, jarring pain became his world, but Randedly was used to it now, and his powerful will made it possible to ignore the worst of the pain for now. Instead, it served as a kind of isolation, removing him from the influence of outward stimulus. The sound of the wind and the warmth of sun on his skin slowly faded away, leaving only his razor-sharp focus. With his attention inward, Randedly focused on the one area of himself that proved that it was possible to control Etha, or at least to direct it, that strange place where his soul skill rotated inside of himself. Even now, the strange, decadent, rotting green energy flew around the core of Etha, opposite the bright orange energy, burning everything the green energy left behind to ash. When he had caused the Etha to move, two details of the situation stuck out to Randedly. That he wanted to avoid his soul skills collapsing into nothing incredibly badly, and that in that moment, he had a strong image of Etha forming the core of a rotation, balancing the two forces. From his experience with the system, both of these were logically important. The system responded to your desires. With a stronger desire, the system would respond more powerfully, and your perspective on what the system was changed how it behaved. It made sense that a powerful and logically consistent image of an outcome could bring that outcome to be. Since he had used Etha to change his soul skill, why not experiment in that area again, refining the soul skill further? He likely couldn't do it immediately, but while he was working on agony and meditation, it was a good way to keep his mind occupied. At the moment, he didn't have any ideas on how to do such a thing, but Randedly believed that it was due to the fact that he didn't have a strong image and wasn't sure what he wanted. So sitting there, the energies rotating within himself, Randedly tried to imagine what was going on in this cycle. At first, he tried to handle one at a time, but then when he tried to move them together, they crashed and collapsed, probably like his soul skill would have if he let them encounter each other. No, if he was going to get the right image, he needed to handle them all together. In his mind's eye, Randedly could see a small rocky prairie. What was rot? What was ash? He watched as grass grew in the prairie, and then the rot came, eating slowly away at the grasses, forming a strange, blobby mass as the rot consumed and grew. Then the burning came, devouring even more completely than the rot could devour, burning away all of the biomass, leaving only the earth. For a short time there was nothing, but then grasses began to poke out of the soil and grow, and the cycle started again. Grass grew. When there was enough grass, the rot swiftly spread, growing large and fat and destructive. Then, when the prairie was almost entirely rot, the fire would come, burning it all away, leaving the prairie clean. Only then could the grass grow again. The energies circled and circled, even and steady, never growing closer, stead in the orbit. Randedly watched, entranced. Sam swore and slammed his fist down, denting the metal of the work table. Tossing the failed engraving to the side, he looked broodingly at his hands. It was just too difficult to engrave with his mana pool. He couldn't persist for the entirety of the process, and when he ran out of mana, the engraving suffered for it. Sam hadn't even finished this version, and he knew it would be inferior to his previous attempt, which was poor at best. What was most annoying was that most of his morning had been spent putting the fear of God into the new crafting recruits. They didn't take the system seriously enough. They basically thought that the world had monsters now, but all was mostly the same other than that. Just put the effort in and create the equipment. But it wasn't. For whatever reason, there were certain actions that the system recognized. You had to observe those and learn to use them to your advantage. For example, Sam had discovered early on that hammering in sets would increase the quality of a produced item. If you hammered 11 times, took a break, then hammered 11 more times the entire forging process, the item might be an extra stat point higher at the end. If you just hammered normally, you wouldn't receive this benefit. Similarly, putting a freshly made weapon into clean spring water would improve its quality over a weapon that was plunged in dirty water and then cleaned later. There was no scientific reason for these actions to have actual, quantifiable effects on the forging process, but they were symbolic gestures which the system recognized. Whereas prior to the system, people who were superstitious were looked down upon, but now in the crafting core at least, such little rituals were regarded reverently, as a point of pride. Only with them carefully observed would the best quality product be created. Regina had wondered long-term what sort of effect that would have on the mentality of the crafters, but Sam just shrugged. That was a lot less important than making quality weapons and armor. Sam was much more concerned with what these rituals would become. They were simple, small things now, but as they became more elaborate, it was possible that they would manifest themselves as a skill. Of course, this was only a pet theory of Sam's, and he didn't have enough time to test it. But a brief discussion with Clarissa had given him some hope. She seemed to think it perfectly obvious that such things should happen, and then she had hurried off to practice using certain hand motions or incantations along with her spells. In order to make sure the day wasn't a complete waste, Sam briefly considered practicing more bone shaping, but discarded it. His mood was too volatile right now. What he really needed was. Then he blinked, then frowned, then smiled. He might not go for it, but if he did. If Randedly could take the time to learn engraving. Gleefully rubbing his hands together, Sam ran out of the forge and off north of Donaton, looking for his newest, unknowing student. Time flowed quickly past. Randedly was numb to it, only following the constant cycle of rot and ash. The more he watched, the more Randedly grew to suspect something was missing. The cycle continued unabated, but Randedly had a strange feeling in his chest, if he could find the source and push towards it. It could have been a minute, it could have been a year. Time melded and stretched. Grass grew, rot came, ash burnt it all away. Then there was nothing for a time. Then the grass grew. In his chest, the feeling of wrongness grew stronger and stronger until... Randedly blinked, looking up at the sky. Something had pushed him down onto his back, knocking him out of his trance. He straightened, but then fell back down, surprised by the weakness in his limbs. Wincing, he struggled to his feet, Lyra standing with her arms folded in front of him, her mouth in a thin line. "Don't do that again," she said coolly. "If you leave agony on while you are in that state, your regeneration is monstrous, but it isn't that monstrous. Do you know how dumb it would be if you died because you forgot that you had left the skill that burns your health on? Freaking dumbass." Randedly opened his mouth to say something, then closed it. He could see the worry in Lyra's eyes, and he felt rather dumb for forgetting about his skill. Even now, he could feel his strength flowing back into his limbs. It was almost a nostalgic weakness, one he had not felt in a very, very long time. He hadn't felt like this since that first day when the world changed, and he was casually brushed to the side by a ram, reducing his health to nothing instantly. Lyra scowled furiously. "Funny, is it? Well, freak you. Go find Mrs. Hamilton, she has your training schedule. We will see how much you laugh then." Several minutes later, Randedly frowned down at the training schedule given to him by Mrs. Hamilton. "Is there a problem?" she inquired sweetly. Randedly slowly shook his head. "No, I suppose not." The first 2 days were continuations of what they had been doing thus far. It would be difficult, but manageable. After that, there was a bump in difficulty each day, culminating at the end of 2 weeks with what Mrs. Hamilton believed was his full potential. The difficulty was that Randedly would not be looking at notifications or using PP in that time. Therefore, the increases would come purely from his skill gains and from mental endurance. Perhaps the first increase would be manageable, but the second and then the third increase in difficulty all the way to the 12th. "No," Randedly said again, this time much more confident. He would walk the path before him to see where it led him. There was no point in worrying about it now. There's no problem. Both Randedly and Mrs. Hamilton turned to find a dusty Sam standing in front of them. Without waiting for any real response, he plucked the paper from Randedly's hands and then studied it for a while, scratching his chin. From a lot of physical and mental strain, Sam muttered to himself, eyes flicking up to Randedly. This might not be possible well, if you had a hobby." Sam handed the paper back and then nodded seriously. "You've come to the right person. I think I know how to help." "No one came to you," Mrs. Hamilton said, her expression bright. Sam didn't appear to hear. "It's a bit of a rough time for it, but we go back a ways. You can come work in my shop a little, clear some of the cobwebs out of your head. No need to thank me, but we might as well start right now." With that, Sam started dragging Randedly away, leaving a chuckling Mrs. Hamilton. "I'll see you tomorrow morning," she said, waving softly at the rapidly departing figures. As they were escorted through the strange, alien village, Alana noticed several things. First was that the village consisted of 3 groups, with the 2 main ones being the rabbit people and the turtle people. They fraternized a little, but mostly the groups of people they passed heading to the village spirit's house was made up of one or the other, but not often both. and their philosophical differences seemed to be at the center of what the group from Donaton had witnessed. The third group was what Alana believed to be the youth of the village, but they were strangely uniform and shrunken, with tight gray skin. They didn't appear to be either rabbit or turtle people, and Alana was rather mystified by their presence. Finally, they arrived and were ushered into a large building. There was a circle of benches where several aged individuals sat. At the center, a gray-haired rabbit and a turtle with a long beard sat, the former on her feet, glowering, the latter stroking his beard. "Grandma, as you requested, I've returned after making contact," Razor began, but he was swiftly cut off. "You idiot, why the hell did you take so long?" The elderly female rabbit snapped, smashing her fist down on the table. Alana's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only was her fist blow obviously strong enough to create a shockwave of force, but the table barely trembled. This was system-enhanced wood. Razor shrugged awkwardly, looking sheepish. "It was just I didn't know who to talk to." It seemed like the people over there didn't even know that the portal was opening. "Be that as it may, your chest, young Fleetfoot." The turtle spoke, his words slow. "Are those wounds?" Razor's hands balled into fists. "I'm only wounded because..." But this time Razor was cut off by his sister, whose hand clamped down on his shoulder. The room was very still. "Finish that sentence." The elderly gray rabbit's tone was frigid. Her gaze slid sideways to the elderly turtle, who was looking with apparent concern towards Razor. This woman must be Grandma, Alana thought to herself. Her eyes scanned to the sides, seeing both rabbits and turtles in armor standing around. It would not be easy to leave this place without their host's assistance, and for whatever reason, it seemed that the other female rabbit was preventing Razor from telling the truth. Looking at the ground, "I'm only wounded because I fell down a hill." "Is that so?" The gray rabbit's eyes floated sideways to Alana. "So then, strange travelers, tell us, how could you allow my grandson to fall so dangerously down a hill? But more importantly, how are you willing to make it up to me? With a gift, obviously." Alana, Devan, and Razor all blinked. Kirsty, who had been carried here unconscious by Devan, sat up. "We are going to have to go outside though," she added. "Plants need sunlight to grow." "Well, it's not exactly simple, but it's not exactly hard either. Do you think you can manage it?" Sam said, scratching his head. Randedly looked in wonder at the needle in his hand, covered in a network of runes. He nodded slowly. "Yes, I believe so." For when Randedly held the needle, his normally recalcitrant mana trembled. Initially, Randedly had been very dubious over whether he could learn this skill, especially without notifications. That extra hint, that flash of knowledge, those were what he had relied on thus far to learn skills. But he supposed that even without the notifications, he was still gaining experience, so there was no difference. The second problem that Randedly thought he would encounter was channeling the mana. He had never been able to get his mana to so much as acknowledge him. But the needle felt like literally a needle, poking that impenetrable bubble that had been around his mana, allowing the mana to flow freely down the needle to the tip. Of course, he couldn't do anything but basically control the amount that was flowing down the needle to etch with, and even that was quite shaky. But still, proof of a concept. It was not that it was impossible to manipulate mana, just that his method wasn't currently sophisticated enough. Again, Randedly couldn't help but admire Lyra's accomplishments. But for now, he furrowed his brow and focused on the iron shield in front of him, focusing on flawlessly carving the lines of the bear rune onto it. It really wasn't all that mentally restive, in a way. Of all the exercises, although the others tired him out, and the letters on the peg were endlessly frustrating, nothing required the constant focus of this. At the same time, it was enjoyable to lose himself in the focus. It would make, Randedly reflected, a nice hobby. The next day passed in a blur. When he wasn't being derided by Sam for his lack of mana control, he was going through one of Mrs. Hamilton's training games, or dodging around Lyra's mana birds, which were becoming increasingly difficult to avoid. Between those exercises, Randedly ate as much food as he could fit inside of himself, and burned through his mana, throwing out spell after spell, flexing the extra mana to increase the effectiveness. He believed that he was slowly growing more proficient in this method, but it was hard to tell. Then there were the times that Randedly trained in the individual steps of footwork of the spear phantom, familiarizing himself with the moves. Only by repetition would the distances he could travel with the different steps become instinct, and he would truly be on the path to mastery. Randedly also took time out of the day to practice his spear moves and skills. He considered trying to improve the effectiveness of his Ashen spear skill, and perhaps learn the next kata, but Randedly didn't know where to begin. Once more, he believed that the spear move was created due to the powerful image that Randedly had at the time. That image was due to Shal's teaching and philosophies about the spear, as well as Randedly's own previous insights into the power that was Ash. Together, they formed a powerful penetrative move. To develop another such move, he would likely have to have more ideas and images about what to do. Instead, it would perhaps be more effective to simply improve on the moves he had now, familiarizing himself with them, which Randedly hoped would happen naturally during this time of training. His ideas about how a spear advances would hopefully change, and his meditative moments, when he slowly settled and watched the soul skill cycle within himself, gave him more and more insights into Ash. At some point he would be able to combine them, he hoped, but now was much too early. Instead, he just threw himself into the training. Unlike training under Shao, there was no constant threat of violence, but in a way that only made things worse. There were moments where Randedly wavered during Mrs. Hamilton's grueling exercise regimen and wanted to quit or ease up. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Was it really possible to accomplish such things without improving his stats? Mrs. Hamilton certainly thought so. Randedly thought so initially, but when he thought about how much the difficulty would increase over the next 2 weeks. After one of the exercises where Randedly dodged the mana birds, he looked over to Lyra, who was sitting on the ground. His eyes widened as he saw that she grimly glared at him, wiping a long, thin trail of blood that was coming out of her nose. Then she soundlessly stood and walked away. He obviously had noticed that the birds were moving in increasingly complicated patterns that made it difficult to dodge. And he had noticed that halfway through, just as he was starting to run out of options, dodging became much easier. He had assumed it was because his knowledge of the steps was beginning to pay dividends, which was probably true, but if it was also because he wasn't the only one pushing himself beyond his limits. If Lyra was struggling furiously to grow stronger too. Randedly's eyes narrowed. That was right, he wasn't simply racing down this path in order to see what lay at the end, but also because there were other individuals out there struggling forward on their own paths. It wasn't enough to be strong, but you also needed to be stronger than the people who mean you harm. This Randedly said aloud, watching Lyra walk away, speaking quietly so she wouldn't hear. This isn't enough, I need more. Instead of resting, Randedly raised his spear and began to practice, waiting for the next exercise to begin. Daniel yawned, sitting up. Although sleeping wasn't necessary for him any longer, he still enjoyed the leisure time. So every day at sundown, he would lie down for a 3-hour nap, to clear his head and lounge on some cushions and pillows he had squirreled away. Setting aside the pile of paperwork having to do with the trading convoy Donaton was sending south to Franksburg in the next few days, Daniel ambled towards his door, scratching his butt. After all, the fact that the person at the door hadn't yelled meant it wasn't someone who could truly threaten him. At the same time, the fact they dared come to the door was a bit. Daniel opened the door, only to find a woman standing in the darkness, her eyes blazing with a strange light, the classer that guarded Daniel during the night standing to the side fearfully. Inwardly, Daniel made a mental note to go among the NCCs and to start training someone to be his full-time bodyguard. This guy randomly assigned to him was apparently intimidated. The woman turned to him, giving him a face full of anger blast. Daniel gasped in spite of himself, where the woman growled, reaching up and grabbing Daniel by his collar. "Are my children?" Randedly lay panting on the ground, re-examining the day's training. It was rough, beyond rough. He could feel the slowly growing ache of sore muscles, something that he hadn't felt in a long time, not since the system had come to this world. At no point, even under Shao, had he pushed his physical limits to this degree. Part of it was the methods with Shao. He held on as long as he could, and then was knocked senseless by Shao's brutal spear, giving him a chance to rest. Here he continued with the back-breaking exercises, with only small breaks in between. Time and time again, his focus and patience were tested, and he was tempted to give in, allowing his body a break. But Mrs. Hamilton's small smile made him hold on. Lyra's scrunched-up face as she tried to catch him with her birds of mana made him hold on. The image of that group of classers from Donaton, battered but ready to fight him to the death, made him hold on. This was his path. And even if it was hard, Randedly refused to stop walking it. Not for pain, not for respite, not for even judgment from the system. That was how he wanted to live. Frowning, Randedly leaned forward. Although he was definitely improving physically, it was slow. He could barely feel any differences in how he was able to handle the difficulty when training changed. But perhaps there was another solution. If he could create an armor of roots with root manipulation. Randedly laughed aloud, amused at the image. Then he shook his head ruefully. Even though he was better and his control was monstrous for his level, there were likely even more monstrous mages out there in the Nexus. Perhaps one day he would get to that level, but for now. Focusing his will, Randedly poured his energy into the ground, and the roots there responded. They pulsed and moved, curving up out of the ground, inflating with his will, twisting into 3x their original size. Then Randedly shaped them, moving the roots smoothly together, forming a hand. That hand clenched itself into a fist, then flexed itself, opening. Randedly pressed harder with his will, and a second hand sprang into existence. Grunting, Randedly pushed even further, conjuring a long, thin trunk of roots that spiraled upwards, raising the hands to chest height, splitting and forming 2 arms. Sweat dripping off of his brow, Randedly pressed a little forward, and 2 roots sprang from the ground and spiraled upwards ever so slowly. They rotated around each other, closely bound, winding even tighter. Randomly breathed carefully, afraid to spoil the spell, maintaining the hands, the torso, and this new object of roots all at once. To say nothing of the mana expenditure, which was quite significant, his attention, divided between so many different roots in so many different shapes, was quite stretched maintaining it all. But finally, the spiral had reached a height of 7 feet, and the two hands reached forward, grasping the spear of roots, hefting it, raising it. Eyes glowing, Randomly felt the connection between himself and the strange root avatar, more than just the fact that he was maintaining it with his mana. So he closed his eyes, focusing on it, and he realized that it was feeding him a small bit of information, a small fraction of tactile sensation. Although it was faint, he could feel the root spear in his hands, so he gripped it. Then he thrust it forward, instinctively aiming for a phantom thrust. The spear cut quickly through the air, but it felt oddly clumsy. Frowning, Randomly opened his eyes. All at once, the strain of maintaining the avatar overwhelmed him, and the roots started to bulge and twist, straying from the desired shape. Snorting, Randomly crushed the resistance, forcing the roots back into line, and then drank a mana potion. He would need more mana to maintain this. Then he produced his small training spear and closed his eyes. The root avatar gripped the spear with him, and Randomly had the extremely odd sensation of controlling two bodies at once. But in a way it was simple, because he wanted them to perform the same action he used phantom thrust. His main body unleashed a thrust that ripped forward through the air with audible speed, but once more the root avatar felt clumsy. But this time, Randomly caught why he felt so strange when he used the avatar. System assist, huh? Randomly muttered to himself. It was small and slight, but minor differences in stance, posture, and source of force that were instinctual for his actual body didn't occur in the avatar. Or perhaps they couldn't because he was using roots. Of course, Randomly shouldn't have any instincts of the sort. He had never handled anything remotely like a spear before the system, and his training after the system was still quite short and rather haphazard. The only explanation was that the skill levels were giving him training wheels that let him succeed more easily. He obviously could still improve a lot in his actual technique, but these training wheels were also areas that he could improve on, because he could observe them in the differences between his normal form and the movements of the root avatar. Randomly wasn't sure whether it would actually help, but then smothered that thought. Image was important. Of course it would help. He would more fully understand the skill, increasing the skill level, which would in turn probably increase the amount of system assistance, which would give him more areas to focus on during his training. The corner of Randomly's mouth curled upward. Then he sighed and rubbed his forehead, the root avatar falling to pieces. Another benefit of training like this at night would be that he would train root manipulation at the same time, but it was also extremely tiring mentally. He would take a break for now, then continue later. Chuckling, Randomly gathered his things and began walking back towards Donaton. It wasn't quite a break, but Sam was quite insistent that he continue to learn to engrave. His skill wasn't even to the point where he could control the leaking mana well enough to form an entire rune, but it was nearing that point. And it was excellent practice in detail orientation, even if it was only marginally less mentally draining than the root avatar. Randomly supposed he would need an actual hobby soon, but preferably one that would take no time, so he could keep up this training speed. Karen, mother of Kirsty and Nathan, glared daggers at Regina and Daniel. What do you mean you don't know? The two exchanged helpless glances and were about to speak when another figure appeared. Karen, I have to take responsibility for this one. In all of the recent excitement, I lost count of the days. It completely slipped my mind, Mrs. Hamilton said, stepping forward with a smile. Behind her, Declan's full squad stood, grimly outfitted in leather and steel rubbed in charcoal to dull its reflective properties. Annie and a few of the more skilled archers stood with them, serious expressions on their faces. What? Daniel asked, bewildered, but Karen was much more direct. What did you forget? She demanded. Mrs. Hamilton's smile turned decidedly vicious, the smile curling upwards, that we have new neighbors. It took a few seconds, but recognition finally arrived at Daniel's brain, and he paled immediately. The whole troop quickly moved, heading to the portal to their sister town. The air rippled softly, but otherwise it seemed extremely peaceful, like a scenic pond. My children wandered in there alone, Karen asked, her anger giving way to horror, but Declan shook his head. No, from what we can tell, Alana and Devan's squad are also missing and likely accompanied her. She will be safe. His voice was low and sure, and Karen visibly calmed down somewhat, nodding towards him thankfully. So he continued, looking around at his squad. Let's go investigate this other village. In a fluid motion, they loped forward, low and silent, passing through the rippling doorway to another world. Alana slumped to the ground, covered in blood. Although the sprouting of arbor and the ore it provided did a lot to change the rabbit woman's opinion of them, it didn't seem sufficient in her harsh eyes. Her grandson's life was very important. A more genuine apology was necessary in order to compensate for allowing such an accident to happen. Inwardly, Alana was furious at the whole charade. But for whatever reason, the people who knew that the injuries were inflicted by the turtles were desperate to hide that fact from the gray-haired rabbit. And for now, Alana was content to fight for this strange animal village, defending it for a small amount of time. Not because she thought it would be particularly beneficial to the village, but it would be very, very difficult for Kirsty and Nathan to be protected on that journey. Besides, Alana wasn't a child that cared overmuch for whether something was true enough. Real life wasn't so simple, and it seemed the group from Donaton had just gotten caught between the two strange races here. Alana hadn't forgotten the turtles' earlier mention of the class draft they were instituting, which did a lot to demonstrate how badly things were going for the village. The compensation ended up being holding off the swarms of monsters that were constantly besetting this village from every side. It seemed that while Donaton had waited quite a while to grow in strength before upgrading to the trainee tier, this village had rushed to that level, due to some general information about the buildings available at that tier, and what they could do to improve the village's chances at surviving. Unfortunately, the information obtained by this world was rather general. They didn't realize that a trainee village also would have to cope with raid bosses. They also didn't possess someone with the extremely overpowered abilities that Glendale had, so they were unable to really locate raid bosses until they had established themselves and spawned lieutenant monsters. These monsters were just slightly stronger than the normal mob spawned by a nearby raid boss, but they also could spawn their own minions and possessed a fierce intelligence that the raid bosses lacked. Under the constant raids of these lieutenant monsters, the defenses of this village were slowly being eroded, their powerful classers driven to exhaustion. They simply didn't have enough bodies to hold them off. Meanwhile, it seemed the turtles wanted to force some individuals to take classes, but the rabbits were unwilling to do so. So the turtles needed a way to incite the grandma rabbit to act, and also a scapegoat, so the village wouldn't destroy itself with infighting. Which is where Alana and Devan's squad came into the picture. They were the perfect victim. Luckily, they had managed to preserve Razor's life, or, Alana shook her head, it was bad enough already. Just today, they had already slaughtered 3 such lieutenant monsters, ambushing them as they came to attack the spring that served as the village's water supply. Forebodingly, they were all of the same type of monster, and they had spotted more such groups. Watching from the shadows, those raid bosses had already established themselves here and were propagating at an exponential rate. The village was aware of this, and Alana was able to slowly parse out some things about the situation. Whether it was racial or not, the rabbit and turtle people were firmly divided about what to do on the issue, although Alana couldn't figure out the details. She also asked Cadence, who was Razor's sister, about the children, and apparently those little gray people at a certain age chose whether to become turtles or rabbits. But as Alana asked more pointed questions, she had clammed up, unwilling to speak further. Groaning at the aches in her body, Alana slipped off her shoes and began to massage the soles of her feet. At least the skill leveling was good, she mused to herself, but then looked up to a knock at the door. The door, which was just a stone wheel, was rolled to the side to reveal Cadence. "Come, there is someone you must meet." Karen glanced fearfully at Mrs. Hamilton, who had turned away from the portal and began to walk away. "Where are you going?" "Unfortunately, there are other things I must handle," Mrs. Hamilton said consolingly. "But Declan is smart, as well as an incredibly talented fighter. He can handle this. Trust in Donaton. Your children will return safe." Randedly swore quietly to himself, lowering the bracer back to the work table. Once more, he had let too much mana flow at once, and it had pooled and warped the rune, soon cracking the bracer. So not only had he failed at the engraving, but the armor was also ruined. Luckily, or annoyingly, Sam had him working with amateur-level leather bracers made by some of the new recruits from Franksburg. It had made Randedly want to tell them that even their inept attempts had meaning. They weren't just grinding away at their skill levels. They were helping him grind away at skill levels. Shaking his head, Randedly refocused on the bracer before him. Sam cautioned him to focus on one rune, so he had kept attempting the dragonfly rune. It was perhaps the simplest, or rather the shortest, rune in terms of line length. But at the same time, the middle section had several graceful loops that required the most delicate mana control in order to execute properly. Engraving, weirdly, reminded Randedly of icing a cake. The medium was already there, and it was a matter of controlling how much substance came out on top of it, and where. Unfortunately, unlike icing a cake, there was a constant pressure of mana, more pushing to come out of the engraving needle, which needed to be constantly monitored and controlled. Just like water, too, this pressure lessened as Randedly burned through his mana, so the pressure was initially much higher than it was by the end of the engraving. Further calculating things was that even the slightest distraction caused Randedly's focus to waver, and that waver either increased or decreased the pressure for mana to come out. The outcomes were rather random seeming, but Randedly suspected that it had something to do with the type of distraction and how it affected him. However, Sam didn't appear to have any of these problems and was instead limited by his mana pool, so Randidly didn't bring it up for now. Inwardly, there were times that he was tempted to open up his path screen and spend the PP that he had likely gained. Hopefully, he had gained enough to give him some distributable stats, and with that, he could improve his control and focus, which would increase the efficiency of this skill grinding. But in a way, that too was the wrong path. After seeing Mrs. Hamilton's training, Randidly realized it was less about increasing his possible output, but giving him mastery of the skills and stats he did have. Skill levels would be gained as he further familiarized himself with the skills, but that wasn't the end goal. It was to develop a mentality that let him use his skills to their utmost potential. It was, Randidly supposed, a classical type of training. After all, before the system, there would always be an absolute wall for humans in terms of what was physically possible. They did not have the luxury of raising their stats to run more quickly. Instead, they trained to lower the time it took for them to reach that limit of running quickly. They changed their running form to maximize their results. They lost weight, or gained weight, or changed their diet to sculpt their bodies, all towards this goal of not pushing the boundaries, but moving closer to them. But she had a point, Randidly admitted. At any time he could raise his stats, but to make him utilize his stats more skillfully, that would require a concerted effort, and it was undoubtedly worth it. Setting those thoughts aside, Randidly turned to his next bracer, but as he picked it up, he didn't yet use the engraving needle. Instead, he closed his eyes and breathed very slowly, seeking something. He looked deep within himself for moments where he was truly content. Struggling under Shao, moving with him through the dungeon. Fighting at night during those early monster hordes, being unstoppable amongst them. Letting agony burn away his excess thoughts, fighting outside Franksburg. Challenging all of Donaton's classers, holding up that final inspired circle of flame, preparing to unleash it. Repeatedly using his newfound mastery of footwork of the spear phantom to dodge Lyra's birds of mana. Randidly grinned. Who would have known that he took such joy in training to the point that he felt extremely powerful, although he supposed it really wasn't that shocking. Everyone desired to feel important and capable. Now that he had gotten here, he sure as hell wasn't going to slack off and let go of those feelings. Randidly lowered the needle and began to engrave. When Alana walked into the low-ceilinged hut, Devan was already there, arms folded, and Kirsty and Nathan were curled up in the corner on a cushion. An old woman sat in a rocking chair, watching them, her hair black, her ears droopy and graying at the edges. But Alana froze as she entered into the room, looking at that woman. Since fighting for so long, she had developed a pretty reliable ability to look at an opponent and guess their strength. This woman was at the level of the ghost hound, maybe stronger. She turned and looked at Alana, her face a labyrinth of wrinkles as she smiled. "Bert, the guests are here. Bring some drinks." An extremely elderly turtle shambled out of a side door, carrying a tray with several mugs. Alana blinked, the aura of the elderly woman washed away by the tide of bloodlust that sprung from this new arrival. His expression was bored, but Alana could not avoid the vicious realization that this man could kill her as easy as breathing. The edges of her vision began to darken, and she couldn't muster enough strength to even breath. "Bert, stop that, these are guests." It was like that oppressive aura was a bad smell, and the woman's words were a breeze lightly brushing it away, which in a way was even more intimidating. The woman smiled at Alana. "You have questions, I'm sure, but I don't involve myself much in the affairs of the other totems. Instead, I'd like to talk about our villages, Kith Clark's gift for Donaton. I've taken a look at that plant the girl brought over, and it is quite unique, useful, and attractive. I haven't seen something so intriguing since Bert here was a young man." She smiled good-naturedly at Bert, who had given Devan and Alana a mug. Bert simply glanced at the woman, his face inscrutable. "I don't mean to be rude, but who are you? I don't understand much about your kind, but you don't appear to be either a rabbit or a turtle." Devan spoke slowly, his eyes locked on Bert the entire while. But it made Alana take a second glance at the woman, and she realized it was true. Her ears were smaller and more angular, and she could see the curl of a tail around the back of the chair. "Excuse me, where are my manners? I'm Hess. And yes, you're correct. Typically, kiths in our world have 3 totems each. Usually 2 are dominant, while the third takes on a special role in the village. Yes, I am neither a long-footed hare or the gray-shelled turtle. I am the current spectral lynx." Hess put her chin on her fist, looking at Devan and Alana with glittering eyes. "But I did find it extremely interesting that the girl spoke of a ghost hound. It is perhaps fate that ectoplasmic cats and dogs are at each other's throats constantly, is it not?" There was only silence to answer her, but then Hess laughed, slapping her knee. "Oh, come on, did you really think I would push our villages towards war just for a dumb coincidence like that? Geez, you don't have a very optimistic view of the situation, now do you? That old hare might have as much sense as a barrel of gunpowder, and the turtle have as much foresight as fashion sense, but I'm very wise, I assure you, despite the events I have allowed this past week." Devan looked sheepish but kept his eyes on Bert. Alana rubbed the back of her neck. Yes, well, it hasn't exactly been sunshine and butterflies between us, the welcoming party for us. When the turtles tried to kill the Hare Elder's grandson, quite an unfortunate choice that, but I think it will ultimately prove beneficial to you. Alana regarded the woman flatly. I see. Chortling, Hess turned to Bert. Bert, fetch those newcomers before they cause any trouble. I have an idea. Nodding, Bert ambled to the door, all but disappearing as he rounded the corner. Hess turned back to Devan and Alana and made small talk, speaking of small matters, explaining the details of village life, asking about Donatin. At first Alana hesitated, but it truly seemed as though the Catwoman in front of them possessed no guile. She was simply curious. So they began to open up slightly in regards to facts about the village. Based on what Hess was saying, Donatin was much, much larger than this village, which they called Kith Clark. They were not the village prior to the system with the strongest warriors, but a lucky series of events let them become the first village in their zone to reach the level of trainee village. Since then, they had been struggling to survive, and had to withdraw most of their villagers to the inner part of the village. There were simply too many raid bosses spawning too quickly. Although it hadn't occurred to her before, Alana was forced to admit that Donatin was much better off than this village, even though they hadn't been forewarned about the approach of the system. It was all because a guardian ghost hound was there to protect them until they had their legs under them. Randedly leaned back, barely suppressing a grin. Engraving of Dragonfly 20, wearer of the armor has a small chance of moving more quickly when moving with the wind. It wasn't all that impressive of an effect, but it was a successful completion, Randedly's first even after 3 hours of work. He supposed that in the old world, this learning speed would be prodigious, but now it was slightly disappointing. But then again, the point of the training was to make things seem more like the old way of training, thereby shifting expectations and results. So it made sense that Randedly wouldn't have been able to take advantage of some of the system assistance from skill levels. Randedly brought the finished product over to Sam, who looked at it, then blinked. CC common rarity. Turning to Randedly, Sam glared daggers at him. Randedly shrugged helplessly. What did Sam expect? It was only his first try. He had figured an achievement at this level was to be expected. Snorting, Sam muttered to himself, probably a fluke, then directed Randedly to return to the bench and keep practicing until he could do 3 in a row. Although Randedly wanted to train some other things, Randedly supposed it was fair. But secretly, for the rest of the night, while he was trying and failing at engraving, he kept a tightly packed ball of pestilence under the table, controlling it very carefully. Randedly's head throbbed painfully as his attempt cracked another bracer. Grimacing, Randedly rubbed his temples for a few seconds, but then picked up another bracer. Although it was difficult, the only way to get stronger was to push. The only way to move forward was to continue to walk. Declan twitched, his brain recognizing a lot of information at once and combing through it. It was only a split second of frozen indecision. Then he continued to creep forward as though nothing had happened. When they arrived, there were guards, but they weren't paying very close attention to the portal, so Declan and Annie's group slipped away before they were noticed, joining the strange blue tree line nearby. Annie faded into the foliage, slipping away, while the rest followed Declan. They found a small clearing, and Declan sent Tara to scout around, trusting her to remain discreet. Perhaps it would have been better to just make contact, but the fact that Alana and Devan had disappeared for a day meant that this wasn't exactly a simple situation. After Tara discovered the general direction of the village, they began to move that way. But as they did so, Declan's instincts abruptly screamed that something very powerful was watching them. His body froze, but his killer's instincts, obtained at LVL 30 from his class, immediately contradicted that, saying he should continue to walk, pretending not to notice the powerful watcher. After all, if the watcher assumed Declan had no idea of his presence, he might not view him as a threat. So Declan continued to walk, cursing himself inwardly for freezing up, but doing his best to relax the lines of his shoulders. But his worst fears came to pass, or at least a version of them. An anthropomorphic turtle appeared on the path in front of him, bent with age, but clearly the source of that oppressive aura. The turtle turned away, and the rest of the group just gaped, but Declan straightened and said, "And if we don't?" After pausing for a second, the turtle turned back and gave Declan a mild glance. Without saying anything, he turned away again and began to slowly hobble forward, arms behind his back. Grimacing, Declan signaled his squad, and everyone gathered and followed neatly behind this strange figure. Declan was frustrated, but after meeting that turtle's gaze, he had no confidence of resisting him, even if they all worked together. But it seemed that Annie had escaped the turtle's notice, so all was not lost. Declan fervently hoped she wouldn't do anything stupid. Alana was surprised when Bert returned, leading Declan and his squad, but said nothing. They all crowded into the low ceiling room, Hess smiling at them all. "Welcome, welcome, Bert, some more drinks." Bert nodded calmly and meandered towards that side door once more. "Now welcome, friends from Donatin. I am Hess, one of the 3 elders of this village, Kith Clark. Unfortunately, the one with the least influence, but still. To Alana's ears, Declan's words sounded very forced, and it seemed Hess heard it too, because the cat woman smiled lightly. You are welcome, but we don't need to act too stuffy after all. The other elders are using you two to play games with each other, Hess said cheerily, although their motivations are different. Now, who wants some cider? The room around her was filled with a heavy silence. Later that night, as Declan leaned against the wall, he felt exactly what he was waiting for, the soft whisper of a ghost in his ear. He listened carefully, then quietly began to explain the situation to Glendale. In the early hours before dawn, Randidly laboriously created another avatar made of roots, forming the body, the arms, and finally the spear. Then equally slowly, Randidly had the avatar thrust out with its spear. Randidly raised his spear and with his eyes closed, mirrored the action. Noticing the small differences between them, Randidly tried to adjust his form, but after several more thrusts with the avatar, nothing had changed. The spear thrust was just as ungainly. Smaller than, Randidly thought to himself. He thrust again with his own spear. There were so many parts that felt natural, that just happened easily, and those were what he needed to systematically identify and understand if he was to improve. The avatar thrust forward, with Randidly's attention focused simply on the way he used the vines to grip the spear. Afterwards, he thrust with his body. He made a small adjustment to the tightness of the avatar's grip and tried again. He thrust with his body. He made a small adjustment. Over and over, he pressed and pressed, starting with the grip tightness, moving to the balance of his hands, the distance between his two hands. Avatar thrust, body thrust, tiny adjustments. Avatar thrust, body thrust. Several seconds of thinking, followed by no adjustments. Avatar thrust, body thrust, tiny adjustments. Over and over until Randidly blinked, opening his eyes to the warmth of the dawn's rays. He grimaced, slightly annoyed that he had lost track of time. But it was important to do this. His training in the spear needed some organization to it. It was just discouraging that it took so long to make such small gains. Almost against his will, Randidly grinned. Had he really gotten so spoiled in the months he had lived with the system? Although he didn't learn much from the father who was absent most of his life, he did remember one of the few visits the man made to him and his mom. It was recently after his parents divorced, and Randidly was still young at that point. Randidly had asked his father why he had to live in this new, tiny apartment with his mother now, without him. His father looked at him with his calculating gray eyes and asked, "If I let you live with me, how will you compensate me?" Randidly just stared dumbly at him. His father shook his head almost sadly. "Your mother and her weird freaking names, listen to me, little R, what's worth having is worth working for. Never ask for handouts." Then his father straightened and left. Randidly trembled slightly. He wasn't sure why he remembered that man just now, but it wasn't a pleasant feeling. He hadn't thought about them much since he left his mother to her string of boyfriends, refusing to return the once-a-year calls on his birthday from his father. That family was dead to him, but still, he felt a pang in his heart, because his new family, too, was probably. Squeezing his eyes shut, Randidly cut off that train of thought. What he needed now was strength, to find anyone who might still be alive, to protect the things he held dear, and he would only get that through work. After taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of the sunrise, Randidly turned, walking towards the training area. It would be another long day, but Randidly needed it, because his current self wasn't enough. He craved more. Mrs. Hamilton tapped on the table with perfect measure, almost like a metronome. The rest of the figures around the table, Regina, Glendale, Daniel, Clarissa, and Sam, stood still, frowning at their respective fingers. Glendale had just reported the strange situation of the other village, as well as Alana and Declan could figure it. Donnie and Dozer were both absent, going to clear the dungeons next to Old Turtletown and Donaton, respectively. Now that Turtletown had fallen, and most of its people slowly drifted over to Donaton after realizing their previous town had fallen, monsters spewing from that location were becoming a serious problem for the trade route they planned on establishing to Franksburg. Mrs. Hamilton's tapping stopped. Best to wait it out, huh? They should be able to take care of themselves over there. Everyone else was silent. After a long moment, Glendale spoke. "The children don't appear to be in any danger." Their mother, Sam, muttered, his arms folded. Mrs. Hamilton sighed. Regina straightened and said, "I agree with Mrs. Hamilton. This is diplomacy. Delicacy and tact is important here, even when they aren't bothering with it at all." Daniel muttered, and he was rewarded with glares from Sam and Regina. Smiling, Mrs. Hamilton added, "And their continued presence allows them to intimately become familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of our sister village." The others mulled this over for a short while. "In other news, how is the Adventurers Guild building?" Mrs. Hamilton asked. Daniel's eyes came alive. "It's extraordinary. Not only does it provide quests, but it also appears that there is a function similar to what Null could provide with skill trials. Though unfortunately the selection is much more bland, but as more missions are completed, the building grows and more options should be unlocked." In addition, Clarissa added with a grin, glancing at Daniel, After the building was created, we have seen a higher incidence of yellow-named monsters, which seem to be related to quests. Often these are quite a bit stronger than normal monsters in the area, but you seem to need to accomplish a series of prerequisites to fight them, or to barge directly into the area they are using as a lair. Nothing bad has happened thus far, but some of them are quite near to the village limits. But their bodies are excellent for parts, Sam interjected, smiling slightly. A bang rang out, dragging everyone's attention back to the center of the table where Glendale sat. He looked up at them all pleadingly. You are really all right with this, just letting those children stay over there. They didn't seem to mean us harm exactly, but could we at least ask them to return the children? After a long moment, Mrs. Hamilton nodded. Actually, that's a good idea. I'm sad I didn't think of it. They will likely refuse, and it will make them think they have a negotiation advantage. Glendale blinked. They will refuse. Mrs. Hamilton checked the son and stood to go. Yes, but that's not the real reason that it wouldn't work. She will refuse to return too. I don't want to go back, Kirsty said with exaggerated patience, before Hess even had a chance to respond. Adults needed to be treated very delicately sometimes. Devan and Declan's squads were about to go out and help with the monster problem that Kith Clark was dealing with, but Declan had taken the time to ask that Kirsty and Nathan be allowed to return to Donaton. After all, there is still a bit more to do here, Kirsty added, then calmly walked out the door. Right as she arrived, Bert appeared, gravely opening the door for her and giving her a small bow. She smiled at him, pleased. She quite liked this turtle man that gave her cider and snuck her treats all the time, and in addition she didn't have a bedtime over here. Why would she ever go back to Donaton? Scared and intimidated, Nathan, as always, was dragged out by virtue of unwillingness to lose proximity with his sister. He looked so scared that Kirsty almost felt bad. But then she shook her head, steeling her resolve. After all, there was a lot of work to do. This wasn't the time to be selfish. Arbor had barely gotten his roots into the soil here. There was still much to do, and lately, Kirsty had felt that her growth had become somewhat stagnant. She needed a new activity to distract her and keep her entertained. It was time to evangelize. When Kirsty walked out of the hut, several turtle guards with crossbows scrambled out of the way. Originally, they had been very disapproving of allowing her to wander freely, but Bert had said a quiet word to one, and instantly they became well-behaved, springing to attention whenever she passed. She smiled at them, but they were not her quarry. She continued onwards, down the small path away from the hill that formed Hess and Bert's house. Kith Clark was built on a lake, with the turtles having raft dwellings on the lake, while the rabbits built low to the ground clay longhouses on the lakeshore. There was a large obelisk where the center of the town was, which Kirsty had heard was the source of the strange animalistic characteristic they developed. Even with her newfound freedom, Kirsty wasn't that interested in the strange obelisk, but instead went to the small clearing to the north of the town where she had laid the seed of Arbor. When she had left it 2 days ago, it had barely been a bump in the ground, but now when she walked into the clearing, she saw a few dozen of the small, gray-skinned children gathering around the central location where she had planted Arbor. As she walked over, the group seemed to notice her and spread out, clearing a path to the center, glancing around nervously. There, poking around 2 feet out of the ground, was a small sapling. It waved excitedly as she approached, which caused the gray children to mutter to each other. Do you like Arbor? Kirsty asked simply, looking a few of the nearest straight in the eye. They glanced at each other but remained silent. Shrugging, Kirsty walked closer to the tree until she stood over it. Then, with a strange delicacy, she drew a finger up what would be the trunk of this arbor. It curled protectively into her hand, rubbing against her like a pet. She felt its confusion and its loneliness being here, cut off from the other arbors, but also its growing curiosity and wonder for these new, strange creatures around it. Nodding decisively, Kirsty took 2 steps back and raised her arms to mirror the tiny arbor and began to dance. Gleefully swaying, the arbor followed her, wiggling back and forth wildly. The children took several steps backwards, but Kirsty ignored them, focusing on Arbor. She was, after all, the priestess of Arbor. The plant would always be her first priority. After a few seconds of hesitation, Nathan walked up and joined her, dancing with Arbor. They continued like this for several minutes before the silence was finally broken by one of the gray children. What are you doing? There was a thread of judgment and derision in the question, but more curiosity. Kirsty carefully kept her face serious. It wouldn't do for them to know this is exactly what she was waiting for, dancing. Kirsty said matter-of-factly. But why? The gray child said, emboldened. Although they all looked the same, Kirsty had the impression that this one was slightly taller than the others, and put its hands on its hips in a way that made her believe it was a she, because it makes the tree grow faster. Nathan added, bless his heart. Kirsty continued to suppress her smile, feeling slightly warm that Nathan so dutifully answered when and how she needed him to. The gray child snorted and turned away. Although the group walked some distance, they eventually stopped and turned, unable to keep their attention from the strangers that came to their village. Just like Kirsty was slightly fascinated with them and their strange bodies and abilities, but she had a higher mission right now and had no time to play around. Still, now she simply danced, feeling Arbor's happy joy. A miracle would come soon, she knew. They just needed to dance until then. Randidley's arm trembled as he lowered the spear. He had just failed for the second time on the training exercise where the series of rings hung, and he had to stab through them at a constant speed. Only today, Mrs. Hamilton had increased the difficulty. First, she had raised the weight of the spear by 1 pound, which Randidley had thought to be almost negligible, but as his first attempt had dragged on, it had become increasingly apparent. Still, he was able to grit his teeth and force through it. His arms could handle more than this, and he started using mana strengthening in order to make up the difference in physical conditioning. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only change she made to the exercise. "How about we add a little complication, eh?" Mrs. Hamilton had said with a bright smile, and she gently pushed the apparatus and it began to rotate. The rotation was slow, but it was uneven as it slowly ground to a halt, and Mrs. Hamilton gently pushed it again to start the spinning. Gritting his teeth, Randidley started again, ignoring the small smile that Mrs. Hamilton always seemed to wear now. This time he would. But he stopped, lowering his spear. A strange thrumming resonated in his chest. It was strange. It did it again, a low, constant pressure, as if someone was tugging at a thread that led into his heart. "Just a second," Randidley said to Mrs. Hamilton, closing his eyes. With his senses focused inward, he could see more clearly what was going on. One of the streams of ether that led back to him was vibrating strangely. Randidley focused more narrowly, but they all disappeared, so he could only sigh and remain unfocused. Very gradually, his sense of the ether connections within him returned. There was the roiling ball that formed his core, spreading energy out through his body. Then there was the 4 thin threads that slid off, winding to those individuals that he gave a soul skill to. That connection existed even here, feeding them. But then there were 2 larger, ropey connections of ether. Of those 2, the smaller was the one that was vibrating. One of the plants leveled up, Randidley thought with a frown. If so, there didn't seem to be much he could do. Without notifications, he would have no idea what the different options were for the evolution. Increasing his plant's strength was important, but there really wasn't any need for it to happen quickly, right? So Randidley ignored the strange thrumming and returned to the exercise. He focused his attention on his hands and arms, controlling the spear to make it all the way through the slowly rotating hoops, even if it did knock several to the side during his thrusts. The important thing was maintaining a steady pace and making it through all of the hoops in order. But as Randidley was halfway through his exercises, the thrumming returned, more demanding. He ignored it, continuing to control the spear. One of the tricks Randidley was starting to realize was to never let the spear be a dead thing in your hands. Instead, you needed to move it as if it was a living thing, with all of the weight concentrated at the tip. Focus there would make the exercise much more difficult, but the resonance sharply rose within his chest, a strange ringing that swiftly became so powerful that his physical body twitched. Although it was a small twitch, it was enough to throw off his thrust. Annoyed, Randidley turned his attention back inward. This time he didn't examine, he just reached, grabbing the thrumming connection of ether. Instantly, his consciousness was hit with a wave of sensation. Rather than knowing what the upgrades would do, or how it would change Arbor, Randidley felt them, 2 splitting paths. Paths endlessly, ever forward, he could sense. His main impression was only murky, but full of strange rotations and symbols, a map of ether, listing all of the fated possibilities. Out and out his attention stretched, feeling the strange shape of their connection until his head began to pound, and the sheer power of the possibilities became too much for him. Coughing, Randidley came back to himself. Mrs. Hamilton was giving him an odd look, but Randidley just shook his head. Then, after taking a steadying breath, he turned his attention back inwards, towards the ether. He grasped the connection again, but did not reach any further. He just wanted to see the immediate options, if Arbor was going to be so demanding. But of course, he didn't know the details. He just had a strange instinct for the ways these 2 ether flows would change his plant. The first was a huge whirlpool, spiraling ever closer, ever more tightly, the outsides gentle and slow, but the inner circle viciously powerful. The other was more like an ever-branching stream, flowing from the same source but parting and spreading outward, its arms covering an area that was many times larger than the whirlpool. Although the whirlpool was clearly more powerful, it was also more concentrated, and the feeling that ether gave Randidley was very different than the river. The whirlpool was anger and greed, the river felt of generosity and sharing. It was a river of life that a civilization could be based upon. Of course, that really did very little to inform him of how this ether change would affect Arbor, but still. Randidley pressed, superimposing that second image of how ether should flow on the connection, and watched as it slowly seeped inward, altering their relationship. Sighing, Randidley returned to himself. Mrs. Hamilton yawned, finally ready to put in some work. Kirsty couldn't contain her smug look, but the gray children didn't notice they were too busy staring slack-jawed at the strange tree in front of them. It grew and stretched, wiggling, as if the only thing keeping it from being 20 feet tall was the small hole it was using to get out of the ground. Its branches multiplied, and several flaming leaves formed on the tree. It settled in about as large as all of the trees are, or were, back in Donaton, being slightly taller than an adult. But somehow Kirsty knew that this tree had a lot more potential for growth. It grew just like that. The vocal gray child asked, her eyes wide. Well, it doesn't always grow so suddenly. Kirsty allowed, but it grows on our love slowly but always growing. And I am its priestess, Kirsty. You may call it Arbor. Declan grimaced, wiping blood off of his knife. It was a worn thing now, but it had been given to him by the ghost hound, and Declan was sure that there was some secret still hidden in its depths. But against these higher-tiered enemies, it was starting to reach the limits of its usefulness. He needed another blade. They were stuck in a slightly awkward position right now. Declan and Devan's squad were over here, and were currently being used to mop up the raid parties led by the raid boss's lieutenants. The locals were rather unwilling to let such useful and trained warriors go, and so stood constantly guarding the portal. But of course, this was only because Kith Clark was basically on their last legs, and was only a step away from being wiped out. Although their defenses hadn't been breached, most of their industry and food sources were slowly being ripped away by the stranglehold of the raid bosses. Declan couldn't bring himself to hate the covert threat that the turtles and rabbits were using to keep them here. In addition, 3 more factors weighed in the favor of them remaining and helping. First, the council wanted to maintain cordial relations, and their continued presence gave them further insight to the strange situation that heralded their arrival. Second, the council wasn't sure what would happen to the portal if the village fell. If the portal remained, and suddenly raid bosses could appear inside of Donaton at any moment. The third reason was Kirsty's continued refusal to return, which was surprising, and an obstacle that Declan had no idea how to handle. Sure, he could physically take her back, but the ghost hound's plants loved her, even Thorn, so Declan was slightly leery of that option. Kirsty's mother, upon hearing the news, wanted to come over and drag her back, but Donaton also didn't want to send any more people over, in case things over on this side became serious. As such, they were at a weird impasse. At the very least, the experience was good. Which was increasingly important, because after hitting LVL 30, all of them, Donnie, Dozer, and Declan, had hit a wall in terms of leveling. Experience was harder to get, and you required more. He had only today reached 32, and that was after battling against enemies whose level were in the high 20s for almost 14 hours straight. It seemed like 30 would be something of a dividing line in the future, and Declan intended to be above that line. Meanwhile, less combat-focused classes, like Daniel and Ptolemy, would probably have a much more difficult time. There were benefits to the stranglehold that the raid bosses had over the area. They were not particularly friendly with each other, and had clearly defined territories. But they also were very stern about newly spawned raid bosses in the area, and would group up and deal with any fresh arrivals, unwilling to see anyone else rise to join their ranks. For the same reason, they didn't launch a serious offensive, apparently worried about being attacked by one of their own while they were distracted. There were currently 3 Tier I raid bosses, and 1 Tier II active in the area, and a rumbling distracted Declan from his thoughts. He frowned, because it was a rumbling he recognized from long experience in battle that was the noise hundreds of feet made when moving. He left his small burrow house and sought out the others. Alana and Devan were already there, grim-faced, and the rest of his squad was waiting for him. Tara was wide-eyed, talking to Annie, who was covered in dirt and blood but appeared unharmed. "Did you cause this?" Declan asked, already knowing the answer. Annie winked back at him. "Well, technically no. It's the Tier II raid boss, that asshole, who's at fault. If he would have just stood still for one more second." The rabbits and turtles were panicking, groups of them hastily throwing on armor and moving up to their low walls. Declan quickly followed, gazing out at the mass of monsters that was coming for the village. Quickly returning, Declan grimaced at Annie. If that giant ape raid boss was the culprit, why are monsters from the other raid bosses attacking too? Annie pouted. "Because they are dead, dummy. I figured if I just killed all the raid bosses we could go back, and I was so close. That dumb Neanderthal just has such thick fur. How was I supposed to know that even an empowered arrow would just annoy his throat?" A roar rang out, too close for Declan's comfort. Randidley was distantly aware that Donaton sent squads to help out their sister village, which apparently was a thing, but ultimately decided to ignore it. He had his own work to deal with, and they were adults. It was no longer solely his job to defend the village, and these opponents seemed to be on their level. Under Mrs. Hamilton, with Lyra's occasional assistance, the training continued to escalate. His footwork drills came under increasing strain as Lyra used more and more mana birds, moving in strange, beautiful patterns to encircle him. The weights he was forced to train with grew and grew. Afterwards, he would have sometimes short, sometimes long conversations with Lyra, answering her one question a day for her assistance. The longest day was, of course, when Lyra had wormed out his intimate relationship with Ace and Sydney and asked him how he had met Sydney. There was a short answer that they were born next to each other in the hospital on the same day, and there was a longer answer that he hadn't learned her name until his best friend Ace had brought this girl back to their apartment after a party, and their eyes met, both filled with recognition. Strangely, as Randedly told this story, he found he couldn't stop, and he told her about how the three of them had grown so close, and how a shadow had come across Sydney's life, and it made him realize some things about his own life, culminating in him breaking up with Tessa and walking home in the underground tunnel when the world changed. Lyra had simply nodded and walked away. The next day she asked him what his favorite meal was, and he answered honestly veal cutlet with spätzle and red cabbage. In the same manner she nodded again, and the training continued. For the accuracy test with the hanging loops to thrust through, the spinning speed increased. Then he was no longer allowed to touch the hoop, but had to thrust through it without disturbing its motion. The strange exercise with letters on the spinning poles grew more complicated, as a second set of letters were scrawled on the sides of the pegs, painted with a different color. Sometimes he could use both, but increasingly often he would need to use just one, or need to alternate between the two. Or Mrs. Hamilton would make up an esoteric and pointless order for the colors, and he would need to memorize that while calculating how he could move. Soon there were 4 colors, and more often than not, his movements led him into a dead end where he couldn't move forward at all. But eventually he could push through, retrying his exercises. By the end of the day, he had managed to fit in everything Mrs. Hamilton had planned barely, and Randedly turned his focus to spells, or to meditating on his soul skill. Around 2 a.m., he would then go to work with Sam, slowly learning engraving. His skill improved gradually, as he mastered, or at least managed to achieve moderate success, at controlling the flow of his mana through the needle. He successfully completed one of each type of rune they had available, slowly nearing 40, which Sam told him would be the line to become an uncommon quality item, and therefore much more useful to the village. Still, Randedly remained just a hair away from that line, even after several repetitions. From dawn until Mrs. Hamilton had prepared the day's exercises, Randedly went out by himself and created avatars of roots to practice the spear with. Form by form, detail by detail, he carefully examined how the system guided him, seeking to understand why those motions improved his skill with a spear and to improve on that. After 2 days, Randedly was forced to make a more sophisticated root avatar, so his grip and stance were more realistic, so he could continue to refine his form. A few days later, Randedly had enough control and mental strength, barely, to manage 2 avatars at once. He pressed and pressed, working tirelessly even in his rest hours. After all, there was no other way for him to follow his own path of strength. When he was called over to train, he went slightly begrudgingly, bitter and yet excited to see the impossible feats that Mrs. Hamilton would set for him. Although he hadn't yet been physically unable to complete anything, some had come very close, and often he would fail and be forced to restart the exercise. At first these failures didn't mean anything, until one day, when a new individual arrived at the scene, a strange, hunched-over and wrinkled man who looked like a turtle. For a long time, while Randedly struggled through his exercises, the man stood with Mrs. Hamilton, listening to her talking animatedly. He spoke infrequently, but when he did, Mrs. Hamilton's smile, which Randedly had somewhat come to dread, spread ever so slightly wider. Finally, he completed the assigned task, and after a brief water break, walked over to the 2 individuals. "This is Bert," Mrs. Hamilton introduced the man simply. "He is from Kith Clark. Due to our assistance with a little pest problem earlier in the week, he agreed to do one favor for our village. We have chosen to have him give you some guidance. He is, I am told, an extremely accomplished fighter." Randedly felt it too. There was something slippery about the turtle man, as his eyes slowly blinked and glanced at him. When he finally spoke, what he said surprised Randedly greatly. "You have created a skill for yourself." Randedly blinked, then nodded. The turtle smiled, and it was a small, twisted thing, and suddenly Randedly swayed, slightly dizzy, struck but a wave of battle lust from that old turtle, but then it disappeared. "I will show you the exercises I used to develop the skill that made me the most powerful warrior in Kith Clark." So the old turtle did a strange, scuttling dance, waving for Randedly to join, and under Mrs. Hamilton's approving grin he did. There were 3 basic exercises, each more strange and impossible than the last. They involved squats and tiptoes and spins and rotations. After a single time through the first exercise, Randedly stumbled, almost falling on his face, despite his high stats and his grace skill. He shook his head in wonder. Bert just grinned and completed his demonstration. Luckily, Mrs. Hamilton's training had familiarized Randedly with memorization, so it was quite easy to follow the steps. They weren't complicated, they were just designed to be impossible for legs to actually perform. Strength comes from the base. Do these and your base will be strong. Bert grunted, turning back to Randedly. "But remember, to form a skill, most important is Image, Randidly whispered, and Bert grinned at him and then turned and left. Mrs. Hamilton stepped forward. I have good news. Not only did he provide that, but he also had some suggestions as to how we can add some leg exercises to the other activities. Oh, and whenever you fail one of these training activities, you will do Bert's dance as a punishment before continuing. God, I'm tired. Randidly thought, eyes bright, nodding seriously at Mrs. Hamilton's comment, his posture one of barely controlled excitement. And although his body truly was approaching its limits, he weirdly didn't feel tired at all. So he continued, his feet carrying him further, following his own path. Glendale closed his eyes and reached for his ghosts, feeling their strange whispers all around him. It had been almost 3 weeks since the portal to Kith Clark opened. In the wake of Annie's actions, all of the monsters from the slain raid bosses in the area attacked Kith Clark with a vicious anger. Donovan decided to intervene, sending their best squads over to help the defense. It was a long battle, but one that resulted in the village's victory. More importantly, it markedly improved relations between the villages, and now people could travel freely between them. After several profuse apologies, the turtles actually led the way with lavish gifts of armor and crossbows, some reparations for their previous short-sightedness. Above all else, the turtles appeared to value martial prowess and had a great respect and reverence for the squads of Donovan, especially the numerals, after their performance in the defense of Kith Clark. Meanwhile, the rabbits appeared more focused on cleverness and arts, and took very quickly to coffee and alcohol, two of Donovan's luxury exports. All were glad when Razor's grandma was too inebriated to remain conscious at the end of every day. But unfortunately, she leapt up again in the morning, the alcohol burnt off by her vitality, to start the process again. There was still the strange incident involving the attack against Razor, but neither side wanted to bring up the issue, so those who hadn't forgotten simply filed it away for later. As Kith Clark slowly regained use of the surrounding areas, they provided Donovan their own special wares. Fish honey, and most importantly for some, spider silk, which they used to create beautifully soft clothes. Even now, some of the more intrepid farmers were trying to cross-breed plants to create flowers for dyes. Like a zombie, it looked like the fashion industry was determined to rise from the grave that the arrival of the system had placed it. During this time, they learned a lot more about Kith Clark, their world and culture, their strange species, and the practice of choosing who you wanted to be at 15. Most interesting about their choosing a breed was that even the system recognized it. They were given a soul skill based on which they chose, which gave them a stats advantage in the long run. One-on-one, it was likely that a classer from Kith Clark was more powerful if they were at the same level. But after weathering their tribulation and dealing with the raid boss's harassment, Kith Clark had only around 150 classers, with about double that of NCCs. Meanwhile, with the influx of people from Franksburg, and the slow trickle of people who wanted to find out what the light pillars and villages meant, Donovan now had around 1,200 classers and almost 8,000 members of the village. The council finally found a group of decent architects and was currently designing plans for a larger city area, if just for the market area that they needed, what with traders from both Franksburg and Kith Clark. Franksburg had successfully weathered its own tribulation, mostly due to a monstrous effort by Lucifer, who apparently had to cut out the heart of the tribulation and eat it, in order to prevent it from regenerating. Although their tribulation wasn't particularly gifted in magic or illusions, their tribulation was large and almost unkillable. It took 3 days and almost 1,000 lives, but Franksburg made it. And Lucifer, for his actions, earned the strangely specific class Avenger of Franksburg. The freedom fighters were very tight-lipped about the details, but from the secrecy, it was easy to see that it was a powerful class. Glendale breathed in and out again, listening to the reports from his ghosts. Kirsty was finally released from the house arrest she had been placed under by her mother upon her return from Kith Clark, and was dancing with several children, and with most of the traders who came from Kith Clark. For whatever reason, the rabbits especially were fascinated with the tree, especially the 20 ft tall original planting, which was wreathed in flame most of the time, due to its boughs being thick with leaves. Although a leaf withered and fell every time someone used a skill, there were currently 8 sproutings in Donovan and 2 in Kith Clark, and the rate of Arbor's blessing spawning had increased greatly. So they came and danced, enjoying the immaculately kept park that surrounded Arbor. Another ghost whispered, distracting Glendale. As it had been for the past weeks, Tyke stood at the base of the mountain path, gazing upwards, but still unable to muster enough willpower to walk up and approach Raina, who went up there every morning to draw. Her drawings were actually very popular, for portraits and scenery, but especially for the changes that she recorded over time that demonstrated the rapid evolution Donovan was experiencing. Some painters involved in the design and construction of the new Donovan had taken some of her sketches in order to make several great murals. They had even interviewed Donnie, Sam, and some of the original classers, getting an idea about how the valley originally looked almost 2 months ago. But of course, the most popular items were the sketches of the ghost hound. These were always done in charcoal, but there were several different varieties. There was even one where he was cooking, which made people dubious, but when you looked at his eyes, Reina had a gift for shading, and in those eyes there was darkness, rage, intensity, and more than anything, concentration. The scenes around him seemed to fade, but those eyes remained the same. And for that, people wordlessly bought the drawings, until most people had one such within their home. What was even more shocking to people was that this masked woman, who they had thought of as a skilled drawer, announced she would be performing a musical concert. The whole town buzzed with excitement. Even Kith Clark's population was curiously optimistic about this strange concert. A sound system was imported from Franksburg in preparation, and Glendale thought to himself, "It will happen tonight." Turning his attention away from Tyke's lonesome figure, Glendale followed his ghosts, away from the forges, past the areas where the numeral X was being challenged by the squad ranked 11th, out towards the prairie area where he found the ghost hound. For whatever reason, this was Glendale's favorite time to watch the ghost hound, the intense and driven man who made this town possible. He stood still, his hands casually wrapped around a spear, three strange creatures made of roots near him. Those root creatures each thrust out a spear, and then after a small delay, the ghost hound himself followed. This continued almost endlessly, every day, but Glendale loved it, although his own power was incredible and growing daily when he looked at these strange root beings. It just felt like magic, real magic, in a way that Glendale, no matter how skilled he was, could never match. This was the level of the ghost hound, who had created this town and nurtured it to the 10,000 people city that it was approaching being. But eventually, as it was his time to scout, he turned his attention away, flowing around. Finding nothing more of note, Glendale returned to himself. 4 other things of note had happened in the past 3 weeks, which could be divided into 2 groups. First, a pillar of light had appeared to their west, signifying that another village had been founded, without any assistance from the ghost hound. Not a day later, 2 more appeared to the northwest, in a similar direction, but apart from each other enough that they were clearly separate. After much debate, Donaton's council had decided that they would wait to send scouts in that direction. First, because there was always the chance that the village would fall to its tribulation. Making contact before they passed that might be pointless. In addition, there appeared to be a large area in the middle of their zone where monsters between the levels of 28 and 35 roamed freely. It was one thing to defend a village from monsters of that level. It was quite another to wander out into a landscape you knew nothing about and attempt to survive, hounded by those monsters. So they decided to wait. The second group of news was more happy. First, Sam proposed to Regina, and she said yes. Then, choosing to eschew social norms, Annie announced to the world that she was pregnant. Both of these bits of news also created excitement for different reasons. First, because there was going to be a huge celebration and party for the former, and the latter because basically no babies or toddlers had survived the arrival of the system. This baby would be Donaton's first, perhaps even the first of the whole zone. Glendale heard Daniel ask Dozer wonderingly if he thought the baby would get any bonuses for being the firstborn into the world, and was promptly punched in the gut. There was also a push by Regina and Mrs. Hamilton to change their governing structure, but talks had stalled in recent days as they attempted to figure out how exactly it would work. In the meantime, Donaton itself just buckled down and prepared for the night's concert. Daniel looked around the table. So we are in agreement. The communications array can be purchased. Everyone nodded, and Daniel did so, glad to finally have this. He opened up his menu immediately afterwards and was gratified to finally see the friends option was open. Even more exciting was that it seemed there would be chat and parties available through this. There was even a social tab that displayed all individuals that you had encountered in the past. Once the communications array had been purchased, it was possible to purchase communication towers, which effectively gave people within the area a minimap that displayed different locations of import, allies, and enemies. Daniel was practically drooling. There was a secret here Randidly knew. He carefully watched the rotation of the energies inside himself, seeking an answer to it. The grass grew, the rot came, ballooning outward. The fire came, burning it all away, leaving only ash. But then Randidly frowned. He focused more, pressing his will upon the image, going closer to the ash. Ash was. He could see it, glittering darkly on the ground, although all of the biological matter was burnt away, leaving only carbon and trace elements. It seemed as though those trace elements were slowly building up. With glittering eyes, Randidly focused closer, watching as the grass grew. It rotted away into a bulging mass of filth and then was burned away. Rot couldn't consume the ash, and the grass didn't grow off of the ash. It grew out of the ground and water. Instead, the ash remained, the refined little carbon bits from the burnt rot. So as he watched, His soul skill was slowly spreading a layer of ash over this area where Etha dwelled, of hardened and refined carbon and other trace minerals. But what was the point of that? What could ash? Randidly opened his eyes, their green iridescent and foreign, unless something could be planted in that ash, unless that bed of ash could nurture something. But then movement in the corner of his eyes distracted him. He twisted sideways, noticing strange sigils forming on the ground around him. He stepped forward, using footwork of the spear phantom, and the weeks of training paid off. He practically teleported 3 meters forward, out of the range of the sigils. Except when he looked back, they were still there, all around him, as if they had followed him. And just like that, soundlessly, the spell activated and randidly disappeared. Dozer looked up, frowning. Warning, the tier III raid boss has spawned. Swiftly discover whether it spawned in the zone of you or your sister village and hunt it down. The village that earns the kill will be greatly rewarded. All villages who survive the tier III raid boss will receive a reward. But be careful, for just like you, this raid boss has found its own path and wants to walk it to completion. Was it really that time already? He wondered, but then he shook his head. No rest for the wicked. The system was always throwing another monster in front of him that he needed to kill. Why would it be any different now? In the distance, Dozer heard the celebrations that had happened in the wake of Reina's concert silence themselves quite quickly. It seemed everyone understood their brief respite was over. It was once more time to focus on survival. Tusk, a single notification, and you are already so serious. You already look like a father with that grumpy face, Annie said, yawning as she stretched, arching her back provocatively in bed. Dozer just grunted, turning away before he could get distracted. You shouldn't fight like that, he said simply, hoping she would listen to him just this once. Annie was many wonderful things, but obedient was not one of them. Well, obviously I'll get dressed first. No, you know what I mean, Dozer said, turning back to her and frowning. What if the baby? She stood and looked at him, her eyes round and sad. What about you? Will you fight like that, knowing your death means? She trailed off and then just bit her lip, not provocatively, just emotionally. And for the first time since they had met, Dozer saw fear in her eyes, and immediately after that he was hit with a wave of panic. He was 20 and going to be a father, and he had to fight monsters, teach other people to fight. It was strange how quickly his life had changed. In the past, Dozer would have gone out and hooked up with some random chick, freaking her until his cum drowned out his worries. But now he could only close his eyes. They really couldn't back out now. So he opened his eyes and tried to smile, saying, "All right, but be careful, and stay near me." Annie nodded meekly and walked into his embrace, her fingers going to the spot the spell from the ghost hound had ripped a hole in his bicep as Dozer protected her. They stood like that, silent and still, for several minutes, until the summons from Glendel's ghosts arrived. Then Annie flounced herself, doing her best to lose contrite in his field of vision, but his enhanced perception told Dozer she moved much more animatedly away from him. He knew that she played it up around him, but he also knew that she truly felt fear. Annie was not a simple woman, Dozer thought as he hefted his huge club over his shoulder, but she was his. That's all he needed. Randidly fell to his knees, coughing. That was profoundly uncomfortable. Before the system came to the world, Randidly had considered himself a person with an iron stomach and rock-solid inner ear. He never had experienced motion sickness. With the benefits afforded to him by his vitality and endurance, he figured it was physically impossible. With the strange, shaking feeling over, Randidly finally gave in to the nausea and vomited. That's going to cost you extra. A voice dryly said, but Randidly's stomach heaved again. He cared very little who was talking next to him. Right now he needed very desperately to deal with the very real possibility that all of his organs had switched places. Ha, it is worth. The fact he is still conscious is a good sign. An amused voice sounded, and even stricken by the sickness, Randidly was able to wipe his mouth and look up. Shal. An hour later, Randidly was wearing a set of robes given to him by Shal and following his master down a cobblestone path. Shal was the same as Randidly remembered him, a tall, athletic man with a spear in his hand. He had a third eye, closed, that was in the middle of his forehead, and he had a bluish tint to his skin, but otherwise he looked rather like a human. I waited hour after my missive was sent. You did not respond, but I did not worry. The honor of the phantom spear style of the spearman school was at issue. I knew you would understand. Shal said with a calm voice, striding ahead. They had been walking for most of the previous hour, moving as soon as Randidly had closed his mouth and seemed well enough to move. So you summoned me here? Why? Randidly asked, slightly annoyed. He had prepared himself for spending a month or two training with Mrs. Hamilton, pushing the limits of his skills in order to gain power. It was already almost impossibly difficult to continue, and every day found Randidly collapsed on the ground, needing to rest before he could even brew a potion to recover, but the improvement was definite. His degree of control over his spear and footwork were miles ahead of what they had been when he had started. In addition, his continued use of root manipulation, summon pestilence, and circle of flame had vastly increased the power of those spells, especially root manipulation. Even more intimidating was his slowly growing ability to flex his mana to create slightly more power in the spell, and with his intelligence nearing 100, a slight extra boost meant a lot. His time spent alone training his use of the spear also had another benefit. He was greatly benefiting from this time in terms of getting a more vivid picture of what the spear could do. Randedly somehow knew that if he used the first move of his created skill, the spear advances, ash trails, the powerful image he had gained, both from his phantom thrust training and also from the root avatar time, would result in a drastically increased power and skill level. But now he had been pulled to somewhere interrupting that time. Still, Randedly comforted himself. At least Xiao's presence likely meant he would receive additional pointers on his spear work. Perhaps now he could learn some more techniques to raise his skill even further. Xiao simply chuckled. I already say it is for the honor of our style. Come, I'll tell you more when we arrive. Miffed, Randedly followed after Xiao, moving along the path through the forest. They were winding along through a heavily forested area, so much so that only the occasional sunbeam could break through the foliage to illuminate the path. Xiao calmly strode forward, apparently content to remain silent the entire way. Randedly sighed, accepting this outcome. This was the Nexus, he assumed, a real part of the Nexus, and he would be damned if he didn't gain some information while he was here. How did you summon me here? Randedly asked. Xiao waved a hand. Once you are connected to the Nexus and have access to the friends list, you may pay for the privilege to ascend to other worlds connected to the Nexus, as long as those worlds aren't in a cohort below your own. So this isn't the Nexus? Randedly asked. Apparently his comment was so amusing that Xiao turned to him and flashed a smile. Ha, no, pupil, this is not the Nexus. The Nexus does not exist, or at least if it does, it is far beyond our ability to reach. This is simply my homeworld, which is a member of the 5th cohort of the Nexus. Now be still, you will want to see this. They walked around a bend in the path, and Randedly was shocked to discover that they were at the edge of a cliff. To their left and right, a sheer rock face dropped down to the crash of strange reddish water. A rather dangerous-seeming rope bridge led downwards, connecting to dozens of other ropes until it resembled a strange spider web. But floating before them, taking up most of the area below, were boats, hundreds and hundreds of boats. They all flew sails of orange, red, yellow, and light blue, but only rarely were there blues popping out of the surrounding boats. The boats appeared to be tightly lashed together in places and bobbed up and down. All around people came and went, hopping from boat to boat. Xiao beckoned to Randedly. Come, come, we must hurry. All will be explained in my quarters. Welcome to Qtao, the floating city. After being rushed through a press of bodies as they swung down the ropes to the boat city, and rushing across several wooden decks, Randedly was led below decks on a small, old-looking boat. An old man sitting on the boat spared them a glance as they went below, but quickly closed his eyes once more, appearing to be in meditation. When they reached the area, Randedly was surprised to find that the boat was even bigger down here than he had thought. It was a square, 5-meter by 5-meter room. The only problem in Randedly's mind was the strange swaying of the location, due to being on the water. Xiao took his spear off his back, turning to face Randedly. Now first let us see how rusty you have become. Randedly almost rolled his eyes, but obligingly removed his spear from his spatial ring. It was not the weighted training spear, nor was it simply a wooden pole. Instead, it was a simple thing of shaped bone made for him by Sam. It did not have the weight or size of his previous spear, but it was still the spear he was becoming most accustomed to. Xiao's eyes critically scanned the weapon, then he nodded. At least you have not been dirtying your hands with unnecessary trash. A simple spear is best. Come. But unlike Xiao's invitation, Xiao was the one who rushed forward, spear raised. Gritting his teeth, Randedly started using footwork of the spear phantom, crossing the distance to Xiao and shifting around to his side. Just as he was in position and planted his feet, Randedly's eyes widened. Xiao all but disappeared, reappearing in a position ready to attack Randedly in his blind spot. Almost instinctively, he moved again, dodging to the side. But again, Xiao was quicker, appearing right where Randedly was attempting to move to, thrusting towards him. Gritting his teeth, Randedly swept his spear up, blocking the blow. It was a close thing too, because Xiao's attack was quick, but not so quick it couldn't be caught. However, when their spears crossed, there was only one word to describe Xiao's attack. Heavy, heavy like a blow from Dozer would be. Randedly spun to the side, then activated Haste and Empower using Phantom Thrust. But with just a slight body sway, Xiao was able to avoid the strike, and before Randedly could react, another thrust rumbled heavily towards him. Changing his grip on his spear, Randedly switched to a ghastly slash, bringing his spear down on the oncoming attack, knocking it to the side. But in that moment, Xiao stepped quickly forward, twisting and raising his spear again more quickly than Randedly could believe. Randedly used Phantom half-step directly backwards, creating a small amount of distance, but when he attempted to reset his stance, he bumped into the back wall. Xiao attacked viciously, aiming for that small hesitation. Randedly's spear flashed forward to meet it, and he was able to deflect it slightly. Seeing his chance, Randedly went for another phantom thrust, but the ship swayed abruptly, making the attack falter. Slightly pissed off, Randedly used footwork of the spear phantom and circled around to the side, attempting to open up some more space for himself. But again and again those heavy thrusts came, smashing him back, until he found himself cornered, desperately lashing out to keep the blows from reaching him. Right when Randedly thought he was going to have to do something drastic to escape, Shal stopped, stepping backwards. HMPH. If nothing else, you have earned yourself some calluses while you were lazing about. Your grip is childish but firm, and you have become passable at fleeing. Congratulations. Come, sit, we must speak of your mission. Feeling strangely disappointed that the fight hadn't escalated, Randedly moved to the space that Shal indicated. After clearing his throat, Shal began to speak. On my world, you are known by two things. Primarily your school, which is important for distasteful reasons, but most importantly by your style. We are, of course, the Spear Phantom style of the Spearman School. Our style emphasized speed and control of distance. In this regard, you can be considered passably talented due to your skills and fleeing ability. Every 5 years, a member of the youngest generation of each style must accomplish one of many certain tasks in order to maintain the honor of the style. Only then will their style remain upon the great list for their respective school, in our case, the Spearman School. Shal grimaced. Unfortunately, the schools have a very generous definition on who is counted, and they use tools granted to them by the system in order to select. You have been selected. As the youngest in our style, you must accomplish these tasks. Now, you may ask questions. Randedly pondered for a second. Although Shal was rather inconsiderate in how he had done this, Randedly supposed he understood. This was an important organization to Shal. This goal had to be accomplished, and only Randedly could do it. How many styles and schools are there? They all have to do these every 5 years. Shrugging, Shal said, there are as many styles as there are stars. 1000s makes the Spearman School list every 5-year cycle. As for schools, there are 4, Spearman, Spear, Death, and Heart. Filing away this information, Randedly wondered what else he should be curious about. Then his expression brightened. If it has to be me, there is no one else in our style. Are all styles so small? No, ours is very small. The Spear Phantom who founded this style was my father. He has died. Only you and I remain. Other styles possess hundreds of disciples at every generation, and their disciples typically show more promise than you. Randedly didn't take the insult to heart. His main focus was magic anyway, even if recently he had been working very hard to raise the skill of his spear. And what are these tasks? Shal shrugged. There are several challenges. Shal continued, explaining the tasks. They seemed focused on different aspects of ability with a spear, like speed, strength, endurance, etc., but as Shal explained them, he ended every explanation with the same sentence. This trial is located in the dungeon. Randedly raised his hands. Shal, I still don't have a class. Is there anything I can do outside of dungeons? Blinking, Shal looked at him for a long moment. Then he spoke. No class, well, that is an issue for another time. The deadline is 2 months. In that time, there is only one task that can be accomplished without a class to place in the top 8 in the Spearman Northern Province tournament. He looked Randedly up and down. With your current strength, it is impossible. Randedly sat in a small side room, slightly nauseous from the constant bobbing of the boat, thinking very carefully about how he wanted to proceed. As a man, Randedly was someone who always carefully returned favors to whom he owed debts. He owed Shal a very large debt. Shal had protected Randedly, trained him, taught him to use the spear, helped him learn how to distribute stats, and much, much more. Shal was the reason that he wasn't still struggling in that small room in that first dungeon, stuck there forever. If he hadn't come along, would Randedly have been able to train up to the point her could survive there? For even if Randedly had managed to survive in the dungeon, it would have taken him a long, long time to figure out the possible methods for leaving. He would have wandered for quite a long time, and without Shal's strength, it would have been almost impossible to escape that dungeon. There was a part of Randedly that wondered whether it wouldn't have been better to have spent more time training in the time compression of the dungeon while he could take advantage of it. But if he had stayed there too long, and a judgment descended. Shal's interference accelerated things, sure, but they also focused him on more efficient skills. Plus the Spear Phantom skills were the basis of his close combat. Randedly was very clear that Shal went easy on him in their brief spar, refraining from even using his skills. Even so, the thrusts that Shal attacked with were impossibly powerful, able to completely suppress one of Randedly's strikes. In addition, as Shal stated, the Spear Phantom style focused on speed and controlling space, aspects that Shal didn't even need to leverage in order to defeat Randedly. When asked how powerful the competitors in the tournament would be, Shal informed him that there were 3 main categories, under LVL 25, under LVL 50, and under LVL 100. As Randedly would be entering in the under 25, they would not be nearly as strong as Shal. But they would be strong enough to make Shal serious in a fight, which was not a place where Randedly was now. and Qtal was a small city in the northern province. There would be 1,000s of spear users participating in the regional tournament, fighting to gain experience against strong foes. Even if Randidley were to somehow approach a level of skill that would make him a contender, there was the very real chance that he would simply be ground down by the sheer number of fights that he would need to go through in order to reach the final 8 of the tournament. Shal opined that a conservative number of required wins would be 100. Across 100 fights, one mistake would lead him to disappointing Shal's expectations and allowing the Spear Phantom style to fall from the list. After all Shal had done for him. But Randidley frowned and shook his head. It was pointless to think about now. The real question was whether he would be willing to consider getting a class in order to assist Shal. On the one hand, Randidley was rather satisfied with the level his skills had reached. Not that he wouldn't want more, but he believed that his current strength was enough to earn him a high-tiered class. It might not be something like Sovereign of Ghosts that Glendale lucked into, but it would certainly be a level higher than Knight or Brute. But on the other hand, Randidley's expression darkened. The continued threat of judgment certainly was a reason to avoid staying classless, but with his Etha situation solved, and the threat of Etha starvation a distant possibility, it was only the cold threat of the system pushing him towards getting a class. And Randidley really didn't want to negotiate with anyone who could only resort to threats to get what they wanted. Still, it would be a risk to refuse to take a class, and in his heart, Randidley believed he owed enough to Shal that he should consider the option. Ultimately, though, as he had always known in his heart, that was not his path. Perhaps if he failed in the tournament, he would have time to revisit the class issue and try again, but for now, Randidley wanted to continue down this path of strength. Then Randidley laughed aloud, because he realized that Shal was the one who had set him walking down this path in the first place. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that Shal wouldn't even want him to make a decision he was uncomfortable with in order to assist him, even if the honor of the Spear Phantom style was at risk. Shal was the one who had taught him that all he could do is hold tight to his spear and advance, pushing forward to the future. Chuckling, Randidley brought up his status screen. It was a long time coming, this use of the PP, and he was somewhat eager to see if he had gained a lot. Unfortunately, the screen came very slowly and flickered in and out of view, causing Randidley to frown. It seemed that the strange potion also interfered somehow with the display screens, which was slightly disturbing. How was there a biological function related to the screens that something ingested could have an effect on the output? Randidley let that train of thought drop, likely pointless to dwell on it at this point. Slowly, flickeringly, the status screen came into focus and Randidley counted his gains. His hands slowly balled into fists. First, Randidley noticed that he had gained 2 skills, mana engraving and mental fortitude. The first was rather obvious from his work with Sam, but the second made him slightly curious, so he clicked on the description. Mental fortitude, ability to handle mental strain caused by overexertion. Ability to recover from mental tiredness increases with skill level. Ability to utilize multiple spells at once increases with skill level. Nodding slowly, Randidley figured this was probably related to him pushing much more aggressively on learning to control his root manipulation and summon pestilence. It also seemed like he was 30 of the way through creating another skill, based on the strange exercises given to him by the old turtle. It was nice to see that it was actually working, and that the turtle wasn't just hiding somewhere, laughing at him. With that problem solved, Randidley turned to look at the amount of skill levels he had gained. As he looked at the total next to PP, he couldn't help but grin. In order of increasing magnitude, Randidley had gained 3 skill LVLS in manual labor and cooking, 4 LVLS in potion making, refine, meditation, and mana strengthening, 5 LVLS in circle of flame, calculated blow, and agony, 6 LVLS in pierce the skies, shatter the earth, 8 skill LVLS in mental fortitude and incendiary bolt, and 10 LVLS in ghastly slash and fighting proficiency. In addition, Randidley also gained 13 LVLS in haste, grace, and eyes of the Spear Phantom, 14 LVLS in summon pestilence, empower and mana engraving, 15 LVLS in phantom thrust, and 16 LVLS in physical fitness. But to put the icing on the training cake, he had gained 19 LVLS in bacterial regeneration, 20 LVLS in spear mastery, 21 LVLS in Spear Phantom's footwork, and a monstrous 31 LVLS in root manipulation. Even so, Randidley knew that he had gained something else too, or rather, it was something that he recognized, that he had the strength and execution to push himself farther than he thought he could go, and not just when his life was on the line. He had the discipline to continue for weeks under the harsh environment, reaching new heights. All in all, his PP total read 282. Randidley quickly used 37 PP to finish off the Empower I path. Congratulations, you have completed the Empower I path. The strength in your body is ephemeral, and you grow increasingly skilled in its manipulation. Although the path here was desolate and without reward, as you turn to regard the distance crossed behind you, you cannot help but marvel on how far you have come. Stamina plus 30. You have learned the skill Battle Intent LVL1. Battle Intent, your strength now flows slightly beyond the bounds of your body and is discernible by others. Ability to gauge the strength of others of similar or lesser strength increases with skill level. Ability to influence others with your battle intent increases with skill level. Ability to resist the influence of other intents increases with skill level. Ability to slightly control how strong you seem increases with skill level. Randedly thought the skill seemed rather useless currently, but it had potential. Being able to influence was a rather general statement, but anything helped, especially in a tight battle, and if it could be used to resist the influence of others. The one thing that gave him pause was the fact that it simply said you could resist other intents without specifying battle intent, so there were other intents available, but he could experiment with that at another time. For now, Randedly looked at the paths available to him: Watcher 0, Heretic V0, Oathbreaker 025, Initiate of Ash I075, Path of Carnage I0. Fighting Proficiency I080, Root Manipulation I075, Advanced Phys Fitness 0100, Nexus Traveler Cohort 5050. Again, if he wasn't going to take a class, he sure as hell wasn't going to risk taking Heretic and somehow weirdly ending up with a class through it. Watcher he had for a while, but didn't interest him, because he already had Eyes of the Spear Phantom. Oathbreaker was also one he had carried, but he wasn't sure he wanted whatever rewards an Oathbreaker would receive. Initiate of Ash definitely had some allure, but Randedly still wanted to power up a little further before he took that path. Which made him consider that he could ask Shal about patrons and some more information in general about paths. If they had some sort of database to inform young individuals which patrons to choose and not choose, it would make a lot of sense. Over time, there would probably be enough people who made it to the apprentice path to unlock at least that much, and give them an idea of which ones were the best choices, based on bonuses and mortality rates. Path of Carnage was still intriguing, but was likely a chain path of an unknown length. Even though Randedly had over 250 PP left, it might be better to put it into subjects that he knew would be beneficial to him, taking advantage of the skills and stats in areas where he would use them more often. Nexus Traveler Cohort 5 Path was a terrible name, but it was likely some bonus for traveling to a world in the 5th cohort. It was hard to tell whether this bonus would be a big one or a small one, but it clearly was some sort of rite of passage or reward, so Randedly would probably put points into it eventually. But for now, Randedly turned to the options that really drew him: Fighting Proficiency I, Root Manipulation I, and Advanced Phys Fitness. With his 245 PP, he would have enough to finish off 2 of them but not 3, which meant he had to pick which 2 he wanted immediately. Although he believed that he would be focusing mostly on the spear in the future, he couldn't not use the Root Manipulation I path, even though it was counterintuitive. After all, most of his gains in the use of the spear wouldn't have been possible without creating the root avatars and using them to check his form, and based on the results, it was incredibly useful. So the next 75 PP went into the Root Manipulation I path. Every 5 LVLS he received 5 mana, totaling a sizable 75 mana addition to his pool. He also received the completion reward. Congratulations, you have completed the Root Manipulation path. Your will moves and the roots follow. Roots are the lifelines of plants, and you tread freely upon them, climbing ever higher on your path. For the deeper among the roots you go, the more paths stretch before your Root Manipulation has been changed to Root Control. All skill levels have been retained. Branching path. You can see in the maze of roots a variety of roots like knives that sink slowly into its prey and siphon the life out of them. You also see powerful roots that twist around enemies, shrugging off resistance and performing the will of their master. Towards which area will you head? If it was a choice between some sort of life-sucking root and strong roots, Randedly hesitated. As strong as the life-sucking would be as an effect, he knew there would be a lot that needed to go his way in order to take advantage of such a thing. Anyway, fire was his offensive skill, while roots would primarily be used defensively, to pierce and bind. As you walk deeper down your path, the roots around you grow large and ancient. You feel their awareness as you wind your way slowly deeper down this path, seeking their implacable strength. They have given you their approval. You have learned the skill Planimancy, Wisdom and Control plus 10. Root Control, a more powerful version of root manipulation. Your ability to change the size and shape of the roots has increased. Planimancy, due to your insights into the ancient, life-giving roots, you can create beings of roots to serve your will. The variety and strength of the created plants will increase with skill level. Mana costs will decrease with skill level. Seeing the notifications, Randedly simply smiled. But that wasn't the end of it. Randedly still had 170 PP remaining, and 2 very viable paths remaining open to him. Between the two of them, fighting proficiency had a slight edge because Randedly suspected that it would provide another active skill. Meanwhile, he suspected advanced physical fitness would provide a passive skill, but it would also likely be more generally useful. In his mind, these two draws weighed rather evenly against each other, making it difficult for Randedly to decide which he would rather use. Plus, they both were related to physical stats, so he probably would get similar stats or stamina rewards from going through the path. Sighing, Randedly got up and walked to the side of the room, to a small water basin. The wood planks underneath his bare feet swayed slowly, keeping him on his toes, but his high stats and grace skill were enough to keep him firmly planted on the ground. He picked up the basin and took a long drink, considering, well, when there wasn't an obvious option, go with your gut. So Randedly picked Advanced Phi's fitness path, because it included the word advanced in the title, and this world placed a great emphasis on labels and tiers, and also because it cost more PP, which made him think that the rewards might be just a little higher than the other. All in all, he received 10 endurance for this one every 10 levels, as well as the completion bonus. Congratulations, you have completed the Advanced Phi's fitness path. This path is rocky and varied, and the climb is steep, but as you stand at the summit, you feel the rich air filtering down through your lungs, changing you. But the path leads ever onward, and this is only the beginning. Vitality and Perception +5. You have gained the skill Second Wind LVL1. Second Wind, when under 50 stamina, you gain an extra stamina per minute per skill level. Chuckling, Randedly dismissed the notification. If he continued to stack regeneration passives, he certainly was going to have a monstrous amount of staying power in fights. The extra points in Vitality and Perception were a nice bonus, but like he had suspected, he had received a passive skill that was extremely useful. It made him pleased that he had predicted the outcome. His final 70 PP he put into Fighting Proficiency I, which brought it up to 70-80. Every 20 points he got 1 STR and 1 Agi, giving him 3 each by the end. Slowly but surely, Randedly began to sort through his gains. Both Battle Intent and Second Wind were skills he couldn't wait to raise and level to useful territory. Plantmancy intrigued him, but of all the skills, it was the upgraded Root Control that Randedly was most interested in, mostly due to its affinity with how he had been planning to create his skill based on the old turtle's strange movements. It was clear that these movements were designed to vastly strengthen the legs and core, and the further you progressed, the more that debilitating strain spread, rendering your limbs trembling and weak. But as your body progressed, your legs and core grew increasingly powerful, and only that strange movement could provide the difficulty you needed to push it further. Simultaneously, in order to create the skill, what was necessary was an image. With his new skill, he had that image, powerful, ancient, implacable roots holding him up. Roots so strong they could hold the entire world, bringing life to the tree above them. In this case, Randedly. With the aid of this new skill, Randedly expected his ability to focus on this image to grow. Hopefully, the boost he got from spending the PP now, as well as this forthcoming skill, would be enough in order to stand a chance in this upcoming regional tournament. All in all, Randedly earned plus 125 stamina, plus 90 health, plus 165 mana, plus 6 to all regenerations, plus 10 endurance, plus 17 vitality, plus 5 perception, plus 8 strength, plus 8 agility, plus 10 wisdom, plus 28 control, and plus 15 focus. In addition, Randedly had 22 free stats to distribute as he wished. But before he made a decision on what he should do with those stats, another notification caught his attention. Congratulations, you have reached 100 in the stat control. Due to this, you have the option of starting down the path of control. Would you like to do so? Randedly considered this. If it triggered whenever you reached 100, it would seem that it wasn't something that was easy to reach, but it also wasn't too difficult. The reference to a path made it seem like something he would need to spend PP on, but he couldn't help but worry that he'd be taken off his current path. In addition, he supposed he had a choice about whether or not to take the path. If he didn't, would there be other triggers in the future, asking if he wanted to take that path? For the other stats, if there were, what would be the one that he would want? His focus was towards control magic, after all. Other than that, he would likely choose either intelligence or agility, either for raw power or for speed. But this was without any knowledge of what he would gain by making this choice, now that it was in front of him. Ultimately, control was likely his path, Randedly decided. Through his Spear Phantom's footwork, through his roots, controlling the opponent until he could finish them off with either his powerful fire magic or his spear skills. All the rest was just durability and staying power, which would allow him to hold out until his control took over. Randedly clicked yes. Congratulations, you have chosen the path of control, plus 1 control per level. In addition, you have gained access to the path of control I0200. Do not fear this path, because this is the path you have chosen. But do not tarry, for others race forth around you, seeking their own path. Randedly grimaced. A path worth 200 PP, that was certainly a heavy burden. but the text that went along with it certainly made it seem like an attractive option to finish, a path that Long was bound to have a powerful effect. What was more interesting was that it included a level bonus. The one thing that Randedly couldn't figure out, though, was whether it would be useful to classers. After all, if they relied on leveling as their primary source of stats, they would have already risen in levels and been unable to effectively utilize the bonus. Then Randedly remembered the feature that had gotten him into this dumb situation in the first place. He opened up his friends list and sent a message to Daniel, saying that he was all right, but that he would need to be away for some time. Then he explained the path access you received when your stats reached 100 and how it included a point per level bonus. Satisfied, Randedly looked at his status screen. Randedly Ghost Hound. Class level NA. Health R per hour, 556, 730, 1 plus 8, 301 plus 12. Mana R per hour, 12, 10, 44, 107.75. Stam R per min, 601, 898, 115 plus 4. Vit 89 plus 4. End 52. SDR 71 plus 12. Augie 93 plus 12. Perception 51. Reaction 62. Resistance 33. Willpower 70. Intelligence 96. Wisdom 56. Control 116. Focus 71. Equipment average leather tunic LVL 5 plus 2 Vit, gloves of quickness Vit plus 1. Augie plus 3, necklace of the shadow cat LVL 20, vitality plus 1, strength plus 2, agility plus 7. Skills soul skill, cycle of rot and ash LVL 376. Combat spear mastery LVL 79. Phantom Thrust LVL 69, Spear Phantom's Footwork LVL 66, Eyes of the Spear Phantom LVL 44, Phantom Half Step LVL 18, Heavy Blow LVL 30, Dagger Mastery LVL 10, Iron Skin LVL 27, Dodge LVL 38, Fighting Proficiency LVL 57, Block LVL 33, Haste LVL 43, Phantom Onslaught LVL 16. Sweep LVL 34, Spear Deflect LVL 10, Empower LVL 47, Calculated Blow LVL 28, Roundhouse Kick LVL 23, Edge of Decay LVL 23, Ghastly Slash LVL 17, Pierce the Skies, Shatter the Earth LVL 10, Battle Intent LVL 1. The 7 Kata of the Ashen Spear, the Spear Advances, Ash Trails LVL 3. Spells Spearing Roots LVL 14, Mana Bolt LVL 28, Mana Shield LVL 24, Root Control LVL 61, Arcane Orb LVL 22, Fireball LVL 30, Magic Missile LVL 4, Healing Palm LVL 9, Pollen of the Rafflesia LVL 17, Summon Pestilence LVL 33, Mana Strengthening LVL 18, Wall of Thorns LVL 8, Soul Seed LVL, Agony LVL 36, Inspiration. Incinerating Bolt LVL 14, Circle of Flame LVL 13, Planimancy LVL 1. Crafting Potion Making LVL 34, Farming LVL 20, Plant Breeding LVL 9, Mapmaker LVL 7, Analyze LVL 24, Refine LVL 16, Extract LVL 1, Mana Engraving LVL 15. Auxiliary Physical Fitness LVL 54, Meditation LVL 39, Running LVL 23, Sprinting LVL 19, Sneak LVL 23, Acid Resistance LVL 22, Poison Resistance LVL 16, Pain Resistance LVL 20, First Aid LVL 13, Equip LVL 25, Pathfinding LVL 18, Mental Strength LVL 15, Curse Resistance LVL 3, Fire Resistance LVL 14. Sewing LVL 11, Cutting Vegetables LVL 2, Manual Labor LVL 6, Digging LVL 5, Cooking LVL 19, Grace LVL 28, Bacterial Regeneration LVL 27, Superiority LVL 3, Mental Fortitude LVL 9. After all of the bonuses, skill and stat, he had experienced a huge amount of growth. His skill levels were already this high, obviously, but it was still reassuring to see how much improvement he had achieved over the last few weeks, and his new stats, especially mana and stamina. After carefully examining his stats, Randedly put 20 of his free stats in resistance, and then the final 2 in reaction. Now he finally had defensive stats at a level where there weren't any glaring weaknesses, at least for now. And with his agility, intelligence, and control at such high levels, he would have very little difficulty holding off most enemies with his spells, which made Randedly wonder whether he would be able to use spells in the upcoming tournament. If he could not, that would make things much more difficult. but he suspected that it hadn't been an issue after all. Not many people cultivated both stamina and mana like he did. With their finite amount of skills, they had to focus in one area with their paths for the biggest benefit, but that was for tomorrow. Tomorrow he would get the chance to try out his new skills. He would talk to Shal about this tournament, and he would explore the strange floating city that he found himself. For now. Randedly removed a leather bracer from his spatial ring and an engraving needle. With his even more powerful control, Randedly hoped that he would finally be able to crack the 40 on the engraving. Randedly suspected that if he did so, something would happen. But before he did so, he took an action that surprised himself. The teleportal had interrupted his usual time of taking the black potion, and so by the evening, he had been able to sift through notifications, although they were blurry and strange. But now he drank the strange potion again, watching the menus slowly faded away. He didn't want to lose this edge he had, not taking notifications for granted, but instead growing based on how he performed. After he took his usual sip, Randedly looked at the potion oddly. After all, it still appeared full. He had never had to refill it the entire time he had been provided it, but he supposed it was better that way. Shrugging, Randedly put away the potion and got to work. "You have chosen the tournament. Excellent. Let's depart immediately," Shal said with a wide smile. Randedly said, blinking. "I thought we had 2 months. HMPH, can any trash who desires it walk in off the street for such a tournament? No, they must prove their worth. Come, it will be but a small thing for a student of mine." And so Randedly was whisked off back to the deck level, where that strange old man still sat peacefully, ignoring their passage. They crossed dozens and then hundreds of boats, passing brunches, gay parties, children training with spears, but most of all, they passed men and women sitting in meditation on their boats, seemingly heedless to their passage. But what struck Randedly most was that aside for some small daggers, the only weapon that he saw from the people were spears. Always spears. "Shal, does everyone on your world use a spear?" Randedly asked cautiously. It wasn't that he didn't think that the spear offered advantages that no other weapon held. The combination of power, reach, and speed was truly impressive, but there would always be differences of opinion when it came to what weapons were best. But here, there didn't seem to be a single other weapon. Obviously, the spearman was born here, Shal said, not bothering to explain further as they vaulted over the side of a boat onto another. As they proceeded, the type of boats that they were crossing quickly changed. Where it was previously a sort of houseboats, now they were on flatter, barge-type boats where small stalls were set up where they sold food or knickknacks. But still they pressed deeper, and the boats under them grew larger and longer, until it didn't even seem like they were on boats at all, but walking on land. They only give away was the occasional falling in the pit of your stomach, as a wave large enough to rock these boats reached them. Squeezing through a press of bodies, Randedly realized that Shal was not the typical member from this planet. They all seemed to possess a strange tint to their skin, red, orange, yellow, and Randedly saw one young woman who was decidedly purple, and a third eye on their brow, but Randedly did not see another with the blue tint that Shal had. They seemed to afford him some small measure of respect because of it too. When they saw him, they stepped to the side, quickly moving back to where they were just in time to make Randedly's passage more difficult. No one seemed to care that his skin was human-colored, and that he only possessed 2 eyes, however. No one gave him a second glance. After walking for almost an hour, they arrived at the largest boat Randedly had seen. It towered over the surrounding boats, and from it hung hundreds of thousands of streamers in different colors. The banners were covered in a strange scrawl, 2 strange hieroglyphics that Randedly couldn't read, but as he looked, the words trembled and shifted, swiftly becoming English. They were names, he realized, all of them names. Setting aside the strange feeling he got as the system compensated so easily for the language, Randedly asked, "What is this place?" "The Gauntlet," Shal stated proudly. "The largest gambling den in Qtal and in the surrounding area. No one style rules Qtal, so the money grubbers have more influence. Come, you need to familiarize yourself, tomorrow you shall fight." And Shal was off, pushing people to the side. Sighing, Randedly followed. They moved with and through the crowd, climbing up the rather steep ramps to enter into the Gauntlet. A man who looked like a doorman seemed to be collecting money from all who entered, paled when he saw Shal, bowing and scraping, letting the 2 of them walk past without paying. Although many saw this, no one commented, which led Randedly to believe there was a secret about Shal that he was missing. But there wasn't time to ask, and Shal pulled him forward. The inside was set up like a jail, with a large, thick tower at the center, towards which Shal continued. Randedly followed, and when they arrived, Shal began climbing the stairs. They continued to climb until they reached the 2nd floor from the top, which was a lavishly decorated, open area. There was food in the center of the room, and the outside seemed dedicated to seating. And without walls, you could clearly see out from the central tower to the strange prison-like area that formed the outside. Shal stopped, arms behind his back, and Randedly walked to the edge. In the prison cells opposite that surrounded this tower, there were fights, brutal and bloody fights, and from his vantage, Randedly could see dozens happening at the same time. There were 10 levels. The lower levels had more cells, but they were smaller and more brutal. On the ninth level, where they stood, there were much fewer, the cells much larger, more spacious. As Randedly looked, he realized that not all of the cells were fights. Others appeared to be tasks where only one individual silently struggled, but there was a strange intensity to it all. Randedly's eyes narrowed. These would not be easy opponents. Unfortunately, Shao commented, "You are too late to climb in the normal manner. The only remaining way to receive an invitation to the tournament in time is through the melee." Look down. Randedly did so, and saw that below him on the wooden ground there were 3 wooden platforms, wide things built like a square stage. He slowly walked around the inside of the tower and more came into view. The entire circuit took quite some time as the tower was massive, but there ended up being 20 such platforms. They allow a maximum of 3 people per platform. All who remain on the platform at the end of the 2-hour period will receive an invitation. If there are more than 3, they have 1 minute to bring that number down to 3, or they all will not receive invitations. His expression thoughtful, Shao stepped up next to Randedly and clapped him on the back. "Do not worry. All who participate in such a competition are latecomers and trash. Even with your meager skills, you should be fine." "Such a latecomer," Randedly sighed. "Besides," Shao continued, "we shall have time today for some more pointed instruction. Your form is sloppy and without inspiration. It is like you forgot that the true weapon you have is the spear. You try to do the work yourself, but you are just a man with a spear. The spear knows its business." "Ah, but first," Shao said with a wide grin, "you must obtain your tassel." A tassel, Randedly realized, were those strange banners hanging from the gauntlet. It also seemed like they corresponded to the sails above the boats. There was a sort of pride in one's tassel, so when they showed up at the store, the building constructed of bamboo with thick bolts of cloth everywhere, they were greeted warmly. And when the attendant saw the color of Shao's skin, his eyes twitched, and then he brought it an older man with a thick beard, whose skin's was a dusky green color. "Welcome, welcome," the man said with a smile. "How may this one serve you on this day? My disciple shall enter the gauntlet for the first time tomorrow. He needs his first tassel." "Ah, such a talented youth," the man said, but his gaze was greedily running over Shao's skin. "I don't suppose he has learned any of the core skill sets." "Unfortunately not," Shao said, his expression turning stony. "He does not yet have a skill set." Randedly blinked, speaking up. "I actually have one." Shao and the bearded man looked at him, turning back from the area they were heading towards, which was filled with red banners. Shao said nothing, but the man smiled kindly. "Ah, you have a basic skill set. Unfortunately, if it's of common rarity, you won't be able to do better than." "It's runic," Randedly said. Then he added, "But I only know the first movement, so I guess it isn't complete." The two just looked at him. Shao's face had become inscrutable. The man's eyes were bulging. Then he said, finally managing to speak, "Let us proceed below for a test." The man led the way into a back room, down the stairs, past several employees who were talking to each other in whispers and looking excitedly at Shao and Randedly. Slightly bemused, Randedly just followed. At the lower floor, there was another room, one with 2 women sitting in meditation. This room was much larger than the one Shao was staying at. It was about as large as a basketball court. The bearded man hurried over to one and whispered in her ear, and her eyes slowly opened, her gaze focusing on Randedly. Shao stood next to Randedly, gazing meaningfully at him. "What?" Randedly finally asked. "I don't know what to say. I cannot decide, so I shall wait until I see your move." Then Shao shook his head ruefully. "Perhaps it is fate that you became my student. We both attract far too much attention to ourselves." The woman stood and spoke. "I will receive your spear move to determine its strength. Do not hold back. Your strength is not at the level that it can hurt me. Come whenever you are prepared." Shao stepped back away, standing next to the bearded man. Randedly found himself standing there, with the woman slowly leveling her spear at him, waiting calmly. After a brief hesitation, he removed his bone spear from his ring. It was slender and thin, but it was a spear, and Randedly felt like it fit very well in his hands. He lowered his own spear at the woman, preparing. Randedly hadn't used this move in quite some time, purposefully, so as to take advantage of the notification-free period to refine his image for this move. Even now, he could feel the icy hot violet ether flowing through him, making a strange symbol, the symbol that was the skill that he had created. And as he thought and believed, it changed slightly, evolving, shifting. It was hard to tell whether this change had been a good one, but it had been one he had been working on for several weeks. During that time, Randedly had thrust his spear countless times. It was a heavy repetition, not to increase the quality of the thrust, but so that his body knew intimately the motions required in a thrust. A thrust was to advance, to attack, to proceed. T-thrust was to walk forward into battle. It was a simple motion, but it was the bread and butter of a spear, using its strength, its speed, and its monstrous reach. To thrust was the first reaction of a spear. To advance was the only option in some cases. As he stood there in that room in the bottom of the boat, his bare feet on the planks underneath him, the soft swaying of the waves making the entire structure rock, Randedly focused on this, searching inside of him for the perfect feeling of advancing, that perfect thrust that he slowly grew closer to the longer he practiced. After he had finally settled on that feeling, he did not stop there. His move was one that required more than just a spear. There was also the propulsion of fire that threw him forward. Breathing slowly, Randedly ran through everything he had learned, practicing flexing his mana, reaching for that feeling, attempting to imbue it into that symbol of ether inside of him. Insidious, addicting, cold, and deadly, that energy pulsed, burning his insides. But there was one more thing he needed for this image, and it was a rather recent addition. It was a phrase that Shal had just said to him, earlier in the day, that had stuck like a burr in his mind, nagging at him. It is like you forgot that the true weapon you have is the spear. You try to do the work yourself, but you are just a man with a spear. The spear knows its business. The spear knew its business, huh? As he raised the spear in his hands, Randedly relaxed his grip, using just his fingertips to hold the spear. Then he slid his hands into position, learned over the long practice with the root avatars. Then he steadied his grip and opened his eyes. In his mind, he merged all of these concepts into one hold, combining all those feelings he hung onto into the move, the ether in his chest roiling and burning. The spear advances, ash trails, stance, grip, mana, flex, explosion, crack. Randedly felt the board beneath his starting position crack and splinter as he launched himself forward, his whole body a blur, eyes of the spear phantom working as effectively as he could manage as the whole scene blurred. The speed he had gained was too much. Randedly in the past had struggled with remaining calm as he screeched forward, but this time he relaxed. After all, the spear knew its business. By the time all of these thoughts had flickered across his mind, he had arrived at the woman and her spear blurred, the blunt end rising to meet him. As the spear curved towards him, Randedly had a crazy idea. He activated Phantom Half-Step, teleporting himself backwards a small amount. His momentum continued, though, and he ripped forward through the air, his move creating only a brief moment. It was only a fraction of a second, but the woman noticed it, that strange, unnatural movement. Her eyes widened, her spear blurred even faster. Boom. Randedly sat up, wincing. His head was killing him. As he looked around, it took a few seconds for his vision to stop spinning and for the people around him to settle back into normal motion. The bearded man was talking animatedly with his employees. The two women were in quiet discussion with Shal in the corner. When they saw he had awoken, they all turned to coolly regard him. Randedly had to suppress a grin. This certainly was a lot different than the reception that he would have received in a similar situation back in Donaton. He hated people who fawned over him and were overawed by his presence. Much better to deal with people like Shal, who was practically glaring at him. Shal, in fact, was the one who spoke first. "You cheated," he said simply, and Randedly flushed. In the heat of the battle, he had forgotten that he was just testing the power of his created skill set. He had been too lost in the move and reacted naturally when the instinct to use the skill had struck him. Be that as it may, in terms of power, that move was almost enough to overwhelm my counter, even before he adjusted his position. The woman said coolly. Shal crossed his arms. This was unnecessary. A mid-tier color will suffice, and it is dishonorable. He should wear badges of his strength with pride. Shouldn't you, the son of a spear adept, know that better than anyone else? Disciples from small styles who receive such attention inevitably die. Shal snorted, but he followed them as they headed up back into the tassel shop. Randedly was led deeper, past the yellows, the oranges, the reds, then the maroons and light blues, into an area where there were pinks, lilacs, blues, and seafoam greens. For several minutes, he slowly walked among the colors, helplessly looking around. Honestly, he had no idea what he was looking for. But they were both looking at him with such expectations, it was hard to just pick something. Then he saw it, folded neatly in the corner on the bottom shelf covered in dust, was a dark green. Randedly walked over and picked it up. The fabric was rich and smooth, and as Randedly unfolded the tassel, he realized that it glittered emerald in the sun. It was rich and vibrant, silky and fluid in his hands. "Is this acceptable?" Randedly asked uncertainly. The woman smiled and brought him a brush. "Now bring it to the table and write your name." They spread the emerald tassel on the table, and Randedly looked at the brush in his hand with shock. This was, just like the engraving needle. He could feel his mana tremble as he held it, almost as if they were ready to flow down along the brush and into the tassel. There was no ink, but Randedly knew that if he set the brush to the tassel. More than that, though, he felt everything tremble. His health seemed prepared to slide out of him and onto the fabric, and his stamina too. Even a thin thread of ether seemed to be flowing downwards to his fingers. Somewhat lost in the feeling, Randedly lowered the brush to the fabric and smoothly wrote Randedly. After several weeks, although he wasn't a master, he had at least a pretty solid familiarity with how to pull the energy when the letters curved, and be smooth and light when there were straight lines. But after finishing Randedly, he realized that as he was using everything, he had much more reserves to spare. He had barely used a quarter of anything. So this time, as he slowly drew out the words Ghost Hound on the tassel, he took his time, carefully filling every stroke with energy, letting the health, mana, stamina, and hint of ether pool like an ocean beneath each letter, letting currents building and grow in the depths of his writing. Suddenly, Randedly blinked, looking at the words. He had finished. His hands were trembling, and the darkness at the corners of his vision seemed to indicate his health was very low. In addition, his body felt raw and twitchy, as if an electric current had run through him. But before him, the word Randedly was spelled simply, the writing serviceable in gold on the emerald background. But Ghost Hound. Ghost Hound was larger and looping, filling the entire middle portion of the tassel with graceful and imposing letters. It felt like a challenge to the world, a prideful statement of one's own worth. Shao made a disgusting noise, ostentatious. The woman simply laughed. They left with the tassel and a matching strip of cloth in the same emerald color, which when they arrived back at their boat, they hung from the mast. As they did so, everyone in the surrounding boat stilled, and then looked up at the emerald cloth quietly. It certainly stood out a lot amongst the orange, red, and yellow, but there were blue and light green flags, at least a few of them, so why was green such a big deal? Even the silent old man, who hadn't reacted to their arrival, shifted and looked up at the emerald streamer for a long second. Then his gaze slid to Randedly. Chuckling, the man said, "Seems my old boat is going to be lively these days." Then he returned to his meditations, a small smile on his face. Randedly had asked multiple times about the meaning of the colors, but Shao had just ignored him, stating that they would talk in the morning, and left, leaving Randedly to his own room and his own thoughts. To his surprise, he checked his status screen to discover that he had gained 7 levels in the spear advances, ash trails in that single use. It seemed that either image was really that important, or the fact that he was against that powerful spear woman had really boosted his experience. He also received a level in Phantom Half Step. That PP was enough to get another tick up on his soul skill, earning him plus 15 stamina and plus 1 agility and strength. Struck by a sudden thought, Randedly closed his eyes, focusing his eyes inward, turning his attention to that place in his chest where his soul skill spun slowly, continually rotating around. While he watched previously, there were slow, gradual changes in the cycle, as he witnessed rot balloon up the biological matter, only to have it burn to ash, refining it slowly. But now, Randedly checked within himself, watching closely. After a time, he opened his eyes. Yes, it was happening. The use of PP sped up the process. Peppering the soil were now small, sand-like grains of crystal, holding a strange energy within them. This was the energy refined from the continued cycle, the pure minerals that could be used to enrich a certain growth. To his eyes, they glowed emerald, eerily similar to the shade he picked out for his tassel earlier that day. Randedly wasn't sure exactly what to do yet with this information about the happenings of his soul skill, but he filed it away. Image was becoming increasingly important, and without a strong image of what this would mean for his soul skill, he didn't want to push forward too far. Instead, he set those thoughts aside and turned to other topics, namely his new skill, planimancy. In a way, it reminded Randedly of his soul seed, or at least a less versatile version. Whereas soul seed would imitate any skill he used, and grow into a plant based upon that, planimancy seemed more like the plant version of necromancy, albeit poorly named. Plus, it likely didn't require an ether investment, which was why Randedly had recently been so leery about creating another soul seed. Well, the ether problem, but also that it was much harder to keep track of what was going into the soul seed without notifications. And he had very much so lost himself in the training these past few weeks. Plus, he didn't really know what to do with soul seeds, so Randedly didn't want to commit to making any. Although he assumed that there would be powerful benefits from having quite a few plant minions leveled to a powerful state and ready to go, he was also unsure of how much help they would be. Thorn had certainly gotten big, but as far as Randedly could tell, he was a rather lazy plant that would skulk around, following Declan's squad, feeding on the scraps left by it. Meanwhile, Arbor was busy just gathering attention from the people of Donaton, cajoling them into dancing with it. All in all, it left Randedly quite exasperated these weren't the plant minions that he wanted, but perhaps his planimancy would provide the answer Randedly desired. So he focused on the spell in his mind, letting the strange, instinctual knowledge fill him. He kept his eyes closed too, so he could better feel the shape of the ether that constituted the skill. It honestly did very little to help Randedly in terms of functionality. The strange twists and turns of ether that he sensed remained inscrutable. But it did give him a familiarity with its shape, the strange place it held in his body, and the small trace of ether that connected that skill to the pulsing spring of burning numb energy in Randedly's chest. It beat like a heart, proving he was alive, and the sigil that was planimancy glowed softly along with it. Randedly's eyes snapped open, his eyes sparkling, although it was certainly a long way off. He couldn't help but notice that the sigils he had within him for skills seemed to be similar in construction to the runes he made with engraving. But Randidly supposed his level was too low in all respects to consider what that meant currently. Instead, he channeled mana and used the first plantamancy formula that he sensed, letting the mana move through him. He made no effort to flex his mana and instead just cast the spell. It cost 100 mana, and out of the wood of the planks that made up the floor of his room on the boat, roots began to curl upwards. But Randidly did not guide them but instead watched, fascinated, as the spell twisted them and wrapped them, moving them around and through each other, wrapping them tighter and tighter, almost like a pretzel. The roots bulged and pulsed, and on one of the front roots, the front parted, revealing 2 glowing specks of mana. 8 gnarled legs twisted outward, touching the wooden planks, the connecting roots between it and the floor withering away to dust. Randidly looked down at his freshly summoned root spider, bemused. It looked back up at him, perfectly still. Although it was only the size of a dinner plate and made entirely of roots, it was still quite fearsome in a disfigured sort of way. It was also true there wasn't a connection of ether, but a mana connection remained between them, and Randidly used it to issue a simple command. Leap. The thing jumped in a second, twisting around midair to land on the ceiling. Grinning, Randidly had it jump around more, before he noticed that the connection between them was slowly waning. As it moved, the mana he had used to animate it was being used up. Randidly summoned 2 more and began to experiment. After around an hour, he sat back. They weren't going to be that useful in a fight, but he could use them for other things. The only offensive weapon that the root spiders possessed were slightly dull teeth formed of roots. They appeared to also have access to a poison that was based upon his pollen of the Rafflesia, but Randidly suspected that although he wasn't exactly sure how strong the people he would face would be, they would be more than enough to endure his poison. But they could be used as scouts, or at least as alarms. He couldn't see through their eyes, but they would warn of movement, and could give him a general impression of what was moving past them, enough so that Randidly could discern who it was that was moving. In addition, they traveled very quickly with their powerful root legs, and distance, at least in terms of within the city. Not that he needed anything guarded currently, but they were interesting for the future. Especially after he discovered that flexing his mana while he created one took almost 1.5x as much mana, but made them the size of a small dog. If nothing else, it would be pretty disorienting to have one use its powerful legs to throw itself down off the ceiling and smash into your head from above. Randidly took one last look at his status screen, but realized that his experiments had earned him 2 skill LVLS in plantamancy, which gave him enough PP to finish off fighting proficiency. Congratulations, you have completed the fighting proficiency path. Your path walks through valleys of darkness, where violence abounds. With your head held high, you advance, because although your fists become bloodied with violence, it is only thus that your feet can continue to tread, and the path leads ever onward, towards the next mountain, towards the next haven. Reaction and willpower +5. You have gained the skill Struggle LVL1. Struggle, strain against your fate in fights, refusing to give him. Gives an extremely small, passive boost to willpower when you are faced with adversity. Amount increases with skill level. Contrary to expectations, Randidly received another passive skill from the other path. It looked like one that was more ambiguous, almost to the point of being useless. Although willpower was the stat that got Randidly where he was today, due to Shal's need, it wasn't particularly useful in a fight. But still, every little edge counted, especially when willpower was one of the first stats that let him grow in this world. As he didn't have any more PP, Randidly put off the decision in regards to his next path, and instead focused on what he should do this night in preparation for the qualifying melee tomorrow. Randidly grimaced. God, he hated dealing with people, and from what Shal said, he would be forced to encounter quite a few people in order to make it through. In the end, he simply had to be on one of the platforms when the round ended. But what if someone else came up onto the platform? He didn't necessarily have to fight him, but if Randidly didn't, what if more people came up onto the platform, if there were too many? Then Randidly shook his head, pointless to worry about strategy. That wasn't his strong suit, better to focus on his other preparations. The obvious first choice was preparing consumable stores. He had quite a few blue and red energy shards with him, as well as 1 or 2 purple and green ones, so he could create potions if he wished it, but there weren't so many that he wouldn't run out if he used them too quickly. As such, Randidly planned on simply waiting to make potions until he found a source of potion ingredients. Still, he was in a good spot for that. Randidly suspected that since this was a world that had been with the system for a while, there would be places to buy potion ingredients and even potions. It would be excellent if he could even obtain the higher-tiered potion ingredients to try, or found a recipe book for high-level potions. That way he could increase his potion skill. But purchasing those would take money, although it was possible that he could obtain some for winning this qualifier battle, or that Shal would be willing to give him some cash. Neither of those options seemed like they would be sustainable in the long run. and depending on how much the higher-tiered potion ingredients cost. Better to have another plan to handle it himself. He had some small amount of the Nexus currency, from trading in dead monster bodies to the recycler, but that had fallen by the wayside as Sam's crew grew more skillful at extracting parts from the monsters. Better to have a commodity that Randedly could produce that would earn him some extra cash. And to that end, there was only one thing that fit the bill: engraving. Almost reverently, Randedly removed one of the bracers he had worked on last night from his interspatial ring. Novice's leather bracer LVL-15, leather armor worked by a novice. Vit +1, health +8. Engraving of Dragonfly 42U. Wearer of the armor moves slightly more quickly when moving with the wind. Wearer gains aspect of Dragonfly, eye aspect of Dragonfly, reaction +1, agility +1. It was truthfully a small bonus. The armor that it was on was rather worthless, but Randedly suspected that if he went to a local armorer and offered to engrave his armor for him, improving the armor by these 2 stat points and the small effect, perhaps it would be pretty tempting. It all depended on how common engraving was. Randedly held out some hope that it was rare, based on the fact it was only obtained by Sam through his rare soul skill, but sincerely doubted that it was unheard of. After all, the spear that Shao used had a strange, fluid glimmer that reminded Randedly of engraving, although it was a tier higher than he could understand. But he hadn't seen it anywhere else. So Randedly checked the time, gave himself several hours, and removed a dozen leather bracers from his ring. These were the last of his store, given to him by Sam in order to practice. It was one thing to offer a single option, but if he could master all 3. He had come close to 40 in the past with Bear, but had barely broken 20 with Fish. His best option was to focus on Bear for now, get that up to snuff, and then slowly bring Fish up too. He glanced up, sighing, but he could only work on this for 2 hours. After all, if the battle was tomorrow, Randedly wanted to practice with his spear and footwork in order to adjust to his body with the stat increases from yesterday. His root spider hung in the corner, looking at him with ambivalence. None of its master's concerns reached it. It was simply on orders to wait there until someone other than its master was to come into the room and then inform its master. It was a simple life that thing lived. Chuckling, Randedly lowered his needle to the leather and began to engrave. The next morning, Randedly walked out onto the deck, raising his hand to shield the sun. Above him, his emerald tassel flapped in the wind, the golden letters of his name catching the light and flashing in an eye-catching manner. Randedly was chilled slightly when he noticed that all of the surrounding boats had detached the lines they had to their boat. They had several feet of berth all around them, where the strangely orange-colored water splashed. What's going on? Randedly muttered to himself, and he was extremely surprised when there was an answer. Heh, you've certainly stirred up trouble for us. Randedly turned and found that the speaker was the old man, still sitting cross-legged, meditating on the deck of the boat. But as Randedly turned to him, the speaker yawned and straightened, standing up. Good thing, too, the old man added, I was getting rather bored. Is there really something strange about the color I picked? Randedly asked, curious. The old man smiled. It certainly wasn't a smart choice. Has Shall not told you? Randedly shook his head and the old man chuckled. Ha, obviously not. That young one has his head stuck so far up the ass of his spear he cannot see. Then come, let me explain. It all goes back to the spearman, who had 4 disciples, and was the one who slew the great calamity that came in the wake of the system. Afterwards, the spearman proceeded to ascend to the 4th cohort, looking in his righteous fury for the source of the system that brought such death and strife to his world. But to protect the world, he left his 4 disciples, the founders of the 4 schools, and ordered them to train our youth well, for no matter what he found, he had no doubt we would need more strength than simply his for what was to come. The old man flicked his hand, and a gourd appeared within it, from which he took a long swig, looking around. Then he sighed and continued to talk. The strife between the 4 disciples is another tale. Suffice to say that we followed the disciple who believed the path to power lay through training oneself until you lived up to the potential inherent in a spear. We trained spearmen. The founder of our school used a tassel of a color that was named after him, Byzantium, a dark, dark purple. He became the master of 1,000s of disciples, but styles slowly formed under him. A tassel is the representation of your style, and a tassel needs color. Byzantium also created the ranking system we still use. At the top are masters, then pontiffs, the adepts, then artisans. Each is associated with certain shades. Of Byzantium's disciples, not all were talented. These ranks helped organize them, and tassel colors were slowly selected to distinguish which area you do, or will, belong to. From those disciples and styles, 3 rose to the top, 2 men and a woman. The 2 men competed fiercely, but the woman preferred to train quietly. Eventually, Byzantium decreed the order of their strength. First, his own son, who triumphed over the other man, was given violet. Then the other man, who was stubborn enough to rise up from a common background, indigo. To the woman who did not compete, he awarded lilac. Time flowed onward, and to our horror, another calamity descended. But no longer did the spearmen remain to slay it. Instead, all 4 schools held a tournament to select their best and brightest to meet the calamity. They held a tournament. At the end of it, 2 heroes remained, one from the Death School with a bone-white tassel, and a masked individual who claimed to be from the Spearman School, whose tassel was emerald. In the final battle, the Spearman School was victorious. But in the collision, the mask of the man was destroyed, and it was revealed that the contestant was that woman who had been given the lilac tassel. It was the young woman who was the daughter of the spearman. Solemnly, she looked up at Byzantium and famously said, "I apologize, but I will not fly your colors." Shaking his head, Byzantium replied, "Slay this calamity and you will have earned your own." Randedly was scratching his head, slightly confused. If this color was so important to their school, then why? But the old man's next words stilled Randedly. Unfortunately, she failed. The woman disappeared, but the calamity rampaged for years, and our world paid a dear price to slay it. For several long moments there was silence. Then the old man continued to speak. She was strong, true, but in the end she wasn't strong enough. Although he couldn't discredit her completely, Byzantium famously included emerald in the list of colors available to pontiffs, the second highest tier of spear users, even though she was strongest in the world. Only violet, indigo, and lilac were chosen as colors available only to masters. That would be her eternal shame. Moving to the present, you may choose your color in 2 ways. One is based on your teacher. Shal is an interesting case, but he is approaching the adept tier, that is no doubt. That should give you access to pale blues and below, the yellows, oranges, and reds, etc., or you can go based on your own potential. The old man paused. Possessing a runic rarity skill set before LVL 25 qualifies as having the potential to become a pontiff in your lifetime. But the color emerald is not deemed honorable. It is a source of shame for our entire school. The color that failed the world. For that, you will be targeted. To make matters worse, there is another reason to target you, the old man said with a smile. There is such a thing in our world as rainbow hunters. They challenge and kill other spear users, taking their tassel for their collection, aiming for unique and vibrant colors to create a beautiful rainbow collection of tassels. Although the Heart School has green tassels commonly, they are across the world and difficult to encounter, due to that fact. My tassel is a hotly desired commodity by men who kill other men in order to decorate their mantle, Randedly said slowly. The old man nodded. Once more, silence descended on the boat. For several seconds, Randedly considered what the man had told him. But again, his thoughts were interrupted by the old man speaking. But it is a good thing, I think, to have pride and to choose your color boldly. It is only the young who can make such foolish decisions, because only they have the audacity to survive such idiocy. Randedly decided to take that comment as a compliment, rather than an insult, based on the absent smile on the man's face, and asked, "What's your name?" "Divot." And as he said his name, Divot's smile was wide and full. "So, Mr. Divot, do I need to worry about people coming to challenge me?" Divot chuckled. "Well, no, because technically what will happen is they will challenge the location where your banner stands. As it is my boat, and as Shal is your master, either of us can defend your honor and fight for you. Since we are invincible, you have nothing to fear." Randedly frowned. "Couldn't they attack me while I was off the boat, then come take my tassel later?" Luckily not. Byzantium made it law that only a duel held under a hanging tassel will enable the winner to collect their spoils from the loser. So if they want it, they will come here. Then Divot frowned and added, "But if particularly conservative individuals are offended by the emerald choice, they might just attack you whenever and dump your body into the sea. But this is likely a small minority, and it will take time for them to hear and have their hearts filled with fury over such a small thing as color. Better focus on the qualifier for now." Randedly was silent for a moment. "Can I win this? How strong will these opponents be?" With a long, penetrating glance, Divot looked Randedly up and down, before finally saying, "Based on what Shal has told me, and what I've seen, you are about as powerful as someone at LVL 15, although you seem to have gained some strength since the 2 of you sparred." Although there was an acknowledgement at the end, Divot's words still chilled Randedly. LVL 15, a world that was a part of the system for a long time, certainly had different standards when it came to strength. They likely determined the best path of training, the limits before Etha starvation hit, which patrons to use, and raised their warriors to surpass those limits. Most enemies there should be around your level, or a little below. Most of the disciples with any sort of talent have skipped this step anyway, and already received an invitation to the tournament. You should likely make it. Divot's sentence was a grim one, but Randedly didn't believe that it was really that worrisome. Are spells allowed in the melee? Are potions allowed? Divot nodded slowly, saying, "Well, yes, but most people choose to focus their stats and skills in the single area of the spear. But there are those who choose to be both a spear user and a mage," and Randedly grinned. True, he had been judged on his ability to use the spear, and been found to only have the strength of someone at LVL 15. But the Ghost Hound was not simply a spear user when compared to his library of versatile spells. Honestly, his spear moves were somewhat lacking. Randidly made a mental note to talk to Shal about spear training more. Even if he had the advantage of spells, this was a great chance to raise the level of his spear moves in combat with those near his skill level. Any advice his master could give him would be important at such a juncture. Ah, one final thing, Randidly said. Divot quirked up his eyebrow, curious. Do you know where I can find a cheap armorsmith? Claptrap looked broodingly at the short, choppy waves of orange water between his boat and the next. The past several months had not gone as he had planned. He originally worked as a simple clerk in one of the larger merchant associations in the capital of the northern province, Deardun, content to stand in the sunlight filtering through the window, daydreaming about the day that he would become an artisan-level spearman. In his heart, Claptrap always knew that was an almost impossible dream. Not only did he possess no distinguishing qualities, he also had a rather poor work ethic, and the rate at which his spear skills improved was very swiftly outstripped by his peers. He had no family who were particularly powerful, and no ties to a powerful style, so Claptrap slowly slid sideways from the intense training as a spearman to the more realistic course of becoming a merchant who serviced spearmen. There was an ember of bitterness in his chest, but the idleness of the days and the warmth of the sun sustained him. That was until he met her, the big her, with a capital H. Her name was Seal, and when she first walked into the door of the shop Claptrap worked at, she smiled at him. The rest was history. Over the next 6 months, a fire that Claptrap hadn't known himself to possess drove him forward. He rose from clerk to assistant manager, then finally manager at that location. Through copious research, he became an expert in weapons and armor, able to swiftly determine the value of any high-class materials with just a glance. But regardless of the improvements in his life, Claptrap knew that their two stations were still far, far apart from each other. Whereas Seal could afford to purchase his wares as simple training garb, due to the generous stipend given to her by her style, Claptrap could only struggle and smile in silence. He had no way to bridge that gap of strength. Seal was the pampered successor to an influential style. Claptrap might work for an influential merchant association, but he was only a manager of one small store. With that standing, he could not even let her know how he felt. In his excitement, Claptrap confessed his feelings to one of the fellow store managers. He was met with laughter. Only after a solid 20 minutes of knee slapping did the woman sober up and say, "Oh, you were serious, but she's an actual spear user." So despite the warnings he received from basically everyone in his life, Claptrap left the job track he was on, which was quite stable but would take a while to come to fruition, and moved out to Qtal, where the competition required less starting capital, and founded his own merchant association. Of course, referring to it as a merchant association was a little grand at this point. It was just him and all the savings he had from his entire life and his parents' lives, as he was the only child of 2 individuals who had died in a dungeon. But things hadn't turned out quite how Claptrap had planned. Whereas in Deardun everyone sought out high-quality armor, there simply wasn't the same amount of upper-class money in Qtal. Instead, what they wanted was cheap and lasting armor that they could buy to protect their life and forget about. All that knowledge that Claptrap had about rare materials, processes, and workmanship was worthless. Instead, snarky, smooth-talking merchants extolled shit as gold and received the sales, whereas Claptrap's shop received less and less customers. But Claptrap, perhaps foolishly, refused to give in. His goal was not to become some 2-bit con artist. He still had some money remaining and his pride. With these, he would continue to struggle until his dream had truly crashed to the... "Excuse me," Claptrap jumped, surprised, and turned to find a young man standing in the middle of his boat, looking at Claptrap curiously. Blushing furiously, Claptrap stood and bowed slightly. To think that he was so lost in his own self-pity that he had missed a customer. "Hello, sir, how may this one help you today?" The young man was strange, with a pale, pinkish skin that gave Claptrap no clue about his style's rank. As Claptrap examined him more closely, some of that self-pity returned. The clothes the man was wearing were quite rough, well-used leathers and furs. The leathers appeared to have been worked by someone who had some idea what they were doing, but they appeared to have gone through hell since. They were crisscrossed with rips and tears. In addition, the man's feet were barefoot. That cemented the sinking feeling in Claptrap's chest. "I'd like to make a trade," the young man announced and produced 3 leather bracers. Inwardly, Claptrap sighed, but he was professional and walked forward with a smile. "Of course, but I have to let you know that I very rarely buy wares from," but the words caught in his mouth as Claptrap looked down at the bracers in front of him, because there was engraving on them. "In this backwoods town built on the water." Novice's leather bracer LVL 15, leather armor worked by a novice. Vit +1, health +8. Engraving of Dragonfly 52U, wearer of the armor moves slightly more quickly when moving with the wind. Wearer gains aspect of Dragonfly Eye. Novice's leather bracer LVL 17, leather armor worked by a novice. Vit +1, health +13. Engraving of Bear 48U, wearer of the armor is resistant to slowing, stunning, or knockback effects. Wearer gains aspect of Bear Eye. Aspect of Bear Eye endurance +1, strength +1. Novice's leather bracer LVL 14, leather armor worked by a novice. Vit +1, health +7. Engraving of fish 40U, wearer has increased sensitivity to movement and hostility within a small area around themselves. Wearer gains aspect of fish eye, aspect of fish eye, perception +1, wisdom +1. These are just some examples of my work. The young man remarked coolly, clearly seeing Claptrap's frazzled reaction. I'm looking to set up a partnership with one of the armor dealers in the area, engraving their wares. If you are interested, we can discuss compensation. Claptrap's eyes were bulging. Although the engraving in front of him was at a barely passable level and was of relatively simple runes, it was still engraving. The engraving guilds were extremely secretive and selective, and charged ridiculous prices to have their masters work on weapons and armor, basically making sure only the most affluent had access to engraving. In addition to the guild's selectivity, the average person had no interest in pursuing engraving because it took so much investment to reach a level where there was a real, tangible effect on the wearer. Both aspects I and II were things that people would be slightly interested in, but the real power of runes became apparent when they crossed the 80 threshold, and the III level of the aspect was available. These were all far from that, but with some time and training, the dragonfly engraving could perhaps reach 60. All of this flashed through Claptrap's mind in a split second. Common engraving like this simply wasn't on the market. No one was doing it because it was basically impossible for an amateur to learn by himself how it worked, and the guilds didn't want to cheapen engraving by providing this sort of service. So this young man was effectively offering Claptrap the opportunity to have a product that he would basically have a monopoly on, especially around Qtal. Claptrap kept his face studiously casual. Ah, engraving, I see. Well, that is interesting. I suppose I wouldn't mind using some of my spare profits to invest in you. What sort of deal were you thinking? The young man gave him a frank look, then glanced around at Claptrap's deserted shop. Claptrap lifted his chin and studied the sky, refusing to balk. Finally, the young man chuckled. Well, initially I would give these as a sample and a deposit. In exchange, you would give me additional pieces of armor for me to engrave for you, as well as some of the expected profits so I can purchase some materials. The man tilted his head to the side, and Claptrap noticed for the first time how green the young man's eyes were. They were a strange mixture of cat's eye yellow and forest green. If we can agree on expected profits, the man finished simply. Claptrap smiled uncertainly, but with a hint of hope. Maybe this was exactly what he needed to turn his luck around. An hour later, after the young man departed with some of his gold and a dozen steel bracers and chest plates, Claptrap was more ghost than man. Every time Claptrap thought they had agreed on a price that would be to his benefit, the other man would ask some seemingly inane questions about the value of the armor, or the leather, or how much other things could be purchased with the value of such a piece of armor. The most chilling of those interactions was when the man looked coolly up from the initial meager amount of cash that Claptrap had been willing to front him and had simply said, I suppose with this I'll be able to buy some blue energy crystals. Gritting his teeth, Claptrap mumbled out that he must have miscounted and added 3 more silver coins to the pile. This man's intuition was absolutely uncanny. How could he so accurately tell when Claptrap was trying to get the better of him? Finally, that man left with a sigh, as if the whole ordeal left him completely disappointed, although they were able to come to an agreement in regards to price. Seeing that disappointment, there was a part of Claptrap that wanted to offer more, but he managed to bind and gag that part of him. After all, with the money that he had paid out to the man, if he didn't receive a decent return, and rather quickly, his business would soon be nearing the danger zone. Ah, friend, what do you call yourself? When the many customers ask who the maker of those fine equipments is, what should I tell them? The man shrugged, his eyes flashing emerald as he turned away. Just tell them it was the ghost hound. Randidly arrived back at Devitt's boat, now satisfied with the amount of potion materials that he had managed to obtain from the strange merchant. He honestly had no idea what the currency was worth, and asked increasingly direct questions of the merchant called Claptrap, but the merchant seemed too proud to answer, but felt sorry for Randidly anyway, and would offer him more, as if as a substitute. Honestly, it would have been more useful to just know how much they were worth, but Randidly supposed he could be satisfied with just having more money. Shal was sitting on the boat waiting for him, and as Randidly arrived, his eyes slid open. Ah, good, you have handled your affairs in case your idiocy kills you. Perhaps I was mistaken about your ability to think. Are you prepared? The melee begins shortly. Randidly hesitated. He would have preferred an opportunity to brew some potions out of the ingredients he had, but he supposed he already had enough for a single day. Besides, he hoped he wouldn't be forced to go all out, and could instead rely on his own passive regeneration skills, which he suspected were rather rare. This would put the skills under increased pressure and expedite growth. Based on Devitt's explanation, Randedly did have some confidence about being able to manage through this round, so he simply nodded and followed Shal as they began the long winding walk back towards the strange Colosseum area. "If you survive," Shal said, striding forward, ignoring the stairs as he walked, carrying Randedly's tassel, "we shall have the opportunity to train again for a short time. I must say your continued vitality impresses me. I had assumed you would have died without my guidance, but fear not, I shall rid you of all the bad habits you have developed, no matter the cost." Then Shal laughed, and Randedly had a sinking feeling in his stomach, more than the melee he was about to be a part. The prospect of the fanatical training of Shal was much more intimidating. All of the contestants, and there were truly hundreds of them, Randedly realized, packed into the small area, stood still, eyes darting back and forth, struggling to act casual as everyone came to terms with the fact that they would soon be competing against one another with their lives on the line. For his part, Randedly was slightly bemused. Being here in Qtao, there was clearly a familiarity with death that wasn't a part of his old world. But it was also a world that had been part of the system for at least several generations. As such, monsters and dungeons had been pushed back, far away from the places where civilization reigned supreme. Seeing the nervous glint in most of the eyes of those around him, they had fought, but they had never fought while stricken with the fear that they would die. They had never lost all conscious thought other than the stubborn refusal to die. He had come a long way, but Randedly still vividly remembered stumbling back into that safe room, covered in acid, knowing nothing but fear and the burning pain in his body. It was still a chilling memory, and a reminder of how unexpectedly your demise could arrive. As the time they waited continued to stretch onward, Randedly considered whether to make a statement early. But ultimately, he didn't want to deal with the hassle of the attention that would come with it. Sure, using agony would probably debilitate most of the opponents around him, but it would paint a large target on his back. Although Devitt seemed to think most of the opponents would only be so-so, that didn't mean they all would be. There was no need to seek those individuals out right now. He would find them soon enough in the actual tournament, where Randedly would have the benefit of at least another month of training with Shal. Shivering instinctively, Randedly turned his focus elsewhere. Just in time to see the large brass doors of their waiting room rumble slowly open. Immediately, everyone was on their feet, spears drawn, looking around warily. An attendant had explained the rules again earlier. 10 stages, only 3 could pass per stage, by standing on it at the end of 2 hours. After 2 hours, if there were more than 3 people on the stage, there would be a 60-second overtime. If there were not 3 people there at the end of 60 seconds, all of those people would fail. And as soon as they passed through the door into the main arena area, they would be considered participating and could be attacked at any point by their fellow spear users. Randedly was towards the middle of the group, so he didn't immediately move after the door opened. But soon the people in front of him broke into a trot, running out in the air, and Randedly cautiously followed. Very quickly he began to move, running just a bit faster than those around him, dodging and weaving, and within a few seconds he had burst out through the door, arriving at the huge arena. The ground was dirt and the walls rose around him, covered in strange viewing cells, but he kept his eyes on the ground. He had no need to pay attention to the cells. Currently, he simply needed to stay down here, among the stages. Dozens of people were jogging around Randedly, exchanging glances, and it was actually one of the men near Randedly that made the first move, stabbing towards Randedly's back with his spear. Almost as if this was a spark on oil, several other small battles erupted around them, as people attempted to sneak attack other competitors, and were then sneak attacked themselves. Snorting, Randedly drew his spear and knocked the initiator's spear to the side, and then delivered a roundhouse kick to the man's chest. It was easy to see from his movements that he wasn't really that strong. Randedly expected that most of the upper-tiered classers from Donaton could have taken him in a battle. Using Empower, Randedly added a burst of speed and got out of the group of infighting that had stalled out very near to the brass doors. Most new entrants avoided the growing brawl, but others charged proudly forward, excited to test their mettle in battle. It all seemed very strange to Randedly. Defeating opponents at this time was almost pointless. There were far too many people to make a dent in the number. So Randedly followed the growing streams of people that began running around the giant central building, heading for other stages. The stage immediately outside of the brass doors already had at least 10 people atop it, and they were battling fiercely. Randedly paused for a second, examining them, and turned away. Some of those people they even gave Randedly pause. There were definitely opponents here that would give Randedly trouble. Their speed and the way they used their spears were imaginative, and the fact he could notice these things in just a cursory examination proved that they definitely possessed talent. There were even a few individuals that used spells, producing spears of earth from the ground to attack other contestants. He made a note to avoid them, but another part of him began to burn, wanting to join the foolish rush, seeking a challenge. In addition to obtaining the qualification to go on to the actual tournament, Randedly also wanted to test himself here. but he forced that instinct to take a back seat for now. The battle was 2 hours long, there was no need to seek out trouble so quickly. Besides, things were descending into madness around him, as more and more fights broke out by the area around the first couple stages. As Randidly glanced to the side, he noticed two contestants separate and slowly catch up to him, one coming up on each side. He sighed inwardly but made no move to attack them. He was already tired of this type of activity, and just like he had predicted, they attacked him, both launching themselves forward, spears darting towards his ribs with a grace that surprised Randidly. The speed was almost too much for him to take. But because he knew the attack was probably coming, he activated Empower and Haste, funneling powering into footwork of the spear phantom. With 2 steps, he avoided their blows and appeared behind the first opponent, sending a roundhouse kick at his back. Strangely, that man swiveled, avoiding the blow, and slammed the butt of his spear into Randidly's surprised face. Grunting, Randidly stumbled backwards as the two rushed towards him. "Don't underestimate me." The one that Randidly had attempted to kick yelled furiously, and Randidly felt an old, familiar spark of anger rise within him, hungry and vicious. He had originally been running without his spear out in order to attract less attention, but it appeared that had backfired. These people held too much freaking focus on the spear. So Randidly produced his slender spear and immediately stepped with Spear Phantom's footwork, appearing between the two. They responded well, raising their spears, but the nearest one was no match for the speed of Phantom thrust. It ripped off half of his neck and he fell gurgling to the ground. Roaring, the other charged forward, but Randidly used a mana-strengthened sweep to pick him up and throw him high into the air. Due to the angle Randidly had, the man spun wildly too and couldn't regain his composure before he smashed into the ground with a sickening crack. Around them, other contestants just swerved slightly, avoiding the battle, but eyeing Randidly with glittering eyes that made him even more annoyed. Stomping over to the man whose throat he ripped out, Randidly glared down at him. "Fine, you want to die. Wish granted, idiot." The man laughed, but it really just sounded like more gurgling, and said something that incensed Randidly even further. "Better to die holding a spear than to hide and never advance towards my destiny." In a very anticlimactic way, the man's eyes dulled and his head fell back. Extremely human-seeming, crimson blood flowed out, spreading slowly out around the man's body. Randidly spared a glance for the other man, who was struggling to move and seemed to be doing nothing other than mewing weakly. Although Randidly had killed many things since the system had come to Earth and watched many more creatures, including humans, die, this moment would stay with him for a long time. Part of it was the almost glee with which these people ran towards their fate. Part of it was the acknowledgement that his power was legitimate, even here, at least at this level. Part of it was how red the blood was, staining the ground, and as the blood drained into the ground, Randidly had an abrupt vision of thousands of people coming here to die, their blood flowing outward and down, through the boats beneath them, slowly reaching the water. So much blood that the water in the surrounding area would slowly become stained orange, an eternal testament to the dried iron pumping out of dying bodies. Randidly didn't know if this was accurate, but the image helped him understand the people of this world, and a lot of the things that Shallan Devitt said in passing clicked together in his mind. Here, following the path of the spearman towards mastery of the spear and personal power was everything. If Randidly wanted to succeed here and bring honor to Shal's style in order to repay him for all that he had done, there was only one way to display power. His eyes burning with anger, Randidly walked forward, leaving the other man to die on his own. Fine, he would smash these idiots apart and teach them to value their own lives, or they would die fools by his spear. Randidly couldn't care less at this point. The Grand Melee was an event that almost all of Qtal came out for, and Claptrap was no exception. The administrators of the event opened up the general challenge cells and cleared them out, so those without the money or status to make it to the central viewing tower could view by running around through the cells. As per the usual, the merchants moved as a band, heading towards the highest and largest of the cells, creating a tightly packed special market where each of the merchants brought their most prized wares, sold at special prices to those individuals who came up to their shops. For Claptrap's part, he brought several finely made pieces of armor, as well as the 3 bracers engraved by the Ghost Hound, if he could make a sale of these today. "Ah, Claps, my boy, you came too. Ho ho ho, 'tis a good thing our stands are so far apart. Otherwise, I would worry about you stealing some of my customers with your big city acumen." His face red, Claptrap turned to face the speaker, an extremely fat merchant with a well-oiled beard, who styled himself Uncle Izzy. The space behind Uncle Izzy was filled with a varied spread, where every item of armor appeared to be a precious treasure that would be the valued possession of the current master of a style. It was infuriating because Uncle Izzy was Claptrap's main competition, and Claptrap hadn't been able to best him in a single category since he had come to Qtal. "Mr. Izzet, it's good to see you are doing so well," Claptrap said woodenly. Izzet's eyes narrowed, but his smile remained stubbornly in place. Ho ho ho, no need to be so formal. Call me Uncle Izzy. Everyone does. Are your servants coming later, bringing your wares? Why is it that you only have a small satchel at your side? Claptrap bit his lip. One of the things that annoyed him about It is that he insisted on never using an interspatial ring to store his wares, but instead paid servants to physically carry around the armor in boxes in a show of wealth. The amount of spare coin the man had was maddening. Embarrassed, Claptrap turned away, leaving It to chuckle at his retreating back. Claptrap made a mental note to ask the ghost hound for a tassel streamer of his, just to have something to display. Didn't even matter if it was red, it was better to have something than nothing. So Claptrap slowly removed a high-quality ivory helmet, greaves that sparkled with gold inlay, but in fact were not weakened by the use of the metal, and the ghost hound's 3 low-quality, dirty and beaten leather bracers, and tried to keep a smile on his face for the meandering customers. It was going to be a long day. Hello, Shal. Shal's gaze slid sideways from his student, who finally became serious about the competition and killed 2 bottom feeders to find one of the people he detested most in the world, Edgar. He grunted, his gaze returning to the window. The less he was forced to interact with this pompous prick, the better. I am surprised. Who knew that you would have the delicacy to train a disciple? I suppose even violence-obsessed idiots have their moments, Edgar said, stepping closer to Shal, so they were side by side as they looked out the window. I have 20 trained and tested disciples in this farce. I have given them explicit instructions that they are to have one of them on each of the stages. We will see whether your disciple will even be able to survive long enough for his tassel to unfurl. And this was why Shal detested Edgar. For as children, they had been rivals in Edgar's eyes until Shal summarily trounced him. Since then, Edgar had bootlicked his way into one of the larger styles and had become a rather well-respected instructor for new disciples, even if he was still a mediocre spear user. At every opportunity, Edgar took the opportunity to lord his training accomplishments over Shal, which was received with stony silence. After all, previously there wasn't really any competition. But now Shal had a disciple recognized by the world. Although most of the world hadn't realized it, yet there was another spear phantom in training. Normally, Shal would ignore him because your ability to train a disciple was secondary to individual strength. But there was another truth here that Shal didn't want to endanger. Shal had never lost to Edgar in anything. So despite his distaste, Shal spoke directly. On this day, a tassel of your iron spear style will be taken by the spear phantom style. I will wager. Shal paused, considering his opponent's financial straits. Then he removed an old spear from his ring, a huge, almost 3-meter-long monstrosity that had been forged of obsidian. It glittered black in the darkness, a huge hunk of black metal, the spear of the devourer. Edgar's eyes paled, and Shal experienced a certain satisfaction. All had wondered how Shal's duel with the devourer had gone, but Shal refused to speak of it. But the fact that he had the devourer's spear could only mean one thing. Shal enjoyed the expression on Edgar's face as he did some quick calculations over the worth of such a spear, and the fear and panic in Edgar's eyes when he realized what a large bet it was. But strangely, his face stilled, and he smiled. All right, I will bet this hunk of dragonheart ore as well as a bit of information. Sneering, Shal opened his mouth to deride Edgar, not even wanting to hear the information. Although the ore was valuable, it was nowhere near as valuable as the spear of the devourer. But Edgar continued speaking, and Shal froze. I'll tell you the location of Lucretia. Shal blinked, then his eyes darkened. It is a deal, he hissed through his teeth, turning back to the melee with fiery eyes. Randidly ran forward, passing stage after stage, his brooding eyes taking in the vicious struggles going on at each location, where more and more people with ideas like his would break off, swarming to the lesser populated stages that they would find for themselves, hoping to see how well they would stack up against the competition. But Randidly continued to jog, not to restore his condition, because he had almost instantly regained the stamina he had lost in his little fight. But because the heat in his chest was slowly cooling to a bubbling anger, preparing to blow up again. But at the moment, he was unsatisfied by the large crowds he ran into. Still, time was beginning to drag on. Such was the size of the location that he had been jogging for almost 20 minutes and still hadn't reached the opposite side of the arena. It was simply too large, more a small island than a boat. Although there was already a large cluster of people gathered around the current stage that Randidly was approaching, he was sorely tempted to stop and set up shop here. But again, that flicker of rage made him grind his teeth, and in order to avoid killing all of these spear users, Randidly continued to run. As he did so, he noticed that a slim young woman with spiky red hair was shadowing him, not coming too close, but also clearly following the same path as him at the same speed. Again, his temper flared, but again Randidly pushed it down. It wasn't yet clear what this woman's intentions were, but if she planned some sort of vengeance for the 2 people Randidly had killed. Shaking his head, Randidly put that out of his mind. This world was different. Perhaps killing was just killing here, and wouldn't lead to an endless cycle of revenge. Besides, the young woman wasn't really looking at him with any sort of malice, but it was a strange, deliberate intensity to her gaze that set him on edge. It was strange to him why she would look at him like this when they had never met in the past. Perhaps some relationship with Shao. The distance she maintained was enough that Randidly didn't really have any plans to turn and attack her. It would be a waste of time, and there were so many other spear users lurking around it was best to just ignore her for now. A few minutes later, Randidly arrived at the next stage, which was strangely quiet. There were fewer people here, but also there was only a single man on the stage, surrounded by around a dozen bodies. The blood was already dried, and the crowd around them was milling about, looking at each other nervously. Perhaps the most eye-catching thing about the stage is that the man standing on the stage was the two spears he held, one in each hand, both wet with blood. His grip was casual, his gaze bored, scanning the crowd with open disdain. The raw arrogance in his slouched stance ignited the rage in Randidly's heart even further. His hands tightened around his spear. Ignoring the dead bodies surrounding the strange man, Randidly picked up speed as he ran forward. Almost instinctively, he activated haste, gaining speed. When he reached the edge of the crowd, he allowed his rage to just carry him forward, activating mana strengthening and leaping, clearing the nervous group of spear users and sailing through the air. In a rather ungainly fashion, he crashed onto the stage, sliding slightly on a patch of blood that was still wet. But with the assistance of the grace skill, Randidly stabilized himself very quickly, then turned to regard the man. He had long hair cascading down his back and over his shoulders. As Randidly arrived, his eyes had narrowed, and now he was looking at him with a sneer. His skin was a yellow, very close to lime green, a bright, vibrant color that almost made the man look like a clown to Randidly's eyes. "Are you a fool? I am a disciple of the Thundercrash style. Leave or your corpse will fertilize rice," the man demanded, his eyes flashing. Randidly just grinned, leveling his spear at his opponent. With a snort, the man waved his hand, and a strange energy surged through the air, smashing towards Randidly. When it reached him, Randidly blinked and swayed. It was like 1,000s of ghost spears were surging towards him, each with the speed and ferocity of a lightning bolt. But Randidly simply frowned and focused, and the strange spiritual attack warped and shattered, cracking like glass. For a time, there was silence, as the man's expression changed from derision to contemplative. Randidly tightened his grip on his spear, his heart beginning to beat with an increased intensity. Finally, a spear user near his own level. The chance to see how well he stacks up against individuals from a world of the 5th cohort of the Nexus. "You, who are you?" the man asked slowly. "They call me the Ghost Hound. I am Tartet. It would be a great joy to kill you this day, Ghost." "I'm Diane." Both Randidly and Tartet turned, rather confused. Randidly's eyes narrowed. It was that woman with pointy red hair. Most annoyingly, she seemed content to produce a pallet from her interspatial ring, lounging on the stage in the corner. As the two men continued to stare, she straightened and frowned at them. "I'll just take the winner. It wouldn't be fair to fight 3 at a time. 2 people would just gang up and kill the third." Several seconds passed. What was most annoying was that in that same time, the crowd appeared to regain some of its confidence, perhaps boosted by the rather strange turn of events on stage. Several spear users edged towards the stage, perhaps preparing to ascend, joining the increasing number of people on stage. But Diane flicked her hand, and fresh, wet, and red wounds sprouted from 2 nearby individuals' necks. The nearby spear users once more scrambled backwards, shocked by the strange turn of events, and Diane nodded seriously. "I'll keep the trash away. May your battle be long and honorable." Tartet and Randidly turned to one another, both frowning, but as Randidly looked at that lemon-skinned idiot, it was hard not to feel his hackles rise. In the same way, Tartet began to sneer as his eyes ran over Randidly's worn leathers and his bare feet. Perhaps there was a smarter way to handle the situation, but both looked at the other and saw a person unworthy of respect. They could not both remain on the stage, allowing the other to persist. They would need to fight to demonstrate their own worth in their mind. And both knew that the other was thinking along almost the same lines, but it did not matter. It was better this way. There was an answer they would only find after crossing spears, and both were determined to find the answer they wanted. Randidly moved first, his grip on his spear tight, rushing towards his opponent. But although Randidly moved first, Tartet was the one who seemed to arrive to first, bursting into a flurry of motion, both spears ripping forward in vicious stabs. Gritting his teeth, Randidly unleashed a phantom onslaught, barely able to keep up with the amount of blows that the opposing spear user unleashed. Although Tartet's attacks were stronger, Randidly's were faster and more unpredictable, slashing upwards at weird angles, deflecting the strangely vicious strikes of his opponent. But Randidly was forced to use phantom onslaught again and again, his stamina rapidly draining down. And from the bright fire in Tartet's eyes, it did not seem like he was depleting his stamina at the speed Randidly was. The other had an advantage, and it was slowly pushing Randidly backwards. No longer did he have any attention to spare for Diane or the surrounding contestants. There was only this man in front of him, who was infuriatingly competent with his spear. But this didn't discourage Randedly. Instead, it only made him want to be able to triumph even more. In his chest, he felt the stirrings of that frost and lava energy spreading its tendrils through his limbs. Although he could feel weariness building up, it was nothing compared to the helplessness and fear that Randedly had started with those months ago. Compared to the fear of death, this was nothing. He had trained for several weeks, preparing for just this. His spear strikes were accurate and tireless, intercepting and deflecting, constantly struggling against the other's overwhelming power. Although his breathing was heavy, inwardly Randedly was calm, as he unleashed another phantom onslaught, focusing all of his will on the image he had of the move. It was unpredictable, endless, eternal, unavoidable. It flooded towards you, unstoppable. Part of the image was based on the very mental attack that Tartet had used on Randedly, but it was an accurate picture of what Randedly wanted, those endless, howling spears. It was a small thing, but Randedly felt his spear attacks during the move becoming more ephemeral and numerous, seeming to come from every direction. To Randedly's shock, Tartet just growled and his spears began to hum and vibrate. Then he launched his attacks, the spears blurring and unpredictable, but also extremely powerful, so much so that the entirety of Phantom Onslaught was blown away. Luckily, it seemed that the unpredictability cut both ways, although there was a split second where Randedly was defenseless. Tartet couldn't manage to change the path of his attacks, and the strange vibrating thrusts ripped across his ribs and shoulders, inflicting small wounds, but failing to fatally wound Randedly. Hissing out through his teeth, Randedly relied on Spear Phantom's footwork to spin around Tartet, creating some distance. His opponent's reaction was quick. The other spun around and rushed forward, the spears wildly swinging. His mouth firming into a line, Randedly planted his feet, lowered himself into one of the strange stances taught to him by the old turtle, activated haste, empower, and mana strengthening, and used sweep, his spear whipping around to crash against one of the weird, vibrating attack. The power of those blows was evenly matched, or even a little in Tartet's favor, but the momentum of his attack had been stopped, or at least that spear had been. While Randedly was stumbling, shaken, and almost unable to grip his spear due to the aftershocks of the collision, Tartet's other spear ripped forward, aiming for his heart. For once, the strange unpredictability seemed to go Tartet's way, but Randedly simply stepped backwards, creating space. Tartet leaped forward, following. Again, Randedly hissed and sidestepped with Spear Phantom's footwork, avoiding the blow, but Tartet just spun, his eyes burning, barely losing any time before leaping after Randedly. There was something about him, Randedly realized. A strangeness, a pervasive feel to the air, a hunger. His spears were hungry, and that feeling infused the entirety of his movements. Randedly's eyes narrowed. This was a skill set, a complete one that was accompanied by a very powerful image. Its effect was obvious, so much so that even he could recognize it relatively quickly. For a moment, Randedly considered using a spell, but then he pushed that down, his mouth quirking up into a grin. He would not be able to live with himself if he was walking upon this path, only to willingly leave it. Then let's see which of our images can carry us farther. Randedly whispered, his feet moving in a strange, profound way. Of all the things Shal had seen of his, he had only received a compliment on one of them that in terms of running away, he could be considered to have talent. This was the Spear Phantom, the warrior who could perfectly control his positioning in battle. Randedly moved to the side and Tartet followed, roaring and accelerating. Again, Randedly slid out of the way, and Tartet was forced to twist and leap in a new direction. Randedly was already dodging, moving out of the path of those wild spears. Now Tartet was roaring aloud, his eyes scrunched and furious. They twisted and turned, one constantly following the other, their speed slowly increasing. Strangely, Tartet managed to maintain his momentum, slowly building in intensity until his tendons and muscles strained and thrummed, throwing him back and forth, turning on a dime. But Randedly was even more impressive, and he felt it, or at least the edges of it. The utility of these steps in controlling this space that he could use to trick an opponent. Tartet wasn't an opponent that was pay attention to feints, but in that moment, Randedly felt those steps too, the infinite possibilities, the steps leading in 1,000 different paths. First haste, then empower, and now mana strengthening, he used all of his combat skills, pushing his speed further and further, leading Tartet on a wild chase. It was obvious to Randedly that Tartet couldn't handle the speed for much longer. There was a hair of hesitation during the turn where there wasn't before, as his opponent struggled to keep his feet while they danced back and forth. But Randedly's stamina and mana depleted just as rapidly, limiting how long he could continue like this, or it would if not for his expression remaining placid. Even as his fury burned hot and proud in his chest, he drew 300 stamina from the rings on his fingers, upping the speed a little bit more, appearing behind Tartet and finally attacking with a phantom thrust. For a second, Randedly thought that the attack would hit his opponent without a hitch. But then Tartet spun weirdly, causing the attack to only inflict a flesh wound, and also positioning himself with one spear held high and angled downward, the other low and angled upwards. Before he could react, those spears snapped forward, like the jaws of a wolf, one ripping a gash in Randedly's thigh, the other digging a deep hole in his shoulder. Just as quick, they pulled back into that position and then sprung forward, that hunger that pervaded his spear-style howling, wanting more. But Randedly had already activated Phantom Half-Steps several times in a row during that split second, teleporting himself some distance away. He had teleported himself so far away that he was off the stage and tumbled into the crowd. His fall knocked some individuals over, splattering them with his blood. They yelled first in shock and then in anger and regained their feet and rushed towards him, spears raised. They were like bottom feeders, avoiding the strong but content to attack the weak. Randedly didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he was staring at Tartet. After Randedly retreated rapidly backwards, Tartet sneered down at him and then turned away. With a clear dismissal, Tartet walked cautiously towards Diane. The disappointment in Randedly's chest was hot and fresh, and strangely familiar. It was the same feeling he had gotten when he had conceded the match against Donaton's classers. It was the bitter truth that his spear skills were not enough alone for him to win here. Although he truly had some talent when it came to dodging, using Spear Phantom's footwork, his spear work hadn't come together enough for him to inflict damage with his attacks. He simply would walk into traps in that way. The spear users around him surged closer, thrusting out with their weapons, their faces gleeful and vindictive. Still, Randedly ignored them, his pulse pounding in his ears. He had wanted this to go differently. He had wanted his spear arts to slowly grow through battle, becoming peerless in a single day. Idiocy, his fists clenched. This was a lot like the Donaton challenges all over again, but he had been even more harsh on his inclusion of moves. Another difference was that when it came down to it, the only thing holding him back was his pride, not fear of killing. So this challenge would turn out very, very differently, that Randedly swore. With blazing eyes, Randedly activated Agony, which smashed outward, turning those gleeful faces into stunned and stupefied expressions. A dozen phantom thrusts ripped out, killing the briefly stunned spear users around him. Some of the others were able to withstand the pain, but they still looked at Randedly with fearful expressions. Dropping all pretenses, Randedly drew several potions, 1 health, 1 mana, and 3 stamina, and drank them all, putting him much closer to an optimal condition. His flesh slowly closed, the bleeding ceasing. Blood continued to pound wildly in his ears. The ether in his chest was furiously pulsing now. Fine, Randedly growled, hopping back up onto the platform. Let's play for keeps. Tartet slowed his walk and glanced over his shoulder, clearly shocked, and Randedly noticed the second that Agony's range extended to the man, because his face immediately tightened. You are a mage, Tartet whispered, crossing his spears defensively in front of him. Randedly didn't bother to answer, instead just walked forward, his spear spinning slowly. With the addition of spells, Randedly had no doubt that he would be able to handle this challenger, and likely all of the bottom feeders surrounding the stage. He wondered why he had been too timid to do this in the beginning. This sort of power was exactly what the people of this world wanted. He should have recognized it from the beginning, based upon the strange tradition of tassels. It was time for this place to bear witness to the ghost hound. But before Randedly could attack, a strange chime rang out, filling every corner of the arena. Then a voice echoed outward, a low, calm male voice who seemed almost bored with his words. We have reached the 1-hour threshold for the qualifier for the regional tournament. At current 23 of the contestants have been eliminated, either by withdrawing or otherwise. There was a long moment of silence as the cold voice continued, still bored. There are currently 21 individuals standing across the 10 stages. As a show of their accomplishments, their tassels will be displayed over the stages on which they stand, until they are defeated. On cue, long poles slid out from the central tower, carrying with them a number of tassels between 1 and 3. The one above Randedly's stage had 3. His own, a rich emerald with gold lettering. A disgusting-looking yellow tassel with black letters that belonged to Tartet. But the final tassel was just as strange and eye-catching as Randedly's. It was red-violet, and the name of the contestant and style were written in a sickly white. After a few seconds to consider the strange concept of tassels, Randedly lowered his gaze, his eyes narrowed. It was time to fight. Tartet was still gazing upwards, his eyes shocked and slightly vacant. Randedly glanced around, and it seemed like everyone was just shocked by this announcement. Was it his emerald causing trouble again? Well, it didn't matter. He had resolved himself to taking all of the attention, so this little extra was nothing. He would blow away all resistance with force. I'll say this once. If you don't ready yourself, I'll kill you. Randedly remarked coldly, and Tartet looked down, his eyes focusing. Why are you and her together? Tartet mumbled, but he raised his spears, some of his fighting spirit coming back to him. Sensing that some of Tartet's reaction was actually to the other tassel, Diane's, Randedly turned and looked at the girl. And it was a good thing he did. The head of a spear flashed in front of him, approaching as fast as a biting snake. Randedly jerked his head to the side and was able to narrowly escape with a small scratch. Growling, he hopped backwards, but as he made to land, his feet wouldn't obey him, and he tumbled onto his back, a strange numbness suffusing his body. Perhaps the snake metaphor was too apt. Poison, so it was you. Randedly could barely raise his head to look, but the voice was female, and the soft footfalls from the location where Diane had been standing revealed her. To think it would end like this, die miserably, and let this cycle of revenge end forever. Diane raised her hand and flicked her fingers. As she did so, Randedly finally saw her weapon. It seemed to be more whip than spear, a long, ropey coil that ended in a viciously sharp and poisoned spearhead. And at that moment, with his body barely responding to his commands, the spearhead whistled towards Randedly's heart. When the tassels were revealed, the area in the viewing tower around Shal fell silent. Egger's expression turned nasty as he saw that only 4 of the stages contained the tassel of the iron spear style, which even Shal had to admit was something of an accomplishment, even if only the non-core disciples of the style were sent out. But as Egger looked out and finally saw the tassel with the spear phantom style written on it and the tassel next to it. Vampirus took a disciple, Egger said, gasping. Shal nodded slowly. It had been news to him too, but none would fake their association with that style. Even before Shal had acted, the spearman school had turned against them. It appears, Shal said slowly, that the line of Vampirus the Devourer has not yet ended. It was perhaps fate, Shal reflected, that he had bet Vampirus' spear earlier with Egger, a fate that was very heavy and was now on the shoulders of his inexperienced disciple. It would be a trial, but no great spear was ever forged without fire. Strangely, Shal found himself smiling, even though obtaining information on Lucretia was riding on his strange disciple that he had found lost and classless in one of the fiercest dungeons near Qtao. Even though the Devourer would not lightly take a disciple, and it seemed very possible that that small girl was hiding even more secrets on her body. Besides, even if Randedly lost, Shal wouldn't lose hope. He would kill Egger and force the information he wanted out of him, and damn the consequences. So Shal smiled, watching the battle below, because for the first time in a long time, Shal had found what direction he should be heading in. The whip spear rapidly advanced towards Randedly's body, which even with his prodigious regeneration and poison resistances, he wasn't able to muster more than the most flailing and ungraceful movement. It must truly be a powerful poison that was contained on the edge of that blade. But his eyes simply narrowed, and Randedly did something that he wouldn't have thought he would ever do in an actual battle. He summoned a root avatar. He pressed as hard as he could with his mana, and the roots erupted out of the ground, twining and spinning upward, forming a trunk, a torso, arms, and the spear before the opponent's weapon arrived. And it simply stood there as the spearhead sunk harmlessly into its chest, before ripping its roots out of the ground and advancing with mechanical steps towards Diane. She frowned. No matter how you struggle, it will be short. That poison would reduce anyone without the poison resistance skill to a corpse in minutes. Even with that skill, someone who didn't have it at least at LVL 20 would be weakened for days. Then she stretched her whip spear out, and Randedly noticed that the rope was covered in thin blades. She threw it forward, and the weapon ripped the root avatar in half and continued forward, aiming for his chest. But the avatar did not really have any weaknesses. As opposed to being weakened by being cut in half, it was now able to move in 2 different directions. The roots that had previously made up the legs exploded upwards, grabbing the spear whip and pulling it downwards, bringing it crashing to the ground. The torso pulled itself along, heading towards Diane. Tartet, who had been watching up to this point, stepped forward. I do not like interfering in another's duel, but you are weak, Ghost Hound. For that, I sentence you to death. Abruptly, Tartet, his eyes widening, stopped speaking. The reason for this was the fist-sized hole in his chest, obliterating his left lung, that was caused by Randedly's incinerating bolt. It was truly a move that moved too fast for you to respond to it. Tartet stumbled backwards, spitting up some blood, but Diane's advance forced Randedly to turn his attention away before he could send more than a spearing roots to finish him off. Even now, the insidious, nauseating pain of the poison spread through his body, becoming more pervasive with each beat of his heart. But Randedly's body was marshalling its own defenses. Not only was his regeneration already quite high, but he also had several passive skills boosting his resistance and regeneration. He was quite weak, and that didn't look like it would change soon, but he could at least move. To make himself even more mobile, he created a thick root and pulled it out of the ground and wrapped it around his waist. More roots sprung upwards, twining around his arms and neck, keeping his body in position. What he saw made him frown, although the avatar's torso had crawled valiantly towards Diane. By the time they had crossed paths, the location of the spear's cut had begun to fester and foam, and nearly all of the body had withered to nothing. That poison acted so quickly, on just the roots. What did that mean? It was doing inside of him right now. Better not to think of it. And anyway, Randedly had more pressing issues. Diane slowed as she approached, avoiding the waves of spearing roots that he sent up towards her legs. She was soon covered in dozens of tiny scratches, but she was able to use her quick reflexes and speed to move past most of them, advancing rapidly towards Randedly. Gritting his teeth, Randedly shakily raised his hand and unleashed an incendiary bolt. His body was getting very close now if he could hold out a little longer. But as Randedly expected, because she had seen him use it on Tartet, Diane was able to spring to the side, buying Randedly a few short seconds, but hardly giving him a serious solution to stop Diane's advance. Seeing no other choice, Randedly closed his eyes and focused inward. Then he let all the weakness and frustration and fear that was creeping up in his heart rush together and form a ball, a hot and violent core within him. This woman wanted to truly kill him, for some reason he didn't understand. She had ways of reducing him to an invalid, but still, he would not stop walking forward. As he opened his eyes, Randedly wasn't surprised to find that Diane had rushed forward, crossing almost all of the distance towards him. But in that time, the strange ether in his chest began to pound. He wanted it. He wanted this victory, and in that moment, it was almost an all-consuming obsession. Wall of thorns, plants sprang upwards, weaving together, forming a barrier between the two of them, and Diane cursed. Idiot, still running and hiding. She lashed out with her whip and was surprised to find that the barrier didn't fall immediately. Growling, she attacked again, and all of the wall was shredded, visibly withering and dying even before the scraps landed on the ground. Diane blinked. Randedly was gone. Or rather, he was above, reaching the apex of the jump of pierce the skies, shatter the earth. And at that moment, his grin manic, he pointed his spear downwards and began to fall, his slightly numb fingers curling around the shaft of his spear. Claptrap had been able to sell his ornate helmet for a decent profit, and that would sustain him for a while longer, but otherwise, it had been a very disappointing market. Although plenty of customers had walked past, they simply didn't even notice that he was a separate stand than the two lavish setups on either side of him. Honestly, immediately after he had sold the helmet, Claptrap experienced intense regret, for he realized just how much of a draw that ornate helmet had been. Without its high-quality craftsmanship and materials to draw the eye, Claptrap's small stand was just a piece of wood in the eyes of the powerful spear users who would come to this high market. Although it was frustrating, no one had even noticed the engraved bracers that he had received from the ghost hound. They simply were too shabby looking, at this rate. Just then Claptrap looked up, only to frown as he saw a large group walking down the aisle towards the location where his booth was located. Located at the front was a grinning man, who was clearly being bootlicked by the oily Izzet, who was rubbing his hands together in a disgusting way, practically drooling at the thought of obtaining such fat sheep. And fat sheep they were, because in the middle of their group, a towering ogre of a woman stood with a tassel held aloft, a soft blue, barely more than white. It was the Crashing Wave style, who were the largest style in Qtal and the surrounding area. Well, it's hard to say. We do business with a lot of merchants, the grinning man was saying, rubbing his beard. We don't really have exclusive contracts, but of course, we are amenable to competitive pricing. Don't you worry about that. Ask anyone. Uncle Izzy gives you all you are entitled to, and more for a fair price, Izzet said, his eyes crinkling so far he looked like some sort of chubby night terror. Seeing him like that walking with people from such a big style, it was too much, and Claptrap felt something snap inside of him. Almost before he had realized what had happened, he had slammed his fist down on his small booth, cursing his luck, cursing himself for running away from Seal without saying anything, even cursing Seal in a small part of his heart, for driving him away from his happy life to this. To be overtaken by this bootlicker. The grinning man turned at the noise, tilting his head to the side. Most of the surrounding merchants were looking at Claptrap too, slightly shocked. It wasn't that loud noises were uncommon in the area, just that, had there been a small stand there this whole time. Ah, Claptrap. Oh, sir, this is a minor merchant with which I have some small dealings. Perhaps we should check his stock. Izzet's eyes had already scanned what was on the table in front of Claptrap, and his mouth had twitched slightly after he had examined it all. Although Claptrap was sure he was a better judge of quality, Izzet was still a wily old merchant. He clearly saw the low-quality nature of the bracers on the table, and he wasn't going to miss this chance to humiliate Claptrap. He occasionally has unusual finds. Anything worth this honored sir's time, Claptrap. The question was obviously a trap, a part of Claptrap noticed, but humiliation and frustration and rage were all mixed inside of them, and they insisted he refused to back down. So Claptrap raised his head proudly and said, "Of course, would honored sir please examine these bracers?" Izzet's face was twisted between shock, caution, and excitement, as he struggled to understand why Claptrap wouldn't back off, but the grinning man came forward, his amused expression still in place. The man seemed to know that some sort of posturing was going on behind the scenes, but it was clear that he didn't really mind, as long as it was amusing. And approaching these poorly stitched bracers, he had no doubt that it would be. The man picked up the first bracer. Randidly descended, picking up speed, and Diane only looked up at the last second, her eyes widening with realization. Which was good, because Randidly couldn't do much fine spear work yet, even if his body was slowly struggling to throw off the poison. But Randidly couldn't care less what he couldn't do, because he was sure right now that there was one thing that he could do, and that was to end this strange, poison woman. He landed with a crash, Diane just scrambling backwards. Unfortunately, the shockwave knocked her even farther away, disorientating her, but only injuring her slightly. Randidly pulled on his rings, gathering up the rest of his stamina and mana. Several bursts of spearing roots ripped upwards, and Diane didn't notice until one had already pierced her thigh, wriggling upward in a strange Root Y victory dance. Her eyes widened, and she showed a surprisingly decisive personality as she twisted, ripping the hole in her leg even more widely, but she was able to use her spear whip to sever the roots in the surrounding area. Another wave of spearing roots was on its way, but she was perhaps just as skilled as Randidly at fleeing. She flicked her whip out, and following the elongated weapon, Randidly was surprised to find it wrapped around the leg of a surprised Tartet, who appeared to have just regained his feet, mostly recovered. Yanking on the whip, Diane's body blurred sideways, out of the oncoming roots, shooting sideways over towards Tartet, who fell to the ground with a yelp, unable to withstand the sudden force. Eyes narrowing, Randidly raised his hand, his eyes of the spear phantom focusing to a pinpoint. Incendiary bolt. It shot forward, aimed directly into Diane's path, and she didn't see it until the last second. It struck the hand that held her weapon, ripping a hole in her palm and knocking the weapon out of her hand. She tried to use what remained of her hand to steady her fall, but the hand gave out, and her face smashed into the ground, her nose breaking with an audible crack. Randidly grinned and pointed, spearing roots ripping upwards out of the ground, ripping through Diane's armor. But she wiggled like a fish and was able to avoid any serious wounds. And also, with her good hand, she had produced a potion, a pink one that Randidly recognized as the same type that the Yeti had used, that appeared to restore everything to the user. He raised his hand to send another incendiary bolt, but Tartet regained his feet and stood between the two of them, blocking Randidly's line of sight. Ghost Hound, spear users do not stoop to fighting with mag. Randidly's mind was ignoring Tartet, considering the options at 1,000,000 thoughts a second. Root manipulation would require more sight to use, spearing roots had proven ineffective. Summon Pestilence took too long, incendiary bolt would just lose its killing power on Tartet. Circle of Flame and Agony don't have the range. Randidly needed to close the difference and ideally eliminate the interference from Tartet as soon as possible. The spear advances, ash trails. Randidly's eyes burned with the image, the explosion of force, the purity in a simple spearhead advancing. He saw it too, the implacable deadliness of Diane's spear, the hunger of Tartet's spear. But that was not his spear. His was a spear with tyrannical momentum, a spear that would not stop no matter the obstacle. His was a spear that advances. His body was sent flying like a ragdoll, and Randidly flew forward in his wake, twisting slightly midair. Although he was unable to control his momentum mostly due to the continued effect of the poison, but he was satisfied with still moving forward towards Diane. Randidly raised his spear and activated Empower and Haste, his eyes locked on Diane's throat. There was a strange maroon energy around her, slowly spreading outward, but Randidly ignored it, forcing his will down and wrapping it around his spear almost instinctively. Immediately, he could faintly see an emerald energy around his spear, and Randidly wondered if this was battle intent, but it was only a fleeting thought, and he used Phantom Thrust. The spear ripped forward, cutting into the strange energy without any ill effects, swiftly advancing towards Diane's vulnerable throat. Their eyes met, Diane's narrowed and bitter, Randidly's glowing emerald and vicious. "This is your fault, you pushed me to this," her eyes seemed to say. "I only take your life because you tried to take mine," his eyes answered. But as his spear ripped forward, that energy surrounding it was slowly devoured, reduced to nothing, leaving only the spear. At the last second, his spear sunk a fraction of an inch into Diane's throat, drawing blood. The second after that, all of the emerald energy was gone, and there truly was only the spear, which instantly disintegrated to nothing within that maroon energy. Eyes narrowing, Randidly leaped back, his body clumsily reacting to his command still. The energy exploded outwards, not exactly following him, but more like flowing towards him in his direction. He raised his hand to protect his face and continued to retreat backwards. Very quickly he had outstripped it because the energy flared, then fell back, settling around Diane. She looked at him strangely then, raising the pink potion to her lips. Randidly looked at his hand. Most of the flesh on the front had been stripped away, leaving only bloody muscle and bone. The rings on his right hand were ruined, melted to nothing. Luckily, his interspatial ring was on his other hand. Drinking his own potions, Randidly eyed her just as she eyed him. You surprised me." Both of their eyes said. Ghost Hound Tartet said, struggling to his feet, panting, "You freaking piece of shit. I'll kill you for humiliating me like this." Tartet was wounded too and produced his own potions, drinking them quickly. The three stood, eyeing each other warily. Randedly had missed his chance to kill them both due to the interference of the other, and it appeared that the other two knew it. But it was also clear that to Diane and Tartet it was still 1v1v1. They would not work together, that was their pride. Even so, Randedly would have an extremely difficult time. His breathing had returned to even, and he removed another bone spear from his ring, but he had played out most of his hidden moves. Meanwhile, it was impossible to determine exactly what this strange energy that Diane made could do, and Randedly didn't doubt that Tartet knew another move to make his skill set so powerful. Randedly didn't know how much time was remaining, but it was going to be. "Ill-fated peasants, why do you bled over my stage?" Claptrap kept his face carefully neutral. The grinning man was no longer grinning. His face was still as the ran his fingers over the bracer. Almost reverently, he set it back down and picked up the next one. Here too he took his time, his fingers deftly tracing the engraved lines that the ghost hound had left in the leather. Claptrap felt it, growing in him like a noxious weed, abating his anger. It was hope spreading wildly. He wouldn't possibly be taking so much time, if it was just for a joke, now could he? It was now hovering behind the man, but from a distance, it was impossible to see the engraved lines, filled with a rich and vibrant mana. So he could only wonder why this man, a member of the great crashing wave style, would spend so much time on a piece of leather armor that he could have made himself, with barely any levels in his leatherwork skill. The man set the second bracer down and picked up the third, which was the ghost hound's greatest, with an effectiveness of 52. The man's eyes tightened, but he said nothing, taking the time to use his fingers to explore every inch of the engraving. Claptrap was starting to realize that he was searching for something, but he couldn't be sure what that was. As it was, he could only wait. The man set the final bracer down and spoke. "Madam Adept, a moment of your time." Claptrap and Izzet both paled as the towering woman handed off the tassel to one of the other members of her style and walked slowly forward. She was one of the adepts of the crashing wave style. Although they had a few dozen spear artisans, even the largest style in Qtal only had 3 adepts at the moment, and considering her prodigious size and gender, there was only one that fit that description. Ivka the Slow Tide. Her eyes flicked across the bracers, then she blinked slowly. Is this a joke? Claptrap stood there for several seconds before it became clear to him that in fact she was talking to him. No, but he didn't really know what would be a joke about his wares. Then he realized and stammered, or at least I don't think so. A man approached me, saying he was a novice engraver, unaffiliated with the guilds. Claptrap stumbled to a stop, and from the way that Izzet's eyes widened, he suddenly regret that he had stammered that out so easily, where anyone could hear him. The guilds took their trade very seriously, and took certain steps to ensure that any individuals with the talent for engraving joined their guild, or they became unable to engrave in a series of tragic accidents. If Izzet would leak that information or worse, try to blackmail him with it. But Ivka just chuckled, her laughter and voice slow and even. You need not lie, friend. I am aware that the guilds occasionally send out their apprentices with a shell merchant in order for them to gain experience, but I would never have guessed that the guilds would come to such a small place as our Qtal. Claptrap couldn't respond. He just opened and closed his mouth. Izzet was now looking at him with narrowed eyes, calculating. Ivka continued to speak. Perhaps then when you are willing to display your true wares, we can do business. Come, 7. The grinning man 7, whose easy smile had returned, spared Claptrap a glance before following Ivka away. Hesitating for a moment, Izzet decided quickly to scurry after them, still interested in a deal. But from the stink eye he gave Claptrap over his shoulder, this business wasn't concluded, and Izzet still had his suspicions. Abruptly alone and with the gazes of the surrounding merchants on him, Claptrap felt very cold. Why had he said that? After shivering for several minutes, he abruptly put the bracers away and left, not even bothering to speak to the event staff. He needed space and some time to think what saying that would mean for his business. Would this ghost hound end up being a blessing or a curse? Despite his high status as the most talented recruit of the Iron Spear style, he had simply jogged around the arena for the first hour, content to wait things out. He saw many powerful spear users that aroused his fighting spirit, but he had received instruction from his master, eager to help the Iron Spear style dominate every stage. He had even taken to wearing a disguise, so he wouldn't be recognized. After all, in Qtal and the surrounding areas, the most talented disciple the Iron Spear style had seen in 50 years needed no introduction. Just his trademark aura of confidence was enough to make lesser opponents quake with fear. Much to his disappointment, only 4 of the stages had the tassel of the Iron Spear style at the halfway point. He shook his head sorrowfully, but it could not be helped. After all, although he had done all he could to assist his fellow disciples, they didn't possess his talent and poise. They would never understand the iron spear style like he would. It was a style focused on steadfastness in the face of adversity, of withstanding incredible pressure without bending. It was perhaps not the flashiest style, which disappointed him somewhat, but that didn't matter. After all, his shocking performance would be flashy enough to make up for any weaknesses in the style. As he jogged past a stage, he looked up to see that the crowd here was rather thin. Although there were already 3 people on the stage, they all seemed to be heavily injured and were carefully sipping potions while eyeing each other up. Cowards. Seeing the first stepping stone he would take to lead the iron spear style to greatness, he moved forward, heading towards the crowd. Apparently, even his talent for disguises was too impressive, for as he pushed his way through the crowd, no one gave him a second glace. He secretly memorized all of their faces with his prodigious memory, swearing to repay this slight 1,000-fold. As he moved to the front, he realized how decidedly pathetic all 3 of the spear users up on stage were. He hadn't seen any of their moves, but all 3 of them had ripped clothes and dried blood on their bodies, evidencing their earlier wounds. One wasn't even wearing shoes. Grinning, he removed his cape and mask with a flourish, revealing himself right at the edge of the stage. No one around him wavered as they stared intently up at the 3 on the stage, and those 3 continued their strange, pregnant silence, as if waiting for a sign that they should overcome their fear and resume fighting. There was currently no honor here. He would change that. "Ill-fated peasants, why do you bleed over my stage?" he said, stepping grandly up onto the stage with the 3 cowards. For several long seconds they did nothing. The closest, the pitiful, shoeless one, didn't even turn. A man foolish enough to wield 2 spears at once squinted at him, then yawned. The woman spared the new arrival a glance, but then turned back to the shoeless one. He was infuriated. To think that these fools would have the audacity to ignore him. Well, he would show them all how high the sky truly was. He drew his spear, which was a beautiful piece of artisanship, studded with precious materials to boost its effectiveness. It even had a very basic gazelle engraving, which boosted his agility and reaction. With this spear, he would. He stilled, his eyes locking with the far man's, who used 2 spears. In that man's eyes, he saw a desolate wilderness and a rising storm of spears threatening to engulf him. They were endless and hungry, those spears, like a pack of hyenas, and they rushed forward, aiming to eat him alive. Sweating, he used every ounce of will to dispel the illusion, emerging to stagger forward slightly. The man snorted, looking away. His eyes narrowed. To think they would rely on underhanded mental attacks in order to throw him off his game. Truly, these 3 were bumpkins, because they didn't recognize him as the most talented member of the Iron Spear style. And obviously, the Iron Spear was not one that could be swayed by petty illusions. The Iron Spear was a style that. His gaze met the woman's. Her eyes were dark, so dark that the irises seemed black from this distance, and he found himself unable to look away. As their gazes remained locked in spite of his struggles, he found that the edges of his vision began to darken. Slowly but surely, piece by piece, his vision was ripped away at the edges, consumed by the darkness in her eyes. As his gaze narrowed, there was less that he could see apart from those eyes, and even more quickly he was drawn into them, until it felt like he was falling to his death there. Abruptly he blinked, finding himself sitting on the ground, trembling, his spear laying next to him. He had no idea what had happened, or how long this had been going on for, but he was filled with shame and a vicious anger. After this, he would track down these bumpkins and murder their families in their sleep. "We won't move while you deal with him," the woman said, glancing at the far man. The far man nodded, sneering. The close man tilted his head to the side. "Why me? You are closest," the far man countered. Seemingly despite himself, the close man chuckled. "It's already taken care of." He gritted his teeth and stood, furious that this shoeless savage would treat him so jokingly. When his spear was deep in the near man's gut, he would. But instead of standing, he toppled over and then vomited all over his spear. As he struggled upwards, his vision began to swim, the edges blurring. But he was well trained and his style specialized in defeating illusions, so he marshaled his will and created a wave of power that should clear his head. Nothing happened. His vision grew dark and he could feel his mouth start to foam. The nearest man turned and regarded him for a second. The near man's gaze didn't inspire illusions, and it didn't consume his line of sight, but there was something more intimidating about the mild, light green gaze. It was a look that demonstrated how little this near man cared about him. It was a look that, for the first time in his life, made him feel inferior. "Poi, son," he mumbled, his fat tongue barely obeying him as he collapsed forward. Randidly tusked inwardly, and Diane's eyes narrowed, and Tartet scowled. The energy around Diane expanded, eating up the pollen of the rafflesia that had been drifting towards her. For his part, Tartet raised his vibrating spears, which also seemed to destroy the pollen. Randidly shook his head, lamenting the fact that one idiot could waste the 10 or so minutes he had wasted standing here, hoping the pollen would drift towards one of them, knocking them out, and giving him the chance to inflict a killing blow. Usher randomly glanced behind him towards the voice. A beautiful woman with long brown hair gestured helplessly. I'm just going to remove the trash so. Shrugging, randomly spared the man who pulled out a fancy spear just to vomit on it one more glance. Then he turned back to Diane and Tartet. He listened very carefully, but he needn't have bothered. The woman came on stage and simply dragged the twitching body away, swiftly leaving. After she left as one, the three of them raised their spears, flexed their hands, and cracked their necks. Well then, I suppose this is as good a time as any to kill you, Tartet said lazily. Diane said nothing, her strangely intense gaze still on Randidley. Randidley was never the one-liner type, so he simply walked forward, a smile on his face as his feet carried him forward on his path. Tartet and Diane glanced at each other warily. Although both didn't want the other's help, both knew that Randidley's spells gave him an edge that was hard to overcome with pure spear work. As such, if they didn't work together, it was highly possible that Randidley could overwhelm them from attacks from too many directions and eliminate them. But they also didn't want to take any concerted actions to stop it. Randidley casually walked forward, waving his spear, unwilling to give them much time to work out their plan. A hole sprung up in the middle of the stage, large enough for a child to crawl into. And out of that, a dozen root spiders crawled out, skittering over the ground. Both Diane and Tartet gaped, unsure of what they were seeing. Although he had wanted the pollen of the Rafflesia plan to work, Randidley had never held out much hope. So he had been hollowing out a small area underneath the stage in the meantime, his two opponents suspecting nothing as he drank mana potion after mana potion and began summoning root spiders. The strange creatures began skittering towards Diane and Tartet, and both raised their spears, ready to meet them. Although they didn't recognize them, they did have some sense of their strength, and they were only distracting, as always. The true threat lay with Randidley. Randidley continued to stalk forward, walking closer to the two of them. The root spiders circled around them, threatening but not moving. His two opponents exchanged a glance, which was exactly what Randidley was waiting for. The ground underneath Tartet erupted, thick roots springing out to drag him down into the ground. Tartet cursed and struggled, his two vibrating spears ripping through the roots, but he still toppled forward from his initial momentum, falling into the hole, which was tightly packed with more root spiders. They leaped at him, showing their teeth. Randidley turned his eyes to Diane. That trap would hold Tartet for a time, but wouldn't be able to kill him. But once Diane was out of the picture. Accelerating forward, Randidley ran, his root spiders leaping behind him. Her eyes sparkling, Diane raised her whip spear and swiped forward, the weapon extending and slashing outward. Without missing a beat, Randidley sidestepped and his spiders leapt over the strike. Her face flushing, Diane lashed out more. But just like his roots hadn't worked on her, now that Randidley had seen her use the weapon, it was rather easy to avoid at this range. The true danger was when it was in close quarters, and a stray attack could break the skin and once more spread that poison throughout his body. The potions and his own resiliency had been able to drive away most of the effects, but there was still a strange stiffness to him that he wasn't able to shake. His body could eliminate it well enough to run, but there appeared to be some residue, so he had a vested interest in staying as far as possible from additional damage from those strikes. And as Randidley rushed closer, he hoped that his Spear Phantom's footwork was enough to keep the distance he needed to avoid those attacks. Diane kept throwing strikes forward, but Randidley moved between them, and the root spiders came close enough to start leaping at her. Cursing, she stumbled backwards, slicing them away. Randidley took advantage of the distraction and arrived before her, using haste, empower, and mana strengthening to push his Spear Phantom's footwork to a frightening level of efficacy. Raising his spear, Randidley aimed for the shoulder she used to hold her spear whip and used Phantom Thrust. Her reactions, however, were still top-notch. She spun away, losing a tuft of her already short hair as she ducked and twisted through Randidley's follow-up attack. She raised her spear whip, but he wasn't about to give her a chance to use it. While summoning spearing roots to attack her legs from behind, Randidley used Phantom Onslaught, unleashing thrust after thrust. If she refused to succumb to the precision stuff, better to drown her while he had her on her heels. But she continued to surprise him. Twisting her feet in a weird way, she hopped a few inches off the ground, stepping on his spearing roots, using them to vault over his head and flip to safety. Even so, she only had a brief second of respite before Randidley arrived, using Phantom Onslaught again. But her move had given her enough room to bring around her spear whip, and she was currently out of the range of the root spiders, so she was able to defend against his attack, or at least most of it. Perhaps if it was the only move, she would have survived without a scratch. But it had been refined through the clash with Tartet, and several of his thrusts during the onslaught ripped large gashes in her shoulders and torso. Gasping, she stumbled backwards, her eyes flashing. With gritted teeth, she said, "You." Circle of flame, a blast of fire expanded outwards, cutting of her speech and sending her stumbling backwards. His eyes glittering, Randidley advanced, his spear raised. After 3 steps, however, a spear burst out of the ground, vibrating fiercely. Randomly immediately sensed it and dodged to the side, but it ripped into his calf, severing several very important tendons. He hissed in annoyance. They would heal, but it would take a while. "You imbecile, did you think that was enough to give me pause?" Tartet asked, bursting out of the ground. His scowl seemed carved on his face, but as he glanced to the side towards the fellow challenger, his eyes narrowed further, and the scowl dropped away, revealing a hint of something else, of fear. Panting, Diane stood, her hand held up in front of her. Around her hand that strange energy swirled, going faster and faster, forming a vortex around her hand, slowly growing larger, soon spreading to envelope all of her. "Do you dare, disciple of the Phantom Sect?" she hissed, her expression haughty. "This is the path of the devourer, the greedy hand. Before it, all attacks are eaten." Tartet hastily backed away, clearly recognizing this move. Randedly didn't know it, but again their eyes locked. "Flee before me," her proud gaze seemed to say. "My spiders are gnawing on your Achilles. You cannot move," he answered. They both stood there while the energy around her hand grew more and more chaotic. As he watched, her fingers warped, then bent and cracked backwards, causing her to groan softly. So the strange energy would even devour her, a foolish move then. But thinking of his own agony, Randedly couldn't help but smile. Perhaps there was some appeal to foolish moves after all. Most of all, Randedly realized that he needed to be true to his image of the spear if he wanted to continue to improve, and his spear would advance in the face of anything. After briefly considering trying to surround his spear with that strange intent energy again, he swiftly discarded it. Diane's previous intent burnt through his rather quickly, and this looked even more fearsome. That wasn't the answer. He had to advance. But perhaps the spear wouldn't always be the weapon that he chose to use to do so. So Randedly raised his hands, reaching deep inside himself. "Let me see how hungry that hand of yours really is," Randedly whispered. "Inspiration, pestilence, descend, flood this land." As his disciple raised his hands, Shal narrowed his eyes. He had learned a lot of things in his travels, had seen a lot of different skills and spells, but his disciple was strange. When he looked at him, he only saw a being that was extremely talented at survival, but without many other strengths to speak of. But as Shal watched this battle, he was forced to admit that when it came down to it, everything else was just applied survival. Just that skill was enough to let his disciple dominate these two talented spear users. He supposed he should feel proud of the performance, but it was all done so sloppily, he was definitely going to beat some sense into that disciple after this. The greedy hand brought back some memories that Shal preferred not to think about, and put him in a morose mood. If he hadn't been so cheered by watching the three spear users dismiss Egger's disciple so decisively, he might have gotten up and left. That move would also pose an interesting challenge to Randedly. After all, even Shal had struggled against the user of that move, although the user was on a completely different level of strength. It was almost impossible to directly overwhelm, and without the spear phantom skill set to attack the girl directly. Then Shal heard the buzzing and looked up. His eyes widened. A huge cloud swirled above the arena, so large it blotted out the sun. It drifted downward, and the buzzing swiftly became a droning, a deafening chorus of hatred and hunger. Shal almost chuckled as he watched the millions of bugs swirl downwards in a funnel, heading towards that hungry, vicious energy in the girl's hands. "You certainly don't slouch when you make a decision, do you? Perhaps it was fate that we met, disciple." Chittering their defiance, the bugs crashed into the energy. Randedly could only focus forward. If he would allow his mind to waver, his focus to slide to his numerous pains, concerns about the result of this, Tartet's presence, what he would do after this when his mana was lost to him, he would lose his edge, and the bugs would collapse into a swarm that would devour everything, probably even him. These bugs seemed to be about double the size of the normal bugs, and quite a lot meaner, with sharp pincers, so Randedly did not let his focus waver. He was the bugs and they were a spear, spinning downwards, tighter and tighter, thrusting forward, always advancing. Distantly, he could see Diane as her eyes widened at the sight of this calamity that descended from the sky, but then the spear, probably as tall as a building, with a small lake of bugs above that continued fueling it, crashed down into that energy that Diane held aloft. Immediately before the bugs arrived, Randedly did see how the energy flared around her hand and grew wider, the rotation speeding up, but then there was only the bugs, and the humming filled his very bones as Randedly struggled to keep all of the disparate creatures under control. They were violent and hungry, and seemingly all with their little spark of intelligence, although it didn't proceed much past it. Unfortunately, they were much more poorly behaved than his delightful root spiders, which so easily followed basic commands. Of course, Randedly had no doubt that 4 or 5 of these would tear a root spider to pieces in less than 10 seconds. So there were trade-offs, but as the pounding in his head grew more sharp, he wondered whether it was worth it. But he set that thought aside and pressed with every ounce of focus that he had, driving those bugs downward in a tight spiral. He had to keep them there or they would spread, and he would lose the piercing power of the spear image he forced over their forms. From that, he could feel that even though Diane was able to devour almost all of the bugs, she was slowly getting pushed back, as more and more arrived, faster than her energy could consume, and Randidly had more. With burning eyes, he raised his hand and pulled, and several thin tendrils of bugs spiraled downward, joining the huge spear that crashed into the area of Diane's figure, now completely obscured by the buzzing and droning of pestilence. They made the spear swell, growing larger and more vicious, and Randidly started to feel some of his insects pelting the ground, beginning to eat the very ground out from under her. Randidly could have controlled them to a more offensive direction, but it would have taken focus that he wasn't sure he could spare, so he allowed them to continue their mindless feeding on the stone of the platform. Sweat trickled down his brow, and he pushed more and more, feeling Diane slowly slip farther and farther back. Randidly grinned viciously. If he could manage to push her off of the stage, although it wouldn't end her for good, it would likely push them apart. While Randidly would continue onto the regional tournament, and training under Shal, a spear user of this level would not have the ability to impact Randidly any longer. They would not meet again. To his shock, Randidly hesitated, if just for a split second. Large groups of insects exploded outward, smashing into the ground and into the crowd around the stage, who now drew their spears and threw panicked attacks up at the cloud of hungry death that had escaped their tightly held reins. But what use were spears against insects? Several people were mauled to death as Randidly struggled to regather large groups of those rogue insects while keeping up the constant pressure on Diane. Luckily, it seemed that some good came of his inattention, and some of the insects had spread behind her and began to gnaw on the ground. It was hard to see it, due to the air being thick with buzzing wings and clicking pincers, but Randidly could feel it through them, just barely. Their hunger combined with his previous actions with root spiders. Crash Randidly smiled darkly. Just like he had predicted, the stage had been hollowed out too much and part of it collapsed. It was several meters behind Diane and to the left, but it was a much closer goal. With this observable goal, Randidly felt some of his determination return, and with a yank, gathered all of the insects back up into a group, throwing more and more down into the spear that smashed into Diane's energy. He could feel it weakening, but it had stabilized during that time. Randidly had lost control of the insects. With flashing eyes, Randidly set about rectifying that situation. Carefully and slowly, more and more insects rained down, dragging her slowly backwards. Minutes passed, and Randidly's jaw was sore from clenching it for so long, but he did not relent because his was a spear that would only advance. Diane neared the edge in spurts and long dragged-out periods of inaction. When she had gotten so close that her heel was only a hair away, and although her strange energy continued to devour, it was only a quarter as large as it had been to start, Randidly roared, clenching his hand into a fist, and mirroring it, the group of insects above tightened into a stronger formation. Then he threw that fist, and they descended in a huge, crushing wave, still as many insects remaining as he had thrown already to be devoured. They were seemingly endless, and Randidly marveled at the power of inspiration, but Diane too was not without tricks. Her energy surged brighter, a flickering defiance in the face of the numerous bugs. It rapidly sucked up the ones there and seemed to keen its vicious hunger. When the fist of insects descended, however, it was smothered. There was no other logical outcome. Randidly felt her in the middle of the swarming insects, keeping her energy around her, trying to protect herself. And he felt as she overbalanced and suddenly tilted backwards, driven over the edge, slowly falling, with only the collapsed stage behind her. Dongay, a familiar bell rung and a voice spoke. The qualifier is over. All contestants cease attacks, so the winners may be determined. Randidly almost shrugged helplessly as his huge mass of insects swarmed, but suddenly a coughing man was in front of him, holding a spear. It was a long, ornate thing of brass, and the man simply tapped the spear on the ground, still coughing, and a wave of force flew forward. The insects cracked and fell, and then disintegrated to dust. Diane was there, covered in bite marks and scratches, but she was still falling. As Randidly watched, she tumbled off the edge and out of sight. The coughing man turned to Randidly, then looked at the spot Diane disappeared. He teleported over to the edge, looked down, then shook his head. Then the man reappeared on the far side, where Tartet stood, panting. After giving Tartet a brief once-over, the man nodded, then looked at the sky and spoke. Stage 7 will not need overtime. There are only 3 individuals remaining on the stage. 3, Randidly whispered, confused. Apparently the coughing man had very powerful hearing because he frowned at him for several seconds. After a while he seemed to relent. Yes, 3, for although the stage collapsed, the piece the girl fell onto was still unbroken. It counts. Silent and prideful, Diane climbed back over the edge to stand on the stage with the rest of them. Randidly smiled at her, showing his teeth like a predator would. Their eyes held for several long seconds. Then Diane shrugged, her own smile narrow and sharp. After a moment of consideration, Randidly said nothing further. It would likely be pointless to argue with this strange middle-aged man, And besides, even though this woman clearly had a vendetta against him for some reason, she wasn't insufferable like some of the other insignificant characters he had been forced to deal with since coming to Xiao's world, although it was hard to know whether he only thought that because she was objectively attractive. Randedly didn't think that was affecting his decision all that much. Having strong rivals to push you forward was necessary in his experience. His experience reading martial arts fantasy anyway, and he wouldn't be caught unawares by her poison again. Randedly would be much harder to kill going forward. Another stray thought popped up as the three of them drifted closer to the middle-aged man. Randedly wondered what this world was called. He assumed it would have a name. And it was beginning to get annoying to not be able to think of it as something other than Xiao's world. As his thoughts continued to scatter in the wake of his earlier spell, his brain was hit with the brutal sledgehammer of exhaustion. Randedly winced, recognizing this as a system-generated status that represented the fact he had overdrawn himself to control the vast swarm of insects. He had only been under this a few times in the past, during his root avatar training, usually after a long night of engraving, and it had never been this painful. There might be a potion that was able to address this issue, but Randedly wasn't familiar with it. Besides, some rest would probably do him some good. He had earned it. A voice boomed out above him, drawing his attention upwards. The tassels will now be updated to display the winners of the respective stages. To those who have made it, congratulations. You have earned your way to the Northern Regional Tournament for the Spearman School. Bring us honor. Once again, seemingly expanded to an even larger size, their tassels unfurled, Randedly's emerald and gold, Tartet's piss yellow and black, and Diane's red violet and white. They were all eye-catching, each for their own reason, especially when compared against the sea of red, oranges, and goldens that fluttered on the other stages. The one other color of note was a sky blue, with black lettering, which seemed to be on the stage directly opposite theirs on the other side of the observation tower. The old man nodded to them all, then gestured imperiously for them to follow, and then began striding away, walking towards the viewing tower. The three glanced at each other, eyes narrowed. Especially between Diane and Randedly, who both felt their own immediate weakness after their previous confrontation, and also the other's weakness. If there was any good opportunity to strike, it would be now. Violence from you will be met by violence from me, the man remarked, once again coughing after he spoke, not even turning around. Tartet just snorted and walked forward. Idiots, we have time enough in the tournament. Why are you so hasty to die without an audience? There is no honor in that. Moving stiffly, Randedly walked forward to follow, his skin prickling as he allowed Diane to be behind him. But he felt instinctively that displaying weakness here was not what he wanted. Instead, better to let her see how little this bothered him, even though Randedly didn't know how good of an actor he really was. And when he felt a hand settle around his elbow, he barely suppressed his instinct to lash out. You, Diane said, frowning at him, her sharp features narrowed even further as she struggled inwardly with something. Finally reaching a decision, she lowered her hand and finished, somewhat lamely. What is your name? Ghosthound Randedly said, somewhat at a loss. Diane raised her hand and ran it through her spiky red hair, which was sticking up in all directions, covered in dirt, blood, and insect ichor. Then she nodded seriously and walked away. Somewhat confused, Randedly lengthened his stride and followed, until all three of them were walking in line. There was a rather tedious ceremony, after they ascended to the topmost floor of the viewing tower, and each was given a medallion that would serve as their ticket of admission into the tournament. The winners from each stage stood separate, 23 in total, due to a few stages having less than 3, but all stared at the stage 7 victors, with their distinctive tassels over their heads. What Randedly found most interesting was that although he was given a cursory glance, which was a little more than Tartet's brief glance, it was Diane that received most of the attention. But she held her head high and received the stares without batting an eyelash, which was for the best, because one of the things that Randedly liked most about his time here in Xiao's world was how little attention he received, but it appeared to be slowly changing. Still, Randedly remained optimistic. After all, they would probably go to another city for the regional tournament, and based on what Divot said, Randedly would be forced to face opponents a level higher, even higher than Diane and Tartet. With that sort of competition, hopefully he would no longer attract attention. But then again, Randedly resolved himself to receiving it, because it wasn't participation in the regional tournament that was necessary. It was placing within the top 8. Under the thunderous applause, Randedly walked out to the arena, struck by how ridiculous this all seemed. But then again, this was another world, and here, strength and honor were what earned accolades. Shal eventually found him, surrounded by crowds, and brought him out. When they returned to the boat, Shal gave him a long look. You have an hour. After that, the training will begin. Do you agree? And although Randedly's head was really pounding now, he nodded. Although he was able to use his magic to make up the difference, the fight had clearly demonstrated his own insufficiencies, especially in regards to the spear. Maintaining powerful spells was important, but it wasn't enough. His spearmanship must at least rise to the level where he could hold his own. So after around 30 minutes of silent meditation in his room, where the worst of the rebound from overtaxing his mental resources passed, Randidly opened his eyes and viewed his skill screen. He had gained 3 skill LVLS in spearing roots, 1 in root control and pollen of the Rafflesia, 2 in mana strengthening and wall of thorns, 1 in agony, incinerating bolt and circle of flame, 3 in plantamancy, 2 in spear mastery and spear phantom's footwork, 1 in phantom thrust and eyes of the spear phantom, 1 in phantom half step, 2 in dodge and block, 2 in haste, 5 in phantom onslaught, 2 in empower and fighting proficiency, 1 in calculated blow and edge of decay. 2 in pierce the skies, shatter the earth and struggle, and 5 in battle intent. Randidly also gained 3 levels in the spear advances, ash trails. He had 2 levels in engraving from the morning, 1 in physical fitness, meditation, and running, 5 in poison resistance, 2 in mental strength and grace, 1 in bacterial regeneration, 3 in superiority, and 4 in mental fortitude. An excellent haul for a day and a half's work, but this was the reward that came with experiencing several near misses with death, and for using his moves on actual people rather than just training alone. And since he currently had no path, Randidly considered his options. Watcher 0, Heretic VI 0, Oathbreaker 025, Initiate of Ash I 075, Path of Carnage I 0. Nexus Traveler Cohort 5050, Path of Control 0200, Grace I 075. There were 2 changes of note in his options. The first was Foreboding, but Heretic had increased to VI. There was no corresponding notification, as Randidly scrolled through the still fuzzy notifications, affected by the potion, but it would bear watching. However, if there wasn't a notification, there probably wouldn't be another judgment soon. For now, Randidly hoped it wouldn't be until Heretic X and moved on. The other new choice was the addition of the Grace I path. Grace was a passive skill, but it had real, tangible effects on his balance and center of gravity. It was hard to tell what the path would get him, but it was an option. He had gained 73 PP, but wasn't sure which direction to head. Path of Control still seemed like the most worthwhile, but it came with a hefty price tag, and Randidly wanted to focus more heavily on his physical attributes. His spells were currently sufficient, while his physical prowess was not. Nexus Traveler Cohort 5 seemed like a reward path, but was somewhat fishy. Initiate of Ash was something he should research more before going into. Weirdly, Randidly found himself selecting the Watcher path. Although it was one that he had possessed for a long time, that was part of the appeal. It was likely a short path, and he would rather start it quickly and finish it now, while there was no obvious option, other than Path of Carnage but that might take a while, and it would be good to get it out of the way. When he placed the first point into it, to his surprise, a fuzzy notification appeared in front of him. Apparently it was a good thing that he had waited to take more of the potion. Warning, selecting Watcher 0 will result in the loss of the path. These paths are mutually exclusive. Do you wish to continue? Randidly hesitated for a small moment and then clicked no. If they were mutually exclusive, and with a lame name like Watcher, perhaps it would be more fun to gamble on the random one. It would likely have a similar PP requirement. So Randidly backed out, chose the path and selected yes at the notification, only to be faced with another notification. Warning, there has been an error in the establishment of the path. Certain prerequisites have been lost. Development of a related path is possible. Warning, if you continue with insufficient fuel, death or other side effects may result. Do you wish to continue? After taking a deep breath, Randidly reached within himself, finding those slender threads of ether. He could see how they spawned from that strange source held in his chest, growing thicker by the day. The source, too, seemed somewhat larger, pulsing with its sickly light. It burned and frothed, then frosted and cracked, flowing into every corner of him. His body was lousy with the stuff. Grinning, Randidly clicked yes. Processing. Against his will, Randidly's body shuddered and twisted. The ether in his chest began to burn hot. The feeling in his fingers and toes quickly disappeared, and blackness slowly consumed the edges of his vision. The walls of the small room began to swim, and Randidly suddenly felt a pang in his stomach. Perhaps he had just made a terrible mistake. In the next moment, the energy in his chest froze solid, and he couldn't breathe, and his fingers began to dance and twitch, filled with a fiery energy. He growled huskily, the only noise he could force out of his seized chest. The energy within him began to pulse, not unceasing inside of him, but moving with a rhythm. Slowly, that rhythm aligned with Randidly's heartbeat. Without counting them, Randidly felt the heartbeat slip past, until the thrum of blood and energy in his body drove his heart rate and blood pressure up to the point he could feel the pounding in his eyes, and he felt like his eyeballs would explode outward. But his chest slowly defrosted, and the pressure faded away, but simultaneously grew louder, thundering in his ears. Failure, matching pair not found, expanding database parameters. In his stomach, the ether began to twist and swirl, forming slowly into a cyclone. It pulled and pulled, and although he had always heard it referred to as an ether spring within him, he had never really understood what that meant. But now, as the ether surged upwards, exploding out to fill his entire body, he knew. All this time, although he had drawn some of the ether, most of it had flowed into him and found no avenue to spread. It didn't radiate out of his skin, but could only travel through the connections he made. Some of that ether was lucky enough to flow along to Thrawn and Arbor, and other amounts went to Sam, Alana, Annie, and Mrs. Hamilton, but that was still a fraction of the potential the ether spring possessed. So it had gathered deep within him, settling into a strange reservoir, packing itself tighter and tighter, forming a denser and denser mass of energy, waiting for it to be summoned. And now that Randedly beckoned even slightly, it all rose, exploding to his aid. It began to burn, partially of heat, partially of cold, and Randedly wanted to scream. Such was the grinding, vicious pain caused by the energy inside of him. But all of his muscles seized again, and he was stuck. Without moving, with a certain fatality to his mindset, he waited in his traitorous body as the energy pulsed louder and louder. The veins in his arms stood out like bulging worms, and he saw them twitch as the energy pulsed. Failure. No matching pair can be found. Recalculating. The energy moved again, cracking and scattering, siphoned off somewhere. Randedly took a breath, gasping. Although his physical condition had improved, he still needed to breath. Well, eventually for sure, but the time he could hold his breath might be pretty impressive now. Warning: anomaly detected. System warning. The most recent notification appeared and disappeared, just as fast as Randedly could read it. Then he began to doubt himself, because his vision was still vibrating at the edges. Then Randedly froze, because he felt something very distinct and very strange. He felt hands inside of him. They were soft and the fingers were long, reaching slowly inside of him and gathering up the strands of wild ether, moving them and weaving them. Each finger acted with the utmost dexterity, holding various strands in place while the hands moved. There was a grace to its actions that made Randedly shake his head in wonder, or at least he would have, had the ether allowed him to move. As this process was going on, the hairs on Randedly's body stood straight up, but he couldn't turn his attention away as the hands continued to work on the ether within him. Although it wasn't something Randedly currently understood, it made him wonder. What were these hands doing? And obviously, more importantly, where had they come from? Randedly could still sense how this was somewhat similar to engraving, but they were so far apart from each other, it was like comparing the act of writing a novel to a child learning to write letters. There were flows and twists, eddies and splits. The most important difference was that it felt whole and organic in a strange way. The thing that these mysterious hands were creating inside of Randedly was something that was living and could change and evolve. It was weaving potential into every line and curve. Was, he assumed, a path, the path that failed to be created previously, which perhaps meant this was some entity related to the system, and if someone was going to all this trouble to make it, it was undoubtedly a very special one, or at least he hoped so. Randedly's instincts continued to scream at him, because the hands moving inside of him, shaping the ether, was an extremely invasive and uncomfortable feeling. But he didn't dare move. This being appeared able to interfere with notifications. Although the potion Randedly had obtained had been able to do that, it was just making them invisible to him. That didn't change the effects of them. This was on the level of adjusting the notifications. Randedly was suddenly struck by the strange feeling that whoever this was understood in a very sophisticated way how the system worked, and if this person could learn. Randedly resolved himself to try too, as those hands moved more and more quickly. So he focused inward, ignoring the urge to vomit, and watched the motions. They continued to twist and tie ether together and then deftly compress it into smaller parts, moving on to other things. Like so, an infinitely complex arrangement made of thousands of runes of the type Randedly had made was pressed into a tight shape. Then the shape glowed, but before the hands departed, they moved deeper within him. He felt those invisible fingertips on each of his skills, lingering especially long on the runic rarity skill set. Then they moved forward and gently landed on his soul skill, swirling at his core. For a long time those fingers stayed there, carefully feeling the shape of it, tracing its contours, almost pulling and stretching it slightly as if to see more. Then after the hands seemed satisfied with his soul skill, the hands reached back to the strange shape it had made inside of Randedly and twisted and pulled deftly, seemingly tying a knot. Then the ether seemed to click into place. Randedly gasped the hands were gone and his body began to burn. Congratulations. Your path 832H089LL has transformed into the lonesome spear path 0100. Randedly collapsed backwards, breathing heavily. For several long minutes he stared intently at the most recent notification. The lonesome spear, huh? Cautiously, he put his remaining PP into it, one at a time. At 25 PP, he received the first notification. Congratulations, you have earned plus 50 health. He received another at 50 PP, giving him plus 50 mana before he settled at 73. Likely 75 would be plus 50 stamina, but Randidly wondered what the completion bonus would be. Because honestly, the rewards so far were much less than he expected for something that required the interference of strange, mystical hands. Randidly considered broaching the topic of those hands with Shao, but he was worried. After all, it was hard to tell how widespread the knowledge of judgment would be. It is possible that the system would somehow encourage people like him to be hunted. But then Randidly shook his head. Shao wouldn't be like that. But still, it was a dangerous topic. Best to broach the topic carefully. After checking the time, Randidly once more returned to meditating, trying to restore himself to a better condition in the remaining 10 minutes until he needed to meet Shao. Undoubtedly, considering his master's methods, it was going to be a long night. Claptrap sat bolt upright, scared out of his mind. He obviously wasn't at a high level of skill or physical prowess. He had still put quite a few points into perception in order to more effectively examine the quality of armor. But now, in the dead of night, there was a figure standing in the dark over his bed, looming like the shadow of death. But then the figure produced a lamp from somewhere, and produced a soft light, illuminating most of his features, revealing an easy smile. Claptrap's heart initially eased, because he recognized this man as the smiling man who had been with the crashing wave style, but then began to pound, because the fact that he had come here in the night. "Hello," the man said simply. "You may refer to me as Artisan Dway. We have some business to discuss, nod if you understand." Claptrap nodded woodenly, his fear withdrawing somewhat and his merchant mind coming to the fore at the mention of business. But that moniker hung in the air between them. Artisan. Although it was the least of the titled recognition provided by the Spearman School, it was still a level that only 1 in 10,000 reached. In a city like Qtao, very few would go against an artisan. Although there were adepts present in the city, there were only 20 or so of them, and they mostly kept to themselves, concerned with affairs far above the average citizen. To be visited in the dead of night by an artisan was an implicit threat, but it was also an opportunity because Claptrap still breathed, and though panic made him want to hide his face, he could also see Seal's gentle smile, and for her, he would do anything. He would seize any opportunity he had to. Artisan Dway chuckled. "It's good to see you have some spine. I'll be short. As many of those engraved armors you have the crashing wave style will buy them. In bulk, 10 silver per piece of armor above the usual price for that armor, provided the quality of the base armor is satisfactory. If the efficiency is about 60, an additional 30 silver. 100 bonus silver pieces for any piece of armor that reaches 80. If you can obtain better than that, we can talk prices further, but I doubt that is possible, based upon your previous wares." Claptrap blinked slowly. A leather bracer of high quality could be obtained for 15 silvers, a few less if he bought in bulk. However, the sale price was usually around 20, so that meant that he could sell these for 30 silvers each. That was a doubling of his initial investment. Of course, some would go to the Ghost Hound, but if the Ghost Hound could reach 60, that upcharge of 30 silver. Claptrap could only see golden goans for several seconds, then he shook his head. "A problem?" Artisan Dway asked, his tone casual. "We believe our offer is very generous. And let's be clear, Adept Ivka was bluffing. The engraving guilds do no such training things, precisely to prevent mid-tier styles from obtaining armor with minor engravings and obtaining an advantage. So when the guild does find you," Artisan Dway continued, "you will want to have some friends to help alleviate the pressure. Your engraver will join the guilds or die. You might be extorted for some of your profits, but that won't be such a loss, especially if you have a large amount of goodwill to fall back on with your loyal customers." As Dway continued to talk, Claptrap's face sank, and he abruptly realized how messed a situation this might turn out to be. But his mind stayed sharp, considering the offer. As it was, it truly was fair, and he needed more money now to start the engine. "All right, I accept. I can only provide you with around 20 right now. I'll have to speak with the engraver for more." "Do you have?" Claptrap hesitated. "Armor preferences?" Artisan Dway considered. "No, I think not, but it might be easier if we keep them separate. For example, dragonfly on bracers, fish on boots, bear on breastplates." They hammered out the additional details, and Artisan Dway took the bracers Claptrap had in exchange for almost 400 silver. After the artisan had left, Claptrap looked down in wonder at the money. Maybe he whispered to himself and to the stars above, "There really is hope I'll see you again, Seal." After hours of working him to his limits, Shao considered his disciple. "You are not as weak as I imagined." The foolish disciple grinned at him. It had been a long night of exercises and sparring, pushing the newest member of the Spear Phantom style until he gave out. In strength and speed and endurance, he continued to display flexibility and poise, adjusting to new challenges with an alacrity that surprised Shao, but it only made him sigh. "No, you short-sighted youngling. Your strength bodes ill for your chances in the tournament. There are things we need to discuss." Shao sat down, making himself comfortable. His disciple remained on the ground, his clothes sticking to his body from the sweat, but his eyes were alive and focused. That too had surprised him. No matter how physically exhausted the boy should be, he always had one more spark to meet a new challenge. Shal's misgivings only grew. He gave the boy a frank look. "You still have not obtained a class." The boy's body stilled. Apparently he understood some of the issues related to this, but he nodded slowly, confirming Shal's fears. Shal sat back, mulling it over for a long time, which meant there was always the option of getting a class originally. Shal had assumed the boy had chosen this avenue of satisfying the obligations of the Spear Phantom style for glory in the tournament, but perhaps it was just because all the others required a class. "When you told me previously, I honestly didn't believe you. I thought, well, it matters not, but your lack of a class and your strength poses a problem." His disciple frowned. "Why, I'm being broad. Your stats, boy. Until today, I hadn't realized much of your strength comes from your high stats. I had been assuming you were relying on high skill levels to match those who had leveled to around 20, but your stats equal them. They even surpass them, considering you have skill in magic as well." Shal sighed again. "We could have made plans to cover for lack of stats, but they are your strength. Your weakness is your skill levels. What level is your spear mastery?" After a foolish hesitation, his disciple answered, 81. "Mine sits at 202, Shal said shortly. "In this tournament, it will be strange for one's skill to not be at 100, and that is just the general. The specific skills will be polished to an even higher level. You simply do not have the time to make this up without the time dilution of a dungeon. The top 8. No, perhaps even the preliminaries are impossible for you." Randedly frowned but said nothing. Previously, he had the strange impression that Shal's skill level was closer to his current skill level, but perhaps he was mistaken. He didn't like what he was hearing, but if Shal was correct, if all of their skill levels were over 100, it was a sobering thought. And considering how much difficulty Randedly had at overcoming those vibrating spears of Tartet, even though he used haste, empower, and mana strengthening, in addition to the actual skill. If what Shal was saying was correct, and his stats were also slightly above his opposition here, and would only be on par with those in the regional tournament. Randedly shivered. That kind of difference in skill was intimidating. He supposed the only reason that he had a shot was due to the varied nature of his magics, and he suspected that many were like him, and left resistance as a stat that did not receive very much attention. Shal appeared to be brooding in silence, so Randedly asked, "Is there any hope then? Couldn't a classer just train in a dungeon for an extremely long time before the tournament? Years even while still staying below LVL 25. In theory it is possible, but in practice few do. To suppress one's strength overmuch is wasteful and rather pointless. These requirements do not come into force very often, only 5 years. That is enough time for only 5 generations of the best and brightest to become the youngest of the style. As for those who are aware they must compete at a certain level due to timing, most fear dungeon poisoning and would not risk it overmuch. It is not safe to rely on the time dilution for too much. Dungeon poisoning, Shal frowned at Randedly. In fact, I feared you would suffer just such a fate, but that it would continue indefinitely, for you have no class. But I believed that the ether reward would sustain you long enough for you to find and gain a class and develop a healthy source. The fact that you have continued this far with such strength is confusing." Then he shook his head. "But I do not begrudge you your secrets. Go, you may do what you will until lunch. At that time we will train again until dusk. I must do some investigations. We cannot rely on ordinary means if we expect to turn you into a passable disciple." Randedly ignored the insult and asked, "Before I go, is there any information available on patrons?" Shal paused, then turned and looked him up and down. "I had not thought of this. Yes, Develtion tells me you have a merchant friend, yes. Consult him. There are some widely accepted patrons that have passable trials for their initiates." Then Shal left, and almost inexplicably, Randedly bowed at his departing back. Shal truly was an impressive spear user, and had a knack for pointing out the flaws in Randedly's form that was surprising, considering his blunt communication style. Well, perhaps that was exactly why he was so talented at it. Although the training he had done with Mrs. Hamilton had been effective, it was hard to say whether it was the training style or the shift in perspective that had enabled that sudden growth. And that growth likely wouldn't have been sustainable. The first levels were always the easiest to get in any skill. Meanwhile, Shal was a well-honed machine. If anyone could give Randedly a chance in this tournament, it would be him. But it was good that he would be able to obtain more information about patrons. If he ever returned to Donaton, well, when he returned to Donaton, it would be incredibly useful for the people who reached the apprentice path. Randedly wasn't really in the need of advice on which patrons were good to choose, obviously, but rather he wanted to know the way the path progressed. If the path he had was normal, that would be fine, but if it was one that resulted in him being teleported to that strange world again. Randedly blinked, speaking of Donaton. He still took a sip of the black potion daily, being increasingly confused by its seemingly endless nature, and it eliminated notifications, but Randidly opened up his friend's tab, and sure enough, due to the communications array towers in QTAL, his box was filled with friend requests and messages, asking if he was okay, seemingly endless. There were at least 100, all from different people. There were different styles too. Raina appeared to write a small diary and send it to him. Mrs. Hamilton reported the results from the training exercises she developed while watching him. Donnie just sent small reports on threats that they had dealt with that day. There was even one from Bert the aged turtle that was simply, "Don't slack off." But perhaps the most adorable were the messages from Kirsty, who, with frequent misspellings, excitedly described how Arbor was expanding and how much his plants missed him. After typing out a quick message to Donnie on a strange keyboard that sprang into existence in front of him, letting him know generally that he was fine, and dealing with problems elsewhere, he closed out his friend's tab. He wasn't close enough to Donaton to affect the outcomes anyway, so there was no point in reading up on things only to worry about them. Better to focus on the present, where there were several issues that he needed to address. When Randidly walked out of the boat and onto the deck, intending to go visit Claptrap, what he found gave him pause. The two female spear users who had tested him in the belly of the tassel shop were now on the deck as well, meditating. Around the boats, most of the other boats had unhooked their moorings and were drifting away, and there was a path of choppy orange water, towards which their boat slowly floated. Curiously, there were two other figures on the boat, their heads to the deck in some strange sort of prayer stance of genuflection. They also looked oddly familiar. Above them, Randidly's emerald tassel flapped eye-catchingly next to the sky blue of Shal's. He turned to Divot and asked, "What's going on? The boat's moving." Divot snorted. "Yes, not only was your performance too eye-catching, but it also revealed Shal's presence here. With the boat now flying both of your tassels well, most would give way and let us move closer to the heart of QTAL, as is our prerogative, but it also brings more attention." Divot nodded towards the genuflecting figures, to whom Randidly turned. "And who are these people?" Almost as if they had both been waiting for this opportunity, both smoothly stood, one male, one female. The female had long brown hair, braided and curled down her back. She was, Randidly couldn't help but notice, extremely lovely. A dirty part of him wondered how good with a spear she could really be with hips as well endowed as that, but quickly squashed that line of thought. She was, Randidly thought in his second and more relevant realization, the woman who had carried that fool's body off of the stage during the fight. Randidly spared the male a glance, then a longer, more serious look as he watched him open his mouth. "I'm glad you asked," the male said with a smug look, raising his gem-studded spear, which had apparently been cleaned of his vomit. "I am the greatest talent the iron spear style has seen in generations. My name is—" No, Randidly interrupted, wanting to cut him off before he began running his mouth. "I guess I really meant why are you here? Sir, this one humbly requests that this one receive the honor of being your spear attendant," the female said, bowing again. The male chuckled evilly and spoke haughtily, all the while bowing even lower than the female, his nose practically brushing the ground as he spoke. "HMPH, kneel and accept my honorable generosity. I, too, will be the best spear attendant possible." "No need to thank me, for is this normal?" Randidly asked Divot as he pointed to the two. Divot chuckled. "Their personalities, perhaps not, but yes, spear users that have acknowledged their own inferiority and don't have much room for upward mobility in their own style, will attach themselves to talented individuals. It is a yearly commitment for them, but you may terminate the relationship at any time. You don't really need to do much for them. They are effectively indenturing themselves to you in order to hitch themselves to your social status. It is still a bit early, I think, for you to have spear attendants in terms of strength, but—" Shrugging, Divot closed his eyes and returned to meditating. Randidly just scratched his head, but he hesitated for a few reasons. "It is definitely not because the woman's looks," Randidly assured himself, eyeing her bowing form briefly. Then he shook his head. If he was to up the training with Shal, it would be hard for him to venture away from the boat very often, and that was assuming that they remained here for the training. Plus, he wanted to continue his potion experiments and to fund what he needed to engrave, and both of those were rather time-consuming activities. It might be worth it to have these two as spear attendants, especially if he didn't really need to do anything. But did he really need them both? Randidly looked at them again, and the woman straightened, smiling sweetly at him. But Randidly's eyes were on the male, who remained hunched over in a bowing position, refusing to move. He took in his posture, the slight tremble to his body, and the white-knuckled grip on his spear. A drop of water traced down his brow and dripped onto the deck with an audible plop. Randidly closed his eyes. Probably just sweat, how Randidly whispered, then shook his head. It was a little embarrassing how emotional he had gotten since becoming involved in Donaton. Before he had been like a ghost, without a personality, walking through life. But slowly he was changing, finding his own path. He was still emotionally withdrawn, but he was starting to connect more with people around him. More importantly, though, people were growing to value him. It was a strange feeling to have others dependent on him. First Donatin and now these two. Strangely, for the first time, Randidley was truly thankful for the system and the changes it had brought to his life. All right, I accept. Is there a ritual or a form we have to sign? Claptrap spent most of the morning using the money he had received from artisan Dway to purchase leather bracers, steel boots, and iron breastplates. He was able to cash in some of his other armors and use the rest of his savings and got 200 of each, which would be a solid start to satisfying the crashing wave style. Then he returned to his boat, only to be flummoxed by a simple truth. Claptrap had no idea how to contact the ghost hound. He opened his friends list and began to scroll through the Previously's Met tab, but because Qtal was such a densely packed city, and he had also just been at the market, at the most well-attended event in the last month. Finding the ghost hound was almost impossible. There simply was no way to track him down. He would probably have a few days, but eventually artisan Dway would return. At that time, if he didn't have any finished armor to give him. Claptrap shivered. Although the other seemed like a personally reasonable person, you didn't become an artisan by being soft. So in the meantime, Claptrap needed to. There was a knock on the door to his cab, causing Claptrap to frown. Standing up, he walked over and opened the wooden door, finding 3 individuals standing there. Yo, the ghost hound said coolly, rubbing the back of his neck. Claptrap almost burst into tears. Then he refocused and launched into a rapid explanation of everything that happened with the crashing wave sect, and how Claptrap may have revealed the ghost hound's engraving, which might possibly get back to the guilds, who would then come out to find him. How this might all lead to them tortured in a dark place far away. As he finished, breathing heavily, he had the chance to look around. What Claptrap saw caused his eyelids twitched slightly. Ah, these two are trustworthy, right? He said, gesturing towards the shapely woman and the angry-seeming man who was opening his mouth. The ghost hound snorted, cutting him off. A little late for that, isn't it? Don't worry about more importantly. They said they would buy as many as I could make. Interesting. What's the price? Claptrap's face fell. He couldn't forget the ghost hound's incisive questioning that slowly stripped away Claptrap's bargaining power. Even now, although the question sounded innocent, he felt the possible profits fleeing away from him. Well, the price is dependent on the quality of the engraving, at certain levels. The ghost hound held up a hand, then gestured to the woman. You, what's your name? She bowed, her lovely brown hair cascading forward to cover her face. Her voice was soft and sweet. It is Helen. Helen, handle the details of this transaction. You will probably be doing this a lot for me in the future, so a good luck. The woman seemed to tense to Claptrap's eyes, and what followed was a very awkward series of bargaining between the two of them, while the ghost hound and the other spear attendant watched. After a few minutes, the ghost hound sat down and began to engrave right there, working while they hammered out the details of the deal, and things began to go much more smoothly. Although Helen was very savvy, she lacked the sinister and unrelenting quality that allowed the ghost hound to ask seemingly innocuous questions and still have Claptrap's confidence in his price plummet. There was just a calculating way that he had that made him impossible to fool. It was much less stressful for Claptrap to negotiate with Helen, but he sensed that for her, she was sweating bullets. After all, if she failed at obtaining a good deal. Luckily, she seemed well versed in the subject, so much so that they started talking more exacting details on the quality of the workmanship, turnover times, and cost sharing. But then the ghost hound spoke, interrupting them both, right before Claptrap was willing to accept a deal that would have earned him enough of the profits. Oh, Claptrap, the man said, standing and smiling at him. Just one quick question. Inwardly, Claptrap began making calculations, trying to parse out how much lower he could go and still respect himself. There was definitely money to be made here, but if the ghost hound insisted on keeping it all to himself, there really was nothing that Claptrap could do. But when the question was finally asked, Claptrap just blinked, completely bewildered. Do you have any information on patrons? Yes, Claptrap stuttered. Would you like the general risk sheet or the detailed? The ghost hound simply glanced at Helen, his mouth twisted into a frown. She seemed to hesitate for several long seconds, torn between two options very near to each other. But after a time, she seemed to settle on her answer and said, We will take it all. Perhaps you can throw it into our previous discussions and we will call it a day. After another quick round of mental mathematics, Claptrap nodded and he shook hands with Helen. The ghost hound turned to leave, then paused and pulled a long streamer out of his ring. And with that, the ghost hound took the armors to be engraved and left, leaving a very confused Claptrap holding the streamer. And when he looked down to examine it, finally noticing its color, his confusion only grew. This color. He recognized this color, the color of the great shame of the Spearman School. Why would he? Was he possibly connected to that woman all those years ago? As his eyes ran over the gold lettering and the incredibly large and bold ghost hound across the streamer, his eyes landed on the style affiliation. It wasn't one that Claptrap immediately recognized, but it seemed strangely familiar to him. The spear phantom style, why did that seem so familiar? Making a mental note to research it more later, Claptrap pushed those thoughts out of his mind. Instead, he began to consider how to proceed with his purchases. Although Izzet had been silent for a single day, if Claptrap continued to make such mass purchases, he would eventually surface, looking for a slice of the pie, if he couldn't get that. Better to start planning now. Claptrap breathed in and then breathed out, picturing Seal's shy smile. He was not a particularly bold man, but neither was he a scared one. He had always lived his life simply because he was content. A few months ago, he had found a goal and flailed out, searching for a hope. Just when he thought it was impossible, a hope came flickering into his field of view, but now more things followed that hope, including the cold threat of steel. Claptrap smiled and began to hum. For Seal, he would break this entire world. Let them come. Then he shook his head ruefully. Confidence and madness was one thing, but how was he going to handle it? Randidly set the last scroll down, his mouth twisted into a grin. The information provided by Claptrap had been a rating sheet that showed the relative risks of several of the most common patrons, a guide that detailed the training sequence of some common patrons, and finally an encyclopedia that listed all of the known patrons and some background on patrons. Patron of Ash wasn't included on the risk sheet, which was initially very confusing to Randidly, but his reading in the encyclopedia helped him understand. It was unclear what patrons were, but it was clear that different worlds had access to different patrons, perhaps once more due to their perspective on the subject. There were dozens of varieties of fire patrons, but there was only one patron of Ash, which was addressed in a fairly large section, explaining some history and sightings of the patron and some notable initiates of Ash. From the guide materials, Randidly had learned that there were 3 levels given to people who take the apprentice path: initiates, anointed, and chosen. These labels were related to how far along in the apprenticeship a person had progressed. All patrons had 3 requirements, each name signifying how many requirements an individual had passed. The Patron of Ash encyclopedia entry stated that at one point, initiates of Ash were fairly common. There were even some anointed of Ash, but there had never been a chosen of Ash, according to the encyclopedia, and many anointed chose never to advance through the 3rd path, giving them access to the 3rd challenge, although they would not speak of why. Perhaps it was simply the failures of their predecessors, but the book described how many speculated there was more to it than that. There was a certain set to the eyes of the anointed that made the writers suspicious. But of course, this was only speculation, and for now, Randidly had no proof. There was a small relief. It was clear from the texts that only the 1st and 3rd challenges would teleport you to the world of the patron. The 2nd challenge was one that needed to be accomplished where you were. So Randidly decided that he would soon try for the initiate of Ashpath, but before that he needed to get through this strange, seemingly bugged path. Randidly had seen a lot of things about the Nexus and its system that made him think that it was a programmed system of some strange, extremely esoteric energy language, but the more he experienced, the more suspicious he was of whether that was all there was to it. The lonesome spear path made him dubious, and those fingers. One step at a time, ever onward, never stopping, always advancing, and eventually, Randidly knew that he would find the answer naturally, but right now. Being here among these individuals who had trained since birth under the system, where his strength was only that of a LVL 15 individual, and where his skill level was so far below his peers, Randidly was still shocked at Shal's casual reveal. When Shal had told him all that time ago that his skill level was around 50, who would have thought that he had meant his lowest and weakest skills? As for his strongest skills, spear mastery was 202. Phantom thrust was probably even higher. Randidly shivered, but he couldn't help but smile as the knock came on the door to his room. "Disciple, come, we begin immediately. At the very least it wouldn't be boring," and being here reminded him no matter how far he had already come, the path stretched ever onward. Randidly stood and walked out to meet Shal.